Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1689 to Chapter 1711. The bloody body was suspended in midair, a large amount of blood flowed down. Dan Lu, who had been full of confidence and high-spirited just a moment ago, was now like a dead dog. On the other side, as the territory dissipated, Wang Ting's figure appeared. Compared to Dan Lu's miserable state, Wang Ting was unscathed. He looked quite relaxed and indifferent. He held the battle sword loosely in his hand, and it was impossible to tell that he was the one who had slashed out that terrifying golden sword aura. Everyone's eyes gathered and instantly fell on Wang Ting. In short, it was quite shocking. Gulp, Niao Ritian, Taiwan, and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. So powerful. Manchuyi stuttered. Gabriel was a little dazed and shocked. Suddenly, a chill spread through his body, making his hair stand on end. Looking at Dan Lu's miserable state, he seemed to see his own shadow. This Wang Ting is too ferocious. Was he really qualified to be an enemy of such a terrifying opponent? A deep sense of helplessness emerged in Gabriel's heart. He was defeated. This guy is really terrifying. Lu Yan took a deep breath, and her eyes became firm. She looked at the dark apparition in front of her and controlled her thunder music furnace to smash it fiercely. Dark apparition, oh, what is wrong with this human woman? Why did she suddenly become so terrifying? The situation, which was originally in a stalemate, was now tilting towards Lu Yan's side. At a certain moment, the dark apparition couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit in the face by the thunder music furnace, making it dizzy. Lu Yan was unforgiving. The thunder music furnace crazily smashed out, and the thunder heart flame erupted, drowning the dark apparition. Ah! A miserable scream came from the dark apparition. In just a moment, the dark apparition was burned to ashes. I finally killed a dark apparition. Lu Yan clenched her fists tightly, and she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Many people were surprised. This beautiful alchemist actually had such a ruthless side. It was really unexpected. In the sky, Lu Tun was fighting with an upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition. When he took the time to look down, his pupils shrank and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Wang Ting's strength seemed to have become stronger again. Then, the attacks in his hands became even more ferocious as he crazily attacked the dark apparition. As a domain lord-level genius, he did not want to lose to Wang Ting just like that. Losing once wasn't scary, but he couldn't keep losing. For a time, Wang Ting had stirred up the competitive spirit of many geniuses. They attacked the dark apparition madly, causing it to be confused. Trash! Crimson Blood Demon Knight lowered his head to take a look. His face was cold as he said, "You can't even defeat a mere universe-level human warrior. What a waste of our resources to nurture you." Huff. Huff. Dan Lu suddenly panted heavily, as if he had heard the word trash. His expression suddenly became extremely twisted, and his originally motionless body began to move again. His eyes were bloodshot, and darkness flickered in them. He's still alive. A series of exclamations suddenly erupted from the surroundings. No one had expected Dan Lu to still be alive after suffering such serious injuries. One had to know that he was only a domain lord, and he didn't have the powerful recovery ability of a sector lord. Moreover, the sword light had clearly slashed through his heart. This was a fatal wound. An ordinary domain lord-level fighter would have died after suffering such serious injuries. However, Dan Lu was actually moving again. It was unbelievable. Everyone immediately thought of his identity as a darkness invader, and their hearts couldn't help but sink. He's still alive. Wang Ting looked at him in surprise and couldn't help but frown slightly. After being darkness invader, Dan Lu's vitality became extremely tenacious. Originally, he thought that one strike would be enough to finish him off. Now, it seemed that it would take more effort. Dan Lu turned his neck stiffly as he struggled at death's door. However, his bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Wang Ting. "Don't look at me like that. You're the one who's too weak." Wang Ting pointed at bloodthirsty demon venerable and said, "Even he said that you're trash. It seems that I'm right." Roar. A deep roar came out of Dan Lu's mouth. It was like an injured beast struggling to roar. Poochie, in the next moment, a strange sound suddenly came out. Everyone's pupils shrank as if they had seen something unbelievable. Above the wound on Dan Lu's body, countless pieces of flesh seemed to come alive and began to wriggle madly. The blood that was constantly flowing also began to gather, and a scarlet bloody aura spread out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Dan Lu's body underwent a drastic change. Countless sarcomas bulged out from his body, causing his body to swell. At the same time, a large amount of blood gushed out from Dan Lu's body like a wave of blood. It rolled back in the sky and slowly formed a huge blood cocoon that wrapped him up. This amount of blood is quite large. Wang Ting looked at this scene in surprise. He had basically guessed that Dan Lu had been infected by some dark apparition. With such a large amount of blood, it had to be a blood tribe dark apparition. There was no other explanation. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, the sound of a heartbeat reverberated in the air. The blood cocoon emitted a dazzling blood-red light that filled the sky and dyed the entire area blood-red. Wang Ting was not in a hurry to make a move. He knew that this was the dark apparition's devil change. Even if he interfered, it would be useless. It was not that he had not tried to interfere, but he still could not change the outcome of Dan Lu's devil change. Hence, he might as well save his energy and wait for Dan Lu to complete his devil change before dealing with him once and for all. Anyway, to Wang Ting, even if Dan Lu underwent devil change, he would not be a threat to him. Damn it, he would still die in the end. However, Dan Lu's devil change was somewhat beyond Wang Ting's expectations. The dark apparitions that he had seen in the past were all pure dark apparitions that could achieve such a level of devil change. Generally, there were very few dark apparitions that could achieve such a level of devil change. From the looks of it, the dark power that Dan Lu had been infected with seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He stroked his chin and suddenly fell into deep thought. Time slowly passed. Many gazes gathered on the huge blood cocoon, and they could not help but have an ominous premonition. It was too strange. That blood cocoon was really strange to the extreme. It was like a blood-red sun hanging in the air. A strong smell of blood constantly spread out, giving people an extremely uneasy feeling. Bang! 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 The sound of a heartbeat was constantly heard, and the blood cocoon was slowly expanding. Wang Ting's expression became slightly serious. He could already feel a powerful and evil aura brewing from within the blood cocoon. There was indeed something wrong with Dan Lu's devil change. Suddenly, a tentacle burst out from the blood cocoon and rushed toward the martial artists' corpses below. In an instant, several martial artists' corpses were wrapped up by the blood-red tentacle and quickly rushed toward the blood cocoon. Wang Ting's expression changed, and he suddenly slashed with the battle sword in his hand. The blood-red tentacle suddenly broke, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The martial artists' corpses immediately fell to the ground. Roar! A furious roar came from within the blood cocoon, and then dozens of blood-red tentacles burst out, rolling toward the martial artists' corpses below. You want to snatch the corpses in front of me? Wang Ting snorted softly, and the battle sword in his hand drew out sword lights, which densely packed and sealed the sky. The dozens of blood-red tentacles crazily shuttled back and forth in the sky, but unfortunately, they could not avoid Wang Ting's sword lights, and the metal was cut apart. Roar! An angry roar came from within the blood cocoon. I can't stop your devil change, but I can stop you from stealing. The corpses, Wang Ting said indifferently. What, you don't have enough blood left? Roar! An even more furious roar came out, shaking the void. Many people had strange expressions. They could hear the anger and helplessness coming from the blood cocoon. This Dan Lu was probably about to die from anger, right? Continue. If you can snatch a corpse, then consider it my loss, Wang Ting said. Roar! Dan Lu was infuriated. He no longer stretched out his tentacles, and instead increased the speed of his devil change. Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk the beating sound suddenly became faster and more violent, at least 10 times faster than before. The constant banging sounds echoed in the sky, causing many of the martial artists with lower cultivation to clutch their hearts, their faces filled with pain. Just the sound of the beating was enough to make many people unable to bear it. From this, one could see how terrifying the devil change was. You're anxious. Wang Ting chuckled. Everyone was speechless. How could they not be anxious after being forced to such a state? Not long after, the beating sound came to an abrupt stop, and the blood cocoon had already expanded to several dozen meters in size, emitting a thick stench of blood. Crack! 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 Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came out. Everyone was shaken, and they stared at the blood cocoon with wide eyes. They saw a clear bloody scar on the surface of the blood cocoon, and a blood-red light burst out from within. It was especially dazzling. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood cocoon, activating the Eye of Truth. He saw a strange figure appear in front of him. At this moment, the blood cocoon exploded, and countless fragments turned into blood-red light that scattered in all directions. An even more dazzling blood-red light erupted, and a massive figure appeared in front of everyone. A terrifying roar rang out, deafening to the ears. Many people's expressions changed, and they used origin power to seal their ears. However, some were too late, and their ears were bleeding. Wang Ting was the first to bear the brunt because the roar was directed at him. He couldn't help but frown. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Get lost." The rolling sound waves spread out, forming a formless ripple that attacked the opponent. The Pill faction's roar was directly shattered. Soul-devouring sound. This was the sound wave-type mental attack Wang Ting had obtained from the soul-devouring jellyfish. It was a sector lord-level battle technique, and targeted the soul source. It could even devour the soul source. Compared to his methods, the Pill faction's roar simply paled in comparison. Under the huge impact of the soul-devouring sound, the huge body was directly blasted back by thousands of meters before it could stop. Sound wave-type mental battle technique. In the distance, Gu Luo's heart shook, and his eyes flashed. And this battle technique gave him a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen it before. However, he couldn't recall where. At this moment, the Pill faction's body was completely revealed, and everyone was shocked. What is this? Everyone looked at him with a look of horror and disgust. No, it should be said that it was him. The Pill faction had turned into a complete monster. Its massive body no longer resembled a human. It was like a bloated, disgusting red maggot, and its body was full of wriggling flesh. It was extremely disgusting. Damn. When Wang Ting saw the true appearance of the thing in front of him, he was shocked. Such a large maggot. And its two heads? Lu Yan, Gu Luo, and the others were speechless. Although they knew it looked like a maggot, it was too shocking to say it out loud. Wang Ting didn't know what they were thinking, and his gaze was still on the Pill faction's body, sizing it up secretly. It was indeed two heads. It seemed that the body that was almost cut in half by him had now turned into two independent entities, but they were connected to each other, full of deformities. At the same time, there was a huge eyeball on each of the two heads, and at this moment, they were staring at Wang Ting with an evil and resentful gaze. If it were anyone else, being stared at by such an ugly thing, they would probably feel their scalp go numb, and goosebumps would break out all over their body. However, who was Wang Ting? He had seen countless devil transformations, so how could he be frightened by the devil transformations of a mere darkness invader? The Pill faction roared angrily, and without the slightest nonsense, it rushed straight at Wang Ting. Although its body was bloated, its speed was not slow at all. In fact, it could be said to be extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Wang Ting. Then, its thick and bloated tail swung horizontally at Wang Ting. It was so fast that an explosive sound was heard in the air. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He directly punched out, "You're actually using your body as a means of attack." With a rumble, a terrifying fist mark instantly condensed on Wang Ting's fist, and it fiercely landed on the Pill faction's bloated body. In the next moment, countless pieces of flesh and blood exploded, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. However, the Pill faction did not roar, and even the two big eyeballs on its two ugly heads revealed a trace of mockery. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, before he could react, the scattered pieces of flesh and blood instantly returned and wrapped around him. A large amount of blood intertwined with each other as if forming a large net, sealing off all directions. In an instant, the flesh and blood contracted, as if wanting to drown Wang Ting. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked. Lu Yan and the others could not help but clench their fists, and they were worried for Wang Ting. Pil Faction's attack method after devil transformation was so strange, and it was really unexpected. But without thinking, once he was wrapped up by the flesh and blood, it would be extremely dangerous. Humph! Wang Ting snorted, and the lightning attribute armor on his body retreated like flowing water, and the other sector Lord level fire attribute armor instantly covered him. This process was very short, not even a breath's time. At this moment, his entire body was red, and scorching flames erupted from his body. 10,000 Beasts True Spirit Flame, a majestic flame energy instantly swept around, completely protecting Wang Ting in the middle. Chi chi chi, when the flame touched the Pil Faction's flesh and blood, it was as if it had met fuel, and it burned fiercely. Roar! 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 Pil Faction instantly let out a painful roar, his bloated body crazily rolled and struggled in the air, and his flesh and blood emitted an incomparably sweet burnt smell, making people want to vomit. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at this scene in shock. In the next moment, Pil Faction finally could not hold on any longer, and the flesh and blood around Wang Ting instantly exploded, and a figure flew out. That figure was burning with red flames, and standing in the void, it was exceptionally dazzling. Lizard's tail? Wang Ting's gaze passed through the flames, and he looked at the other party calmly. His 10,000 Beast True Spirit Flame was specialized in countering all kinds of flesh and blood energy, and any powerful star beast flesh and blood could only be turned into nourishment under the 10,000 Beast True Spirit Flame. Pil Faction actually wanted to use flesh and blood to wrap him up, he was truly seeking death. It's that kind of heaven and earth exotic flame. Lu Yan's eyes flashed, and she immediately had a guess. Her mind flashed with various uses of heaven and earth exotic flames, and compared them with Wang Ting's heaven and earth exotic flame, and then her eyes flashed, 10,000 Beast True Spirit Flame. It's actually this kind of heaven and earth exotic flame. Wang Ting, this guy is really blessed by the heavens, it's really enviable. This is your devil change? Wang Ting waved his hand, and the flames on his body converged, turning into a palm-sized ball that floated above his palm, and he said indifferently, "It's only SOSO. Die." A hoarse voice suddenly came from the mouth of the blood-colored maggot, and it was filled with resentment. If one listened carefully, they would be able to hear a trace of Pil Faction's voice. Poochie! Poochie! Suddenly, two enormous bulges appeared on the back of Dan Lu's bloated body. Then, a pair of wings broke out of his body and covered the sky. Countless drops of blood dripped down the wings, and it was sticky and disgusting, making one feel uncomfortable. The pair of wings stretched out and flapped fiercely, causing Pil Faction's bloated body to turn into an afterimage and disappear. So fast. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he immediately used flash and disappeared without a second thought. A loud boom suddenly rang out from where he had been standing. Pil Faction's bloated body appeared in the air above the area, and a huge mouth full of sinister fangs came biting down. Wang Ting slashed out with his sword, which turned into a flaming sword radiance that shot toward Pil Faction. However, Pil Faction's wings flapped again, condensing a huge bloody wind blade that shot out and collided with Wang Ting's sword radiance. Rumble! After the two attacks collided, a violent rumble erupted, and a terrifying origin power shockwave swept out in all directions. Then, the two ignored the raging origin power shockwaves and charged at each other again, erupting into a fierce battle. Boom! 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 Rumbles echoed through the void. Sacred Light Sword Art, Radiance Fist, beams of pure white sword radiance and white fist seals swept through the world, pouring in from all directions and bombarding Pil Faction's bloated body. Many people were shocked. Because they were shocked to see that under Wang Ting's fierce offensive, Pil Faction was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. Streams of blood shot out from Dan Lu's bloated body. His flesh was burned by the flames, giving off a sweet smell of burnt flesh. He had been suppressed. In the face of Wang Ting's endless means, even demon transformation couldn't change the fact. Roar! Pil Faction roared, his heart filled with unwillingness. Endless dark star origin power erupted from his body and swept through the world. The corpses of the cultivators below turned into dried corpses uncontrollably, and their blood was sucked out and rushed toward Pil Faction's body. Wang Ting frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed through his heart. He didn't expect that he couldn't stop the corpses from being sucked dry. This method was really strange. A large amount of blood rushed in from all directions and merged into Pilfaction's body, repairing his injuries and making his already weak aura somewhat tyrannical again. However, Wang Ting could clearly feel that there was a trace of madness in this tyrannical aura. He wants to fight to the death. A thought suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and his expression froze slightly. Pilfaction's body suddenly began to shrink, and an extremely rich bloody light bloomed from his body. Not good. Wang Ting seemed to have sensed something. His eyes focused, and he suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed toward the sky. Meteor domain, a low roar suddenly sounded in his heart. The palm seemed to have turned into a domain, and countless flames and boulders condensed, instantly turning into huge fireballs like stars. At the same time, the bloody light in Pilfaction's body became extremely rich. A violent roar suddenly resounded, and its body exploded. That's right, Pilfaction's bloated body suddenly exploded, turning into streaks of bloody flowing light, densely packed and covering the entire sky. Then, they all rushed toward Wang Ting. Go! Wang Ting's expression was extremely solemn. He waved one hand, and the domain in his hand was completely displayed in this space. It was infinitely enlarged, and countless huge fireballs like stars suddenly smashed down. Boom! 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 The huge fireballs and the bloody flowing light collided with each other, bursting out bursts of roars, as if a natural disaster had descended. It was abnormally terrifying. In an instant, endless flames filled the air, and 3 types of exotic flames of heaven and earth erupted. Cyan, red, white, the 3 types of flames completely covered the area, turning it into a monstrous sea of fire. Roar! 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 3 exotic beasts of flame condensed in the void, roaring toward the sky, erupting with terrifying power. They were like divine beasts guarding the 4 directions, completely suppressing the bloody flowing light within the flames. All the bloody flowing light was directly submerged and collapsed as if it were rotten wood. A mournful roar reverberated in the flames. Everyone around looked at this scene with incomparable shock, simply unable to believe their eyes. Wang Ting's mastery of the domain had actually reached such a terrifying level, so effortless, it was as if it was at his fingertips. Was this a technique that a universe-level warrior could have? Even those genius warriors of the domain lord level might not necessarily be able to do it. Looking at this scene, Lu Tun's pupils contracted, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. His mastery of the domain had not reached the level of Wang Ting's mastery of the domain. For a moment, his mood became extremely complicated. It seemed that his defeat last time was not unjustified. This Wang Ting was simply a huge anomaly. To be able to defeat a domain lord-level genius like him at the universe level, it was really rare in the world. Those middle-level demon emperor dark apparitions looked over, and their faces were filled with shock, instantly not daring to approach. Even the upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions could not help but reveal a dignified expression, and they could not help but feel a trace of fear towards Wang Ting. In the sky, the bloodthirsty demon venerable's eyes were cold as they fell on Wang Ting, revealing a trace of intense killing intent. When did such a prodigy appear in the human race? It seemed to see a few familiar figures on the black-haired youth. Those people were the most troublesome existences it had encountered in the extraterritorial battlefield. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Flame Knight also looked down, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he could not help but laugh out loud. How can a mere dark infestor be a match for a prodigy of the human race? Humph. The bloodthirsty demon venerable snorted coldly. Take care of yourselves first. Heavenly Flame Knight's expression changed slightly. He could not help but glance at the 3 supremes in the distance as well as the space crack, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In this short period of time, the space crack had expanded by quite a bit. The demon god claw on his back reached out again and grasped the space crack tightly. An evil and chaotic aura continued to spread out from behind the space crack, causing the haze in everyone's heart to thicken. The situation had reached the most critical moment. The bloodthirsty demon venerable seized the opportunity when his opponent was distracted and slashed out a huge blood scythe in his hand. Endless energy gathered and swept towards Heavenly Flame Knight. Heavenly Flame Knight's expression changed. He did not have time to think and could only try his best to resist. His body was instantly sent flying, and a long and narrow wound appeared on his chest. Dark energy was wriggling on the wound, quickly invading it. Heavenly flame. On the other side, Greenwood Knight and Gold Knight could not help but shout worriedly when they saw the scene. I'm fine. Heavenly Flame Knight looked down at the wound on his chest. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he still replied calmly. Then, the force in his body surged and controlled the dark energy around the wound, preventing it from spreading. Ha ha ha. The bloodthirsty demon Venerable laughed complacently. Is he at a disadvantage? Wang Ting raised his head to take a look. His expression was grave. He didn't expect the other party to seize the opportunity to injure Heavenly Flame Venerable. This cannot go on. If their top combatants were to be injured, the situation would easily become one-sided. However, he felt a little powerless in the face of such an expert. He took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. If there's no other way, I can only use that. Before that, he had to get rid of this person. The other party was the initiator of this disaster. How could he let him live? Wang Ting retracted his gaze and looked at the flames in front of him. Under the engulfment of the three types of heavenly flames, the roar from the Dan faction gradually weakened until it could no longer be heard. Is he dead? He could not help but open his eyes of truth and scanned the flames. No signs of life could escape his eyes. A blood-red stream of light rushed out from the flames. It was extremely obscure, especially in the scarlet flames. It was extremely inconspicuous. However, Wang Ting still saw it. Trying to escape? He could not help but sneer. He reached out and grabbed. The power of flame surged and instantly turned into a huge flaming palm that grabbed at the blood-red stream of light. The flaming palm fell from above and was about to grab the blood-red stream of light. Sigh. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly echoed in the void. It seemed to have directly exploded in Wang Ting's ears, causing his scalp to go numb. Who is it? Wang Ting roared. His expression was extremely solemn as he stared straight ahead. Ha ha ha. You're really sharp. A blood-red figure abruptly appeared in front of Wang Ting. Enchanting, bloody, charming all living things, this was an extremely beautiful, female blood-race dark apparition. The evaluation was very accurate. Wang Ting found joy in his misery and silently gave himself a thumbs up. However, his expression became even more solemn, and his heart was in turmoil. Upper-level demon lord, this female blood-race dark apparition in front of him was actually another upper-level demon lord dark apparition. When did it come over? Could it be that it had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle between him and Dan Lu? A series of doubts appeared in Wang Ting's heart. Then, he saw that after the figure appeared, it just waved its hand casually. The flaming palm that he condensed actually collapsed inch by inch and dissipated. Wang Ting did not need to think to know the result. After all, it was an upper-level demon lord dark apparition. The flames dissipated, and the blood-red stream of light landed steadily on the jade-like, slender hand of the female blood-race dark apparition. Its true appearance was revealed. It was a palm-sized blood clot that was still dripping with blood. However, the extremely enchanting female blood-race dark apparition did not seem to care at all. She held the blood clot in her palm and even stretched out her other hand. Her fingers gently stroked the blood clot. My little sweetheart, you're really useless. Wang Ting was speechless. Little sweetheart and useless, what a good combination. However, he could not tell that Dan Lu was actually a pretty boy with a bad stomach. Pooh, shameless, despise, this little brother is not bad too. Do you want to be my little sweetheart? The female blood-race dark apparition looked at Wang Ting and smiled charmingly. Wang Ting looked at Lu Yan, Gu Luo, and the others in the distance, touched his chin, and asked thoughtfully, do you think I should make a contribution to the human race? Lu Yan, Gu Luo, and the others were speechless. What does this fellow mean? He is actually seriously considering living off this woman. Translator, Noodletown editor, Noodletown translations. Lu Yan and the others didn't have the energy to complain about Wang Ting's train of thought. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even consider it. However, when it came to Wang Ting, he was actually considering it. What kind of person was this? It's a pity that no one agrees. Wang Ting looked at the female blood race dark apparition and said helplessly, different races. Indeed, there won't be a happy ending. Ha ha ha. This young man is really interesting. He's much more interesting than my little darling. The female blood race dark apparition covered her small red mouth and giggled. I think so too. Wang Ting nodded seriously and said, not only am I more interesting than him, but I'm also more talented and more handsome than him. Sigh. It's really comparing people. It's so infuriating. He sighed as he spoke. He looked very troubled. The female blood race dark apparition, this human seemed to be a little thick-skinned, however, he was indeed interesting. It sized up the black-haired young man in front of it with great interest. A scarlet light flashed in its eyes as if it was staring at its prey. Are you really not going to consider it? I can throw away my pill-type sweetheart for you. The female blood race dark apparition picked up the piece of flesh in its hand. It seemed that it would throw it away as long as Wang Ting agreed. The piece of flesh suddenly trembled uneasily. However, in the hands of the female blood race dark apparition, it was as weak as an ant. Everyone had a strange expression. At the same time, they felt sad for Dan Liu. He was obviously a talented alchemist prodigy, but in the end, he was reduced to such a state that he could be thrown away easily. Was all this really worth it? Many people sighed. Brother Dan Liu, can you hear me? You're so pitiful. Wang Ting shouted at the piece of flesh. Do you think I agree? Or agree? Or agree? Luo Dan Liu shivered. If he could, he wanted to rush up and fight with Wang Ting. However, he was only left with a piece of flesh now. So, you agree? The female blood race dark apparition's eyes lit up. As it spoke, it was about to throw away the piece of flesh in its hand. Everyone, no. I was just teasing you, Wang Ting said. The female dark apparition's face stiffened. It didn't expect that someone would dare to make fun of it. However, the next moment, it laughed again and winked at Wang Ting. I didn't expect you to have the potential to be a scumbag. Nonsense. Wang Ting's face turned serious. Those who know me all say that I'm a good man. How can I be a scumbag? You're slandering me. The female blood clan dark apparition was stunned. She stared at Wang Ting in a daze as if she had never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world. Shuai, how long are you going to play? In the sky, the blood-slaughtered devil sovereign's voice suddenly rang out, kill him, this child cannot be left alive. That won't do. I can't kill him right now. Blood Knight Demon Lord chuckled out. A glint flashed through the eyes of the blood-slaughtered demon venerable as he swept his gaze across the void. He did not say anything else and turned his attention back to the spatial crack. Rumble, right at this moment, a loud rumble suddenly came from the spatial crack. Under everyone's shocked gazes, another giant claw forcefully squeezed out. Elder Red Dust's gaze was extremely serious. He transmitted his voice and asked, is the formation ready? It's almost ready. Elder Baez swept his gaze and nodded. Activate it. We can't wait any longer, Elder Red Dust said in a deep voice. Elder Baez nodded and suddenly shouted, activate the formation. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire void seemed to vibrate. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen an unbelievable scene. Wang Ting suddenly raised his head, and his eyes flashed. The formation has been activated. The family heads of the core families were overjoyed. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, the rumble reverberated, and one star after another enlarged in everyone's eyes. They actually descended from the distant void and floated above everyone's heads. As far as the eye could see, there were actually thousands of stars. Those were real stars, not the huge stone balls condensed by Wang Ting. These stars were originally floating in the void of the subclass alliance. Now, under the command of the subclass alliance's powerhouses, they descended from the void. Wang Ting couldn't help but activate his Eye of Truth. He glanced at the stars above him and saw many figures sitting cross-legged on the stars. They were exuding a powerful aura. This is a Saint-tier runemaster. Wang Ting looked around and saw that those Saint-tier subclass experts had indeed disappeared and appeared on those stars. Controlling the stars, he could totally imagine that the formation that the subclass alliance was about to activate wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. When the Demon Emperor dark apparitions below saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically as they felt a deadly crisis. Rumble, right at this moment, majestic energy suddenly spread out from those stars and intertwined in the air. It was complicated and mysterious. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 types of energy appeared in the air, and the 5-colored energy lines formed strange runes, decorating the void. It was as if there was an invisible hand that engraved these runes in the void. If one could look down from the sky at this moment, they would definitely discover that the energy projected by these stars faintly converged into a huge circular formation. All the dark apparitions were now trapped in the array formation. An invisible aura instantly spread out and filled the formation. All the dark apparitions felt their scalps go numb, and the hair on their bodies stood up involuntarily. A god-tier formation. A series of horrified voices resounded in the sky. The dark apparitions were all aghast, and their hearts were extremely tense. A god-tier formation. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and his heart trembled. As expected of the subclass alliance, they actually had a god-tier formation that could be activated at any time. It was really unbelievable. A god-tier formation was already an extremely unbelievable existence. It was completely different from an ordinary formation. If an ordinary formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth to unleash a terrifying power, then this god-tier formation was different. This god-tier formation was the true power of heaven and earth. It didn't need to borrow the power of heaven and earth because it was a part of heaven and earth. The power it unleashed was the terrifying power that was hidden in heaven and earth. Even a saint-tier formation was fundamentally different from a god-tier formation. It could be said that once a formation reached the god tier, it could no longer be predicted using common sense. It was an existence that had truly transcended the mortal world. Anything that had anything to do with the word God would definitely become extremely extraordinary. This was a fact that everyone acknowledged. The amount of manpower and resources required to construct a god-tier formation was so huge that it was enough to cause a major power to suffer greatly. Perhaps only major powers like the subclass alliance and the virtual universe company could construct such a terrifying god-tier formation for their own use. Most importantly, the construction of a god-tier formation had to be completed by a god-tier runemaster. And a god-tier runemaster wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Not only that, this formation isn't a single elemental formation. It's a 5-elemental formation. Wang Ting sized up this god-tier formation and was extremely shocked. A 5-elemental god-tier formation required a much more terrifying amount of materials than a single elemental formation. It was at least 5 times more expensive, however, this was a difference in theory. In reality, a 5-elemental god-tier formation required at least 5 times more materials than a single elemental formation. This wasn't a difference that could be made up simply by multiplying the materials. A 5-elemental formation was at least 10 times more difficult than a single elemental formation, not to mention a god-tier formation. The difficulty was simply unimaginable. I wonder who was the one who built this god-level array formation? No, perhaps it wasn't constructed by a single god-tier runemaster, but by many god-tier runemasters. Wang Ting guessed to himself. Following the appearance of this god-tier formation, the human warriors were extremely excited. Their faces were filled with joy. That's great. Activate the god-tier formation. The dark apparitions are dead meat. Humph, how dare they invade our Vice Occupation Alliance headquarters? They really don't know what's good for them. Let's make sure they don't return. Ha ha ha. Dark apparitions, go to hell. Activate the god-tier formation and destroy all the dark apparitions. There are so many high-level dark apparitions this time. Let's wipe them all out. That's right. This is a great opportunity. If we can kill these high-level dark apparitions, it will be a good thing for us too. Voices erupted from the crowd. Everyone even felt that they could turn the tables and kill all the high-level dark apparitions here. It was a good idea, but for some reason, Wang Ting felt that it wouldn't be so easy. These dark apparitions obviously came prepared. How could they not know that the Vice Occupation Alliance headquarters had a god-tier formation? Furthermore, Wang Ting looked at the female blood race dark apparition called Blood Knight not far away. He couldn't help but frown. Even though the dark apparition was extremely fearful of this god-tier formation, it didn't seem worried at all. Its expression was extremely calm, as if it had already expected this. From this appearance, it was either extremely shrewd or it already had a way to deal with it. Compared to the former, Wang Ting believed the latter more. After all, even if it was an upper-level demon lord dark apparition, Wang Ting believed that it definitely wouldn't be able to maintain such a calm expression when it saw the god-tier formation. Hence, there was only one possibility. The dark apparitions were already prepared. Thinking of this possibility, Wang Ting's heart couldn't help but sink. Grade 5 Elements Divine Sword Formation. In the sky, a loud shout suddenly came from a star in the center, reverberating through the void. Everyone looked at the sky and couldn't help but clench their fists. They were extremely nervous and full of anticipation at the same time. To be able to witness the activation of a god-tier formation with their own eyes was a huge honor for everyone present. Many people might not even be able to see a god-tier formation in their entire lives, let alone witness its activation. But today, everyone present was fortunate enough to witness it. Even Wang Ting couldn't help but look up. His expression was solemn, and there was also a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Grade 5 Elements Divine Sword Formation, huh? I wonder how powerful it will be. Just as this thought surfaced, another loud shout came from the sky. Activate. Only one word was needed, everyone's hearts were in suspense. Boom, the next moment, a terrifying roar came from the void, and the majestic power of the 5 elements gathered from heaven and earth. The stars rotated. The formation rotated slowly, it was like a huge machine that suddenly operated. Clang, suddenly, the thrum of a sword abruptly rang out. It was extremely clear, as if it could pierce through all the noise and enter everyone's ears, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The appearance of this sound was like a signal. Countless sword chimes sounded as if countless sharp swords were unsheathed at the same time. Clang! Clang! Clang, streaks of sword light suddenly condensed within the formation. Gold. Green. Blue. Red. Yellow, 5 different sword gleams crisscrossed in the formation, dazzling everyone's eyes. In just an instant, the entire formation was filled with the 5 elements sword gleams. Every sword gleam emitted a terrifying aura. Many territorial lords had extremely solemn expressions. They felt a strong threat, as if a single sword gleam was enough to take their lives. The terrifying killing intent had condensed into a substance, covering the entire area. The dark apparitions finally lost their voices. They looked at this scene in fear, and their pupils violently constricted. Kill! A loud roar came from the void. All the sword gleams froze for a moment. Then, as if they had eyes, the tips of the swords were pointed at the dark apparitions. Boom, in the sky, 2 huge balls of light collided violently with a loud bang. Then, both of them were sent flying for tens of thousands of meters before coming to a stop. It's time to end this. One of the balls of light revealed the figure of Heavenly Flame Sage. He stood in the void and looked at the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy opposite him. Is that so? The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy suddenly sneered. Heavenly Flame Sage couldn't help but frown as he looked at the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy suspiciously. The Grade 5 Elements Divine Sword Formation had already been activated, and the sword gleams were hanging high in the sky. Why was the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy still so confident? It was as if he didn't care about all this. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy ignored Heavenly Flame Sage. Instead, he looked up at one of the stars in the sky. His eyes flickered. It should be about time. Buzz, with a buzzing sound, the sword gleams in the sky were about to fall. Everyone could feel the intense pressure from the sword gleams. Even if the human race cultivators weren't targeted by the sword gleams, they still felt as if there was a sword gleam pressing against their backs. Their bodies stiffened, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. This was a god-tier formation, just the aura alone was enough to make people fall into a state of despair. They couldn't even think of resisting. This god-tier formation is really terrifying. Wang Ting looked solemn. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't withstand the pressure. He wanted to escape from this formation immediately, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Once a God-tier formation was activated, it wasn't that easy to escape. Boom, in the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Wang Ting directly activated the unyielding thunder fighting spirit to resist the terrifying killing intent. As the aura burst out, Wang Ting finally felt his body regain its senses. The stiff feeling from before slowly dissipated. Roar! 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 The dark apparitions below roared in fear. They seemed to have sensed the aura of death, but they were unwilling to die just like that. All of them seemed to have gone crazy and were fighting like trapped beasts. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a short period of time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at a certain moment, the 5 elements sword gleams in the sky suddenly turned into streams of light and sped toward the dark apparitions below. It's coming. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Whether the dark apparitions had a backup plan or not depended on this attack. They definitely wouldn't watch so many Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions die here. If they had a backup plan, they would definitely activate it now. Boom, suddenly, a violent roar reverberated through the sky. Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. He looked toward the void and saw that a star had actually exploded. Boom. Boom. Boom, then, like a chain reaction, the entire 5 elements divine sword formation rumbled. The sword gleams that were rushing toward the dark apparitions suddenly dissipated. That murderous intent that had almost condensed into a substance instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The dark apparitions below were dumbfounded, all the human warriors were also dumbfounded, the 3 elders who were maintaining the space crack in the sky were also stunned. Their expressions were instantly filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Heavenly Flame Venerable was aghast. His eyes widened to the extreme. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The 5 elements divine sword formation was actually broken, and it was broken so easily. They didn't even know what had happened. That was a god-level formation, even an ordinary formation wouldn't be broken so easily, let alone a god-level formation. What exactly was going on? Countless questions appeared in Heavenly Flame Venerable's mind, causing him to be in a mess. His original calmness disappeared without a trace. Hiss! Wang Ting gasped. His heart was filled with disbelief. Although he guessed that the dark apparitions might have a backup plan, he didn't expect that their backup plan would actually target the 5 elements divine sword formation. That was a real god-level formation. It wasn't fake. How could it be broken so easily? Wang Ting couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. This was too unexpected, probably no one would have thought that such a situation would occur. Not only him, but even Elder Dan Chen and the others probably didn't expect this. He had died before he had even achieved victory, this sentence appeared in Wang Ting's mind. His expression was extremely solemn, and his heart was extremely heavy. Ha ha ha, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with pride and mockery. Roar! 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 The dark apparitions below immediately regained their senses and let out roars of relief as if they were venting the fear in their hearts. The human warriors' faces were extremely ugly. Many of them were deathly pale. They couldn't accept this fact at all. A god-level formation was broken just like that. This must be a joke. How could this be? Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, and the other young geniuses were all staring blankly at the sky. They were almost speechless. They were extremely shocked. They couldn't imagine what was going on at all. That's the formation core, Elder Bias said in a hoarse voice. His face was a little pale. His pupils contracted to the extreme. What? The formation core. Elder Dan Chen and Elder Tambari couldn't believe what they had just heard. The core of the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Formation had been destroyed. The situation was even worse than they had imagined. What did you do? Heavenly Flame Venerable asked with an ugly expression. Come out. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable chuckled and shouted at the star that had exploded in the sky. Countless rocks fell from the star's explosion. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. The destruction of a star, this was the true destruction of a star crumbled inch by inch in front of everyone's eyes. It turned into dust in the void, and lava flowed out. It was a shocking scene. This scene was too terrifying. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably never be able to forget it. However, almost all of the warriors present had reached the level of an area lord and possessed the strength to destroy a star. They had seen many such scenes before, so they weren't shocked. The only thing that shocked everyone was the meaning that the star represented. A figure emerged from the shattered star after Honorable Bloodthirsty's words left his mouth. Ku Ming. Grand Elder Bias looked at the figure in disbelief and exclaimed. It was an old man wearing a Saint rank subclass uniform. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look extremely otherworldly. However, at this moment, his face was filled with indifference. Saint Ku Ming. Many people from the subclass alliance seemed to recognize this person and cried out in surprise. Saint Ku Ming? Wang Ting's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Yan's ears. She didn't know when he had appeared beside her. Lu Yan's expression was shaken, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She glanced at Wang Ting and quickly explained, he is an extremely famous Saint rank runemaster. I have heard of his name before. It is rumored that he is one of the Saint rank runemasters most likely to reach the divine rank. Saint rank runemaster. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, looking at him. There seems to be something wrong. Why? Isn't he a Saint rank existence from the subclass alliance? Why would he do that? Lu Yan muttered in disbelief. Not only Lu Yan, but Elder Red Dust and the others also wanted to know the answer to this question. Why? Senior Statesman Bias stared at the other party and asked with a bitter voice. He used to think highly of Ku Ming and gave him a lot of help. He only hoped that Ku Ming could reach the divine rank as soon as possible. But now, Kakik. Saint Ku Ming didn't answer, but blood-murdering demon Venerable's laughter echoed. Let me tell you why. Because he is not called Ku Ming. He is called Ming Ku, ha ha ha. As if he had said something extremely funny, the blood-slaughter demon Venerable's laughter continued to reverberate in the air and could not be stopped. Ming Ku. Ming Ku. Elder Bias's pupils contracted. You are a dark apparition of the underworld god race. That's right. A hoarse voice came out of Ming Ku's mouth. It was completely different from his originally kind and easygoing voice. Boom, then, without giving anyone a chance to react, he took a step forward, and his body started to change. His white hair turned dark purple, and two black horns on his forehead broke out of his skin. There were dark purple patterns on them, making him look strange yet noble. His eyes emitted a dazzling dark purple light, and his pupils split into a pair of double pupils that were filled with evil intent. His old face wriggled in a strange way. In just a few breaths, his face became as smooth as a teenager's and turned into a young man. At the same time, on his pale skin, dark purple lines extended all the way to his horns. Dark purple light swept out of his body and wrapped around him. His subclass uniform cracked inch by inch and was replaced by a dark purple robe. One step, with just a single step, Ming Ku's entire being underwent a tremendous change. His otherworldly bearing had completely vanished, and it had transformed into an evil and terrifying aura. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the person in front of them was Saint Ku Ming, who was respected and had high hopes placed on. Senior Bias, thank you for taking care of me all these years. In the next moment, Ming Ku raised his head. His dark purple hair fluttered without any wind, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He bowed slightly to Elder Bias in an elegant and noble manner, but he was also filled with evil intent. Senior Bias couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at this completely unfamiliar dark apparition in front of him with disbelief. Everyone who knew Saint Ku Ming couldn't believe what they were seeing. That respected saint was actually a dark apparition. Moreover, he was from the extremely powerful and strange nether god race among the dark apparitions. I really didn't expect you to be a dark apparition. Senior Red Dust took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Senior Red Dust. Ming Ku bowed to Senior Crimson Dust. He was as polite as the famous Saint Ku Ming, but his evil expression made it impossible for others to get close to him. Humph, don't pretend. You dark apparition, we were really blind to not realize that you weren't human, Senior Tamburi said angrily. This is all thanks to the talent of my nether god race. Otherwise, how could I hide from all the god-level existences? Mingku said with a smile. Nether god race. Senior Red Dust's expression was serious. We only knew that your nether god race was strange, but we didn't know that you had such a hidden ability. There are still many things you don't know about our nether god race's abilities, Mingku said with a smile. Good. What a nether god race. Senior Bias was so angry that he laughed. You schemed for so many years and even sent you to hide for so long. I guess it was all for this day, right? That's right. After all, this is the human race's subprofession alliance headquarters. Mingku nodded and said with a smile, however, in comparison, this place is still the most fragile. Weak? The three elders were stunned by Mingku's words. Their faces became extremely ugly. This was an insult to the subprofession alliance headquarters, however, it was the truth. Skyflame Knight, Greenwood Knight, Gold Star Knight, and the others all fell silent. Compared to the Virtual Universe Company and the Universe Mercenary Alliance, or even compared to the Universe First Bank, the subprofession alliance headquarters was indeed the weakest. The advantage of the subprofessions wasn't in their power, but in their various subprofessions. Think about it. If you offended the Virtual Universe Company, you would be attacked by tens of thousands of great warriors in the blink of an eye. Even the dark apparitions would feel their scalps go numb. Hence, it wasn't unreasonable for the dark apparitions to choose the subprofession alliance headquarters as their breakthrough point. However, this time, they were attacking the major powers of the human race. They were definitely after something big. At this moment, everyone could see that. No one would be so naive as to think that this was just an act of personal revenge. Mingku, you're too presumptuous. Senior Tambelli glared at him. Senior Tambelli, instead of getting angry here, why don't you use all your strength to defend against the space crack? You might still have a chance to survive. Ha ha ha. Mingku looked at the furious Tambelli and laughed happily. You. Senior Tambelli was instantly enraged. Elder Crimson Dust stopped him and looked coldly at the smiling Mingku. Instead of saying anything else, he sent a message to Elder Baez and asked, "What's the matter? Can the array still be repaired?" There's no time. Senior Bias glanced at the space crack and shook his head bitterly. It doesn't matter if there's time or not. Immediately mobilize everyone to repair the Great Five Elements Godly Sword Array. We can't give up until the very last moment. Otherwise, you and I will both be sinners, Elder Pilldust said solemnly. Good. Elder Bias's expression flickered. He replied in a low voice. An order instantly came from him. On the stars and the void space, the various saint-level runemasters all moved. There were also many cultivators gathering from all directions, appearing beside the star that had just exploded. Condense. Among them, there were quite a few Earth attribute martial artists who were emitting a powerful Earth attribute star origin power, which was condensing towards the center. The scattered gravel began to gather quickly. Even the magma that flowed out of the star core, under the control of some fire attribute ancient martial artists, slowly gathered and was covered by the stones that were constantly pouring in. This was the power of a powerful martial artist. It was not a simple gathering of rocks and magma, but a simulation of the formation of stars, gathering energy, and finally condensing into a real star. This process was not that simple, so it would take a lot of time. It was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Stop them. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable said coldly. Yes. One by one, the dark apparitions rushed out and charged toward the martial artists and the sacred runemaster. Stop the dark apparition. Quick. Heavenly Flame Sage shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, the human warriors rushed out to stop the dark apparitions. In an instant, a huge battle broke out between them and the dark apparitions. Let's go too. Wang Ting's face was solemn as he shouted to the people around him. Lu Yan, Gu Luo, and the others were not idle at this moment. When they saw the current situation, they naturally knew that the situation had reached the most critical moment. Whether or not they could repair the Divine Great Array was undoubtedly related to the direction of this battle. Boom. Boom. Boom, booming sounds reverberated in the sky as the human warriors and the dark apparitions crazily collided. The aftermath of the terrifying origin power constantly spread out like ripples, shaking the void. However, they were after all sub-professionals, and their martial strength was not too strong. At this moment, facing the crazy attacks of the dark apparitions, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, Gu Luo's strength made Wang Ting's eyes light up. This genius from the ancient Hong Weave was indeed different. His martial strength was also extremely powerful. Boom, at this moment, he had completely unleashed his strength and was actually evenly matched with an upper demon emperor rank dark apparition. This made Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, and the others feel incredulous. They were both alchemists, but why was this guy as abnormal as Wang Ting? Was this really the trend now? An alchemist who was not strong enough in martial strength was not a good alchemist? Damn. He's so strong. Niu Ritian and the other forging geniuses were dumbfounded. It was simply shocking. Good heavens, his strength might even be stronger than Lu Tun's. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he was secretly surprised. Not far away, even Lu Tun, who was in the middle of a battle with the dark apparitions, could not help but look over at this moment. His eyes were shining. Another genius, however, this person did not make him feel too much pressure because this person was also a domain lord level martial artist like him. He was not like a certain abnormal person who could compete with him and even defeat him with the strength of a peak universe level. Wang Ting no longer paid attention to Gu Luo and charged into the group of dark apparitions. With a battle sword in hand, his body was like a graceful swan as terrifying sword rays continuously erupted from the battle sword. Boom! 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 One by one, the dark apparitions died in his hands and fell down like a black rain. The situation here also attracted everyone's attention, and they were all shocked. When everyone saw Wang Ting's efficiency, they were so surprised that they could not close their mouths. He alone had achieved the number of dark apparitions that several martial artists could achieve. If they did not know Wang Ting, they would probably believe it if others said that he was a sector lord level powerhouse. Too monstrous. Was this guy really a universe-level martial artist? However, the dark apparitions that Wang Ting killed were all middle-stage low-level demon emperor dark apparitions, which were equivalent to martial artists below the third stage of the domain lord realm. Naturally, they were not much of a threat to him. If they were middle-stage peak demon emperor dark apparitions, it would not be so easy to kill them. He had the ability to compete with middle-stage peak demon emperor dark apparitions, but it did not mean that he could kill them at will. It would take a lot of effort to kill a middle-peak demon emperor dark apparition. Even if it was a genius dark apparition equivalent to the strength of a domain lord realm like Lu Tun, it would be even more difficult to deal with, and he would need to spend a little more effort. Wang Ting was very clear where his advantage was, so he was completely targeting the middle-stage low-level demon emperor dark apparitions at this time. After a while, Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, and the others did not have time to pay attention to Wang Ting because they were suppressed by the dark apparitions and were all in a bitter battle. This can't go on. Wang Ting frowned, and thoughts kept turning in his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That's right, there was also his psychic power method. Every time on the battlefield, his psychic power could always be used to control the field, and it was always useful. However, there was a problem. At a glance, there were dark apparitions above middle-stage demon emperor dark apparitions around him, and each of them exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. They were not existences that could be easily affected by psychic power. Oh? Wang Ting was suddenly in a dilemma. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. F***ck, who would put so many high-end combat forces on the battlefield for no reason? This war was not right at all. Wang Ting's mind turned quickly, and his mind quickly scanned the attribute panel, looking for a way to deal with the current situation. Suddenly, his gaze paused and stopped on a column of attributes. Thunder Purgatory Domain. This was a very special thunder domain that he had obtained from Lu Tun. It turned thunder into endless pressure, like a prison. It was a large-scale control-type domain, which was extremely suitable for the current situation. Moreover, this Thunder Purgatory domain had reached rank 4 reality, and its power was extraordinary. Many middle-stage demon emperor dark apparitions might not be able to master such a reality domain. Moreover, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Tun in the distance and saw many attribute bubbles floating around him. Pick them up. Without thinking, he immediately swept out his psychic power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Domain Master Spirit * 3500, Sacred Thunder Talent * 5500, Thunder Star Force * 16000, Thunder Furnace * 4200, Thunder Spear * 3000, Thunder Spear Domain, Level 8, * 1500, Thunder Purgatory Domain, Level 4 Reality, * 1200. Large amounts of attribute bubbles immediately entered Wang Ting's body and mind, turning into his strength and comprehension. Rumble. In just an instant, Wang Ting's lightning attribute star force actually broke through, from the 6th level to the 7th level. Thunder Star Force, 1600/70,000, Universe Level 7, it actually just broke through. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was delighted. His Domain Master Spirit had risen again, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it. There was also the Sacred Thunder Talent, which had reached 5500, which wasn't little. Sacred Level Thunder Talent, 40500/50,000 inch looks like it won't be long before my Sacred Thunder Talent can break through to the God level. Wang Ting's heart shook, and he was very happy. This Lu Tun was truly his lucky star, following which were the two special battle techniques that Lu Tun had mastered. Thunder Furnace, Sector Lord 3200/12,000, small success. Thunder Spear, Ancient Undying Level 8600/10,000, proficient. In the competition before, Wang Ting had already acquired quite a bit of the Thunder Furnace's stats. Now that he had another 4,200 points, his Thunder Furnace's stats rose from proficient to small success. Wang Ting liked this Thunder Furnace, otherwise he wouldn't have made a 9-dragon Thunder Furnace for him to use. With the combination of the two, he could unleash great effects and offensive power. As for the Thunder Spear, he had only picked up 3,000 points this time, and it was still at the proficient level, unable to break through. The only consolation was that the Thunder Spear was an Ancient Undying level technique. Even at the proficient level, it was still very powerful, enough for him to use. Following which were the two domains, Thunder Spear Domain, 5700/8000, Level 8, Thunder Purgatory Domain, 2200/4000, Level 4 Corporeal Realm, still at the Level 4 Corporeal Realm? Looks like Lu Tun's Thunder Purgatory Domain is also at this level. Wang Ting was deep in thought, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. His eyes flashed as he placed his thoughts on the other domain. He had thought before that if the Thunder Purgatory Domain fused with his Yuan Magnet Domain, he would be able to unleash even more power. Immediately acting on his thoughts, Wang Ting's heart moved, and he immediately clashed the two domains together. Yuan Magnet Domain, fuse, the two domains instantly intertwined in his mind, searching for the point of fusion between the two domains. Still not enough. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Another realization appeared in his mind and collided with the two pieces of realization. Shadow Domain, this domain wasn't too strong, only at the level 3, but it was still a control-type domain. Moreover, with the strangeness of the Shadow Domain, it was comparable to a level 5 domain. If he could fuse it, he would naturally be more confident in facing this situation. Lastly, it was his psychic power. This was an essential power. Fortunately, he had already mastered many spiritual domains, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the fusion of psychic power and ordinary domains. Fuse? Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He immediately collided the realizations of the different domains together. For a moment, his mind was in a mess. No one would have thought that Wang Ting would do such a crazy thing in the middle of a battle. He was simply courting death. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary warrior to fuse one or two domains, and it required a lot of time and energy. Even so, the failure rate was still extremely high. However, Wang Ting had fused 4 domains at once. If he wasn't crazy, what was he? If he was careless, he would suffer a backlash. Roar! At this moment, a middle-level Emperor-level dark apparition charged over. When they saw Wang Ting killing so many dark apparitions, their eyes were already red with bloodlust, and they couldn't wait to kill him immediately. Coincidentally, the crisis arrived in an instant, but Wang Ting's expression was still as calm as water. For others, middle-level demon Emperor-level dark apparitions were very difficult to kill. At least, when a domain lord of the same realm wanted to kill a middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparition, they would have to use all their strength. If there was a slight mistake, they might even lose their lives. However, for Wang Ting, middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions were basically no threat. He held his battle sword and charged toward the dark apparition. At the same time, various comprehensions flashed through his mind. Neither side was delayed. Bang! Wang Ting's battle sword collided with the dark apparition's sharp claws, and there was a loud explosion. This was an armored devil dark apparition, and it was covered in armor that was abnormally hard. Huh? Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect this dark apparition from the armored devil race to be so hard. His battle sword had reached the sector lord level, but it couldn't cut through the dark apparition's armor. It was unbelievable. Human, my armored devil race. Jia Kundan is here to kill you. A metallic voice came from the dark apparition's mouth. It rumbled and echoed between heaven and earth. Jia Kundan. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. You're a genius from the armored devil race? If he wasn't wrong, this dark apparition from the armored devil race should have used the armored devil race's secret cultivation technique, the armored devil scripture. This wasn't an ordinary technique, but the highest level demon emperor level technique of the armored devil race. It was extraordinary. Only the geniuses of the armored devil race could cultivate this technique. As for why Wang Ting knew, it was naturally because he was once a genius from the armored devil race. Wang Ting still couldn't forget the days when he was the armored vine eagle. Being nurtured as a genius by a dark apparition, it was a little exciting just thinking about it. Jia Kundan saw Wang Ting's expression and was instantly stunned. What's with this human's expression? Why does he look so happy when he sees me, a genius from the armored devil race? Are you a genius from the armored devil race or not? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask when he didn't answer. Humph. Jia Kundan was very unhappy with Wang Ting's attitude. He snorted coldly and said, yes, I, Jia Kundan, am a genius from the armored devil race. I'm not comparable to your human traitor. He's just a male pet who got the favor of Lord Blood Knight by luck and got some noble blood of the Blood clan. Do you really think you can compare with the geniuses of the dark apparition? From its tone, it wasn't difficult to hear the contempt. It seemed that it didn't take Dan Lu seriously at all. This genius from the armored devil race looked like he was only equivalent to the 6th layer of the middle-level demon emperor, but he was actually quite arrogant. Just talk about yourself. Why are you dragging others into it? Besides, he's also a genius in alchemy. His strength after being infected by darkness is also very good. Are you sure you can compare with him? Anyone can brag. Wang Ting looked suspiciously at the genius from the armored devil race in front of him and said with a smile. When I kill you, everyone will naturally understand how powerful the geniuses of the dark apparition are, Jia Kundan suddenly shouted angrily. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Wang Ting. His huge fist smashed toward Wang Ting. A dark fist mark burst out. Get lost. Wang Ting's eyes turned cold. He directly put away his battle sword and punched out. Flaming dragon scales covered his arm. The force condensed and turned into a green flaming fist mark. Boom, the two collided with each other, and a deafening roar broke out. Crack, a crisp sound came out. Cracks appeared on Jia Kundan's dark fist mark, and it collapsed inch by inch. Because of this, a few tiny cracks also appeared on the hard armor on his fist, spreading toward his arm. How is it possible? Jia Kundan looked down, and the black light in his eyes flashed rapidly. His voice was full of disbelief. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Ting with some astonishment. This human warrior had actually broken his fist mark with just his strength, and even caused cracks to appear on his armor. What kind of power is this? How can a human have such terrifying power? Come again. Wang Ting roared, rushed forward, and punched at his opponent again. Humph. Jia Kundan snorted coldly. The dark force in his body spread out and repaired the cracks on his arm. Then, he faced Wang Ting. Boom, a human and a dark apparition collided in an instant, and a burst of roars broke out. That dark apparition. Lu Yan, Gullo, and others' eyes were instantly attracted, and they couldn't help but show shock on their faces. There was actually a middle-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition that could compete with Wan Ting. It seemed that he should be a genius among the dark apparitions. Several people looked dignified. They didn't know if Wan Ting could resist the genius among the dark apparitions. Just as this thought emerged, boom, a loud rumble was heard. In the light of the collision between the two sides, a figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground below. It's that dark apparition from the Armor Devil clan. The eyes of Lu Yan and others lit up, and they couldn't help but show great joy on their faces. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. Wan Ting's strength was indeed powerful. Even the genius of the Armor Devil clan was not his opponent. Wan Ting stood in the air and looked down at Jia Kundan. His eyes were calm, and various insights were still colliding in his mind. Suddenly, it's done. A strange purple light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and this light became brighter and brighter, erupting in an instant. This brand new domain shall be called Yin God Cage. A thought flashed in Wan Ting's mind, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise crazily. Even he himself didn't expect that this domain fusion could be completed so quickly. It seemed that his pinnacle sector lord-level warrior was still quite useful. However, this domain could only be considered as a preliminary fusion. If he wanted to unleash a stronger power, he still needed to continue comprehending it in the future and completely master it without any flaws. Roar, below, Jia Kundan stopped his body and roared towards the sky. His body expanded, and a huge shadow of armor covered his body, making him look like a giant. He rushed towards Wan Ting. Just nice, I'll test it on you. Wan Ting smiled and waved his hand. A strange wave swept out from his body, sweeping across the land and turning into a dark purple domain, enveloping Jia Kundan below. Boom, Jia Kundan's body stagnated. That rapidly moving body seemed to be bound by a powerful force, and he couldn't move at all. The effect isn't bad. Wan Ting's eyes lit up. The effect of this Yin God Cage domain was really beyond his expectations. Even a dark apparition genius like Jia Kundan was instantly trapped. It was obvious that its power wasn't ordinary. Roar. The black light in Jia Kundan's eyes shrank rapidly. He looked up at Wan Ting in disbelief and roared, "What domain is this? There's no harm in telling you. You're the first person to know the name of this domain. No, it's a dark apparition. Remember its name, Yin God Cage." Wan Ting laughed. Yin God Cage. Jia Kundan's heart trembled. In this domain, I can sense at least 3 special domain energies. No, it's 4. Your perception isn't bad. Wan Ting's eyes flashed with surprise. He nodded and said, "Now, it's time to send you on your way." Finishing his words, he pointed at Jia Kundan. Boom, within the domain, terrifying thunder suddenly exploded. A purple thunder gradually condensed, like a thunder dragon, moving within the domain. Terrifying heavenly might filled the air. This was top-grade purple heavenly thunder. And it was top-grade purple heavenly thunder integrated with the rank 4 reality thunder domain. Jia Kundan's heart trembled. The dark star origin power in his body burst out like a tide, trying to break through the shackles of the Yin God Cage. However, under the power of the 4 domains, his dark star origin power seemed a little powerless. Layer after layer of power swept over, firmly binding him in place. "Break!" Jia Kundan roared. Crack, 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 a burst of cracking sounds came out. Under the full outbreak, the binding power of the Yin God Cage finally reached a certain limit. But for Wan Ting, it was enough. "Go." He pointed downward. Thunder roared, and the thunder dragon let out a deafening roar. Then, it suddenly rushed toward the dark apparition below. "Damn it!" Jia Kundan's pupils shrank sharply, and he roared. The dark star origin power frantically poured into the armor shadow outside his body, making it more solid, like a real giant dark apparition. Boom, in the next moment, the terrifying lightning dragon had already ruthlessly bombarded the body of the gigantic armor devil race. Boom, a terrifying roar resounded in the Yin God Cage, and the dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan was instantly engulfed by the purple thunder that filled the sky. Roar! 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 The roar continued, and the huge armored body of the Armor Devil clan actually stretched out a giant hand and grabbed at the thunder. Above the giant hand, a rich black light constantly flickered, and a powerful domain power erupted above it. Obviously, this dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan had also used its domain power. It's actually the dark domain of the reality. Wang Ting could not help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that this dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan's reputation as a genius was not false. Instead, it really did possess such strength. The dark domain of the reality was not something that an ordinary middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition could master. Wang Ting had learned the dark domain of the reality from the Brain Demon Emperor, and the Brain Demon Emperor was a true upper-rank demon emperor dark apparition. Moreover, it was an extremely strange dark apparition of the Brain Demon clan. Its strength was probably stronger than the upper-rank demon emperor dark apparitions of ordinary clans. Although Wang Ting had encountered more and more geniuses and had seen many genius warriors who had mastered the dark domain of the reality, it did not mean that the dark domain of the reality was everywhere. It was still strong. For example, at this moment, under the eruption of the dark domain of the other party, Wang Ting's top-grade purple thunder was actually blocked for a moment. Well, just for a moment, then, boom, with a loud bang, the giant demonic armor condensed by Kaikenden finally collapsed, turning into black light spots that filled the sky and gradually dissipated. Kaikenden's body also emerged and was submerged by the top-grade purple thunder. Roar. An angry roar that clearly contained endless pain came from the thunder. Just listening to it made one feel pain. Wang Ting ignored it and waved his hand, spreading the Yin God cage in an instant. In an instant, Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, Li Jin, and the rest of the geniuses with secondary professions were all pulled into the domain. These geniuses with secondary professions were not far from Wang Ting. He only spread the Yin God cage tens of thousands of meters and pulled them all in. What's going on? Lu Yan and the others looked around and were slightly stunned. Why did Wang Ting drag us in? Dan Yuan said in astonishment. What domain is this? A few dark apparitions that were also pulled into the domain couldn't help but roar angrily. They seemed extremely uneasy. Lu Yan and the others were instantly pulled back from their thoughts, and they looked at the dark apparitions with solemn expressions. Bind! Wang Ting shouted. Immediately, within the domain, streaks of shadow-like shadow energy rapidly spread out. It restrained the dark apparitions, making them unable to move at all. Roar! The dark apparition struggled madly. However, he was completely unable to break free from the shackles of the domain. It was not just the power of shadows. It was a binding force formed by the combination of 4 different powers. If it was so easy to break free, then Wang Ting's comprehension fusion would have been in vain. This. Lu Yan and the others immediately widened their eyes. What are you waiting for? A soft shout came from Wang Ting. Kill. Lu Yan and the others regained their senses and reacted quickly. They immediately attacked the dark apparitions around them. Boom. Boom. Boom, the dark apparitions were instantly drowned by their attacks. They died before they could even scream. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Niao Ritian killed a dark apparition with a hammer and couldn't help but laugh. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he felt so good. The previous battle was too depressing. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't kill a single dark apparition. It made him feel discouraged. At the same time, as a sub-professional, this was also the first time he experienced how carefree a battle could be. The sense of accomplishment of using a forging hammer to kill a dark apparition made him feel like he was flying. He felt that after this battle, he could brag to others about this. He had once killed a dark apparition with a hammer. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lu Yan and the others couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement on their faces. Such a battle was simply too easy. Why didn't those dark apparitions move just now? Why did they just stand there and let us attack them? Dan Yuan was still in a daze and couldn't help but ask. Isn't it obvious? It must be Wang Ting's domain that restrained those dark apparitions. Lu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She felt that Dan Yuan must have become stupid from all the alchemy. He couldn't even see such a simple thing. This? Dan Yuan couldn't help but look up at Wang Ting. Don't just stand there. More dark apparitions are coming. Wang Ting chuckled and continued to expand his domain into the distance. A few dark apparitions were immediately pulled into the domain. However, they didn't know what had happened. They were dumbfounded and looked at each other. When they regained their senses, they realized that they couldn't move. Boom! 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 The attacks of Lu Yan and the others arrived in response, killing him instantly. If one wave of attacks couldn't kill them, they would use 2 waves. If 2 waves weren't enough, they would use 3 waves. Anyway, they only needed to be responsible for attacking like crazy. Lu Yan and the others were simply overjoyed. They had never realized that a battle could be so joyful. Thus, an extremely strange scene suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A dark purple domain kept moving in the sky, pulling dark apparitions into it. However, those dark apparitions never came out again. Many upper-level demon emperors and even demon venerables noticed this scene and immediately realized where the problem was. Their expressions turned extremely ugly. It's him again. Murderous demon venerable's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent toward Wang Ting rose to another level. It's that saint called Wang Ting, right? Heavenly Fire Venerable looked at the situation below and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's indeed him. Venerable Greenwood's voice came from afar. Wang Ting. The 3 elders were currently paying attention to the repair of the array. However, they also heard the voices of Heavenly Fire Venerable and the others. They couldn't help but look down with astonishment. He's already done very well. Unfortunately, then, they looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They shook their heads. Unfortunately, it can only affect a part of the battle and can't change the situation. Rumble, the rumbling in the sky was still reverberating. The space crack was slowly being pulled and expanded. Every human martial artist's heart was shrouded in a haze. All Saint Runemaster, do your best to repair the array. Elder Bias's expression was solemn. He was doing his best to resist the expansion of the space crack. At the same time, he shouted loudly. His voice was transmitted to the ears of every Saint Runemaster. He felt extremely guilty. If the Grade 5 Elements Divine Sword Array hadn't been broken, they wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. And this was all because he trusted someone he shouldn't have. Bad judgment. If he couldn't safely survive this disaster, he would probably become a sinner of the Vice Profession Alliance. Those Saint Runemasters didn't waste any time. They all frantically mobilized their mental strength and continuously engraved runes on the star that was forming again. This process would continue as the star formed. They didn't have much time to wait. They had to do it at the same time to save time. Rays of light appeared in the void and connected to the star that was gradually forming. It was as if a 5-colored light cocoon had formed, enveloping the star. It looked extremely gorgeous and magical. Humph. Mingku saw this and snorted coldly. He had spent so much effort to destroy the core of the array. How could these humans easily repair it? Rumble, in the next moment, a powerful mental energy swept out from his body. It was so substantial that it formed a dark purple tornado that swept towards the Saint Rune Masters in front of him. Spirit Reader. The Saint Rune Masters of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters were shocked. Their faces turned ugly, and they hurriedly mobilized their mind power to resist the psychic attack that was almost solid. Unfortunately, pure mental strength wasn't enough in front of Spirit Reader. Especially since the opponent was a Saint Rune Master. Its Spirit Reader was at least Sector Lord level. In addition, there was also the dark purple psychic energy. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary psychic energy. There was a faint evil and chaotic fluctuation coming from the tornado formed by the psychic energy, which affected everyone's minds. Rumble, in an instant, the Saint Rune Masters were all knocked back. Their faces were pale. Even though the mental strength of so many Saint Rune Masters should be very strong, most of their attention was on the runes. They didn't have time to care about anything else. Mingku's attack was too sudden. They couldn't react in time and were instantly knocked back. Rumble. 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 Due to the loss of the control of these saint-level rune masters, the runes that had been inscribed halfway instantly exploded. It was common knowledge that the carving of runes could not be disturbed. Once the carving of runes was interrupted, the energy within would become unstable, and an explosion would be inevitable. Damn it! Bastard! Ku Ming, you traitor! Angry shouts came from the mouths of the Saint Runemasters. Ku Ming? Ming Ku stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. Didn't you hear? I'm Ming Ku, not Ku Ming. As for the traitor, where did that come from? I'm a dark apparition, not a human. Who did I betray? You. The Saint Runemasters were all trembling in anger. They couldn't refute him and could only glare at Ming Ku. Ming Ku. Elder Bias's angry voice came from the sky. Huh. Ming Ku looked up and smiled. He didn't hide it anymore and said with contempt, as long as I'm here, your formation will never be activated. Everyone was furious. Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from afar. Ming Ku raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw a figure slowly walking out of the dark purple domain. It was Wang Ting. Seeing that no one could repair the formation, Wang Ting had to choose the most unreliable method. If he had other methods, he wouldn't have stood out. Even he didn't know if that method would work. It's you. Ming Ku looked at Wang Ting calmly and smiled. A new second tribulation Saint Alchemy genius. I've seen your competition. Even I have to admit that you're quite talented. Unfortunately, this is the Runemaster's domain. You can't do anything. The Saint Runemasters didn't take Wang Ting's words to heart. One of them said, everyone, let's not waste any more time. We'll send a few people to stop Ming Ku. The rest of you will continue to repair the formation. Okay. That's the only way. The Saint Runemasters didn't hesitate and nodded. From the start to the end, they didn't think that Wang Ting would be of any help. Huh. Ming Ku smiled faintly and looked at Wang Ting mockingly. He then ignored him and looked at the Saint Runemasters. There's no need to struggle. There's only a few of you. You can't stop me. Humph. A few Saint Runemasters snorted coldly. With a flash of their bodies, they appeared at the forefront. We'll only know if we can stop you after we try. Boom. Boom. Boom, several powerful mind energies erupted from their bodies. Wang Ting felt a little helpless. He looked at Elder Bias in the sky and suddenly had an idea. He immediately sent a voice transmission and asked, Elder Bias, can you show me the diagram of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array? What do you want to do? Grand Elder Bias couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for Wang Ting's talent, he wouldn't have bothered with Wang Ting. I should have a way, Wang Ting said with a headache. What? Grand Elder Bias couldn't help but wonder if he'd misheard. His eyes widened and he looked down. Are you sure? I need to see the diagram first, Wang Ting said. Okay. Grand Elder Bias didn't think too much at this moment. He nodded and immediately formed a mind imprint without hesitation and sped toward Wang Ting. He didn't have much hope. He was just trying everything he could. Whoosh, in an instant, Wang Ting clearly sensed a mind wave coming from the sky. Before he could react, a spiritual imprint from the spiritual wave instantly entered between his eyebrows and turned into a majestic comprehension. Boom, in an instant, Wang Ting's mind shook violently. A mysterious and complicated array diagram appeared in his mind. Too complex, it was just a diagram, but the insights it contained almost made Wang Ting's head explode. He felt a swelling pain in his head. He couldn't help but close his eyes and comprehend the huge formation that appeared in his mind. In order to let him quickly comprehend this god-tier formation, Grand Elder Bias had even condensed a lot of his own insights into it, making it convenient for Wang Ting to quickly understand and digest. Ming Ku's mind force was so powerful that he instantly sensed that Grand Elder Bias had sent a mind imprint to Wang Ting. He immediately frowned. What is he going to do? For some reason, an ominous premonition appeared in his mind. Kill him. Ming Ku didn't think too much and ordered coldly. No matter if there was a problem or not, just kill him. Die. Kill. Kill him. A few upper-level Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions dashed towards Wang Ting from not far away. Wang Ting's previous performance had already attracted the attention of those upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions. Now that they saw him in a state of enlightenment, how could they let go of such an excellent opportunity? Stop them! Grand Elder Bias's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted. As soon as his voice fell, several sector lords rushed over from afar and intercepted those dark apparitions. Boom! 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 Both sides immediately collided, and a series of explosions erupted. Terrifying origin force shockwaves instantly swept out in all directions. With us here, don't even think about going over, a sector lord martial artist shouted coldly. Is that so? Those upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions suddenly sneered. Xiao, at this moment, the space beside Wan Ting suddenly fluctuated slightly. An upper-level demon emperor dark apparition actually appeared out of thin air. It was extremely strange, and no one noticed its existence at all. At this moment, it was holding a blood-colored battle sword in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it slashed toward Wan Ting's neck. Boom! The blood-colored sword light burst out and arrived in front of Wan Ting in an instant. Not good. The sector lord martial artists helping to intercept the dark apparitions suddenly changed their expressions greatly. They didn't expect these dark apparitions to launch a sneak attack. They actually launched a sneak attack against a universe-level martial artist. Simply shameless. Be careful. When Lu Yan and the others saw this scene, their faces instantly turned extremely pale, and they shouted one after another. Wang Ting, who had just killed the dark apparitions with them, was going to die in the hands of the dark apparitions now. Grand Elder Bias's expression also changed slightly. He didn't expect such a scene to occur at all. These dark apparitions actually let so many upper-level demon emperors attack Wan Ting at the same time, and even let one of them, who was good at hiding, launch a sneak attack in the dark. Was this something an upper-level demon emperor would do? The upper-level demon emperor dark apparition that launched a sneak attack on Wan Ting had a ferocious expression as it let out a hideous laugh. Die. In its opinion, this human genius in front of it was already dead. He must pay the price in blood for killing so many of their geniuses and powerhouses. Even if it was an upper-level demon emperor, it didn't hesitate to take action personally at this moment. They had never spared any effort to kill the peerless geniuses of the human race. Otherwise, once these geniuses grew up, it would be a huge disaster for the dark apparitions. However, presumptuous. A loud roar suddenly sounded. The pupils of the upper-level demon emperor dark apparition that launched a sneak attack on Wan Ting contracted violently, and the hideous smile on its face instantly stiffened. Bang! The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Wan Ting. He pointed his finger in front of him, and the blood-red blade glow collapsed instantly. Boom! Subsequently, the upper-level demon emperor dark apparition that launched a sneak attack on Wan Ting also exploded with a loud bang, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. An upper-level demon emperor dark apparition, just like that, died. That was an upper-level demon emperor. Everyone was stunned. Those dark apparitions were also stunned. They hadn't yet come around to their senses. They were clearly about to kill the human genius, so why did the attacker suddenly die instead? Everyone's gazes instantly gathered. They saw an easygoing old man in a white robe standing beside Wan Ting at this moment. He just stood quietly beside Wan Ting with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely calm, just like an ordinary old man. However, when the fierce wind blew over, it turned into nothingness when it came close. It didn't even blow a single strand of Wan Ting's hair. From this scene, anyone could see the strength of the old man. Human Immortal Knight. Crimson Blood Demon Master's expression froze, and he was somewhat stunned. When Crimson Knight Demon Master reminded him just now, he had already guessed a little. However, he didn't expect this human genius to have such a strong guardian behind him. An Immortal Knight was the guardian of a universe-level warrior. Who exactly was that young man? In the distance, Crimson Knight Demon Master's expression also became slightly solemn. Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared, his eyes flickered slightly. She felt a strong sense of threat from the old man. The reason why he didn't attack Wan Ting just now was that he felt a strong but obscure aura hiding beside him. Immortal Knight, the appearance of a human Immortal Knight made everyone's heart skip a beat, their faces filled with joy. In the absence of god-level existences, Immortal Knights had become the strongest fighting force in this war. The appearance of any Immortal Knight would tilt the balance of the war. The appearance of Venerable Blood Knight earlier had already caused the hearts of the human clan martial artists to sink. It could be said that they were trembling in fear. They were afraid that he would suddenly attack and affect the war. Until now, when another human immortal knight appeared beside Wang Ting, everyone was relieved. At the same time, they finally understood why Blood Knight Demon Knight didn't attack after he appeared. It must have sensed the immortal level lord beside Wang Ting. Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, Gu Luo, and the others were relieved. They looked at Wang Ting with lingering fear. I almost forgot that Wang Ting has an immortal stage venerable with him. Lu Yan patted her chest, causing her chest to rise and fall. It's an immortal knight. Dan Yuan was shocked and asked, "How did you know?" "I've seen him before," Lu Yan said proudly. Dan Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to ask a few more questions. However, seeing that she didn't want to say more, he could only shut his mouth. He muttered in his heart that this beautiful genius from Lu family wasn't easy to talk to. Li Jin, Mo Qing, and the other geniuses were also shocked. They looked at Wang Ting in the distance and were shocked. It's the immortal knight beside Wang Ting. Elder Red Dust and the other two finally let out a sigh of relief. They had already received the relevant report long ago. After all, an immortal knight appearing in the Sub-Profession Alliance's headquarters would definitely attract attention. However, the situation was urgent and they didn't have time to think, so they didn't remember. Ming Ku's face darkened. This human prodigy seemed to have exceeded his expectations. He suddenly felt that he was out of control. At this moment, the old man beside Wang Ting glanced around. He looked over at Ming Ku and said calmly, "Underworld Deity Clan. I haven't seen you in a long time." Ming Ku looked at the old man coldly and asked in a deep voice, "You talk big. Who do you think you are to still be alive after seeing my Underworld Deity Clan?" The old man did not mind and said indifferently, "Those dark apparitions of the Nether God Clan were all killed by me. Of course, I'm still alive." "You?" Ming Ku's pupils shrank. He didn't know if this was true or not, but when he saw the other party's calm expression, he didn't doubt it at all. This person might have really killed many dark apparitions of the Nether God race. Haha, a chuckle came from afar. Blood Knight Demon Master's figure slowly appeared beside Ming Ku. "If I'm not wrong, you should be the human immortal knight ranked 19th, Scarlet Demon Knight Luo Ford. Venerable Scarlet Demon." In an instant, Reverend Heavenly Flame, Reverend Qing Mu, and Reverend Jin Chen fell into a state of shock. Although the others didn't know Luo Ford's identity, they knew who this venerable that had just appeared before them was after hearing the great reputation of being ranked 19th on the Immortal Rank Venerables rankings. The Immortal Rank Venerables rankings, as the name suggested, it was a ranking that belonged to the Immortal Rank Venerables. Those who were ranked on it were the most powerful Immortal Rank Venerables in the universe. Venerables were said to be the strongest among the Immortal Rank. However, there were also differences among the Venerables. Therefore, the corresponding ranking was born. It could be said that those who could be ranked in the top 100 were extremely powerful beings in the universe. 100 Immortal Rank Venerables seemed to be a lot, but the entire universe was vast and boundless. There were naturally many who could enter the Immortal Rank Venerables, even more than 100. Those who could be ranked in the top 20 among the 100 Immortal Rank Venerables were even more terrifying. Among the 100, every 10 ranks forward was a huge threshold. Especially at the top of the rankings, 1 rank forward was a huge gap. Therefore, when everyone heard that the old man beside Wang Ting was ranked 19th, they were extremely shocked. Even Heavenly Flame Knight and the other two couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts. The 3 of them were ranked outside the top 100. Compared to Luo Ford, who was ranked 19th, the difference was a little too big. Naturally, the 3 of them understood what being ranked 19th on the Immortal Rank Venerables ranking meant. They couldn't help but be delighted. They originally only knew that there was an Immortal Rank Venerables following Wang Ting. However, they didn't expect this Venerables to be ranked 19th on the Immortal Rank Venerables ranking. With this person's appearance, the human race should have more hope. Ming Ku stared at Luo Ford with a gloomy expression. Venerable Crimson Demon. Hearing this name from Blood Knight, he knew this person wasn't simple. Moreover, this name wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Demon, this word was something many Immortal Rank Venerables didn't dare to use. Those who could be called demon were all extremely powerful beings. Even among the immortal rank venerables, there were only a few who had the word demon in their title. After all, the other immortal rank venerables would definitely be dissatisfied and issue a challenge. Those who could keep this title were naturally not to be underestimated. I didn't expect the dark apparitions to know of my title. Luo Ford looked at Blood Knight Demon Knight, shocked. I've long heard of Venerable Crimson Demon's name. Even though Blood Knight Demon Knight was all smiles, his eyes were filled with seriousness, almost as if he was afraid this elder would suddenly go berserk. Hee hee. Luo Ford smiled faintly and said emotionally, "It seems that the reputation I gained back then hasn't completely disappeared. I just didn't expect the famous Venerable Crimson Demon to actually be a protector of a universe-level warrior." Blood Knight Demon Knight's eyes gleamed. "You don't need to test me. I have my reasons for appearing here," Luo Ford said indifferently. "Looks like this youth is very important." Blood Knight Demon Knight's devilish beautiful eyes scanned Wang Ting, who seemed to be comprehending something. He smiled and repeated, "He's even more important than I thought. It makes me want him even more." Luo Ford's mouth twitched. Glancing at the piece of flesh in Blood Knight Demon Knight's hand, he couldn't help but mourn for Wang Ting. Being targeted by a Demon Knight level dark apparition with such a special fetish, Wang Ting would be in trouble in the future. However, this brat was really quite handsome. His gaze scanned Wang Ting's handsome face and he couldn't help but exclaim. Even from his point of view, such a handsome young man was one of a kind among all the people he had seen in his life. Cough cough. Luo Ford coughed. And shook off the messy thoughts in his head. He looked at Blood Knight Demon Knight and said, "You should give up. Different races, there won't be any results. If I can't get him, then I can only destroy him." Blood Knight Demon Knight said. "You can try." Luo Ford's eyes squinted, emitting a dangerous aura. Blood Knight Demon Knight didn't speak again, only smiling at Luo Ford. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Swords were drawn, the surrounding space seemed to have been frozen by an invisible force. Even the slightest breeze and specks of dust would be stopped once they entered this area. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the two powerful beings in the sky. They were extremely nervous. Ming Ku's expression was solemn as he retreated. Even though his spiritual force was extremely powerful, it still wasn't enough to deal with immortal supremacies like Blood Knight Demon Knight and Luo Ford. As one's cultivation increased to an extremely high level, the gap between each level was like a chasm that was extremely difficult to cross. He looked at the Saint Runemaster in the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters and his expression darkened. These human Saint Runemasters hadn't given up yet. They actually took the opportunity when everyone was distracted by the immortal supremacy to quickly repair the formation again. Humph. Ming Ku let out a cold snort. He sneered and unleashed his mind power again. The Saint Runemasters were already prepared. A few figures stepped out and formed an invisible barrier with their spiritual force, blocking the other Runemasters who were repairing the formation. Boom, a violent roar suddenly rang out, and the void shook. Spatial cracks actually appeared one after another. The dark purple tornado formed by the spiritual force froze in the air. It was dozens of meters away from the Saint Runemasters and couldn't go any further. Boom, Ming Ku's gaze turned cold as he injected his powerful spiritual force into it, causing the dark purple tornado to spin faster. Crack, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, the invisible spiritual barrier exploded. Pooh! 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 The Saint Runemasters were struck by lightning as they spat out blood. They were knocked back thousands of meters by the dark purple tornado. Ha ha ha! Ming Ku couldn't help but laugh proudly as he pointed at the Saint Runemasters who were repairing the formation. Go! The frightening mental energy tornado swiftly swept forward. Wherever it passed, numerous pitch-black cracks appeared in the surrounding space. How dare you! The Saint Runemasters who were knocked back were shocked and furious, but it was too late to stop it. Why wouldn't I dare? Ming Ku sneered. How dare a bunch of useless people try to stop me? All the Saint Runemasters were trembling with anger. They stopped retreating and wanted to rush up to help, but it was too late. Rover couldn't help but frown as he looked at the situation. You won't be able to get through. Blood Knight Demon Master smiled faintly. Rover didn't say anything as he stared at Blood Knight Demon Master indifferently. However, he glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes. High up in the sky, Elder Bias and the others were furious, but they couldn't do anything. Defending the space cracks had already taken up all their energy, so they couldn't care about anything else. They could only watch as the dark purple tornado swept towards the Saint Runemasters. Damn it! One of the Saint Runemasters couldn't help but roar. The spiritual force in his body exploded wildly, completely ignoring the runes that were being carved in front of him. Don't be rash. The other Saint Runemasters' expressions changed slightly as they all shouted. In fact, no matter who it was, if they were obstructed again and again, and the runes that they had painstakingly carved were destroyed, they would probably be extremely angry. Moreover, they also knew that it would be futile to continue under such circumstances. Don't worry about me. You guys continue, the Saint Runemaster shouted angrily. He took a step forward and stood in front of the dark purple tornadoes. Boom, in the next moment, he lost control of his unfinished runes, and the energy within them exploded. In the next moment, the dark purple tornado was already in front of him, and it collided with the Saint Runemaster's spiritual force. Boom, in just an instant, the Saint Runemaster's spiritual force shattered, and the dark purple tornado violently bombarded his body. Poochie, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Saint Runemaster's spiritual force was heavily damaged. His face instantly became extremely pale, and he frowned. Waves of intense pain came from his head, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Ah! Ho Luan!" The other Saint Runemasters behind him all had worried expressions as they called out. A trace of dark purple appeared in the eyes of the Saint Runemaster called Ho Luan. His gaze was chaotic, as if Mingku's spiritual force had invaded his mind. Take care of yourselves first. Mingku coldly smiled. Without any obstruction, his dark purple tornado ruthlessly crashed towards the last Saint Runemaster. Seeing that it was about to crash into them, Mingku's smile became even more smug and sinister. He had once said that if he destroyed something, it would be impossible for others to casually repair it. Founding Elder Red Dust and the other two couldn't help but close their eyes and deeply sigh. A sense of helplessness instantly surged into their hearts. Was there really no hope? It wasn't that there weren't any other experts in the subclass alliance's headquarters, but those experts were guarding extremely important places and wouldn't easily appear. However, if they couldn't hold on here, those experts would have no choice but to make a move. However, if that happened, the sacred ground of the subclass alliance's headquarters would most likely be lost. It could be said that the God-tier formation in front of them was their last chance. If the formation could be repaired, there would still be a chance of survival. If it couldn't be repaired, founding Elder Red Dust and the others didn't dare to think about the consequences. Venerable Heavenly Fire, Venerable Green Wood, and the others' expressions were extremely unsightly. They also felt a sense of helplessness as they looked down at the situation below. Ha ha ha. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Even Crimson Night Demon Venerable had a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Venerable Crimson Demon, who was quite famous among the human race. It was as if he wanted to see what kind of expression he would have in the face of such a situation. Unfortunately, all he saw was an extremely calm face. Even the expression in his eyes didn't change at all, as if he didn't care about any of this. All of the human race cultivators felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, and a trace of despair appeared on their faces. Was there really no hope of repairing the God-tier formation? This thought flashed through their minds, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the dark purple spiritual tornado swept towards the remaining saint-level runmasters. Boom, suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted in the void in front of the saint-level runmasters, as if it had pierced through space and appeared directly in front of them. In the next moment, space violently fluctuated, and a huge 9-story pagoda abruptly appeared in front of the dark purple spiritual tornado, blocking its path. On the pagoda, all kinds of strange and mysterious totems were on the verge of appearing. They were ferocious and majestic, like ancient giants. Thunder and fire runes covered the pagoda, and traces of an ancient aura erupted. Blinding golden light swept through the world. Neutral and peaceful, brilliant and majestic, that was the 9 Treasures Pagoda. Clang, with a loud sound, the glowing 9 Treasures Pagoda collided with the dark purple spiritual tornado. A strange scene appeared in the sky. The dark purple light and the golden light each occupied half of the sky, as if two stars of different colors were hanging in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. How is this possible? Ming Ku's eyes widened slightly, and the ferocious smile on his face suddenly froze. Even the remaining rune masters were stunned. They stared blankly at the 9-story golden pagoda in front of them, not knowing what had happened. That's... Elder Red Dust and the other two looked down, and a strange light suddenly erupted from their eyes. 9 Treasures Pagoda. That's the 9 Treasures Pagoda. Elder Bias seemed to have recognized something, and he suddenly exclaimed. 9 Treasures Pagoda. Elder Red Dust's eyes flashed, and his face was filled with shock. Someone actually cultivated this spiritual cultivation method, and from the looks of the 9-story pagoda, it's condensed to an extremely powerful level. Who is it? Which expert did it? The 3 elders immediately scanned the surroundings, looking for the expert who had attacked. A pagoda condensed from spiritual power. Crimson Blood Demon Elder squinted his eyes, and his face darkened. He also scanned the area below, looking for the pagoda's owner. Rover revealed a meaningful smile as he looked at the black-haired young man beside him. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes opened abruptly. 2 rays of dazzling golden light shot out from his eyes. It's him. Crimson Night Demon Elder's eyes widened as he looked at the black-haired young man in disbelief. That 9-story pagoda was actually condensed by him. This kid's spiritual power was actually not weaker than Ming Ku's. Impossible. Ming Ku's eyes also turned over. When he saw Wang Ting's appearance, his eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. This young prodigy that he had never taken seriously actually had such a powerful spiritual cultivation. Wang Ting. Elder Red Dust and the other 2 elders were stunned. The spiritual power master they were looking for was actually Wang Ting? Was this for real? This was too unbelievable. This was completely out of their expectations. A junior that was supposed to be a prodigy of the younger generation in their eyes actually had such an extraordinary spiritual cultivation. Moreover, he had cultivated the Pagoda Sutra, a spiritual cultivation technique that almost no one had cultivated. This was completely out of their expectations. However, when they thought about Wang Ting's performance along the way, they felt a little relieved. Based on his demon-like performance, it was understandable that he would cultivate the Pagoda Sutra. After all, only a demon-like person would do such a demon-like thing. Ordinary people would definitely not choose the Pagoda Sutra, which was difficult to cultivate and almost impossible to collect, as it was a spiritual cultivation technique. The reason why no one dared to practice the Pagoda scripture was because this cultivation method was too mysterious. Only a few lucky martial artists could occasionally obtain a part of the incomplete cultivation method. If that was all, it would be impossible to cultivate it. No one would use their own cultivation path as a wager. This was because spiritual cultivation techniques were simply too important. If ordinary people did not obtain a complete cultivation technique and rashly cultivated it, they would definitely be unable to switch to another cultivation technique. If it was a similar cultivation technique, it would be better. However, if it was 2 cultivation techniques that were far apart, it would be impossible to link them together. Rashly switching cultivation techniques would only put the cultivator in danger. Moreover, spiritual power was related to the soul of a living being. If one was not careful, it was very likely that spiritual power would backfire. At that time, the spiritual body would definitely be injured. A light injury would result in serious injury, a heavy injury would result in death. Damn it, it's him again? The blood-killing demon supremacy was so angry that he wanted to curse. Why was it always that brat? It had never felt so helpless and depressed towards a human warrior. Unfortunately, this human warrior was only a universe-level warrior. Normally, it would be able to pinch him to death with one finger. However, now, the other party was constantly hovering in front of him like a fly, teasing his nerves time and time again, challenging his patience time and time again. However, there was nothing he could do. This feeling made the blood-killing demon supremacy so angry that he wanted to rush down and kill Wang Ting. The golden light in Wang Ting's eyes did not disappear. Instead, he smiled at Luo Ford beside him and said, "Luo Ford, thank you." Although he was in the midst of comprehension earlier, he was not completely unaware of what was happening outside. The reason he dared to freely comprehend while surrounded by so many dark apparitions was because he knew that Luo Ford was beside him. He could leave his safety in the hands of an immortal knight. However, Luo Ford's identity had indeed surprised him. He had not expected his protector to be ranked 19th on the Undying Knight ranking. This was unbelievable. 19, this ranking was too high. The Virtual Universe Company really did value him a little. Wasn't it a little overkill to have such a great being as his protector? At that moment, Wang Ting could not help but mock himself. However, based on the current situation, even if something really happened, Wang Ting had absolute confidence that he could survive. Within his space fragment, the dazzling slug, the black giant ape, and the Ant-Man Queen Aunt Elizabeth were all his trump cards. Unless an Undying Knight attacked him, it was impossible to hurt him. Go do what you want to do. Luo Ford smiled at Wang Ting. Wang Ting nodded. With a flash, he used flash and appeared behind the Nine Treasures Pagoda. He pointed forward. Suppress. Hong, the Nine Treasures Pagoda suddenly emitted an even more dazzling light. The thunder and fire secret engravings on it seemed to have come alive. It was extremely strange. Not good. Ming Ku's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed his spiritual force and poured it into the dark purple spiritual tornado. However, he was still one step too late. Hong Long, under the suppression of the Nine Treasures Pagoda, the dark purple spiritual tornado finally could not withstand it and exploded. Under the suppression of the Nine Treasures Pagoda, the evil and chaotic spiritual force within it seemed to have met its nemesis. It could not cause any big waves at all. Under the dazzling golden light, the dark purple spiritual force turned into light spots and dissipated. Ming Ku's expression was ugly. He felt like he had been slapped hard. It was exceptionally loud. He could sense that Wang Ting's spiritual force was not as strong as his, but the spiritual technique he cultivated was extremely special. It was even more condensed than his spiritual force tornado. In addition, he did not use his full strength, so he was directly suppressed. However, this was not an excuse. The fact was that the young prodigy he looked down on had directly shattered his spiritual attack in front of so many people. If this was not a slap in the face, what was? His face hurt from the slap. Wang Ting glanced at it and ignored it. His gaze shifted to the space entrance where the mineral star was located. He sent a voice transmission in a low voice. Grand Elder Bias, please fully open the space passage to the Ur Star. Open the space passage to the Ur Star? Grand Elder Bias could not help but be stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but seeing his serious expression, he did not ask in the end. He only nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and a stream of light suddenly flew out from his sleeve. It sped toward the space entrance of the Ur Star at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He saw a token in the stream of light. Ming Ku, the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable, and the others immediately noticed this scene. They could not help but frown, but they could not figure out Grand Elder Bias's motive. Moreover, the stream of light was too fast. It directly pierced through space and entered the space entrance of the Ur Star in the blink of an eye. They could not stop it even if they wanted to. What is he trying to do? Ming Ku could not help but look at Wang Ting suspiciously. He clearly saw that this kid was communicating with that old fellow Bias. Ever since this kid made his move, Bias had done something else. He would never believe that the two were not related. Rumble, a terrifying vibration suddenly came from the void. The space entrance of the Ur Star seemed to be pulled open by a giant hand and kept expanding. In just a moment, it turned into a huge space entrance. Wang Ting did not hesitate at all. His psychic energy swept out in an instant. Wrapped in another powerful domain force, it rushed into the space entrance like the tentacles of an octopus. It was the magnetic force. Boom, a terrifying tremor came out. The entire space entrance seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked at the space entrance in shock. What is Wang Ting trying to do? The three Grand Elders' eyes fell on the space entrance. They could not help but be surprised. Venerable Heavenly Flame, Venerable Green Wood, and the others were also suspicious and surprised. This kid. Ming Ku's face was gloomy. He felt that something was wrong. He snorted coldly, no matter what you want to do, don't even think about succeeding. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful psychic energy swept out from his body again. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 air-rending sound suddenly came out. Golden lights suddenly flashed out from Wang Ting's body and rushed toward Mingku. Dancing Phoenix's golden sparrow plume, Wang Ting had expected that Mingku would not stay put, so he had prepared a way to deal with him. Mingku's face changed slightly. He had to adjust his psychic energy to deal with the golden lights that were rushing toward him from all directions. It actually felt a trace of threat from the golden light. This kid had so many unexpected tricks up his sleeves. Humph! Mingku snorted coldly. The next moment, dark purple lights flew out from his body. Under the control of his psychic energy, they went toward the golden lights. If one looked closely, they would realize that the dark purple lights were strangely shaped dark purple flying daggers. Boom! 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 The golden lights transformed from Dancing Phoenix's golden sparrow plume collided with the dark purple flying daggers controlled by Mingku. There was a loud explosion. Both the golden lights and the dark purple lights were moving faster and faster in the air. In the end, only after images were left, and they could not be seen clearly. They kept colliding with each other, and there was the sound of metal clashing. Sometimes, one or two sparks could be seen in the air. It was beautiful and dangerous. A fight. This was a fight between two psychic energy masters. Everyone was dazzled by the fight, and they were shocked. Was this the power of a psychic energy master? How can this kid control his psychic energy so well? Mingku's face darkened. He was clearly more powerful than Wang Ting, but Wang Ting had the advantage in all aspects and was on par with him. He could not do anything to Wang Ting in a short period of time. He's so powerful. Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, and the others were shocked. They could not believe what they were seeing. Not only was Wang Ting's martial arts ability powerful, but his control over his spiritual power had also reached such a level. Was he still human? On the other side, Gabriel, who was fighting fiercely with the dark apparition, turned pale. He suddenly felt like a clown. Wang Ting was too abnormal. He could not be compared to him at all. Lu Tun, Gu Luo, and the other martial arts geniuses had serious looks on their faces. Wang Ting's strength had refreshed their understanding again and again. They could not see through his real trump card and strength. Rumble! Suddenly, an extremely violent roar came from the space entrance of the Ur star, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone felt that the void was being squeezed and trembled. Dark space cracks even spread around the space entrance of the Ur star. It was bursting open. Senior Bias was shocked. He could not believe what Wang Ting was trying to do, but he soon found out. Come out. Wang Ting's face was extremely serious. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead as he shouted. Rumble! Under everyone's incredulous gazes, a huge planet was pulled by an invisible force from within the giant space entrance, and it was forcefully squeezed out. Moving the planet. Moving a star. Heaven and earth fell into silence for a moment. Everyone's eyes widened slightly as though they had seen something unbelievable. To the cultivators present, moving a planet was not a difficult task. However, to move a planet from another space to this space was not easy at all. Moreover, no one had expected Wang Ting to move an Ur star over. What was he going to do? This question instantly appeared in everyone's mind. However, no one could figure out what Wang Ting was going to do. They all watched as the Ur star descended. His mind could not help but fall into a blank. Mingku's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered rapidly. Similarly, he could not figure out Wang Ting's motive. However, the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. This kid was really going to cause trouble. Just as the Crimson Knight Demon Supremacy was about to take a step forward, he was suddenly locked in place by an aura from the opposite side. He looked at Rover, who was opposite him. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like that little brother is really quite troublesome. Rover only glanced at him calmly before his gaze returned to Wang Ting again. He did not say a word. He only had one motive, which was to protect Wang Ting. If necessary, he would take action against the dark apparitions. However, now was not the time. Kill him. A cold Roar filled with killing intent suddenly erupted from the Crimson Night Demon Supremacy's mouth and reverberated between heaven and earth. Roar! 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 Many dark apparitions roared in anger as they charged towards Wang Ting. Numerous attacks surged towards him from all directions. Let's see who dares. Heavenly Flame Demon Supremacy roared furiously. On the side of the human race, numerous experts also rushed out and intercepted the dark apparitions, blocking all their attacks. After being ambushed once, they became extremely cautious. They became extra cautious and surrounded Wang Ting tightly. They didn't let any dark apparition get close to him. Seeing this, the Crimson Night Demon Supremacy's expression darkened. He said coldly, dark wither. Ming Ku did not say anything. Killing intent surged in his eyes as boundless mental energy surged out from his body. In a flash, fine whistles resounded through the world. The streaks of dark violet light were controlled by an invisible force, turning into a torrent that charged towards Wang Ting. The dark purple light spread across the sky and was gathered by Ming Ku's mental power. It was like a giant funnel. Blotting out the sky and covering the sun, this scene could be said to be incomparably spectacular. At the same time, it was also filled with danger, causing everyone to involuntarily clench their fists and fiercely break out in cold sweat for Wang Ting. Die. Ming Ku stared coldly at Wang Ting. The dark purple lines on his face flickered as if they were wriggling, making him look exceptionally ferocious. Humph. A cold snort came out of Wang Ting's mouth. Without seeing him do anything, a powerful psyche power swept out from his body. Clang clang, Phoenix Dance's golden sparrow plume gathered and instantly turned into a mystical golden sparrow. It flapped its wings and let out a piercing cry. Swoosh, in the next instant, the mystical golden sparrow turned into a streak of light. It sprinkled golden light spots and charged towards the giant funnel formed by the dark violet light. That is? Ming Ku's face turned grave as he immediately felt a powerful aura from the mystical golden sparrow. His heart sank a little. This kid's psyche power is indeed extraordinary. Rumble, in an instant, the mystical golden sparrow formed by Phoenix Dance's golden sparrow plume collided with the dark violet torrent, causing a violent explosion. As if the pause button had been pressed, the attacks from both parties paused in midair for a moment. Then, they began to crack inch by inch, regardless of whether it was the mystical golden sparrow or the dark violet torrent, they were both collapsing. The golden light spots and the dark violet light spots rolled backwards. The two parties were in a stalemate. Wang Ting's face turned grave. Ming Ku's psyche power was extremely powerful. When Ming Ku used his full strength, Wang Ting already felt a little strained. If not for his psyche power being several times stronger than an ordinary person's and the fact that he had already reached the territorial lord level, he would not have been able to withstand it. Even so, in a head-on confrontation, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, he still had to divert some of his attention to pull the Or star here. This can't go on. Thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind quickly. He squinted his eyes and suddenly thought of something. Tiny starlight spots floated out from between his eyebrows and instantly disappeared into the void. Under the cover of the Phoenix Dance's golden sparrow plume and the dark violet light, it was as if the light spots did not exist. No one would notice them at all. Rumble, the collision between the two parties had reached its final moment and violent explosions continued to erupt. Wang Ting's Phoenix Dance's golden sparrow plume and Ming Ku's dark violet flying dagger were constantly sent flying. They could no longer withstand the high-intensity impact. The corner of Ming Ku's eyes twitched. He saw that cracks had appeared on his flying dagger. It was made of extremely precious materials, and it had actually cracked. What kind of material was that kid's psyche power weapon made of? Ming Ku's face turned ugly. He could not help but look at Wang Ting's golden light that had been sent flying. However, when he saw that it was not damaged, he felt even more incredulous. Humph. Ming Ku snorted. So what if the weapon is powerful? If you are not powerful enough, everything will be in vain. He could already see that Wang Ting was at a disadvantage. Wang Ting's control over his psyche power and his boundless psyche power had indeed surprised him. However, there was still a big gap between them. Now, the gap was clearly shown. In a real confrontation, all external advantages could not make up for the gap in strength. And that weapon, Mingku looked at the mystical golden sparrow and his eyes suddenly burned. A powerful weapon was undoubtedly very important to a psyche master. If he could obtain this weapon and refine it, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger, and his strength would increase tremendously. Although he was very disdainful of Wang Ting's use of weapons, he could not resist the temptation of such a powerful weapon. Break! At this thought, Mingku's eyes burned even more intensely. He could not wait any longer. He immediately extended his hand and pointed forward. His boundless psyche power swept out. Boom, however, at this moment, streaks of starlight abruptly appeared beside it, and before it could react, they exploded one after another. What? Mingku's expression changed drastically. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and waves of spiritual energy instantly engulfed the dark wither. Illusions, spiritual attacks. All kinds of attacks instantly landed on the dark wither. Ah! Mingku let out a miserable cry. The spiritual force that it had unleashed earlier instantly lost control of and dissipated. Boom, at the same time, the torrent of dark purple flying daggers was instantly at a disadvantage. It was destroyed by the mystical golden sparrow formed by Feng Wu's golden sparrow plume. The dark purple flying daggers were sent flying in all directions. The divine golden sparrow turned into a streak of golden light and quickly arrived before Mingku. Under his shocked gaze, the divine golden sparrow crashed into his body. Pfft! This time, Mingku did not even have time to scream. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ghastly pale as he was sent flying. What's going on? Everyone widened their eyes. They had no idea what had just happened. Mingku clearly had the upper hand just now. Why was he screaming and being sent flying in the blink of an eye? The tables had turned, everything happened too quickly. Many people did not even realize what was going on. Trash. The blood-slaughtered demon supremacy looked terrible. He did not expect Mingku to be severely injured by the human genius. The Blood Knight demon supremacy opened his mouth. He could not help but look shocked. He was well aware of Mingku's strength. It should be impossible for the human genius to block Mingku. How did things turn out like this? Not only did the human genius block Mingku's attack, but he also severely injured Mingku. You want to steal my Phoenix Dance's golden sparrow plume? Wang Ting sneered. Mingku did not hide his expression at all. He could tell that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he had encountered Wang Ting. He had always been the one to steal from others. No one had ever stolen from him. This dark apparition was simply delusional. Have a taste of my void mayfly's fury. Enjoy it. Wang Ting did not pay any more attention to the dark apparition. He looked at the space entrance of the Ur star and could finally focus on pulling the Ur star out. Rumble, the cracks around the space entrance expanded continuously. The Ur star was slowly pulled out from the space entrance. Wang Ting's face was pale. That was the result of exhausting his mind power. He looked around and his eyes lit up. His mind power swept out. In the battle just now, Mingku had dropped many attribute bubbles. It was just nice for him. Pick them up, Domain Lord Mind * 15,500, Domain Lord Mind * 13,000, Domain Lord Mind * 16,000, Dark Star Force * 32,500, Sacred Dark Talent * 12,000, great. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. After those attribute bubbles entered his body and mind, they immediately turned into pure Dark Star origin power, mental power, and so on. His Dark Star force had reached 32,500 points. It was not a small amount, especially since he had picked it up in one go. Unfortunately, it was not of much help to Wang Ting. He did not pay attention to it. Instead, he looked at another attribute. Mind attribute, Rumble, as the attribute bubbles fused with his body, Wang Ting felt his head trembling violently. Then, a cooling sensation circled his brain a few times. The tiredness in his mind dissipated instantly. In an instant, Wang Ting felt that his mind power had been replenished. It even increased a little from his original realm. He had to admit that Ming Ku's mental strength was not weak at all. Otherwise, he would not have dropped so many mental attributes and provided him with so many benefits. Using the enemy's loss to replenish his own. It was simply wonderful. Wang Ting was happy. With his mind power increasing again, he had a higher chance of winning. From the competition until now, he had picked up a large amount of mind attributes. His mind attribute had increased rapidly. It was not like when he had just become a domain lord in the illusory heart tower. It had only been a month. Wang Ting's mind had increased so much. Normal people would not even dare to imagine it. It was because of this that he was able to fight against Ming Ku, a spirit reader who had been a saint for many years. Otherwise, if it was a spirit reader who had just become a domain lord, the difference between them would be too great. There would be no comparison at all. He would not even be able to fight. At this moment, Wang Ting's face was turning red at a visible speed. However, in order to not attract attention, he suppressed this change and allowed his face to remain pale. Other than that, Wang Ting had also obtained many other attribute bubbles from Ming Ku. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to them. He stored them first and would absorb them when he needed them. Very good. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that he could do it again. His eyes shone brightly. He looked at the entrance of the space in front of him and unleashed his spirit reader. Come out. A roar came from Wang Ting's heart. The magnetic field and spirit reader swept out at the same time, forming a terrifying pulling force. Rumble, with a loud bang, the entire Or star, which had been half pulled out, was instantly pulled out and appeared in the void. This. Many people could not help but look up. They were stunned. The planet that was just inches away from them made them feel an indescribable shock. The huge Or star was suspended in the void. Everyone could see everything on the Or star clearly. It was a strange feeling. Phew. Wang Ting let out a long breath. He could not help but look happy. However, this happiness was quickly replaced by seriousness. This was because the next step was the most important step. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. It was Ming Ku. He had only been severely injured by Wang Ting but had not died. At this moment, he had broken free from the Void Mayfly's illusion and attack. He glared at Wang Ting with a murderous look. His eyes were filled with hatred. Wang Ting, I want you dead. A roar full of hatred came out of his mouth. Wang Ting ignored him. He turned around and shouted at the Saint Runemasters behind him. Saints, please help me. The Saint Runemasters immediately came back to their senses. They looked at Wang Ting and asked directly, what do you want us to do? Let the Or star become the core of the Great Five Elements legendary sword formation and restart the formation. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He finally revealed his purpose. What? The Saint Runemasters were shocked. They looked at Wang Ting in shock. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. He wants the Or star to become the core of the Great Five Elements legendary sword formation. Grand Elder Bias also widened his eyes in shock. He could not believe it. How is this possible? The most important part of a large formation was its core. The complexity and mystery within it could not be changed. Wang Ting wanted to use another Or star to replace the original core of the formation. This was completely impossible. Even a god runemaster like him could not imagine such a thing, let alone the Saint Runemasters. He wants to change the formation core. The Blood Knight Demon Master, the Crimson Blood Demon Master, and the other dark apparitions were shocked. They could not believe it either. Ha ha ha. Ming Ku was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard something extremely absurd and funny. He suddenly burst into laughter that was filled with ridicule. You actually want to use this planet to replace the core of a god-level formation. Ha ha ha. You're simply dreaming. Stupid. You're too stupid. To think that I was so afraid of you. I didn't expect you to be such a stupid person. He was laughing so hard that he could not think of any other way to deal with Wang Ting's actions other than laughing. This human prodigy was so naive that he could not help but laugh. Ming Ku's laughter made the human warrior's expressions turn ugly. They could hear the ridicule and contempt in his laughter. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable and disappointed at the same time. No one expected Wang Ting's method to be so unreliable. Even on the human side, no one believed that Wang Ting's method would work, let alone the dark apparitions. Wang Ting, Lu Yan, Gu Luo, and the others all looked over. After spending so much effort, was his method really not going to work? Do you have any other ideas? Wang Ting ignored Ming Ku's laughter. He didn't care about the questioning gazes around him either. He scanned his surroundings and asked calmly. The Saint Runemasters fell silent. Just as Wang Ting said, they had no other ideas. From now on, everyone will assist Wang Ting in repairing the array formation core. Elder Bias's gaze flickered as he spoke decisively. The Saint Runemasters were momentarily stunned. They raised their heads to look at Elder Bias and nodded solemnly. What do you need us to do? Asked a Saint Runemaster. Runemasters, please return to your positions, Wang Ting said in a deep voice, feeling relieved. The Saint Runemasters did not speak. They immediately turned into streams of light and rushed toward the array star in the sky. Wang Ting's figure flashed and appeared above the Ur star. His voice reverberated. Everyone on the Ur star, leave the Ur star immediately. Since the competition between Ur seeking and runes had not ended, the geniuses of these two sub-occupations were still on the Ur star. They did not even know what had happened. However, at this moment, as the Ur star was moved to this space by Wang Ting, these geniuses naturally noticed the problem immediately. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, air-piercing sounds could be heard, and the geniuses from the Ur-seeking Dao and the Rune Dao all appeared in the sky. They looked around in confusion, but when they saw the dark apparitions and the terrifying aura that they emitted, everyone widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Sangyi stood in the crowd and looked around in horror with her mouth agape. Tai Lu, Yan Tu, Feng Lu, Leopold, Zhang Jiang, and the other geniuses were also staring at the sky in shock. The scene in front of them had a huge impact on these geniuses. They had never seen so many dark apparitions in their lives. Moreover, those dark apparitions were all demon venerables. They moved across the sky and exuded a terrifying aura. It was simply frightening. The only thing they could not figure out was how so many powerful dark apparitions could appear in the sub-occupation's headquarters. This was completely beyond their understanding. Let's go. I will explain to you later. Lu Yan flew over from a distance and pulled Sangyi away. The other geniuses were also called away. When they saw the situation in front of them, they no longer cared about the competition and immediately retreated with the crowd. However, before leaving, they still glanced at Wang Ting, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the Ur star, and their eyes were filled with surprise. These geniuses were naturally familiar with Wang Ting. They even saw Wang Ting move the Ur star from another space to this space. However, they could not figure out why Wang Ting did this. What kind of role did he play in this, in such a high-end battle? What role could he play as a universe-level warrior play? These geniuses were filled with doubts. Wang Ting was not in the mood to pay attention to these geniuses at this moment. After seeing that they had all left the Ur star, his expression became completely serious. His spiritual force instantly spread out from his body and swept toward the Ur star. Boom, the entire Ur planet shook violently, emitting a loud rumble. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly slapped the planet from the void. Do you think he will succeed? Bloody Night Demon Master suddenly asked. He will never succeed. Ming Ku's laughter gradually stopped and he stared at Wang Ting with a gloomy face. Originally, he was laughing happily and treated Wang Ting as a joke. However, when he realized that Wang Ting did not pay attention to him at all, he felt that he was the clown. Is that so? Bloody Night Demon Master's eyes flickered and paused on Wang Ting for a while. He then said, if I were you, I would stop him immediately, regardless of whether he succeeds or not. Ming Ku did not speak, but his actions had explained everything. It gritted its teeth and disappeared from its original spot in a flash. It was charging straight at Wang Ting. Just as Bloody Night Demon Master said, regardless of whether Wang Ting succeeded or not, he would not let Wang Ting continue. All possibilities must be nipped in the bud. Moreover, this man dared to hurt him. How could he let him go? Boom, there was a roar from his body. This time, he did not use his mind power. Instead, he mobilized the dark star force in his body and turned it into a huge dark purple claw that scratched at Wang Ting. There was an extremely strong evil aura that spread out from his body. It was extremely terrifying. It was obvious that Ming Ku did not only have strong mind power, but he also had strong martial arts cultivation. Swoosh, just then, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes. There was a blinding five-colored light that flashed across his eyes. Too late. He looked at Ming Ku, who was charging toward him, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Boom, as soon as he spoke, there was a loud roar on the mineral star. The entire planet shook and the mountains and rivers seemed to come alive as they shook together. Earth as the foundation. Mountains and rivers as the formation rune. 5 elements earth as the formation vein. A calm and firm voice came from Wang Ting. It was not loud, but it shook the void and spread in all directions. 5 elements Saint Spirit formation. Activate. Buzz, as soon as he spoke, there was a buzz that resonated between heaven and earth. At the same time, there was a blinding 5-colored light that bloomed from the mineral star and shone on heaven and earth. Boom. 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 Boom, 5 different colored light pillars suddenly rose from 5 different positions on the mineral star. Then, a huge circular formation that covered the entire planet appeared and rotated slowly. Dazzling 5-colored runes were engraved on the formation. They seemed to be embedded in the void, but they also seemed to be engraved on the mineral star. It was very mystical. Roar. Roar. Roar, on the mineral star, the earth veins shook violently. The mineral veins broke free from the ground and rushed into the 5-colored light pillars, merging with the formation and becoming a part of it. Purple gold meteorite ore, wood jade marrow ore, azure sea spirit water ore, lava dragon crystal ore, yellow spirit gold ore. There were a total of 5 huge mineral veins of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were all gathered at this moment. The people in the outside world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Then, there was a shocking uproar. With the earth as the foundation, the mountains and rivers as the formation patterns, and the 5 elements earth vein as the formation veins, this is a saint-level formation. This is a 5 elements saint-level formation. Wang Ting turned the entire mineral star into his saint-level formation. I have never seen such a wonderful idea and such talent in my life. I'm afraid this is Wang Ting's entry. No, he should be called Saint Wang Ting. He is definitely a saint-level runemaster, just like us. On the mineral star, the saint-level runemasters were all stunned. They widened their eyes and could not help but exclaim. Wang Ting. Grand Elder Bias was also shocked. He could not calm down for a long time. He never thought that Wang Ting could also reach saint-level in runes, and in such a desperate situation at that. When he saw the saint-level 5 elements great formation, a trace of hope finally surged in his heart. Perhaps there was still a chance. How is this possible? Ming Ku's eyes widened. He could not believe that Wang Ting was a saint-level runemaster. Wasn't he a saint-level alchemist? Wasn't he a saint-level poison master? Wasn't he a saint-level blacksmith? Why was he still a saint-level runemaster? What kind of freak was this? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He could not accept the reality in front of him. However, the 5 elements great formation was right in front of him. No matter how much he did not believe it, he was just lying to himself. Those are the ore veins we found. Sang Yi's expression was bitter. So that guy found them all. On the side, Zhang Jiang, Tai Lu, Feng Lu, Yan Tu, and the other prodigies all had ugly expressions. The ore veins they found were among the 5 ore veins. There were even 3 ore veins that they did not find. They were far more valuable than the ore veins they found. Didn't this mean that they had already lost to Wang Ting when it came to finding ore veins? However, they did not know this and were still feeling smug. On the other side, the prodigy runemasters were even more shocked. Apart from great shock, there was only dejection and powerlessness left in their hearts. Saint-level runemaster. This Wang Ting was actually a saint-level runemaster. They couldn't believe that such a monstrous existence would appear in this exchange meet. They also could not believe that the exchange in runes would end like this. A saint-level runemaster, Was there even a need to compete? There was no need to compete at all. Wang Ting had already defeated everyone. Even though they knew that this was not the time to think about this, the prodigies present could not help but think of this. Whoosh, right at this moment, Wang Ting suddenly stood up and looked at Ming Ku with a cold smile. He pointed a finger toward the sky. 5 elements divine spirit, appear. Roar. Roar. Roar, furious roars reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Within the 5 pillars of light connecting the array formation, 5 strange and massive projections appeared. Within the golden pillar of light, the projection of a purplish gold Kirin beast roared toward the sky. Within the green pillar of light, the projection of a large green tree blotted out the sky. Its leaves swayed gently in the wind. Within the blue pillar of light, a massive blue whale appeared. Its surroundings were the scenery of the deep sea. Within the crimson pillar of light, a massive crimson dragon roared as it swam through the void. Within the yellow pillar of light, a yellow tortoise crawled slowly, shaking the earth as it roared angrily. 5 different phenomena appeared in the formation. 5 different elemental powers seeped out, gathering into a terrifying killing intent that targeted Ming Withering. Oh no! Ming Ku's expression changed drastically. His expression had already stiffened, and his face was even paler than before. Without thinking, he immediately retreated. Do you think you can escape? Wang Ting's eyes were filled with disdain as he pointed from afar. Boom, the array formation rotated, and the divine spirit roared. A 5-colored pillar of light suddenly shot out and charged toward Ming Ku at an extreme speed. No! Ming Ku's pupils contracted as he let out an unwilling roar. On the other side, Bloody Night Demon Master moved and was about to go over to help, but a figure blocked his path. Just watch from here, Rover said indifferently. Sigh. Bloody Night Demon Master sighed helplessly. I still underestimated that Wang Ting. Boom, the dark star origin power in Ming Ku's body surged out wildly, trying to block the terrifying 5-colored pillar of light. Unfortunately, it was futile. In an instant, the 5-colored pillar of light had already reached him and completely drowned him. Crack, Ming Ku's defense at the last moment only lasted for an instant before it shattered and dissipated in the air. Roar. Ming Ku was like a trapped beast that was struggling before death. He was filled with unwillingness as he roared furiously. He had been hiding in the human race for so many years, and now he was about to return with great merit. He would be the greatest contributor with a limitless future. How could he die here? How could he die? All of his unwillingness turned into a source of power. Ming Ku activated the bloodline power in his body, and the dark purple horns on his forehead suddenly burst out with dazzling light that enveloped him like a small dark purple sun. Boom, in the end, the 5-colored light still drowned him, causing the dark purple light to shatter inch by inch. The small dark purple sun also disappeared. After a long time, the 5-colored light pillar slowly disappeared, revealing the situation inside. Ming Ku, the dark apparition of the Nether God clan, was floating in the air like a dead dog. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was badly mutilated. Sorry, I just finished writing. I also racked my brains for this plot. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Hurry up and sleep. I'll fix the wrong characters tomorrow. Ming Ku's broken body floated in the air, giving people a speechless shock. That was a dark apparition from the Nether God race. It was rumored that the Nether God race was an extremely powerful existence among the dark apparitions. They were much more powerful than the Blood race and the Armor Devil race. Their talents were extremely terrifying and could even be said to be strange. Many powerful human beings had died in their hands. Moreover, Ming Ku was a dark apparition with spiritual force and was even more powerful. However, such a terrifying dark apparition from the Nether God race was beaten to such a state by Wang Ting. Although he relied on the power of the array, that was also Wang Ting's own ability. Saint-level Runemaster, 5 elements Saint-level array. This kind of ability was not something that just anyone could have. Didn't you see the mouths of the genius Runemasters in the distance? They were so shocked that they couldn't close them. Trash. Trash. Bloodslaughter Demon Venerable's expression was ferocious as he couldn't help but roar. Wang Ting's performance refreshed his knowledge again and again. He couldn't help but feel helpless and aggrieved. An upper-level demon Venerable Dark Apparition actually felt aggrieved and helpless in front of a universe-level warrior of the human race. No one would believe it if he told others. However, this was the truth. He couldn't do anything to Wang Ting and could only vent his anger completely on Ming Ku. In Bloodslaughter Demon Venerable's opinion, Ming Ku didn't deserve to be called a genius of the Nether God race if he couldn't even deal with a universe-level warrior. That's right. Ming Ku was a genius of the Nether God race. He was extremely talented, which was why he was chosen to be a dark apparition undercover in the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters. After all, if he wasn't talented enough, he would be easily discovered by the human race. The Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters wasn't so easy to deceive. To be able to disguise himself perfectly for so many years, Ming Ku's talent was indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, Ming Ku's title as a genius had been broken by Wang Ting. Bloodslaughter Demon Venerable wasn't the only one. The other dark apparitions also looked at Ming Ku coldly and mockingly. They no longer respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Bloody Night Demon Venerable shook his head. He sighed in his heart. In the end, the Dark Wither had disappointed it. Luo Ford's eyes gleamed. He suddenly felt that the Virtual Universe Company's evaluation of Wang Ting's talent wasn't high enough. It would not be excessive to give such a monstrous talent a high evaluation. He had to send the news back to Real God Ziyin, and he could not allow any accidents to happen to such a genius. Elder Red Dust and the others heaved a sigh of relief as a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. Wang Ting's 5 elements sacred great array seemed to be quite powerful, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Could it really be converted into the core of the great 5 elements divine sword array? The saint-level runmasters on the surrounding formation stars were also shocked. It was unbelievable that the 5 elements formation built by Saint Wang Ting was so powerful. Just a single strike had defeated Ming Ku. Such power, even for these saint-level runmasters who had been saint-level for many years, they might not be able to build it easily. Wang Ting didn't care about everyone's shock. He didn't have much time at all. After defeating Ming Ku, he picked up all the attribute bubbles that it had dropped without looking at them. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and spoke loudly. Everyone, activate the runes on your respective formation stars. After that, I'll use my spiritual force to reconnect the runes and connect my 5 elements formation to the great 5 elements divine sword array. Don't resist. Okay. Just do it, we'll do our best to help. That's right, Saint Wang Ting, we'll leave everything to you. All the saint-level runemasters nodded and instantly activated the formation stars that they controlled, causing them to emit a dazzling light. Runes appeared in the void. As the core of the formation stars had been destroyed, these runes couldn't be connected to form a formation star at all. They were scattered in the void and on the formation stars, complicated and messy. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see any connection at all. Even a Grandmaster-level runemaster would find it difficult to deal with so many complicated and messy runes. The genius runemasters were somewhat unconvinced. They all looked at the runes that appeared on the formation stars, as if they wanted to compete with Wang Ting from a distance. What formation star is this? One of the genius runemasters couldn't help but be shocked after a few glances. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. This person was a genius from the Qi family, one of the core families of the 5 great runes. His name was Qi Hui. He was extremely talented and was already a peak Grandmaster-level runemaster. Unfortunately, he suffered a huge blow here today. If I'm not wrong, this should be a god-level formation star. Fu Xing, a genius from the Fu family, one of the core families of the 5 great runes, said with a complicated expression. God-level formation star. Qi Hui and the other genius runemasters' expressions suddenly changed, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. I just heard from my father that this formation star is called the Great 5 Elements Magical Sword Formation. It was destroyed by the Dark Apparition, and now it needs to be repaired as soon as possible, another young man on the side said. He was a genius from the Ko family, one of the core families of the 5 great runes. His name was Ko Ming, and his attainments in runes had also reached peak Grandmaster level. Great 5 Elements Magical Sword Formation. When the geniuses of the core families of the runes heard this, they immediately thought of something. They were not unfamiliar with this formation star, and the more they understood, the more shocked they were. Even if this Wang Ting is a saint-level runemaster, he has only just advanced. How can he repair the Great Five Elements magical sword formation? Qi Hui said in disbelief. His saint-level formation star seems to be a 5 elements formation star. I heard that he wants to use his formation star to replace the core of the Great Five Elements magical sword formation star. Fu Xing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This? The other geniuses were immediately bewildered. This idea could be said to be crazy. They did not even dare to think about it. It's almost impossible to succeed, right? Another female genius said bitterly. She was a genius from the Brady family, and her name was Lima. She had long brown hair and was a beauty. However, her temperament was slightly special. Her eyes were sunken, and her skin was slightly yellow. She had a trace of exotic charm. I wonder what he's thinking. The genius from the Yarvis family, Vernal, could not help but shake his head with a heavy expression. For a moment, everyone fell silent, and their expressions became even more complicated. In the current situation, they naturally hoped that Wang Ting could succeed, but it was too difficult. But no matter what, Wang Ting dared to try. His courage far exceeded theirs. They believed that under such circumstances, they would not think of such a crazy method, nor would they have the courage to propose it. Just this point alone made the geniuses present feel ashamed of their inferiority. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the Ur star and glanced around, as if he wanted to imprint the complicated and messy runes in his mind. He looked at it for a long time, but it also seemed like he only looked at it for a moment. The mental strength in his mind had already been activated to the extreme. Countless brilliance flowed in his mind like a meteor shower, streaking across the deep night sky. Immediately after, he closed his eyes, and a humongous formation slowly outlined in his mind, emitting a faint light. However, there was a part of the runes in this huge and mysterious formation that was completely dark. In particular, the runes at the core of the formation were pitch black without any light at all. Whoosh! Wang Ting took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Boom! In the next moment, a majestic mental telekinesis swept out from between his eyebrows in all directions. Multitasking, waves of mental power seemed to have turned into tentacles that connected to various areas and began to inscribe the missing runes. One had to admit that the talent was indeed very useful, especially after Wang Ting's mental power kept improving. The skill was no longer limited to the number 18. At the end of the day, it was only the name of the talent. In reality, as long as one's mental power was strong enough, it would not be a problem even if one were to multitask 180 times. Unfortunately, even Wang Ting was not that abnormal. He could only repair dozens of runes at the same time. Any more and he would not be able to handle it. Even so, his mental power was greatly consumed. A large amount of mental power was being consumed almost every minute and every second. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no trace of blood on his face at all. It was not an act this time. Fortunately, Wang Ting could still pick up attribute bubbles. The battles around him continued, and people kept dropping mental attributes, all of which became his replenishment. There were also the saint-level runemasters. They controlled the formation stars, and they were also dropping mental attributes. Moreover, compared to the others, the attribute bubbles they dropped were the biggest. They were very helpful to Wang Ting's mental power recovery. However, these outsiders did not know that. They were all looking at Wang Ting worriedly. They could not help but feel nervous when they saw that his face was getting paler. Now, all of their hopes were placed on Wang Ting. If Wang Ting could not hold on, everything would be for naught. Boom! 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 The dark apparitions rushed toward Wang Ting like locusts. The bloodthirsty demon supremacy had already given a death order to kill Wang Ting. Naturally, these dark apparitions would not allow him to repair the Great Five Elements divine sword array without doing anything. However, it was even more impossible for the human warriors to let the dark apparitions break through. They blocked Wang Ting's surroundings and started fighting with the dark apparitions. The rumbling of the force constantly reverberated between heaven and earth. It was deafening. The combat power displayed in this battle was too high-end. The collision of the two forces directly caused a huge burden to the space. As a result, the sky was already filled with terrifying pitch-black cracks. If not for the fact that the space in the Vice Professional Alliance's headquarters was much more stable than the outside world, such a collision would have caused a large-scale collapse in the space. It would not just be some small cracks in the space. Even so, the impact of the cracks in the space was very large. Many warriors had no choice but to carefully avoid the cracks in the space. If they were accidentally sucked in, even they would be severely injured. The cracks in the space created by the huge force were the most uncontrollable. It was completely different from the space cracks that were opened using special methods. It was more chaotic and dangerous. If one happened to encounter the space turbulence, even a Sector Lord level warrior would be cut into pieces, let alone a Domain Lord level warrior. Of course, it depended on how strong the spatial turbulence was. Some of the weaker spatial turbulence could still be blocked by a Sector Lord. However, no matter what, no one was willing to be sucked in by the space crack. That would only put them in a dangerous situation for no reason. Boom, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. It was especially abrupt among all the other rumbling sounds. A Sector Lord level warrior has fallen. Everyone looked over. Their pupils involuntarily contracted, and their expressions changed drastically. A Sector Lord level warrior had fallen. No one expected that the rumbling sound was the fall of a Sector Lord level warrior. This was the first Sector Lord level warrior to fall so far. At the Sector Lord level, it was usually very difficult to be killed. Even if an Upper Demon Emperor level Dark Apparition wanted to kill a Sector Lord level warrior, it wouldn't be that easy. They would have to pay a huge price. But now, a human Sector Lord level warrior had fallen just like that. Instantly, the haze in everyone's heart became thicker. Their hearts were heavy to the extreme. Ha ha ha, a burst of complacent laughter suddenly came from the mouth of a high-rank Demon Emperor rank Dark Apparition. It was a goat-headed Demon Clan Dark Apparition. Its pair of ferocious fleshy wings slowly flapped, covering the sky and the sun. Moreover, its body was emitting a powerful and ferocious aura. Many people's expressions turned solemn. However, there were many wounds on its body. Especially a huge blade mark that slashed across its chest, almost cutting it open. Various internal organs could be seen in the wound. Almost half of it had been destroyed. Unfortunately, at this moment, following the fall of the human Sector Lord level warrior, its wounds were rapidly recovering. The wounds were wriggling, the internal organs were healing, and black blood was no longer flowing out. Only a Dark Apparition could have such a terrifying recovery ability. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression turned even uglier. A Sector Lord level warrior risked his life to leave behind such an injury, but it only left behind such an outcome. Sad. Lamentable, many people sighed in their hearts, feeling a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Kill. A Sector Lord level warrior roared. He charged towards the goat-headed demon race Dark Apparition with a battle sword in his hand. A powerful sword light burst out as he slashed towards the goat-headed demon race Dark Apparition. Kill it while it's injured. No matter what, this goat-headed demon race Dark Apparition was already injured and couldn't be unaffected. This was the best time to kill it. Humph. Another one who wants to die. The goat-headed demon race Dark Apparition snorted and charged forward without hesitation. It didn't care that the wound on its chest hadn't completely healed yet, as though such an injury was nothing to it. Boom, both parties immediately clashed, and the sound of explosions reverberated. Wang Ting didn't open his eyes, but he knew what was happening outside. His heart was heavy, and he immediately separated a wisp of spiritual force and swept it over. Pick it up, Domain Lord Mental Strength * 32,000, Sacred Wood Talent * 6,500, Wood Element Star Force * 55,000, Wood Domain, Reality, * 3,600, Wood Origin * 2,500, Autonomous Force * 1,800, Attribute bubbles instantly entered Wang Ting's body, causing him to tremble. With 32,000 points of Domain Lord Mental Strength, his mental strength had increased once again. Furthermore, the mental strength that he had expended earlier was replenished, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Mental Strength, 261500/600000, Domain Lord Level, subconsciously looking at his mental strength attribute, Wang Ting couldn't help but be shocked. Unknowingly, his mental strength attribute had increased by so much. It was unbelievable. Even Wang Ting himself didn't expect his mental strength attribute to increase so quickly. One must know that he had just reached the Domain Lord level a month ago, and now he was almost at the Domain Lord middle stage. This was comparable to someone who had trained for hundreds or even thousands of years. If this wasn't terrifying, then what was? It could be said that at this stage, Wang Ting's mental strength was almost at the level of a normal Sector Lord level fighter. No wonder he was getting stronger and stronger. This was a huge cheat, however, there weren't many chances like this. All rewards were proportional to the danger. The more dangerous it was, the more attributes he would pick up. The battle strength of this battle was too high. Adding on the fact that there were many strong warriors, the number of attribute bubbles dropped was naturally huge. He had no choice but to pick them up. So, could he be blamed? Obviously not. At this moment, Wang Ting was focusing all his attention on repairing the array. Hence, he calmed down very quickly. Then, he looked at the other attribute bubbles. The sacred level wood talent was 6,500 points. Wang Ting's wood talent was already at the sacred level. Now, he could continue raising his wood talent. Saint level wood talent, 9,100/50,000, wood origin force 55,000 points. It was also very impressive. At this moment, Wang Ting's origin force was replenished quite a bit. Next was reality wood domain 3,600 points. Wang Ting's wood domain had already reached level 8 of the reality realm. Now that it had increased by 3,600 points, he wasn't far from level 9. Wood domain, 6,800/8,000, level 8 of the reality realm. Next was 2,500 wood origin, which was not a small amount. Moreover, he could directly use it to upgrade his stage 2, wood origin, which was quite good. Wang Ting could feel his understanding of the wood origin force becoming deeper and deeper. Origin of wood, 13,000/20,000, stage 2, the last attribute bubble was world energy. This was a power that belonged to sector lords. It was extremely powerful. Wang Ting had already grasped this power and reached level 2. Now that he had gotten 1,800 points from the fallen sector lord, his grasp of world power had risen. Power of the world, 12300/20,000, stage 2. These insights appeared in Wang Ting's mind at the same time and were quickly absorbed and digested. His mind seemed to be divided into many areas. Most of them were in charge of repairing the formation while a small part was in charge of absorbing the insights. All in all, the gains this time were not bad. However, Wang Ting wasn't that happy. After all, this was the gain from the death of a human sector lord. He would rather defeat a sector lord himself than to gain this in such a way. No matter who it is, I will take your share and make the dark apparition pay you back with interest. Wang Ting muttered in his mind. He immediately collected his thoughts and focused on repairing the formation. Lines of runes were engraved by his spiritual force and floated in the void, connecting to the array stars one by one. The 5 elements Holy Spirit formation he constructed was different from the great 5 elements Godly Sword formation's core. It couldn't be connected according to the original method. This was the most difficult part. However, with Wang Ting's attainments and the insights he had obtained from Elder Bias about the great 5 elements divine sword array, he was more or less confident. Now, he had to find a way to connect them in a short period of time and make the 5 elements Holy Spirit formation the core of the great 5 elements Godly Sword formation. The process would be extremely difficult. Otherwise, others wouldn't think that this method couldn't succeed. However, Wang Ting had no other choice. From his point of view, even if there was a 1 in a billion chance, it was still a possibility. As long as there was a chance, it would definitely succeed. At this moment, his mind was spinning rapidly. Plans flashed through his mind one after another. Those were the connection plans he had found. Previously, when those saint-level runemasters were repairing the formation, he didn't say his method immediately. One reason was that they weren't in a desperate situation at that time, so no one would choose his method. Another reason was that he needed to observe the structure of the great 5 elements Godly Sword formation and compare it with his 5 elements Holy Spirit formation to come up with a feasible plan. Otherwise, if he wasn't prepared, he wouldn't have dared to let so many people take the risk with him. Moreover, he didn't have much time. He could only think of various plans in his mind and find the best method. It was impossible for him to try again and again. One big mistake, and there might not be another chance. Therefore, Wang Ting set the tone from the beginning. Small mistakes could be made, but big mistakes couldn't be made. What was a big mistake? It was a logical mistake that affected the entire formation. Once such a mistake occurred, all the previous efforts would be wasted. There wouldn't even be a second chance. This was because once the logic was wrong, his 5 elements Holy Spirit formation would definitely be affected. A saint-level formation might seem stable, but in fact, it was extremely fragile. Especially when the master of the formation was courting death, he could easily destroy a saint-level formation. When that happened, Wang Ting would have to start all over again. However, he didn't have a second chance. Phew! Wang Ting let out a long breath. His heart was extremely heavy. At that moment, the runes at the edges and corners had been completely repaired. It was time to connect the last 2 formations. His mind was already operating to the extreme. Countless ideas flashed in his mind. One plan after another collided and merged. Finally, the most perfect plan was born. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. His mind power suddenly erupted. It was as if it had turned into a carving knife and started carving in the void. All the saint-level runemasters stared at Wang Ting. They were all silently cheering for him in their hearts. As for the dark apparitions that were charging over, they were all intercepted by the human warriors. Not a single dark apparition was able to get close. Rumble. Even Founding Elder Red Dust and the other 2 seemed to be affected by the evil aura. They had no choice but to retreat. At that moment, they were using their mind power to resist the spatial crack in front of them. Since they were in direct contact with it, it was extremely easy for them to be infected by the evil aura. Moreover, the other party was a demon god-level existence. The evil aura it was emitting was imaginable. 2 sharp claws were placed on both sides of the spatial crack and pulled it open. Tiny cracks spread like a spider web around the spatial crack. Ear-piercing caw-caw sounds reverberated between heaven and earth. The spatial crack was getting bigger and bigger. Founding Elder Red Dust and the other 2 were gradually at a disadvantage. After all, the 3 founding elders were only sub-professionals. In terms of strength, they were definitely inferior to a true god-level existence. There was also a big gap between them and a demon god-level dark apparition. To be able to resist for so long was already a sign that the 3 founding elders and the immortal rank existences behind them could work together. Kikik, ear-piercing and malicious laughter came from behind the spatial crack again. You guys can't hold on any longer. Founding Elder Red Dust and the other 2 had ugly expressions, but they couldn't refute the other party's words. This demon god was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was completely beyond their imagination. Demon god, such an existence was extremely rare even in the extraterritorial battlefield. Many immortal supremacies might not even have seen a true demon god, let alone Founding Elder Red Dust and the other 2 behind the battlefield. At that moment, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of helplessness. They looked at the spatial crack with solemn eyes. Could this be the result? This thought suddenly appeared in the 3 founding elders' minds. They couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Founding Elder Bias couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting, who was still working hard to repair the array, and the human martial artists who were fighting the dark apparition with all their might. His heart trembled slightly. The 2 of you, please believe in Wang Ting. He suddenly turned his head and spoke to Founding Elder Red Dust and the other 2 in a deep voice. Founding Elder Red Dust and Founding Elder Red Dust couldn't help but be stunned. They immediately looked at Wang Ting with a trace of hope in their eyes. But we can't hold on any longer. Founding Elder Red Dust was sweating profusely. He was almost at his limit and couldn't help but send a voice transmission. We have to hold on. Founding Elder Red Dust said in a deep voice. Wang Ting is still working hard. There are other martial artists who are also doing their best to fight. We can't be a burden. Let me do it. The 2 of you protect me. Founding Elder Bias suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. Before the two of them could react, he had already taken a step forward. At the same time, a silver square seal had appeared in his hand at some point in time. Complex runes were carved on it. It was abnormally profound. At the top of the square seal was a strange beast engraved. At a glance, it actually gave off an inexplicable feeling of distortion. It seemed to be the same, but it wasn't. It made it impossible to determine its true appearance. This feeling was undoubtedly very strange. It was clearly right in front of them, but they had no idea what that strange beast looked like. If Wang Ting saw the characteristics of this strange beast, he would definitely be very surprised. This was because the Void Devourer beast was the same. The two were very similar. It seemed that it was very difficult for outsiders to know the true appearance of these extremely rare astral beasts in legends. At this moment, as soon as the square seal appeared, the surrounding space seemed to distort as if it couldn't withstand the power emitted by the square seal. That's... Founding Elder Red Dust was slightly taken aback. Shock appeared in his eyes. The power of space. This is a space-type weapon. Founding Elder Red Dust was also shocked. He looked at the square seal in disbelief. And it's actually at the sacred grade. Space-type weapons were very difficult to forge. Rare materials were one aspect, but there was also an extremely important and harsh condition. It required the help of someone with innate talent for space to successfully forge it. Therefore, it wasn't easy for even god-tier existences like them to obtain a space-type weapon. Moreover, this was actually a sacred-grade weapon with extraordinary power. It was no wonder that the two founding elders were so surprised when they saw founding elder Baez suddenly take out a square seal containing the power of space. However, founding elder Baez didn't have time to explain anything to them. After taking out the square seal, he immediately threw it into the sky. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the square seal. The originally silver-white square seal was instantly dyed in a dazzling shade of dark red. Wang. The square seal trembled. The strange beast at the top seemed to come alive under the influence of the blood. It became even more distorted. If one looked at it for too long, they would feel dizzy. Roar. In the next moment, a strange roar erupted from the strange beast's mouth and echoed in the ears of founding Elder Red Dust and the others. The sound wasn't very loud. Only a few people who were closer could hear it. The other person who heard it was Wang Ting. He couldn't help but open his eyes and look over. When his gaze landed on the square seal, he couldn't help but reveal a strange look. The power of space. He looked at the square seal in extreme shock. The power of space in his body was actually restless. Suppress. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from Senior Elder Bias. Then, the square seal spiraled in a circle and landed on top of his head. A powerful suction force erupted and actually began to madly absorb his mental strength. Buzz buzz buzz. The square seal trembled even more violently. Strands of powerful and strange power of space swept out from the square seal and rushed towards the spatial rift. You're crazy. The two founding elders were shocked when they saw the scene. They could clearly sense that the square seal was madly absorbing founding Elder Baya's mental strength. If it continued to absorb like this, even the mind of a god-grade existence would be severely damaged. Someone has to do it. Founding Elder Baez's voice sounded with a trace of determination. Rumble, as if it had heard his words, the square seal instantly erupted with intense light. An even more terrifying power of space spread through the world. Roar, a furious roar came from behind the spatial rift. A sacred-grade spatial artifact. You actually have a sacred-grade spatial artifact. The demon god didn't expect the human opposite him to have a sacred-grade spatial artifact. The spatial passage that was about to completely open was now being suppressed again. For a moment, he was flustered and exasperated. Humph. However, the demon god soon discovered something and coldly snorted. It seems that it won't be easy for you to use this sacred-grade spatial artifact. Let's see how long you can last. Boom. An even more powerful evil aura spread out from the other side of the spatial rift. It swept through the world and shook the void. The two sides entered the final struggle. Rumble, two terrifying forces exploded in the huge space fissure and collided. One side was trying its best to stabilize the space fissure, while the other side was tearing it apart. The two sides unknowingly fell into a stalemate. Both elders Red Dust and Tamberi had heavy expressions on their faces as they watched Elder Bias back gradually stooped. Even his long, wavy hair was beginning to turn a bit gray. The two Grand Elders' expressions changed again. This wasn't just their mind energy being absorbed. Their life origin was also being absorbed. However, looking at Grand Elder Bias's resolute back, the two opened their mouths but didn't say anything in the end. If they had a Space Saint tool, they would have done the same. At this point, even if it was them, they no longer had any other choice. Behind them, the immortals all had solemn expressions. After such a long period of stalemate, the immortals all had solemn expressions. After such a long stalemate, they had used up more than half of their energy. If this continued, they might not be able to hold on any longer. In the distance, Heavenly Fire Knight, Greenwood Knight, and the others were fighting with the upper demon Venerable Dark Apparitions. However, they soon realized that the Dark Apparitions were no longer fighting head-on. Instead, they were stalling for time. Bastard! Heavenly Fire Knight's expression was ugly. He couldn't get rid of the Dark Apparitions. You don't have a chance anymore. Lord Demon God will descend soon. Bloodthirsty Demon Venerable snickered. All your struggles are futile. Who dares to talk about defeat until the end? Heavenly Fire Knight said coldly. I know you're pinning your hopes on that heaven race brat. Bloodthirsty Demon Venerable turned to look at the other side. There, Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged above the mineral star. Runes appeared around him, looking extremely strange. He sneered. Unfortunately, his method is too crazy. It's impossible for him to succeed. So what if he's crazy? How can you Dark Apparitions guess the prodigy of the human race? Greenwood Knight snorted. Who says he can't succeed if he's not crazy? Golden Dawn Knight said. Ha ha ha. You guys are really stubborn. Another Demon Lord level Dark Apparition laughed mockingly. Cut the crap. Heavenly Fire Knight shouted angrily. His immortal power erupted. He turned into an afterimage and charged toward Bloodthirsty Demon Venerable. Hee hee. Crimson Blood Demon Reverend chuckled as he retreated. The immortal energy in his body also burst out. However, he did not clash head-on with Heavenly Flame Reverend but merely avoided the latter's attack. A dignified upper demon Venerable only knows how to hide? Heavenly Flame Venerable said coldly. Don't worry, I'll make my move later. The Bloodslaughter Demon Sovereign licked his lips. A strange expression appeared on his unusually handsome face that was filled with evil intent as he smiled faintly. Heavenly Flame Knight and the other two couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. Their hearts sank slightly as they wondered what these dark apparitions were up to. Their sudden abnormality made people feel uneasy. Kill. The three venerable ones looked at each other. With a flash, they dispersed and surrounded the dark apparition at the same time. They wanted to force the dark apparition to attack. Humph. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable coldly snorted as the gigantic blood scythe in his hand turned into a blur. In an instant, dozens of blood-red blade lights were slashed out, cutting through the void. Immortal power wrapped around it. It emitted a terrifying wave. The other two upper demon Venerable Dark Apparitions saw this scene and their faces darkened. They also unleashed their immortal power and attacked Greenwood Knight and Goldstar Knight. Other than that, the other two upper demon Venerable Dark Apparitions were held back by the other immortals. However, on this side, the human immortals were obviously at a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were many of them. With their combined strength, they could barely resist the dark apparitions. After reaching the immortal level, there was a huge gap between each level. Some Emperor-level immortals could even kill several Marquis-level immortals by themselves. Even if they were slightly weaker, they could still kill one or two Marquis-level immortals. To an Undying Knight, there was a huge gap. An Undying Knight killing multiple Emperor-level Undyings was definitely not a problem. This was the gap. Those who could become immortal knights were all the top warriors in the universe. Before they grew up, they were all the best of the best. Heavenly Flame Knight, Greenwood Knight, and the others weren't in the top 100 of the immortal knights ranking. they didn't seem that strong. In fact, they were definitely the most powerful beings in the universe. However, among the immortal knights, there were people who were stronger than them. The top 100 of the immortal knights ranking had another name. Preliminary God, as the name suggested, they were the ones who had the highest chance of becoming true gods. The top 100 immortal knights were all like this. That was why the top 100 immortal knights were so terrifying. Of course, it wasn't that easy to become true gods. These great beings were just the ones with the highest chance. The immortal knights ranked outside of the top 100 might still have the chance to become true gods. It was hard to say. Hong! 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 Terrifying roars kept coming from the battle area. Between the immortals and demon venerable dark apparitions, reverberating in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look at the three supremes and the immortals' battle area. The string in their hearts tightened to the extreme. From the situation in front of them, they could see that the battle had entered the most critical and dangerous moment. Then, everyone's gaze fell on Wanting again. This was because everyone knew that the three supremes and the immortals were fighting so hard to buy time for Wanting. Whether they could successfully resist the invasion of the demon venerable dark apparitions all depended on whether Wanting could repair the god-level formation. Time passed by minute. In the sky, in the middle of the god-level formation, around the mineral star where Wanting was, many complicated and mysterious runes appeared and filled the void. A strange power was quietly brewing. These runes were all primordial runes. The runes needed for a god-level formation were all primordial runes. This was because only the form that was closest to the power of heaven and earth origin could borrow the power of heaven and earth to the greatest extent. This was the meaning of the existence of primordial runes. The runes used by today's low-level runemasters were only simple runes derived from primordial runes. Simple runes were undoubtedly easier for a runemaster to master. It also made it easier for them to step into the path of runes. However, at the peak of the Grandmaster level, they had to master a large number of primordial runes before they could step into the Saint level. This was the common understanding of all runemasters. Fortunately, Wanting had already mastered many primordial runes. Among them, there were even some extremely rare and special runes. They were barely enough to deal with the great five elements divine sword formation in front of him. The primordial runes required by the great five elements divine sword formation were basically the five elements primordial runes. There were also some common structural runes. Among all the primordial runes, they were not too difficult to master. If it were the primordial thunder runes or primordial ice runes, which were extremely special, they would not be so easy to master. One reason was the difficulty, and the other reason was the inheritance. The inheritance of special primordial runes was extremely rare. An ordinary runemaster would not be able to obtain it at all. This was the reason why there were so many five-element rune formations and so few special rune formations. The difficulty of the great five elements divine sword formation in front of him was the connection and transformation between the five elements. Normally, a runemaster would not be able to understand it. At this moment, the Saint-level runemasters were watching Wanting's inscribing process. They could not help but be shocked. It was too fast. Wanting's inscribing speed of runes was too fast. Even those who had entered the Saint level many years ago could not guarantee that they could achieve such inscribing speed. Moreover, he was repairing a god-level formation. The difficulty of doing so was many times higher than inscribing a Saint-level formation. In addition, what Wanting was doing made the difficulty even greater. Therefore, it was simply unbelievable that he could achieve such an inscribing speed under such circumstances. How familiar was he with the primordial runes, how profound was his attainment in the runes, the Saint-level runemasters even forgot about the critical situation at this time and could not help but be immersed in it. Many of them had a hint of enlightenment in their eyes. They had actually realized something from Wanting's inscribing. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, however, it had actually appeared in front of them at this moment. Moreover, it was brought by someone who was at a lower level than them. At this time, no one noticed the changes in the Saint-level runemasters. Their attention was focused on Wanting. How could they notice the other runemasters? Boom! 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 The surrounding dark apparitions attacked wildly, wanting to stop Wanting from completing the great five elements divine sword formation. There were also many dark apparitions who saw that Wang Ting's side could not achieve a breakthrough. They turned around and charged toward the saint-level runmasters on the array stars, launching fierce attacks at them. All kinds of attacks that contained the power of darkness swept out and spread around the array. However, there was an invisible aura emanating from the array stars, blocking them outside. It was as if there was an invisible barrier. Any attacks that landed on it would only explode in the end. What's going on? Some dark apparitions could not help but be shocked. They looked at the shining stars in disbelief. Clearly, they did not expect their attacks to be blocked so easily. The saint-level runmasters could not help but sneer. The defense of a god-level array was not so easy to break. If it were not for Ming Ku, the traitor, the great five elements divine sword formation would not have been broken at all. Any array was the most difficult to break from the outside. This was because the runemasters had already thought of this when they were building the array. Otherwise, when they controlled the array, they would have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The more powerful the array, the stronger the defense. Although the great five elements godly sword formation had been broken, it was very unique. Every star that formed the formation had a defensive mechanism. They were interdependent but also had a certain degree of independence. As long as there was a rune master controlling it, the rune power contained within could be activated. Ordinary sector lord level martial artists couldn't even think of breaking through the defense. At least, it was impossible to do so in a short period of time. Even if it was an attack from an immortal level existence, it would be able to block one or two attacks. This was the strength of a god-level array. Roar, enraged, many upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions roared and madly attacked the array formation stars. They did not believe in heresy. They felt that they could not break the array stars because their power was not strong enough. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on the formation star. Rumbling sounds continued to reverberate, causing the light on the formation star to tremble and flicker. Many saint-level runmasters gradually frowned. Even though the defensive power of the formation star was extremely strong, facing the continuous attacks of the dark apparition, their hearts gradually became heavy. Wang Ting's gaze swept across the surroundings. A cold light flashed in his eyes. These dark apparitions were really persistent. Since they could not break through his array, they went to attack the other Saint Runemasters. This could not go on, no accidents could happen to those array stars. If the array runes on them were damaged, even if his runes were repaired, it would be futile. I have to be faster. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and made up his mind. To be honest, his speed was already fast enough. Even though Saint Runemasters felt it was inconceivable. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He had to be faster, there was not enough time. He glanced at the situation of founding Elder Red Dust and the others. He felt even more anxious. Faster. Wang Ting immediately mobilized his spiritual force. Once again, he split out a dozen spiritual tentacles and turned them into carving knives. At the same time, he started carving runes in the void. In an instant, the number of psychic energy tentacles under his control increased from 80 to 100. In total, there were 100 of them, in other words, he could carve 100 runes at the same time. In fact, 100 runes were nothing to the great five elements divine sword array. However, Wang Ting was carving 100 runes at the same time. His speed was extremely fast, and his progress was greatly increased. Mysterious and complicated runes appeared in the void, constantly perfecting the great five elements divine sword array. The spiritual force in his mind was already operating to the maximum. His head could not help but feel waves of fatigue and pain. His spiritual force was too exhausted. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would have already fainted. However, Wang Ting did not. As he carved runes, he frantically picked up attribute bubbles to replenish his spiritual force. Otherwise, he would not be able to sustain such a high level of spiritual force carving. This was not a matter of whether his spiritual force was strong enough or not. It was just that no ordinary person could do something like this. Even a god-tier runemaster could not do it. A god-tier runemaster's spiritual force was indeed strong. However, Wang Ting had not rested since the start of the competition. Whether it was refining pills, forging weapons, or fighting with Dark Wither, or repairing this god-tier array, every single one of them consumed a large amount of spiritual force. Who could withstand that? Hence, at this moment, many people were looking at Wang Ting with surprise and delight. They were surprised that he could still hold on. They were happy that he could still hold on. It had to be said that Wang Ting's endurance was indeed good news for many people. After all, if he did not last so long, there would be no hope at all. His spiritual force is like a bottomless pit. Yes. Yes. It's too terrifying. This guy is indeed a monster. I wonder how he did it. Could it be that he is gifted and can recover quickly? Maybe he has some treasure that allows him to quickly absorb and recover. Oh right, he has a spirit source crystal. He has a big one. Maybe he is secretly absorbing it. Hiss, a spirit source crystal, and it's a big one. Yes, sigh. However, there is no other way. Fortunately, it is with him. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold on. Lu Yan, Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Niu Ritian, Taiwan, and even Sang Yi, Shi Tianfeng, Doris, and other geniuses with secondary professions were all gathered together. Their gazes fell on Wang Ting as they kept whispering. They had already withdrawn from the battle. For these geniuses with secondary professions, killing a few dark apparitions was already their limit. Without Wang Ting's help, they could not do much on the battlefield. Therefore, they could only watch from the sidelines, anxious and helpless. Time passed again. Boom, at a certain moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky, reverberating between heaven and earth. Everyone could not help but look over, and their eyes widened. They saw a figure suddenly fly out. It was Senior Statesman Bias. His face was extremely pale, and his hair had turned completely white. He was in midair, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Cracks actually appeared on the square seal, and then it exploded with a loud bang, turning into fragments that filled the sky and disappeared without a trace. The sacred artifact, shattered. Everyone was shocked, and their pupils could not help but shrink violently. Senior Statesman Bias. At the same time, exclamations broke out from the crowd. They immediately reacted when they saw Senior Statesman Bias's current appearance, and their faces were full of worry. Senior Donchin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately took action, using a gentle mental power to catch Senior Statesman Bias. Sorry, I did my best. Senior Statesman Bias's flying figure stopped in midair. His face was pale, and he glanced at the spatial crack opposite him. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a hoarse and weak voice. No need to blame yourself. Senior Danchin looked at Senior Statesman Bias's head of white hair and sighed inwardly. He said, "Go back and rest. Leave this to us. It's too late." Senior Statesman Bias shook his head and closed his eyes in pain. Senior Danchin and Senior Statesman Tambeli were stunned, but they quickly reacted and looked at the spatial crack. Rumble, suddenly, a cloud of black mist spread out from the spatial crack. The black mist was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding space seemed to be corroded, dyed in a layer of pitch black, and became extremely fragile. Blue veins suddenly bulged on the pair of huge claws. Anyone could imagine that the demon god was madly exerting force to the sides. Asterisk ka ka ka, asterisk crisp cracking sounds constantly rang out, and the spatial crack was being torn apart and expanded at a visible speed. Damn it! Senior Danchin and the others had ugly expressions. They desperately mobilized their mental power, wanting to stop the spatial crack from expanding. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, and they could no longer resist the terrifying power of the demon god. Pooh! Pooh! Under the impact of the terrifying power, the two seniors' faces suddenly paled, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. Their mental power suffered a backlash. They weren't the only ones. The immortals behind them also spat out blood and were involuntarily sent flying. In front of a demon god-level existence, even these immortal rank experts could not withstand it. The only reason they could resist for so long was because the demon god had yet to descend, and his aura couldn't completely permeate through. Kikik, strange ear-piercing laughter mixed with endless malice resounded from behind the spatial crack, echoing between heaven and earth. It shook people's minds, and they felt as if they were about to lose themselves and fall into chaos. At the same time, a dark red light filled with evil, disorder, and chaos bloomed. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. However, even if they didn't look at the spatial crack, they still felt their minds being corroded. Their eyes were in chaos, and they couldn't help but fall into depravity. This was the terror of a demon god. Everyone was aghast. Ha ha ha. Lord Demon God is finally descending. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable looked at the spatial crack, and his eyes suddenly became scorching hot. He couldn't help but laugh at the sky. Heavenly Flame Knight and the others' expressions changed drastically, and a trace of paleness appeared on their faces. They looked at the spatial crack, and a trace of anger flashed in the depths of their eyes. Boom, a majestic evil power gushed out from behind the spatial crack, and like a huge wave, it surged toward Senior Red Dust and Senior Red Dust. The void exploded, and the space collapsed. A terrifying aura instantly filled heaven and earth, covering everything. A monstrous evil aura filled the entire Subprofession Alliance headquarters, and it made people feel frightened and suffocated. They couldn't resist such a terrifying aura at all. Demon God! Demon God! Demon God! Fanatical shouts and roars erupted from the dark apparitions, resounding through heaven and earth and shaking the void. That fanaticism was like a devout believer. All the human warriors were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. The demon god was really about to descend. Is it too late? Lu Yen clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were filled with horror and despair. Then, she looked in the direction of the great five elements godly sword array and muttered a name in her heart, Wang Ting. Gu Luo, Lu Tun, and the other geniuses also stopped fighting. Their faces were shaken, and they looked up at the void. Their hearts were like raging waves, and they couldn't calm down. Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, Shi Tianfeng, and the other geniuses all fell into horror and despair at this moment. Little brother Wang Ting. On the Yu family's side, Yu Xianxia couldn't help but look in the direction of Wang Ting. Her small face was pale, and it made people's hearts ache. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others from the Qian Empire also looked at Wang Ting. They all clenched their fists and couldn't help but look at the figure sitting cross-legged on the Ur star. On the array star, the saint-level runemaster figures couldn't sit still anymore. They all stood up, and their faces were filled with horror as they looked at the center of the array. Wang Ting. The three elders seemed to have thought of something, and they all turned their heads to look. Everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Ting. At this moment, everyone had placed their last hope on Wang Ting. This was their last chance. Rumble, the sky shook, and in an instant, the terrifying aura finally descended. Endless black fog completely enveloped the void. Wherever the black fog passed, all living beings were annihilated. The experts who couldn't escape in time all died. Some exploded into blood mist, some turned into dried corpses, and some turned into blood. The way they died was completely different. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was, strange, they all died in an extremely strange way, and these were all, Sector Lord level experts. In just an instant, more than 10 Sector Lord level experts died. They didn't even have time to scream, and they didn't even know what had happened. They all died silently. Silence, it was extremely quiet, and it was extremely strange. Heaven and earth fell into a deathly silence. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Elder Red Dust and the others came back to their senses and immediately shouted for the survivors to avoid the area filled with black fog. Even the immortals felt their hair stand on end when they saw this strange scene. They didn't hesitate at all and immediately fled into the distance. Luo Ford's expression was extremely solemn. He glanced at the black fog in the sky, and then looked at Wang Ting. You're not leaving? Blood Knight Demon Master looked at him with interest and asked. When it's time to leave, I'll naturally leave, Luo Ford said indifferently. Even at this moment, he could still maintain his composure and didn't move from his spot. Blood Knight Demon Master's eyes flashed with surprise. This human ranked 19th on the immortal rank ranking was indeed extraordinary. He was completely different from other immortals. You want to save him? He followed Luo Ford's gaze and looked at Wang Ting. He smiled and said, Forgive me for being blunt, but it's too late to leave now. You can't do it. Is that so? Luo Ford's eyes flashed, but he didn't deny it. Blood Knight Demon Master's gaze was a little suspicious. He glanced at him, but didn't say anything else. He looked at the black fog in the sky. As for Qiyao Knight in front of him, he didn't think he could cause any trouble. As long as Lord Demon God descended, this person would also be eliminated. It was just a matter of time. Hence, he didn't have to look at him so closely. Rumble, the black fog in the sky suddenly rolled violently. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it condensed into a terrifying phantom head. It was hazy and blurry, making it hard to see clearly. A pair of empty eye sockets appeared on the head. Then, a scarlet light suddenly lit up and shone in all directions. Roar! 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 Many human warriors who were looking at the sky were careless and couldn't avoid the scarlet light in time. They instantly fell into a frenzy. This is mental corruption. Don't look. Angry roars came from all directions. Everyone immediately avoided the terrifying gaze, not daring to look at it. Kill! 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 Suddenly, Crimson Blood Demon Master and the other dark apparitions exploded with piercing killing intent. Their battle cries shook the sky. All the dark apparitions went berserk and charged toward the surrounding human warriors. In an instant, screams were heard. Before many warriors could react, the dark apparitions' attacks were already near them. They couldn't avoid them at all. The smell of blood filled the sky. Many warriors were killed instantly. It was a tragic scene. All the human warriors' expressions changed drastically. They were shocked and furious. They didn't expect to suffer such a heavy blow just because of the demon god's appearance. By the time they reacted, many warriors had already been killed. There was no lack of sector lords among them. In an instant, the human side had lost close to 20 sector lord level fighters, making the already bad situation even worse. Heavenly Fire Knight and the others looked terrible. They finally understood that these dark apparitions were waiting for the demon god to descend. They had already expected what would happen when the demon god appeared. Hence, they didn't fight them head-on. Damn it! Heavenly Flame Sage bellowed and dashed toward the dark apparition. Under his fury, an unlucky upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition was directly obliterated because it was too close to him. Boom! Crimson Blood Demon Master's eyes were cold as he charged over. His huge crimson scythe drew a terrifying bloody blade in the air and slashed the void. Heavenly Fire Knight raised his scythe and clashed with the other party. Both parties once again broke out into a tragic battle. The other human warriors didn't stay idle either. They were also enraged and unresigned. They fought the dark apparitions crazily. In the black fog, the huge head turned slightly. The terrifying gaze in its eye sockets suddenly tore the space apart. It condensed into a scarlet ray of light and fell towards the direction of the Ur star. At the same time, another terrifying aura appeared above the Ur star. It was as vast as a pitch-black land. It carried a strange and evil aura. Gaze, aura, a demon god had personally attacked a universe-level warrior. Moreover, it had used the power of both gaze and aura at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was overkill. The commotion was too huge. Everyone's attention was attracted by the situation here. Also, many people were already paying attention to Wang Ting. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly. They were horrified. Wang Ting. Panicked and worried voices burst out from everyone's mouths. They hoped to wake up the figure on the Ur star. However, on the Ur star, a black-haired figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was motionless like a clay statue. Even though the outside world was turned upside down, he didn't open his eyes from the beginning to the end. It was as if he had really turned into a statue. At this moment, the terrifying murderous intent descended from the sky. A scarlet ray of light appeared abruptly in front of Wang Ting and rushed towards his glabella. A strong gust of wind came out of nowhere and blew his black hair backward. Even the clothes on his body uncontrollably fluttered backwards. After that, they were torn apart and turned into fragments in the air, revealing his well-built and perfect upper body. Chi! 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 Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on his body. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. He was instantly covered in blood. Wang Ting! Everyone roared. They wanted to wake him up. They couldn't bear to see this prodigy die just like that. Ha ha ha. Slaughter Blood Demon Master laughed loudly. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Once upon a time, a universe-level martial artist was just an ant in his eyes. He could easily crush them to death. However, seeing a universe-level martial artist die, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Even Slaughter Blood Demon Master found it unbelievable. He's still going to die in the end. Blood Knight Demon Master sighed. Regret flashed in his eyes. He shook his head and said, no matter how peerless a prodigy you are, you're still going to turn into a pile of bones. However, it's an honor to die in the hands of Lord Demon God. A demon god personally killed a universe-level martial artist. This is probably the first time in history. Thoughts flashed through Blood Knight Demon Master's mind. He was filled with emotions. Luo Ford's expression finally changed. He took a step forward, and the space fluctuated. He was about to rescue Luo Ford. Blood Knight Demon Master didn't care at all. He knew that if Lord Demon God personally took action, even Red Demon Knight, who was ranked 19th on the Immortal Knight ranking, wouldn't be able to save Luo Ford. However, at that moment, Luo Ford suddenly stopped. The space around him dissipated, and he was still standing on the same spot. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound was heard. It was completely drowned out by the loud rumbling sounds. However, it made Blood Knight Demon Master, Slaughter Blood Demon Master, and the other dark apparitions' expressions change. They stared at the black-haired figure with his eyes closed. Finally, there was a hint of shock in their eyes. That scarlet light stopped 3 inches away from Wan Ting's forehead. That terrifying aura also stopped less than a meter away from Wan Ting's head. At that moment, the space seemed to have frozen. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everything seemed to have fallen into an instant of silence. It was as if something had swallowed it. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumbling sound reverberated through heaven and earth. Endless rays of light lit up, dazzling and gorgeous. Boom! 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 Then, the array stars turned into dazzling light pillars that shot into the sky and merged into the void. On the Ur star, the black-haired figure suddenly opened his eyes. A strange 5-colored light condensed in his eyes. He looked at the scarlet light 3 inches away from him. His expression didn't change, and his eyes were extremely calm. When he raised his head again, that terrifying aura seemed to be nothing. It couldn't hurt him at all. Then, he opened his mouth slightly, and a calm voice came out. It was neither loud nor soft, but it was vast and mighty. Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array, activate. Boom! With a loud rumble, the Ur star he was sitting on also released a 5-colored light pillar that shot into the void. The scarlet light was torn apart, and the terrifying aura was torn into pieces. Everything turned into nothingness. In an instant, rays of 5-colored light extended from the Ur star, connected with the runes, and connected with the array stars. Finally, they turned into a hole. A huge and complicated circular array suddenly appeared in front of everyone in a shocking way. It rotated slowly and emitted a terrifying aura. On the Ur star, the figure in the 5-colored light pillar slowly stood up. Endless aura was added to his body, as if he had become a part of heaven and earth. He stood there proudly. At that moment, he was the center of heaven and earth. The endless power of the 5 elements intertwined and turned into his sword. Clang! 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 Rays of 5-colored sword light condensed out of thin air like tens of thousands of swords being unsheathed. They hung down with restrained sharpness, protecting him in the middle. 10,000 swords were unsheathed. At the last moment, Wang Ting finally completed the repair of the array and reactivated the great 5 elements divine sword array. At this moment, 10,000 swords hung upside down. Their sharpness was restrained, but they emitted a terrifying aura that filled the entire sky. Even the thick black fog above the void was isolated. Everyone looked at the huge array that was slowly rotating in the void and was stunned for a moment. Then, they burst into cheers. Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Many people couldn't help but shout Wang Ting's name. Their voices were no less than the shouts and roars of the dark apparitions when the demon god appeared. That's great! Lu Yan, Sang Yi, and the others clenched their fists and waved them in the air. They couldn't control their emotions at all. They just wanted to vent their suppressed emotions. Gu Luo, Lu Tun and the other martial arts geniuses, including Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Shi Tianfeng, and Doris, all couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They were both happy and shocked. Ha ha ha. It actually worked. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others from the Qian Empire were overjoyed. They couldn't help but look ecstatic. They felt relieved. They were extremely worried about Wang Ting at first. After all, Wang Ting's method was too crazy. It was almost impossible to succeed. If it failed, it was obvious that Wang Ting would have to bear a lot of infamy in the future. Never underestimate human nature. Others wouldn't care about your efforts. They would only see whether you succeeded or failed. Losers would be despised, those who succeed will be praised. Wang Ting's talent was very high. Now, it was known that he had reached the saint level of 5. His future was definitely limitless. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others naturally didn't want him to be affected and unable to recover. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated Wang Ting's talent and attainments. He did it, the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array was finally repaired. He had done something that no Saint Runemaster had been able to do. Such an almost impossible achievement would definitely add a thick stroke of color to Wang Ting's side profession resume. It could be said that even if Wang Ting had just become a saint, his reputation would definitely not be weaker than those saint sub-professionals who had been famous for countless years. In short, he had overtaken the car at the bend. Who? In the sky, the three elders exhaled deeply. They were both surprised and overjoyed as they looked at the black-haired young man with mixed emotions. He did it. Elder Tambeli said hesitantly, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yes, he did it. Founding Elder Red Dust took a deep breath. His face was slightly pale. A smile finally appeared on his face. Good. Tobias' voice was hoarse, but he couldn't help but spit out the word good. He had always attributed the destruction of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array to himself. Now that he saw that Wang Ting had successfully repaired the array, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge rock had been moved away, and the guilt he felt was greatly alleviated. Ha ha ha, Venerable Heavenly Fire and the others couldn't help but laugh. Their laughter reverberated in the void, sounding especially ear-piercing. The dark apparition's expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. How could this be? The blood-slaughtered demon Venerable's face alternated between green and white. He simply couldn't believe this result. He originally thought that this kid would be killed when the demon god descended, but in the end, he had successfully repaired the god great array at the last moment. What kind of dog *T luck was this? Even the demon god himself couldn't kill this kid. Was he a cockroach? The blood-slaughtered demon Venerable gnashed his teeth in hatred. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and kill Wang Ting. Unfortunately, he felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the slowly rotating god great array. Mother *Ker, this kid is simply a freak. He actually succeeded. On the other side, Bloody Night Demon Venerable's bewitching eyes were filled with astonishment. He looked at the figure of the black-haired youth in the array, and his mouth involuntarily opened slightly. His heart was filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha. Luo Ford couldn't help but laugh out loud. He mocked, even if he's a peerless prodigy, he'll still end up as a skeleton? It's his honor to die in the hands of your demon god? He's the first universe-level ancient martial art practitioner to be killed by the demon god himself? From the looks of it, there's one more thing to add. He's also the first universe-level ancient martial art practitioner to survive under the hands of the demon god himself. Bloody Night Demon Venerable, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had said these words before, and now, they were returned to him word for word. This was really, he didn't expect this human Venerable Qi Yao to have such a bad taste. In fact, no one expected Wang Ting to actually succeed in repairing the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. In the beginning, they had no other choice but to make a Hail Mary effort because they had no other choice. However, in the end, Wang Ting's crazy method really succeeded. At this moment, when everyone looked at the black-haired youth in the middle of the array, there was only a strong sense of shock left in them. The experts from various forces all had complicated expressions on their faces. Suddenly, many people felt a trace of envy towards the great Qian Empire. They were envious of the Qian Empire for producing such a prodigy. Why didn't such a monstrous prodigy come from their own forces? The Pyrax family's immortal-level existence's expression kept changing. His emotions were extremely complicated. At this moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or cry. He was happy because the truth-level array had been repaired. Now, the human race could at least put up a fight against the demon god Dark Apparition. Otherwise, all the ancient martial art practitioners present would have died. However, seeing how insane Wang Ting was, he really couldn't feel happy at all. He only felt uneasy. The Raging Flame Sector Lord, the Fire Sparrow Sector Lord, and a few other powerful beings from the Pyrax family felt the same way. However, they were facing a dark apparition now. They could only temporarily suppress this uneasy feeling and focus on dealing with the dark apparition. This was the consensus of all the human ancient martial art practitioners. When facing a dark apparition, no matter what grudges they had to put aside first. In the array, Wang Ting stood in the light pillar and looked up at the huge and hazy head. His eyes flashed slightly. Kiki, interesting. An ear-piercing laughter suddenly sounded. Wang Ting felt that the gaze in the eye sockets of the head was on him. It seemed to be sizing him up. That gaze was like a terrifying giant beast sizing up a small prey that it had suddenly encountered. It was full of ridicule and mockery. Wang Ting's gaze was calm. He looked back at it without showing any signs of weakness. The 9 treasures pagoda in his body emitted a golden light, causing his eyes to flash with a golden light as well. It resisted the evil and chaotic intent from the demon god's eyes. The light in the demon god's eyes grew brighter as if it wanted to use this method to make Wang Ting submit. However, it had ultimately miscalculated. Wang Ting's lips curled up into a mocking smile as if he was mocking the demon god's stupidity. Without the support of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array, he might really not be able to resist the demon god's mental attack. However, within this array, he was not afraid at all. This was because when the demon god's mental attack reached him, it had already been blocked by the array and was weakened by several times. Under such circumstances, Wang Ting was naturally able to withstand it. After a while, the world seemed to have sunk into a strange silence. Regardless of whether it was the human ancient martial art practitioners or the dark apparition, they all looked at this invisible confrontation and stopped fighting. The demon god was speechless. It finally realized the problem. The light in its eye sockets flickered slightly. Demon god, you can't do it. Wang Ting suddenly grinned, revealing the whites of his eyes. He raised his index finger and shook it at the demon god. For a moment, everyone looked at Wang Ting in shock as if they had seen a ghost. This guy was really brave, that was a demon god. Even if he had activated the god-level array, it did not seem right to provoke him like this, right? Even if he had activated the god-level array, it would still be difficult to face the fury of a demon god. To be honest, even immortal-level existences would not dare to do this when facing a demon god. Many young geniuses looked at Wang Ting in shock. They could not help but admire him in their hearts. This was really a ruthless person, he was even more ruthless than a ruthless person. Bloody Night Demon Supremacy looked at Wang Ting, and the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. A trace of astonishment flashed across Rover's face. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The 3 elders, Heavenly Fire Supremacy, and the others all looked over with strange gazes. They suddenly had a new understanding of Wang Ting. This little guy was really not someone who could be bullied easily. Even if he was facing a demon god, he could still fight back with such fury. Was this something that ordinary people could do? How dare you? After the initial shock, the blood-killing demon Supremacy finally regained his senses and shouted at Wang Ting coldly. Wang Ting looked at the blood-killing demon Supremacy. He suddenly remembered that the other party had been targeting him previously. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Wasn't it high and mighty? Didn't it look down on him, a universe-level warrior? Didn't it command the dark apparitions to kill him? Now, he would let this upper-level demon Supremacy dark apparition have a taste of what it was like to struggle on the edge of death. So what if it was an upper-level demon Supremacy? Now that he was in control of the god-level array, he could kill an upper-level demon Supremacy without hesitation. With the intention to kill, Wang Ting directly stretched out his hand and pointed at the blood-killing demon supremacy. Clang! 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 The sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed suddenly resounded. The 5-colored sword gleams immediately changed the direction of the sword tip and were all aimed at the blood-killing demon supremacy. In an instant, the murderous intent solidified and was directed at the blood-killing demon supremacy. The blood-killing demon supremacy's face turned green. Sensing the almost tangible murderous intent, the hair all over his body stood on end. His scalp went numb, and his expression changed drastically. For a moment, he suddenly regretted speaking up at this moment. He was obviously trying to attract attention and become a target. Sword, come! Wang Ting did not give the blood-killing demon supremacy a chance to react. He shouted softly. All of a sudden, sharp whistling sounds rang out between the heavens and the earth. Boundless elemental origin power surged madly like colorful ribbons that converged within the array. Countless 5-colored sword gleams instantly shot out, carrying with them a sword force formed by force. They cut across the sky and gathered in one place. A long rainbow of sword gleams formed. The densely packed sword shadows covered the sky as if it was the end of the world. F***CK. The blood-killing demon supremacy felt a strong threat. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Boom! Wang Ting merely pointed his finger at the blood-killing demon supremacy, and the long rainbow of sword gleams had already cut across the sky. The densely packed sword gleams whizzed toward the blood-killing demon supremacy. At the same time, even more sword gleams suddenly formed within the array and swept across the sky. It turned out that when Wang Ting made his move, he had already notified the Sage Runemaster. They came back to their senses and helped out one after another. With the addition of their strength, the entire array released a terrifying murderous intent. Countless sword gleams appeared and attacked the surrounding dark apparitions under Wang Ting's control. His target was not only the blood-killing demon supremacy, but also the countless powerful dark apparitions. Dense whistling sounds instantly reverberated in the sky. Countless sword gleams were aimed at the dark apparitions and shot toward them. Roar! 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 All the dark apparitions' expressions changed. They roared furiously and frantically. Blocked the sword gleams. Rumble! A loud boom sounded from where the blood-killing demon supremacy was. In the end, he could not dodge the terrifying attack. He was directly hit by the long rainbow of sword gleams and was drowned in countless sword gleams. Roar! A furious roar came from within the sword gleams. A large amount of blood spurted out from the blood-killing demon supremacy's body. The intense pain caused this upper-level demon supremacy dark apparition to involuntarily roar. Many people's faces twitched. They looked in the direction of the blood-killing demon supremacy in shock and excitement. An upper-level demon supremacy dark apparition was actually unable to retaliate in front of the Great Five Elements magical sword array. Terrifying, was this the power of a god-grade array? Previously, the Great Five Elements magical sword array was destroyed by Ming Ku before it was fully activated. Everyone only caught a glimpse of its power and did not have a direct understanding of it. Until now, when they saw the blood-killing demon supremacy and other experts in this god-grade array, they finally understood how terrifying a god-grade array was. Heavenly Flame Knight and the other immortal supremacies looked solemn. If they did not know that the god-grade array was controlled by one of their own, they would have wanted to escape from this place. That terrifying killing intent, even though it was not locked on them, made them feel uneasy. Rumble! 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 At this moment, a loud boom sounded from all around the array. The dark apparitions were instantly heavily injured or killed under the bombardment of the sword gleams. None of the middle-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions could escape. They were instantly turned into dust. The upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions could barely resist for a while, but they could not last for long. How dare you! A cold roar suddenly came from the void and reverberated between heaven and earth. Many human warriors covered their ears as blood flowed out from their mouths and noses. Be careful! The three supremacies' expressions changed drastically as they immediately shouted. Wang Ting raised his head and looked over. His eyes suddenly focused. The huge head formed by the dense black fog opened its mouth. A dazzling black light was condensing within. Condense! Wang Ting couldn't care about anything else. He shouted softly, and countless sword glows gathered from all directions. They gathered above his head. Rumble, in the mouth of the head formed by the black fog, the black light had been brewing to the extreme. As the huge mouth opened and closed, it instantly spat out a terrifying beam of light, shooting straight at Wang Ting. Wherever the black light beam passed, space collapsed inch by inch. Numerous pitch-black and deep cracks appeared in the space around it. Endless aftershocks of origin power rolled back on the beam of light, destroying everything in its path. Some buildings were directly turned into dust and dissipated without a trace as if they never existed. An evil and chaotic aura spread out from the beam of light. The places destroyed by the beam of light had already shown signs of being contaminated by darkness. It was very terrifying. Everyone cast their eyes over. They were incomparably nervous and could not help but worry. No one knew how powerful that demon god was. Naturally, no one knew whether this god-great array could withstand the demon god's attack. The real battle had just begun. Go! In the face of the terrifying black beam of light, Wang Ting's expression turned slightly serious. He pointed at the black beam of light and shouted. Rumble, the converging sword gleams turned into a torrent and met it head-on. An ear-piercing whistle reverberated in the void. This torrent of sword gleams was also very powerful. It cut open the space and directly appeared in front of the black beam of light, colliding fiercely with it. Rumble, a violent roar was heard. The two terrifying attacks collided in midair and were in a stalemate. Not only did the black beam of light erupt, but the torrent of sword gleams was not to be outdone. Sword gleams swam within it, cutting off all the power that crossed the boundary. The two of them kept emitting explosive sounds in midair, as if two experts were constantly exchanging blows, destroying each other. Everyone looked at the two attacks with horror and solemnity. They could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. It was too terrifying. Even if they were just watching from afar, everyone could feel the terrifying aftershocks of origin power sweeping over in a mighty manner. It was frightening. Many experts hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close to the area for fear of being affected. Some of the surviving dark apparitions wanted to escape, but they were sealed by the array and could not leave. Although a large number of sword gleams were directed at the demon god, the saint-grade runemaster still controlled a portion of the sword gleams and trapped the dark apparitions. Everyone, it's time to counterattack. Follow me and kill. Heavenly Flame Supremacy saw this and immediately shouted. He led the crowd and charged at the dark apparitions. These dark apparitions were injured by the array and their auras were weak. Immediately after, they were chased by the human warriors. They could not react in time and were instantly at a disadvantage. Kill! 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 One by one, the experts rushed out and charged at the dark apparitions. Previously, they had been ambushed by the dark apparitions, and they were already furious. Now that they had seized the opportunity, they naturally would not let them escape. On the other side, the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy emerged from the sword gleams. He was covered in blood and was panting heavily. Huff. 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 Ha. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. The terrifying attack just now had left him with a lingering fear. Now that he had survived, he was wild with joy. He revealed a hideous smile and looked at Wang Ting. His eyes were filled with resentment and cold murderous intent. Ant. Ant. You're just an ant. How dare you injure me? An extremely cold voice squeezed out from his throat. It was filled with malice as if he wanted to cut Wang Ting into pieces. However, when he saw the terrifying sword gleams around Wang Ting, his eyes could not help but narrow. In the end, he did not dare to move forward recklessly. This upper demon Supremacy dark apparition was clearly frightened by the attack just now. He was more or less terrified. No matter who it was, in the face of the threat of death, everyone was equal. An upper demon Supremacy was no exception. Humph. The crimson blood-killing demon Supremacy snorted coldly. A dark red glow flickered on its body. Pillars of blood burst out from the corpses of the dead human cultivators and dark apparitions and gathered toward it. In an instant, the terrifying wounds on his body healed rapidly. As his flesh wriggled, it had already fused together. In just a short while, no injuries could be seen. This scene made the faces of Heavenly Flame Supremacy and the others sink. This was the strange thing about the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy. In the previous battle, he could only rely on his own blood to recover from his injuries. Now that he had suffered even more serious injuries, he could actually absorb the blood of other living beings to recover. This was really troublesome. This method was somewhat similar to the Dan faction's method. However, the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy's method was obviously more advanced. He would not become like the Dan faction's hideous appearance. Obviously, the Dan faction's method was inherited from these Blood Clan dark apparitions. However, Heavenly Flame Supremacy and the others also noticed that even though the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy's injuries had healed, his aura was not as strong as before. Traces of weakness appeared on the upper demon Supremacy dark apparition even though he tried his best to conceal it. Heavenly Flame Supremacy and the others could not help but look at each other with a tacit understanding. Boom! A terrifying attack instantly erupted and charged toward the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy. The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy was staring at Wang Ting like a venomous snake, trying to find a chance to kill him. However, he did not expect that before he could hide, the other human clan experts had already charged over. "You're still haunting me." The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy's expression was gloomy. He was unwilling to meet force with force. His current situation was indeed not good. Although the attack from the God-tier formation did not kill him, it had already severely damaged his origin. He would definitely not be at an advantage if he were to fight against this human clan immortal Supremacy. "Why are you running? Continue fighting!" Heavenly Flame Supremacy roared. He charged forward and launched an attack that contained immortal force at the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy. Boom! The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Again. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Flame Supremacy's eyes lit up when he saw this. He became even more motivated and launched a frenzied attack. "Don't be too smug." The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy let out a low roar. He could not care about anything else. The immortal force in his body surged out and charged forward. Boom! 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 The human and the dark apparition stood together again. However, this time, the bloodthirsty demon Supremacy was clearly the one who was being beaten up. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Arg! The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy was extremely aggrieved. He could not help but roar in anger. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, there was nothing he could do. He was constantly hammered by Heavenly Flame Supremacy. His body was sent flying and he vomited blood. Tisk! Blood Knight Supremacy could not help but shake his head. He let out an ambiguous sigh. Looks like that young man is not someone to be trifled with. He's a vengeful person. If he can take revenge, he won't delay it. Luo Ford seemed to have thought of something and could not help saying. Hee hee. Blood Knight Supremacy looked at Wang Ting in the distance and shook his head regretfully. What an interesting person. It's a pity that he's still going to die today. Luo Ford did not say anything. He looked at the situation with a serious expression. Wang Ting had only mastered a god-tier formation after all. There was a huge difference between it and a true god-tier formation. Luo Ford wondered if he could seize the opportunity to severely injure the demon god. Rumble! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void, covering all other sounds. The battle between Wang Ting and the demon god finally came to an end. The two attacks could not withstand the violent energy and exploded. Shockingly, the remnant waves of origin power were rolling toward the giant head in the air. Blood Knight Supremacy's expression changed slightly. He could not help but reveal a trace of disbelief in his eyes. In the battle just now, the demon god was actually slightly inferior. The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy looked in that direction with an expression of disbelief. His expression was extremely horrified. He could not believe all of this. However, rumble! The terrifying origin power shockwaves rolled back into the void and drowned the giant black head in an instant. This. The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy's expression was extremely ugly. He could not accept the reality before his eyes. Demon God. The surrounding dark apparitions were also horrified. They lifted their heads to look at the giant black head that was engulfed. The three supremacies, Heavenly Flame Supremacy, and the rest all looked over. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the situation above his head. Suddenly, the energy that was rolling in the void above him froze. It was as though a powerful force had frozen the surrounding space. Everyone was shocked. They were inexplicably horrified. That terrifying energy shockwave was actually frozen just like that. It was truly inconceivable. The bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions heaved a sigh of relief. They could not help but be overjoyed. Roar! Demon God! Demon God is invincible! The dark apparitions let out frenzied roars and chanted the name of the demon god. Whoosh! The next moment, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept past. The terrifying energy instantly dissipated without a trace. Wang Ting's expression was extremely solemn. This was the power of a demon god. Such means were truly terrifying. As the terrifying energy waves dissipated, the void revealed its original state. However, the giant black head had disappeared. In its place was an extremely tall and majestic black divine throne. Divine throne, that was a real divine throne made of an unknown black material. It emitted a metallic luster, yet it was like a black crystal. It was sparkling and translucent, and its shape was extremely strange. It was like a huge beast that was crawling. The beast's head was lowered, and it protected the divine throne in the middle. Behind the divine throne, a black divine kingdom appeared. It was vast and deep. Endless black light bloomed from it. Chaos, evilness, disorder. All kinds of dark intent were reflected. A tall, lofty, and hazy figure was sitting on the divine throne. It was lazy and noble. Black fog surrounded it, and it exuded an extremely evil intent. It was supported by the vast divine kingdom as though it was the center of the entire divine kingdom. As soon as this figure appeared, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Click to download the app on this site. You can read it for free. Everyone raised their heads and stared blankly at the majestic figure on the throne. Their voices were stuck in their throats. Elder Red Dust and the other two were solemn as they stared at the figure. Heavenly Flame Reverend and the others also stopped fighting as they stared solemnly at the existence on the divine throne. Even Rover's pupils contracted violently as he stared at the terrifying demon god in the sky. His aura was restrained involuntarily. This was his body's natural reaction. It was like a sheep encountering a ferocious tiger in the forest. He would be frightened, and his body would instinctively react to save his life. It was terrifying. Rover was an immortal knight, and he had perfect control over his body. It was impossible for such a situation to happen. However, it still happened. Even a powerful immortal knight was like this. It was obvious how terrifying the figure on the throne was. Hua, when the surrounding dark apparitions saw the majestic figure, they all knelt down. Including Bloodslaughter Demon Venerable, Blood Knight Demon Venerable and other Upper Demon Venerable dark apparitions. At this moment, they were all silent. They were fanatical and crazy before. However, when they saw the true body of the demon god, only fear and respect were left in their hearts. Yes, even the dark apparitions were afraid. Many Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions were even trembling, not daring to make a sound. Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy, Blood Knight Demon Supremacy, and the other Upper Demon Supremacy level dark apparitions lowered their heads and hung their bodies in midair. If they weren't in midair, they would have buried their heads deep into the ground. I'm in trouble. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He couldn't help but feel bitter. When he saw the true body of the demon god, he knew that it would be a battle to the death. It was too terrifying. Such an existence, even if it was a god-tier array, it would be hard to resist, right? Wang Ting had no confidence at all. F***ck, why is a demon god so terrifying? It wasn't that he had never seen a true god existence. When he was in the academy, he had seen the flood dragon god that came from the void turbulence. There were even a few true god existences in the academy. However, to be honest, it wasn't as terrifying and suffocating as it was now. What he didn't know was that when the flood dragon god had first appeared, the flood dragon god had become a flood dragon god. The Academy's true god-level existences had already blocked off the other party's aura, so the people behind naturally couldn't feel the terror. Furthermore, the Flood Dragon God wasn't here for a real invasion, but for the Yin-Yang Flood Dragon Essence Pill. Since he had a favor to ask, he naturally wouldn't recklessly release his terrifying aura. It was just a game. As for the Dean of the 7th Starry Sky Academy that Wan Ting had met, as well as the other two true god-level existences, as well as real god Ziyin from the Virtual Universe Company, they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Naturally, they wouldn't make him feel that extreme terror. The reason why Wan Ting felt that they were terrifying was because he had made a subjective judgment based on the aura they were emitting. However, things were different now. The demon god was unbridled in its endless malice and terrifying presence. It had come for the sake of invasion. Its original intention was to destroy everything, so it naturally would not hold back. Such an existence was the most terrifying. It could be said that this was the first time Wan Ting felt such a terrifying presence from a true god-level existence without holding back. Everyone felt suffocated as they looked at the demon god-level existence in shock. They couldn't help but feel despair. It couldn't be suppressed. Looking at the terrifying existence, everyone seemed to have lost all hope. The God Country enveloped heaven and earth. Above the God throne, the terrifying figure seemed to lower its eyelids slightly. It looked at Wan Ting Jr. from the human race. You should be proud that you were able to block one of my attacks. The rumbling voice reverberated between heaven and earth with a metallic texture. It was strange, evil, and extremely majestic. At the same time, only its voice reverberated between heaven and earth. All other sounds disappeared, even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Wait. Wan Ting looked at the demon god and suddenly said, "Did you make a mistake?" Huh? The demon god said. It doesn't seem like I blocked one of your attacks. You barely blocked one of mine. Wan Ting shook his head and said indifferently. Whether or not he could win was another matter. In any case, he couldn't lose in verbal warfare. Even if he died, he had to be stubborn. Everyone couldn't help but fall into a deep silence. Their faces were full of confusion. This guy was still being mischievous at a time like this. Would it kill him to speak less? They couldn't help but worry for Wan Ting. This situation was very dangerous. Okay, he could die if he wasn't careful. The demon god, it lowered its head and looked at Wan Ting. Its gaze swept over his face as if it wanted to see who gave him the courage. Interesting. How interesting. A calm and teasing voice came from the demon god's mouth. It didn't waste any more words. It casually raised a hand and gently patted Wan Ting. Rumble, endless black fog rolled over and gathered under its palm. The power of darkness surged, and the immortal power materialized. It turned into a huge black fog palm that covered the sky and emitted a terrifying aura and evil aura. This power didn't just attack the physical body. It also corroded the spiritual soul of living beings. That was why humans were so afraid of dark apparitions. The attack in front of them came from the demon god. Even immortal supremacies didn't dare to face the corrosive power directly. The bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the other demon supremacy level dark apparitions raised their heads and looked at Wan Ting with indifference and disdain in their eyes. Boom, the sky and earth turned upside down. Cracks spread in the void. The huge black fog palm slowly pressed down on Wan Ting. The black fog palm wasn't fast, but it brought endless pressure. It was as if the entire sky was collapsing. Endless space power and immortal power gathered, wanting to crush everything. Was this the true strength of a demon god? It was just a single palm strike, yet it was already so terrifying. It was truly unbelievable. Even the three supremacies, who were divine-level subprofessionals, felt the terrifying pressure. Their expressions changed again and again. They had seen many true god-level existences and were even treated as distinguished guests by them. However, they were helpless in front of a demon god. This was ridiculous, but it was also very sad. This was the weakness of subprofessionals. Only those who were truly talented could cultivate both their subprofessions and martial arts simultaneously. They would have powerful martial arts strength and profound attainments in their subprofessions. However, there were simply too few people like that. Don't struggle meaninglessly. The world will eventually return to darkness. This is the final fate of all living beings. Darkness is eternal, and we won't die. The demon god's voice came from the sky and reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. They widened their eyes in shock as if they had heard something unbelievable. Then, they felt a deep sense of despair. Their faces turned extremely pale. Was this why dark creatures were so scary? They had never disappeared. Even if the era changed, the wheel of history turned, and the river of time flowed continuously, they would still exist. It was as if they were sitting in endless darkness, overlooking all living beings struggling in the sea of bitterness. In the end, they would be harvested like straw and everything would return to darkness. This was indeed a kind of eternity, everything would turn into darkness and return to eternal silence. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but take a step back. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Many people heard such terrifying words for the first time. They only felt darkness in front of them. Everyone was working hard to become stronger for the sake of immortality. However, this demon god was telling them that darkness was eternal. In an instant, the path of life had turned into a terrifying void. How terrifying and despairing was this? Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Lu Tun, Gu Luo, and the other geniuses were all shocked. Their faces were pale as they couldn't believe what they had just heard. This was too inconceivable, it was also too unbelievable. These geniuses had extraordinary backgrounds. They all knew some secrets that outsiders didn't know. However, they only knew bits and pieces. Now that they heard the words of the demon god, their shock and impact could be imagined. The three elders and the immortals had ugly expressions. Their eyes fluctuated violently. It was obvious that their hearts weren't calm. However, in this situation, they had to remain firm. They absolutely couldn't be influenced by the words of the demon god. They knew that the words of the demon god represented some kind of terrifying secret and ominous. It was like a terrifying curse that had haunted the human race for countless years. No matter what, they couldn't get rid of it. However, why were they working so hard to cultivate? Wasn't it to get rid of this curse, to get rid of the shackles of life and death? How could they be swayed by a mere sentence? As ultimate experts, their wills were ultimately much more resolute than others. Very quickly, they recovered from the shock and wanted to speak up. However, someone spoke up before them. Black mud my ass. You're just a group of dark creatures that can't see the light. Do you really think you're the creator? Eternal? Immortal? If my human race's true god realm experts were to attack, let's see if you can destroy them. A loud shout suddenly came from the center of the great five elements divine sword array. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at the source of the voice in shock. It was Wang Ting. Then, as if they had been enlightened, they quivered and suddenly reacted. That's right, it was just a group of dark creatures. Although a demon god was powerful, it wasn't invincible. If a human true god realm expert were to attack, they could also kill them. What was there to fear? Many people comforted themselves as if they had found hope again. Fool! The demon god shook his head and said calmly. Many of your human true gods have already fallen in the darkness and been buried. All your struggles are futile. You will eventually fall into the darkness. Bullshit! Wang Ting shouted angrily, causing many people's facial muscles to twitch. This guy was too stubborn. He even scolded the demon god without hesitation. Ignorant! The demon god's voice was still calm. However, boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the huge black fog palm exploded with a huge roar. It had already arrived above Wang Ting's head and released a terrifying power toward the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. Great Five Elements. Divine Sword. Wang Ting's expression was solemn as he frantically mobilized the array's power and shouted. The Saint-level runemasters cooperated and mobilized their minds to the maximum to activate the array's power. Rumble. The rotation of the formation suddenly sped up, and 5 different colored light pillars shot straight into the sky. The power of the 5 elements was even more majestic than before, converging from all directions. A huge 5-colored vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. All of the elemental origin power surged toward the vortex and poured into the array as nourishment. Rumble, the void trembled as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying power. The space kept collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. Clang! 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 At this moment, beams of sword light gathered toward the 5 pillars of light and finally condensed together. Each pillar of light condensed a huge sword light, which represented the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 huge sword lights were hundreds of feet long. The tips of the swords were aimed at the sky, and a terrifying sword Dao concept shot up. Slash! Wang Ting put his palms together above his head and shouted. Rumble! The 5 huge sword lights moved in response. They shot up from the 5 pillars of light and rushed toward the huge black fog palm. Dong! A huge muffled sound was heard. The 5 huge sword lights collided with the black fog palm and stabbed at it. Countless sword lights crisscrossed. The terrifying aftermath of the 5 elements force swept in all directions, forming ripples that spread and destroyed everything. An extremely shocking scene suddenly appeared in the sky. A huge black fog palm was suspended in midair. Below it, the 5 huge sword lights with sharp energy bombarded the palm as if they were going to pierce through it. The demon god lowered his head. His face was slightly gloomy, and the black fog on his face fluctuated slightly. The power of this god-level array was indeed beyond his expectations. If he hadn't arranged for someone to destroy the core, he probably wouldn't have been able to descend so easily. However, now that he had descended, there was nothing to fear. Let's see how long this array can last. Rumble! The demon god's eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, an endless stream of black fog gathered toward the huge palm, making it more solid and terrifying. Rumble! In an instant, the palm pressed down by a large portion, and the 5 huge sword lights were forced to retreat by several hundred meters. A large number of cracks appeared on the swords as if they couldn't hold on any longer. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. His expression changed as he felt a terrifying pressure on his body. Pfft! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Saint Rune Masters all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their pupils contracted to the extreme. Wang Ting, Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Niu Ritian, Shi Tianfeng, and the others couldn't help but exclaim. The Crimson Dust Elder, Heavenly Flame Venerable, and the others were also on edge. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts could be said to be extremely tense. Could it really not be stopped? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, making them feel even more desperate. The demon god's words from before appeared in their minds again. Everything will return to darkness. With the terror of the dark apparition, could the human race really resist it? It's over. The demon god whispered, but his voice echoed in everyone's ears. It was like an evil spirit harvesting souls. It made people feel cold and numb all over. That's not necessarily true. Wang Ting shouted angrily. His heart was unyielding as he crazily operated the array. Boundless elemental origin power continued to pour down from the vortex and into the array. There was also a trace of a strange aura surging from heaven and earth, merging into the great 5 elements divine sword array. Rumble! Rumbles were heard continuously. The great 5 elements divine sword array spun faster and faster as if there was an invisible hand pushing it. The runes on the array began to emit endless light as if they were engraved with heaven and earth's secret runes. They triggered the power of heaven and earth, bringing a terrifying aura from the depths of the void. It mobilized the origin power of heaven and earth. The demon god was surprised, and his eyes flashed slightly. Whoosh! The next moment, he opened his mouth and blew out a strange black air current, merging into the black fog giant palm. Black runes appeared on the surface of the giant palm like tattoos engraved on the skin, emitting a terrifying and evil fluctuation. Wang Ting's pupils contracted as he felt the terrifying pressure from the giant palm. His body couldn't help but bend over, and his face became extremely pale. His mental strength had been severely depleted. At the same time, the injuries on his body erupted at this moment, and waves of intense pain came from all over his body. Especially under the terrifying pressure, numerous injuries that hadn't completely healed exploded open once more, causing blood to flow like a fountain. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Crack, 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 his bones were also creaking, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even with his strong body, he couldn't withstand the immense pressure. It was obvious how powerful the demon god's attack was. If not for the array, he would have been smashed into meat paste. Pain. 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 Wang Ting clenched his teeth and immediately took out various pills, stuffing them into his mouth. These elixirs were the best healing elixirs. The restorative elixirs began to take effect in an instant, causing the wounds on his body to heal quickly. However, under such a huge consumption, his mental strength was once again in a state of exhaustion. Pick them up for me. Wang Ting immediately released his spiritual power and scanned the entire battlefield. He picked up all the attribute bubbles in one go and absorbed them in one gulp. He didn't know what there was, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to it. He could only absorb them first. Now, these attribute bubbles were his life-saving straw. Whether they were useful or not, he couldn't let go of a single one. He picked them all up. Domain Lord Mental Strength *1500, Fire Star Force *5600, Dark Star Force *6200, Domain Lord Mental Strength *2800, Domain Lord Mental Strength *2400, Metal Star Force *8300, Immortal Force *120. The attribute bubbles that contained various types of energy instantly fused into his body and started to take effect. Wang Ting instantly felt a warm current flowing through his body. Or perhaps, it was a cooling sensation. The mental strength attribute replenished his exhausted mental strength, and various types of force flowed through his limbs and bones, surging into his small universe, relieving the fatigue on his physical body. Even his life origin and soul origin were replenished to a certain extent, causing Wang Ting to be shocked. The demon god on the divine throne was surprised once again. This human prodigy's condition was very strange. He was clearly at the end of his rope, but in the blink of an eye, he recovered quickly and completely. Talent, or some kind of treasure, no matter what, this kid was indeed an anomaly and couldn't be left alive. He had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Elder Red Dust and the others were also stunned. They didn't expect Wang Ting to recover so quickly. They were surprised and delighted, and they heaved a sigh of relief. How is this possible? The bloodthirsty demon Supremacy and the other dark apparitions were in disbelief, their eyes widening slightly. There's something strange about him. The bloodthirsty night demon Supremacy frowned. Even Rover couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he hadn't expected this at all. He's really an anomaly. I've never seen such a prodigy before. He couldn't help but compare Wang Ting to all the prodigies he had seen in the past. He realized that no one could be compared to him in any aspect. Everything that Wang Ting had displayed had shattered his understanding of the world. At that moment, Wang Ting suddenly raised his head and grinned at the demon god as if provoking him. Condense. In the next instant, he raised his head and spat out a word. Boom. 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 As soon as he said that, the 5 light pillars representing the 5 elements above the array formation became even more dazzling. They connected with the 5 huge sword lights in the sky, causing their bodies to expand several times in an instant. Buzz. 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 In the next instant, the 5 sword lights actually vibrated simultaneously, then turned into streams of light and instantly gathered toward the center. Boom, in an instant, the 5 sword lights collided and merged into one, erupting into a dazzling 5-colored light. A terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted. The void couldn't withstand that terrifying sword intent and was directly sliced open, causing huge cracks to appear. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it, their eyes filled with shock. They saw a terrifying giant sword that was thousands of feet long slowly rising from the dazzling 5-colored light. The tip of the sword reached the sky, and the sword intent shot up into the sky. On the sword, 5-colored divine light flowed. Mysterious and complicated runes covered the sword, intertwining with each other to form divine rune chains. The entire terrifying sword was wrapped by these 5-colored divine rune chains. As the 5-colored force flowed, the divine rune chains rattled and flashed with light. It was extremely mystical. The 3 elders were shocked. They couldn't help but look at each other as if they had thought of something. They didn't expect Wang Ting to have mastered such a transformation. How long had it been since he had comprehended the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array? Even some saint-level runemaster who had studied the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array for many years might not be able to trigger such a sword light. It was unbelievable. Useless struggle. Even if you're a peerless genius, you'll be buried in darkness. The demon god's eyes flickered slightly. He actually raised his palm again and pressed down, as if he wanted to completely take over the huge black fog palm. He was no longer as casual as before. Its words were still filled with indifference and disdain. It was just a soft whisper, but its actions had already revealed that its attitude towards Wang Ting was completely different from before. Look carefully. This is the true Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. At this moment, five-colored divine light burst out from Wang Ting's eyes. He shouted loudly, his voice shaking the void. His black hair danced wildly in the air as if he had gone mad. I don't care if you're eternal darkness. I don't care if you're immortal. I don't care if you're a demon god. Slash. Furious roars erupted from his mouth, as if he was venting the unwillingness in his heart. His voice rumbled until the last word, slash, was spat out. It actually formed an echo that reverberated in the void. Boom, the huge five-colored sword flew up into the sky amidst the clattering of the divine rune chains and disappeared. Boom, in an instant, the huge black fog palm was split into two halves. The sword light drowned the demon god. Rip, a terrifying gap was cut open in the extremely dense black fog in the sky. The sword mark was clearly visible and extremely shocking. Rays of light shone down from the sky, illuminating everyone's complicated faces. One sword. Slash the darkness. Slash that god. Wherever the sword light passed, a huge crack seemed to appear in the sky. The darkness was slashed apart, and the demon god was drowned by the sword light. Shocking, everyone looked at this scene, and there was only shock on their faces. Their emotions were extremely complicated. The dark apparitions were all extremely shocked. They stared at the sword light in a daze, completely unable to accept this result. That sword light was actually so terrifying, even Lord Demon God could not stop it. The indifferent and contemptuous expression on the blood-slaughtered demon Venerable's face completely froze. His face was filled with confusion and shock. How could this be? This should not be how the script was written. Shouldn't that human brat be slapped to death by Lord Demon God? Why was the situation reversed now? Lord Demon God's extremely terrifying palm was actually slashed apart by the other party's sword light. This was not martial arts. How powerful was Lord Demon God? How could a mere ant contend against him? Furthermore, he could clearly sense that Lord Demon God had not only used his immortal power but also the extremely terrifying God's origin, thus triggering the power of heaven and earth. How could such a terrifying attack not be able to defeat the other party? These thoughts flashed across the blood-slaughtered demon god's mind, causing his expression to change continuously. It was as though he had opened a dye house. Blood Knight Demon Venerable was also extremely shocked. His pair of beautiful, evil eyes were filled with shock, and his heart was in turmoil. Wang Ting had refreshed his understanding time and time again. More than once, he thought that Wang Ting would definitely die. However, in the end, the other party survived tenaciously like a cockroach. He even gained the upper hand in such a disadvantageous situation. Even Lord Demon God was at a disadvantage again and again. Blood Knight Demon Venerable could not believe that this was actually done by a human universe-level warrior. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, phew. Luo Ford took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. A trace of shock appeared on his face, and he could not calm down. What Wang Ting had done had really far exceeded his expectations. Even an immortal-level existence or a saint-level sub-professional who had been famous for a long time would not be able to do this easily. However, Wang Ting, a young prodigy, had done it. This was strength. This was also an unparalleled talent. There were also some secrets that no one knew about. Rover suddenly recalled the scenes he had seen earlier. Wang Ting had exploded in a desperate situation. He recovered quickly. For a universe-level fighter, this was simply inconceivable. No, even an immortal rank expert would find it hard to believe. That kind of extraordinary recovery ability. As well as an endless stream of spiritual power, force, etc. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. On the other side, the crimson dust venerable, the heavenly fire venerable, and the others were stunned speechless. They stared at the crack with mixed feelings, at the demon god that had been swallowed by the sword light. Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Gu Luo, Dan Yuan, and the other geniuses all fell into a deathly silence. They were shocked to the extreme. The heavenly son of martial arts, his secondary occupation was prodigy, perhaps this was Wan Ting's true colors. They all stared at the black-haired figure bathed in blood at the center of the formation, their eyes fluctuating violently. At this moment, this scene, it would be deeply imprinted in their minds, becoming an unforgettable memory of their lives. Pei Jing and Fengdu, the two geniuses of the Xi family, had complicated expressions. They had been enemies with Wan Ting from the start, and had been tricked badly by Wan Ting during the sub-occupation competition. However, now that they saw how terrifying the opponent was, they couldn't even raise any thoughts of revenge. They were afraid, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. The opponent even dared to scold the demon god. He even dared to slay him. They were right in front of him. What were they? It wasn't just the Xi brothers, even the Xi family leader's expression wasn't very good. Even though he could still maintain his composure, his heart was the same as the Pei Jing brothers, similarly not calm at all. Too terrifying. That kid was too terrifying. Xi Long couldn't help but clench his fists, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. However, he suppressed it. He was the leader of the Xi family. How could he be scared to the point of trembling by a universe-level fighter? That would be a huge joke. Within the crowd, the Pyrax family members all had serious expressions. Raging Flame Sector Lord, Fire Sparrow Sector Lord, and the others' faces were twitching crazily, completely unable to control themselves. The waves in their hearts were about to drown them. A strong sense of unease welled up within them. Wang Ting had actually grown to such a level? They looked towards the center of the formation. That figure that was covered in blood and looked extremely weak was now so tall that one had to look up to him. Even Sector Lord level fighters like them couldn't help but lower their heads in front of him. That was a demon god. Killing a demon god with one strike, even with the help of a god-level formation, it wasn't something anyone could do. Similarly, a god-level formation, in the hands of some people, could barely block the attacks of a god-level being. However, in the hands of Wang Ting, he could kill a demon god. This was the difference. How could they remain calm in the face of such a peerless genius? After this battle, the old fellows of the Pyrax family probably wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Under everyone's complicated gazes, after a while, that huge and terrifying blade light slowly dissipated, revealing an empty sky. The God Kingdom had disappeared, the God Throne under the God Kingdom had also disappeared, and the towering figure on the God Throne had naturally disappeared without a trace. The demon god is dead? Everyone stared blankly at this scene, feeling somewhat incredulous. A demon god was really killed just like that. He was blasted into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Even though everyone was extremely shocked when they saw the demon god being drowned by the sword light, they had never thought that the demon god would be blasted to the point where not even dregs remained. Even the divine kingdom and divine throne had disappeared without a trace. This was completely different from what they had expected. Originally, they only hoped that the demon god would be severely injured, and they were already satisfied. But now, the demon god was actually killed. That slash was truly terrifying. We won. Everyone gradually regained their senses and instantly erupted into cheers. The dark apparitions were completely pale as they stared at the sky with widened eyes, completely dumbfounded. Lord Demon God was really blasted into smithereens. How was this possible? Crimson Blood Demon Venerable, Blood Knight Demon Venerable, and the other Upper Demon Venerable dark apparitions could not accept this fact at all, and they were all stunned on the spot. Just like what the humans had thought, they originally thought that the demon god would at most be injured. They never thought that the slash could actually kill the demon god. Was that god-tier array formation really so terrifying? Were the methods of the human race really so unpredictable? Lord Demon God could not even block one slash. A series of questions flashed wildly in their minds, almost causing them to fall into chaos. What the hell was wrong with this? Founding Elder Red Dust and the others could not help but smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Their eyes were filled with this sudden surprise. No one had expected that a demon god would be killed just like that. It was truly unbelievable. Originally, they only hoped to borrow the power of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array to make the demon god retreat and block it behind the space crack. In their opinion, the slash just now would at most cause the demon god to be severely injured. It was impossible to kill the demon god. But the reality was that the demon god had completely disappeared. To be honest, at this very moment, Founding Elder Red Dust and the others were a little confused and could not react at all. Was the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array really that powerful, or could it be that they had never fully grasped the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array before? They were God-tier sub-professionals and a group of veteran Saint-tier sub-professionals, yet they were actually inferior to Wan Ting, that brat who had just advanced to the Saint tier. Hiss. The three founding elders could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, feeling a slight toothache. Founding Elder Red Dust and Founding Elder Tambari could not help but look at Founding Elder Baez and ask, "Did you guys not properly study this Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array before?" Cough, cough. Founding Elder Baez was stumped by the two's questions and could not help but cough dryly. His originally pale face suddenly flushed red. He was extremely speechless. He could not help but wonder. Could it be that their understanding of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array was really inferior to that brat Wan Ting? This, Founding Elder Baez suddenly thought of something and said, "Right, it's very likely because of Wan Ting's Five Elements Divine Sword Array." Founding Elder Red Dust and Founding Elder Tambari hurriedly asked, "You're saying that the array's power also changed after changing the core of the array?" It's not impossible. Changing the core of an array is an extremely crazy thing, yet Wan Ting actually succeeded. Even I can't imagine what kind of miraculous changes will occur. Founding Elder Baez nodded thoughtfully and said, "Also, don't forget that the Five Elements Divine Sword Array was formed by condensing the precious ore veins on the ore star. It's very extraordinary in itself." Makes sense. Founding Elder Tambari nodded. Although Founding Elder Red Dust was somewhat suspicious, he still nodded. It seemed that this was the only explanation. Otherwise, he could not think of any other reason. A demon god-level existence had fallen just like that. They really did not dare to think about it. Inside the array, Wan Ting was also stunned. Looking at the thick black fog that had been broken through and the empty sky, he felt that it was somewhat unreal. Oh **T, it died just like that? Wan Ting, you're too awesome. You actually killed a demon god-level dark apparition? Yuan Gungun's voice shouted excitedly in his mind. Previously, during the battle, he had not spoken to disturb Wan Ting, but now, he could not help it. Wan Ting, this guy, had actually killed a demon god. This was not just too awesome. This was simply too awesome. Yuan Gungun could not believe it. A newbie on Earth who was not even a planet-level martial artist could actually kill a demon god. If this news were to spread, the entire universe would be shaken. And Wan Ting was only at the universe level. If he could kill a demon god at the universe level, then even demon gods would not be enough for him to kill in the future. As for the method Wan Ting used, he did not care at all. So what if he used a formation, even if an ordinary martial artist was given a god-level formation? Could he kill a demon god-level existence? It did not exist at all. Only Wan Ting, this guy, was so freakish that he could rely on a god-level formation to turn the tide and kill a demon god. Suddenly, Yuan Gungun was very glad that he had chosen Wan Ting. Previously, there were so many trial takers from the universe, but he did not have a choice. In the end, he chose Wan Ting, a native of Earth Star. Although Wan Ting's performance was too outstanding, which was why he was chosen, what Wan Ting did not know was that he had actually hesitated at that time. After all, compared to the trial takers from the universe, Wan Ting did not have any advantages at all. However, in the end, he still valued Wan Ting's talent and chose him. Now, it seemed that he had really gotten lucky. Otherwise, how could he have chosen such a freak by chance? Why do I feel that this is so unreal? Wan Ting wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He still could not believe it. He really did not think that he could kill that demon god with that blow. He shouted so loudly just to give himself courage. After all, no matter what, he could not be weak in terms of momentum. He had to be firm. Nothing is unreal. It's dead. That demon god is dead. You killed it. Yuan Gungun laughed loudly. He was even more excited than Wang Ting. He was not even this excited when he saw Wang Ting's subprofession advance to the saint level. Forget it. It's good that it's dead. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. His body could not help but relax. Suddenly, waves of intense pain hit him, causing him to grimace in pain. It was too painful. Although he had swallowed a lot of healing medicine, the pressure from the demon god's giant palm did not disappear. His injuries continued to worsen. Fortunately, the giant palm was finally destroyed by the great five elements divine sword formation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If he had waited any longer, his body would have really collapsed. From the inside out, at that moment, he felt that his bones, flesh, meridians, and even his soul were about to collapse. It was too terrifying. He had never experienced such immense pressure. The demon god's power was truly terrifying. Even now, he still had lingering fears. The Crimson Blood Demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions looked terrible. However, when they saw the demon god being killed, they did not care about anything else. They rushed toward the space crack in the sky, wanting to escape. Stop them! Heavenly Flame Supremacy and the others saw this scene and shouted angrily. You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think we are? Kill. Leave none alive. Kill all the dark apparitions here. Everyone glared at the dark apparition. They roared and were about to charge forward to kill the dark apparition. Their eyes were red, and their faces were ferocious. Humans, don't be too smug. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy's face was cold. His voice was still filled with malice and contempt. He seemed to have recovered from the shock just now. Darkness will descend upon this world sooner or later. You are just struggling in your death throes. The demon god is dead, and you are still so stubborn. Kill all of you. Heavenly Flame Supremacy shouted and attacked. His immortal power was released. It was abnormally terrifying. Kill. Greenwood Supremacy, Gold Dawn Supremacy, and the other supreme beings of the human race led the charge. They wanted to kill all the dark apparitions here. There were not many opportunities like this. With so many powerful dark apparitions here, they were now at a disadvantage. It was time to kill them all. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for them to appear again in the future. Kill. 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 One by one, the immortals and sector lords from the various powers charged out. Even Wang Ting, a universe-level warrior, was not afraid of a demon god dark apparition. What reason did they have to retreat? Besides, today was a rare opportunity. If they could kill one or two powerful dark apparitions, it would be a contribution. It would be counted as their contribution, and they would benefit a lot in the future. The Interstellar Arbitration Council existed in the universe to adjudicate the powerful beings of the various powers in the universe. If someone betrayed the human race or committed a grave mistake, they would definitely be judged by the Interstellar Arbitration Council. On the other hand, if they made contributions, they would be rewarded accordingly. This was something everyone knew. Human warriors could make contributions by killing dark apparitions. The more powerful the dark apparition, the more contributions they would receive. These contributions could be exchanged for various resources at the Interstellar Arbitration Council. This was also why so many prodigies were fighting to get in. Kill. Waves of terrifying force swept across the sky and collided with the dark apparitions. It had to be said that Wang Ting had unknowingly stirred up the bloodlust in these powerful beings. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so courageous even if they had made contributions. Many of them were used to living like princes and rarely participated in such desperate life and death battles. They might not be able to do it if they were suddenly asked to fight the dark apparitions. However, Wang Ting's previous actions made these powerful beings feel ashamed. Even Wang Ting, a universe-level warrior, was so unyielding when facing a demon god dark apparition. However, they chose to retreat immediately. It was really embarrassing. Now, this trace of shame had transformed into their courage, and even the motivation to fight. Roar. Human race, I'll wait for you to be buried. Boom, a powerful dark apparition died, leaving behind an indignant roar as its blood splattered across the area. It was a lower-level demon venerable dark apparition. It was surrounded by a few human immortals and finally had its immortal substance destroyed. It died on the spot. Crimson Demon Venerable and the other upper-level Demon Venerable dark apparitions were extremely gloomy. Their eyebrows twitched as they felt the threat of death. These humans had gone mad and wanted to keep all of them here. Boom, Bloody Knight Demon Venerable and Rover were fighting. After seeing that Wang Ting was unharmed, Rover finally attacked and wanted to kill Bloody Knight Demon Venerable. He was very powerful and exuded a terrifying aura. This was the first time Venerable Crimson Demon's aura was displayed on this battlefield. Bloody Knight Demon Venerable was almost suppressed. Although he had already guessed that Venerable Crimson Demon was very powerful, he didn't expect him to be this powerful. He had no chance to fight back at all. Bloody Knight Demon Venerable's expression was very ugly. Roar. Kill. Some powerful dark apparitions kept roaring, and their voices echoed across the sky as they made their final struggle. The scene was too terrifying. Powerful dark apparitions fell one after another and turned into dark substance, contaminating a large area. Although the human warriors had killed the dark apparitions, the impact they left behind was extremely huge. It was very likely that this place would become a terrifying land of darkness. After all, those dark apparitions were all upper-level demon emperors or even demon venerables. Every one of them contained an extremely vast amount of dark substance and dark power. If it was any other place, just the dark substance and dark power left behind by an upper-level demon emperor dark apparition would be enough to contaminate a part of the starry sky. If there were life planets nearby, the consequences would be unimaginable. The living beings on those life planets would unknowingly be contaminated by the darkness and become its slaves. Fortunately, the Great Five Elements Divine Sword formation hadn't dissipated yet. It could then erase the dark substance and dark power. However, to completely remove it, the light martial artists were needed. Tisk. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the formation and looked at the dark apparitions falling from the sky. His face was filled with shock. Too terrifying, the human warriors weren't to be trifled with. With so many powerful warriors attacking, it was enough to make the dark apparitions suffer. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's eyes lit up instantly. There were so many powerful dark apparitions and even attribute bubbles dropped by the human warriors. They were definitely good stuff. Pick them up. Pick them up. Pick them all up. Wang Ting immediately swept out the remaining spiritual power in his body and picked up the attribute bubbles frantically. He didn't count the attribute bubbles for now. Instead, he felt the spiritual power and force in his body gradually filling up. His eyes couldn't help but move again. Those demon venerables were the hardest to kill. Even if the human warriors went all out, they had only killed one so far. Maybe he could do something about it. Just do it. Wang Ting's spiritual power swept out and controlled the Great Five Elements Divine Sword formation again. He made it rotate slowly and burst out a bright light. Boom, a loud boom suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, attracting countless gazes. F***CK. The bloodthirsty demon venerable and other upper-level demon venerable dark apparitions looked at the formation that lit up again. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they couldn't help but curse. Who the hell activated that goddamn god-level formation again? It didn't think too much at first. After all, after that terrifying attack, it didn't believe that Wang Ting, a mere universe-level warrior, could sustain the formation's consumption. However, when it looked at the center of the formation, it saw that familiar figure. Wang Ting. The bloodthirsty demon venerable was stunned. It's him again, it's him again. At that moment, the bloodthirsty demon venerable felt that its mentality was about to collapse. It was cold, it was contemptuous, but when it saw the extremely powerful human figure, its heart really collapsed. What kind of monster was this bastard? Why was he still able to control the formation after such a terrifying consumption? What was wrong with him? Even Reverend Blood Knight and the other demon venerable dark apparitions were in disbelief as they stared blankly at the ground. Boom, Rover struck out with his palm and sent Blood Knight flying. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was obviously injured. The bloodthirsty demon venerable's expression was ugly. He didn't expect that a moment of distraction would give him an opportunity to suffer such a serious injury. Is there a monster hiding in this guy's body? Rover ignored him and turned to look at Wang Ting with a strange expression. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Elder Red Dust and the others were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be able to continue. Within the Great Five Elements magical sword formation, the Saint Runemasters looked as though they had seen a ghost. They all stared at Wang Ting with their eyes wide open. They felt as though they had been sucked dry and couldn't be any weaker. However, when they turned to look, Wang Ting was still as lively as ever. It was as though the previous consumption didn't affect him at all. At this moment, under the operation of the formation, their mental strength was drawn out involuntarily. They became even weaker. The Saint Runemasters' faces all turned pale. Again, they felt that they couldn't hold on any longer. Although only a little of their mental strength was drawn out and wouldn't affect their soul origin, if this continued, they would be dispirited for a very long time. The Saint Runemasters were bitter. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect such a day to come. They actually wanted to cry because of a newly advanced Saint Runemaster. If news of this were to spread out in the future, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? Thinking of this, the Saint Runemasters could only pull a long face. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't show it. Boom, rumble, as the Great Five Elements magical sword formation operated, beams of terrifying sword light condensed again. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the sword light condensed when facing the demon god, it still contained a dangerous aura. It couldn't be underestimated. Go. Wang Ting looked at the dark apparition with a cold smile. He shouted. Swish, swish. Swish, all the dark apparitions immediately covered their heads and fled. They were in a very sorry state. Under the pursuit of the sword light, they kept roaring. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. They even forgot to make a move. It felt like there was nothing for them to do. Don't just stand there. Continue to kill. Wang Ting shouted. All the warriors of the human race came to their senses and were sweating profusely. They had actually been shocked by a universe-level warrior. They were speechless. Ha ha ha. Kill. Heavenly Flame Knight and the others were the first to react. Their eyes lit up, and they laughed loudly. They immediately charged toward the dark apparition. Rover smiled and charged toward Blood Knight Demon Master again. If he could kill this upper-level Demon Master, it would be a great achievement. Boom. Boom. Boom, with the addition of the Great Five Elements magical sword formation, the dark apparitions were at a disadvantage. Even the Demon Master dark apparitions couldn't hold on any longer. A Demon Master dark apparition went berserk. Its immortal power was wiped out, and it couldn't even use devil change. It was in a desperate situation. We shall return to darkness. We shall be immortal. A roar filled with unwillingness came from the Demon Master dark apparition's mouth. It was followed by a loud explosion. Rumble, it dissipated. Its body turned into a large amount of dark matter and dark energy that filled the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. Many warriors didn't dare to get close. Rumble, rumble, such explosions sounded one after another, echoing between heaven and earth. Those were the Demon Master dark apparitions that released endless dark matter and dark energy when they died. We shall return to darkness. We shall be immortal. We shall return to darkness. We shall be immortal. We shall return to darkness. We shall be immortal. At the same time, angry roars echoed in the darkness. It was like a strange curse that was filled with evil intent. It carried the resentment of the Demon Master dark apparitions and lingered for a long time. It was terrifying. Those angry roars seemed to have blended into the darkness, turning into a curse that affected many human warriors. They didn't dare to get close. Their faces were filled with struggle, and their minds seemed to be infected. Wang Ting raised his head and looked over. His expression changed uncontrollably. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. The sky was filled with dark matter and dark power, almost enveloping the entire sky. When the demon god appeared previously, a large amount of black fog filled the sky. It contained dark matter and dark energy. Later on, Wang Ting slashed a hole in the fog, but it didn't dissipate. Now that these powerful dark apparitions had died, a large amount of dark matter and dark energy appeared again, covering the sky. Even the hole was filled. Everyone could feel that the dark matter and dark energy seemed to have become denser and stranger. It was spreading into the distance, about to cover the entire Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Heavenly Fire Knight, Rover, and the others couldn't help but stop fighting. They looked at this scene and frowned. Even they didn't know what was going on. This was because so many powerful dark apparitions had never died at the same time. This was the first time such a situation had happened. Rumble, suddenly, a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. The sky and earth were shaking. Everyone's expression changed. Their hearts tightened as they felt that something was going to happen. Rumble, rumble sounded again. At this moment, an inconceivable scene appeared. The earth and sky of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters were actually cracking. It cracked open? Amidst the rumbling, the entire Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters was cracking open. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they lost their minds. Since ancient times, the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters was known as one of the strongest sacred grounds. No one had ever thought that it would be cracked open one day. This was unacceptable. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel a strong sense of horror. This horror came from the depths of their hearts and couldn't be suppressed at all. It made everyone feel cold all over as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Every sector lord, every immortal, and even the immortal knight, as well as the saint subprofessionals of the Secondary Profession Alliance, these three seniors, all of them fell into a state of horror. In an instant, everyone fell from the joy of victory to the abyss of despair. Their faces were numb, their expressions were dull. This was the expression of everyone's emotions at this moment. In the array, Wang Ting looked up at the sky and was stunned. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Yuan Gunggun's voice disappeared. He was as excited as he was just now. Rumble, the rumbling reverberated between heaven and earth. The Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters was cracking open more and more obviously. Cracks appeared in the sky and earth. These were cracks that appeared directly above space, revealing extremely strange and deep nothingness and darkness. An evil aura constantly spread out. Dark matter and dark power spread throughout the entire world, infecting everything. Everywhere it passed, everything was tainted by darkness as if it was cursed. The human warriors were very afraid and didn't dare to get close at all. However, the surroundings were completely covered by dark matter and dark power. There was only a small space for them to stand on, so they couldn't avoid it. Slaughtered Demon Venerable. Blood Knight Demon Venerable and the other remaining powerful dark apparitions didn't react at this moment. They stared blankly at the sky as if they didn't know what was happening. However, as soon as the human race cultivators stopped fighting, they immediately reacted, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Their lives were saved for now. These dark apparitions stood in the darkness and looked at each other. They looked at the human warriors in the distance but didn't speak. This was because they didn't know what was going on and could only wait and see. Rumble, at this moment, the dark matter and dark energy in the void suddenly surged, as if something huge was about to come out. The spatial fluctuations became extremely blurry and obscure. It was as if it did not belong to this space, but had descended here from another space. The hearts of all the human race experts tightened. They immediately looked at the corner of the black fog and their pupils contracted violently. Rumble, another loud sound rang out, and the void trembled. The fog that contained dark matter and dark energy churned even more violently. A colossus was faintly discernible within it, emitting a strange and evil aura. At the same time, it was very ancient. It was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was mottled with blood. It was extremely terrifying. What's that? Heavenly Flame Sage and the others frowned. He had a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. He had sacrificed over 10 demon lords in order to summon this colossus. It was definitely not to be underestimated. Everyone tensed up as they watched the scene in horror. It seems to be a black stone platform? Someone guessed. It's covered with black patterns. Those are the dark patterns that contain the terrifying power of darkness. Not only that, there are also some blood-red patterns that seem to be squirming like blood. It's terrifying. What is that? Is the demon god not dead? His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Such a terrifying situation could only be caused by a demon god, right? Everyone's expression changed as they thought of this. It was as if they had suddenly seen a dead person crawling out of a coffin, especially in the middle of the night. It would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked. Lord Demon God is not dead? Crimson Blood Demon Sage, Shuiyi Demon Sage, and the others looked at each other. They looked into the depths of the darkness as if they were trying to find that imposing figure. At the same time, they were also very nervous. Their eyes kept flickering as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. Could all of this be the work of Lord Demon God, including the deaths of so many upper demon emperors and even demon lords? It was extremely terrifying. Why do I feel that this corner of the stone platform is a little familiar? Crimson Blood Demon Sage stared at the exposed corner of the stone platform with suspicion. Wait, this is the darkness altar. Shuiyi Demon Sage muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Darkness altar. As soon as he said that, the surrounding dark apparitions fell into a state of shock and fear as if they had heard something extremely terrifying. Pairs of eyes stared at the exposed corner of the black fog as if they wanted to see the patterns on it clearly to see if it was the rumored darkness altar. As more and more of the stone platform was exposed, the area became bigger and bigger. Even though it was only a corner, it still cast a shadow over the entire sky of the plaza. One must know that the plaza of this profession alliance was extremely huge. However, just a corner of it was already enough to cover the entire plaza. Then, if it was the entire stone platform, how big would it be? Heavenly Fire Demon Sage and the others looked up. Their eyes flickered rapidly, and they were extremely shocked. Darkness altar? They had all heard what the dark apparitions said just now. Only a corner of the stone platform was revealed, yet it was already so shocking. It was actually an altar. In an instant, everyone's hearts tightened. Even though they didn't know what the so-called darkness altar was, they didn't need to think to know that it was definitely not something good. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was probably even scarier than that demon god. Everyone's hearts were heavy, and their faces were filled with bitterness. Victory was already in sight, but such a godly turn of events had occurred. Who would be able to withstand such stimulation? Darkness altar. Rover frowned. He seemed to have heard of this before, but he couldn't recall where at the moment. Wang Ting was also frowning. His heart was pounding rapidly as he asked in his mind, Yuan Gungun, do you know what the darkness altar is? I'm still investigating. Yuan Gungun said in a serious tone. Wang Ting could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and wait patiently. After a while, Yuan Gungun's voice sounded. I can't find it. Even with my authority, I can't find any relevant information. This so-called darkness altar either doesn't exist or is an extremely secretive thing. I have a bad feeling about this. Wang Ting was shocked. His expression became even more serious. How about, we run? You've done enough, Yuan Gungun said hesitantly. Let Rover take you away from here. He should be able to do it. Wang Ting was speechless. Yuan Gungun was even more cowardly than him, however, this was exactly what he wanted. Where there was life, there was hope. There was no good result if he fought head-on. When it was time to run, he still had to run. Wang Ting looked around wildly, looking for an escape route. To be honest, the dark matter and dark power didn't affect him much. He had the purest dark power in his body, which was different from other warriors. It was impossible for him to be contaminated by the dark power. The only thing he was worried about was the effect on his mind. If he encountered something that could affect his mind, he still had to be careful. There was also that demon god. It seemed like he really wasn't dead, but he didn't appear. This made him a little uncertain. What was he going to do? He was a demon god after all. How could he hide like this? Tui, despicable, boom. While he was thinking, a series of roars suddenly sounded in the sky, like thunder. The huge stone platform suddenly extended forward again, as if it was pushed out from another space, tearing through the void. A mottled, ancient, strange, and evil aura instantly filled heaven and earth. It became even denser, making one's scalp tingle and hair stand on end. The pressure of heaven and earth increased greatly, and the speed of the cracks suddenly increased. All the areas of the subclass alliance headquarters were cracking, and a formation even larger than the Great Five Elements Divine Sword formation appeared, covering the entire subclass alliance headquarters. It was the Void Mustard formation. When he first came to the subclass alliance headquarters, Wang Ting had obtained the corresponding attribute bubbles and the corresponding inheritance knowledge, but it was incomplete. He didn't expect to see this formation for the second time under such circumstances. Fate was making fools of people. The Void Mustard Seed formation appeared, flickering with light as if it was resisting the pressure emanating from the dark altar. Void Mustard formation. The three elders, Heavenly Fire Venerable, and the others all looked up, their eyes shocked. They didn't expect this formation to appear. This was the subclass alliance headquarters' most profound foundation. Now that it appeared in such a way, it was clear how serious the situation had become. The formation flashed, and attribute bubbles fell out one after another. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He didn't have time to be shocked, and picked them up first. His psychic power swept through the air, and he picked up the attribute bubbles before they landed on the ground. Void Mustard Formation * 2000, Void Mustard Formation * 3000, Void Mustard Formation * 1500, Origin of Chaos Energy * 3000, Origin of Chaos Energy * 2800, in an instant, a corresponding comprehension appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Immediately, the illusory image of a great formation appeared in his mind and slowly rotated. Runes lit up on the formation. Originally, only a small area was emitting light, and it was a very small corner. Compared to the enormous formation, it was like the size of an ant. But now, as the runes lit up one by one, the ant-like area became the size of a leech. In fact, Wang Ting had only obtained 100 points of the Void Mustard formation's attributes before, and it was an incomplete formation, which was pitifully little. Now, although it was still an incomplete formation, the attribute values were much higher than before. Void Mustard Seed Formation, Incomplete 7/200/10,000, Basic. In just a moment, Wang Ting's mastery of the Void Mustard Formation had increased by hundreds of times, and it seemed that he would soon break through to the beginner level. Unfortunately, the formation he had mastered was still incomplete. It seemed that the completion of this god-level formation would have to be carried out together with the improvement of his proficiency. But overall, Wang Ting was quite happy with this reward. After all, the Void Mustard formation was extremely rare and precious. It was a naturally formed formation that contained the power of space, and it was not something that ordinary formations could compare to. In the entire Subprofession Alliance headquarters, there were not many who could master this formation. Now that he had obtained the inheritance of this god-level formation through this method, he could not be considered unlucky. In addition to the Great Five Elements Godly Sword formation, he had mastered 2 god-level formations. There was probably no other runemaster who had just advanced to the saint level who could be as lucky as him. Then, Wang Ting looked at the other attribute bubble, and he could not help but be delighted. Chaos Origin Energy. He did not expect it to be Chaos Origin Energy. When Wang Ting had just arrived at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, he had obtained this attribute bubble before. Now, he had obtained it again. Wang Ting frowned, somewhat suspicious. Wasn't this Chaos Origin Energy formed by the convergence of 3 void turbulence belts? Why would Chaos Origin Energy attribute bubbles appear in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters after the Void Mustard formation was activated? Unfortunately, no matter how he thought about it, he could not see through the mystery. Wang Ting shook his head and did not think too much about it. He would absorb it first. This was good stuff, and he could not waste it. After the Chaos Origin Energy attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body, they crystallized in his small universe and could be used at any time. This Chaos Origin Energy was undoubtedly very useful. It could be transformed into various forms of energy at any time to deal with unexpected needs. Wang Ting was excited, but he quickly suppressed the joy in his heart. No, this was a critical moment. How could he be happy here alone? He looked up, and his eyes flashed slightly. As the formation shook, attribute bubbles continued to fall from the void. Wang Ting did not know whether he should be happy or cry. Although there were many attribute bubbles, it was not the way he wanted them. He had no choice but to pick them up with tears in his eyes, spiritual force intertwined in midair, forming a dense net. As long as the attribute bubbles fell, they would come into contact with his spiritual force and be picked up. Not a single one escaped. After that, Wang Ting stopped paying attention. He collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the dark altar. He wondered if the void mustard seed array could withstand that terrifying dark altar. After all, the void mustard formation was not an offensive formation. If one had to count it, it could be considered a defensive formation. As a naturally formed god-tier formation, it had many magical aspects and was much more stable than ordinary formations. Perhaps it could withstand the terrifying power of the dark altar. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the dark altar, their hearts tense up. "This can't go on," an immortal said in a low voice. "If we let the dark altar completely descend, something terrifying will definitely happen. This dark altar must contain something terrifying. I wonder where it came from. We have to stop it. This space can't hold on for much longer. The Subprofession Alliance headquarters is collapsing." The voices of the immortals sounded solemn. Rumble, the dark altar moved out inch by inch and was about to descend. Terrifying space cracks spread throughout the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Buildings were destroyed under the terrifying power of darkness. A large number of subprofessions couldn't escape. They screamed in agony, their voices echoing in the air. Boom, they turned into a bloody mist and dissipated in the darkness. They were drowned and disappeared completely. The three elders, Heavenly Flame Knight, and the others' expressions changed. This was a disaster for the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. The losses were too great. Seeing their subprofessions fall one by one, they felt pain in their hearts. Their expressions were extremely ugly, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't help at all. They could only watch as it happened. When the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy and the other dark apparitions saw this scene, they couldn't help but sneer. Previously, they had almost been suppressed and many demon supremacy level dark apparitions had perished. Now, these human martial artists were going to pay the price in blood. The appearance of the dark altar was very strange. If they guessed correctly, it might be related to something terrifying. However, as long as they were alive, they didn't care about the lives of the other dark apparitions. Now, under the power of the dark altar, the human race was once again in a desperate situation. It was equivalent to taking revenge for them. Dong, suddenly, a bell chime reverberated between heaven and earth. It was boundless and melodious. Soul calming bell, that was the soul calming bell. Ever since it blocked the demon god's roar, the soul calming bell hadn't appeared again. No one expected it to reappear now. It seemed that the existence behind the Subprofession Alliance headquarters also felt the terror and strangeness of the dark altar and didn't want it to descend smoothly. As the bell chime reverberated, an invisible sound wave formed in the air and turned into ripples that spread out. Crimson Blood Demon Knight and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They were the first to bear the brunt. They spat out a mouthful of blood and were pushed back a few thousand meters, falling into the darkness. Under the terrifying sound wave, the black mist in the sky rolled as if it was about to be dispersed. Clang, in the next moment, the sound wave fiercely collided with a corner of the black altar, emitting a trembling sound that sounded like metal colliding, reverberating endlessly. Many warriors' expressions changed drastically. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. Clearly, they were injured by the terrifying sound of the collision. Even immortal rank existences' expressions changed slightly under the influence of the sound. Their minds were affected. If it was only the sound of the soul calming bell, it wouldn't have injured the human race warriors. However, when the two collided, a sinister and strange sound came from the dark altar. It was like a ferocious ghost wailing or a strange dark creature whispering. It caused one's mind to be injured. It was unknown what material the dark altar was made of. It seemed to be metal or some kind of stone. However, when it collided, it could make a metallic sound. It was very strange. Wang Ting frowned. Golden light flashed in his eyes. He had activated the 9 Treasures Pagoda. At this moment, the 9 Treasures Pagoda was floating in Wang Ting's small universe. It emitted a brilliant golden light and suppressed all the chaotic sounds that were invading his mind. Against these attacks that could affect one's mind, the Nine Treasures Pagoda was really invincible. Wang Ting's expression didn't change, but his heart was extremely heavy. Between the soul-calming bell and the dark altar, who would win? Boom, all of a sudden, a boundless black light erupted from the dark altar, shattering all of the sound wave attacks. This. Wang Ting's eyes widened. He was shocked. This dark altar was too strong. It could even easily shatter the soul-calming bell sound wave attack. One had to know that the dark altar had only revealed a corner. It hadn't fully descended, but it could withstand the soul-calming bell's attack. It was unbelievable. However, before Wang Ting could continue to be surprised, a few attribute bubbles suddenly fell from the dark altar. This. He couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't have time to think. He immediately used his spiritual force to approach the dark altar. He wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles. However, when his spiritual force got close to the dark altar, it disappeared instantly as if it was swallowed. There was even a sinister and strange force that spread along his spiritual force. It scared Wang Ting so much that he immediately cut off that strand of spiritual force. How terrifying! Wang Ting's expression was ugly. He thought that he could easily obtain attribute bubbles as usual. In the end, he was slapped in the face. Even spiritual force couldn't get close to the dark altar. What was even more ridiculous was that those attribute bubbles didn't fall. It was as if there was a special force that bound them to the dark altar. Wang Ting had no choice but to approach the dark altar to pick them up. What should I do? Wang Ting's eyes flickered. His mind was spinning rapidly. He had to pick up these attribute bubbles. If he wanted to find a way to stop the dark altar, he had to understand it. Originally, Wang Ting had given up. However, when he saw that the dark altar could drop attribute bubbles, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Various methods flashed through his mind. At the same time, he focused on the various skills that he had mastered. If he wanted to get close to the dark altar, normal methods wouldn't work. He had to find another way. Logically speaking, the dark altar didn't seem to repel the dark apparitions. At the very least, the bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the others weren't too far away from the dark altar. They weren't affected at all. Therefore, Wang Ting should be able to get close to the dark altar if he used the dark star force. However, there was a problem. With so many people watching, wouldn't he be courting death if he used the dark star force? The others wouldn't listen to his explanation. They would only treat him as a spy. After all, there were already 2 dark apparitions that had appeared. Wang Ting didn't want to court death. Dong, the soul-repressing bell's melodious chime sounded again. It launched the second wave of attack. Boom, the bell and the dark altar collided again. This time, there wasn't the sound of metal vibrating. Instead, there was only the sound of collision. The soul-repressing bell's sound wave attack didn't land on the dark altar. It collided with the black light and was blocked outside. The two were in a stalemate. Dong, the third bell chime sounded. It was even louder than the previous 2. Boom, the sound waves came one after another like monstrous waves. They fiercely bombarded the black light emitted by the dark altar. Everyone could see the sound wave attack that seemed to have materialized, and they were extremely shocked. The soul-repressing bell really couldn't do anything to the dark altar. This was too inconceivable. The soul-repressing bell was undoubtedly powerful. However, it couldn't break through the black light emitted by the dark altar. What kind of existence was it? Humph. A cold snort came from somewhere. The space that was full of cracks suddenly fluctuated violently. An ancient bell slowly appeared. It was wrapped in a strange light, making it impossible to see the bell's appearance clearly. Soul-repressing bell. Founding Elder Red Dust and the others cried out in shock. They looked at the bell in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. The soul-repressing bell actually appeared. The sacred grade sub-professionals and the core family members all opened their mouths wide. They all looked at the bell that suddenly appeared in the sky in shock. Soul-repressing bell? This is the soul-repressing bell. Wang Ting was shocked. It was as if a storm was raging in his heart. It could be said that he had only heard the bell's sound, but not its appearance. Now that he actually saw its true form, Wang Ting almost instinctively opened his eyes of truth to see the bell's appearance. However, a line of blood tears instantly flowed down from his eyes. Wang Ting only saw a dazzling light. Then, his eyes stung. He was almost blinded by the light. Terrifying, this bell was indeed terrifying. He was excited. Could the soul-repressing bell shake the dark altar? There were many people who had the same idea. Behind him, pairs of eyes gathered and stared at the bell. Clang, the soul-repressing bell let out a deafening sound that reverberated between heaven and earth. It turned into a dazzling stream of light and rushed toward the exposed corner of the dark altar. Boom, in the next moment, before anyone could react, the soul-repressing bell had already slammed into the black light emitted by the dark altar. A violent boom erupted. Bang, in an instant, the black light shattered. It was directly shattered by the soul-repressing bell, revealing the corner of the dark altar behind it. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Suppress! A cold voice full of majesty echoed in the sky. After the soul-repressing bell shattered the black light, it didn't lose its momentum and pressed toward the dark altar. Boom, endless light erupted from the soul-repressing bell, making it look like a dazzling supergiant star. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Buzz, at this moment, the patterns on the dark altar seemed to come alive. They wriggled crazily and then let out a buzzing sound. It seemed that there was a terrifying aura coming from above. Boom, the soul-repressing bell arrived and directly hit the dark altar. A terrifying boom erupted and completely shattered the void. Endless spatial turbulence swept out and covered the area, causing people to retreat in horror. Good chance. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of a way. In an instant, he used the power of space and the space concealment battle skill to send a strand of his mind power over. To others, the chaotic spatial turbulence was extremely terrifying. They didn't even dare to get close to it. However, to Wang Ting, this was the best opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Although the spatial turbulence was equally dangerous to him, he had a way to avoid it. Relatively speaking, it was much safer than others. Wang Ting's gaze was fixed on the dark altar. Other than the attribute bubbles that had just fallen, there were also the attribute bubbles that had fallen from the soul-repressing bell. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this, his mind power was sent over. It was wrapped in a strand of dark star force and darkness origin. In the chaotic spatial turbulence, even an immortal rank existence wouldn't be able to detect who had sent it out. Even a true god might not be able to detect it. Just in case, Wang Ting had already made preparations. After picking up the attribute bubbles, he would immediately cut off the connection. This would ensure that nothing would go wrong. Even if someone did detect something at that moment, they wouldn't be able to trace it to him. Close. Close. Wang Ting could feel his mind power. His hands gradually clenched into fists. He was actually a little nervous. Soon, his mind power appeared in the chaotic spatial turbulence. However, it was still a little distance away from those attribute bubbles. However, under the cover of the power of darkness, Wang Ting's mind power was indeed not rejected by the dark altar. This was good news. Wang Ting immediately controlled his mind power to swim in the chaotic spatial turbulence. He also had to avoid the terrifying energy produced by the collision between the soul-repressing bell and the dark altar. This process was extremely dangerous and difficult. Fortunately, his space concealment skill came in handy. From time to time, he would escape into space and narrowly avoid the impact of the energy. At a certain moment, Wang Ting's mind shook. Suddenly, there was an additional realization in his mind. He had picked it up. His mind shook, and he was ecstatic. However, now was not the time to be happy. He hurriedly suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to pick up. In the end, when he picked up 3 attribute bubbles, he was finally hit by the energy and his mind power was cut off. What a pity! Wang Ting sighed. His eyes flashed, and he immediately immersed himself in the realization. Boom, a tremendous amount of information exploded in his mind, turning into a series of extremely profound comprehensions that were filled with strangeness and evil. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. His mind received a strong impact. He only felt dizzy. A strange sound echoed in his ears. He didn't expect that just a realization would have the same strange power as the dark altar. Suppress! Wang Ting roared in his heart. The Nine Treasures Pagoda emitted a bright golden light and suppressed all the negative emotions. However, in the face of that strange power, it was still somewhat insufficient. Moreover, the realization directly appeared in his mind. The impact was even greater. Darkness origin. A light flashed in Wang Ting's mind. He immediately used the darkness origin and let it faintly appear in the small universe in his body. Buzz, the strange power stagnated for a moment and gradually quieted down. Even the malicious sound no longer appeared. It was as if it had disappeared. It's indeed useful. Wang Ting immediately let out a long breath. He didn't dare to think too much and quickly absorbed and digested the realization. Dark altar, an incomparably huge black altar appeared in his mind. It was covered with all kinds of obscure and strange dark runes. At a glance, one would feel a chill run down their spine, as if they were about to fall into an abyss. It was as if the altar contained a great terror. Hiss! Wang Ting's mind became enlightened. He couldn't help but gasp. The origin of the dark altar was so great that it was unimaginable. The dark altar, this was the true dark altar. Wang Ting was shocked. The enlightenment he had just gained allowed him to know the origin of the dark altar. However, it was also the reason why he was distracted. The dark altar was not as simple as its name. It was an altar that contained the terrifying power of darkness. Wang Ting came to understand that the darkness altar was an extremely ancient existence. It was impossible to trace its origins back to the past. He did not know who created it either. All kinds of dark runes were carved on it. There was even the blood of terrifying dark creatures. It was extremely evil and strange, but it was also very mystical. As for the usage of the dark altar, it was even more shocking and frightening. Worship the darkness, communicate with the darkness, obtain the power of darkness from the darkness. It could even summon some extremely terrifying beings from the darkness. Wait, these were the functions of the dark altar, and perhaps even more. Even in the enlightenment Wang Ting had gained, he had only displayed bits and pieces. It was not complete. Moreover, many dark apparitions did not know much about the dark altar. Just now, from the bloodthirsty demon Venerable. It could be seen from the reaction of the bloodthirsty demon Venerable and the other dark apparitions. They did not immediately recognize the true nature of the dark altar. The bloodthirsty demon Venerable and the other dark apparitions were upper-level demon Venerables. In the dark world, their status was definitely not low. They could even be considered the top of the top. However, even such an existence didn't know much about the dark altar. This showed how ancient and secretive the dark altar was. Wang Ting was shocked and horrified. The dark apparitions had summoned such an ancient and strange altar. They must be after something big. He was in big trouble now. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he looked at the attribute panel. Dark altar, incomplete, unknown 3600/50,000, entry. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the attributes of the dark altar. Just the beginner level required 50,000 attribute points? This was even more shady than the void mustard seed array. With such high attribute points, just the entry level, how long would it take to level up, especially since its attribute bubbles were so difficult to pick up? Wang Ting didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Other than that, the attributes of the dark altar were still incomplete. It was not complete at all. This was even more ridiculous. It was one thing for him to have high attribute points. Furthermore, it was damaged. Was he playing with it? However, these were not the key points. Wang Ting's attention was quickly attracted by a few other words. This, darkness altar, S-level display was actually unknown. Didn't that mean that the darkness altar was of a higher level than the void mustard formation? F***CK. Wang Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark altar was of a higher level than a divine level formation like the void mustard seed formation. What was above the deity level, he didn't know. Wang Ting had no idea at all. Up until now, he had never found any relevant information, nor had he ever seen anyone or anything above the divine level. Wang Ting was naturally very curious about the existence above true God. He had asked Yuan Gungun to help him look for it, but every time, it was to no avail. It was as if the existence above true God was a taboo that was unknown to the world. Now that he saw that the soul-repressing bell could not do anything to the darkness altar, Wang Ting was even more certain that the darkness altar was a treasure above the deity level. Thinking about it, the 50,000 attribute points required to learn the basics of the darkness altar was 5 times the attribute points required to learn the basics of the void mustard seed formation. No one would believe that they were of the same level. Suddenly, he thought of the ancient god body and sky gauging finger that he had obtained before. These two cultivation techniques and combat skills were of the same unknown level. Did this mean that they were of a higher level than the deity level? Thinking about it this way, Wang Ting realized that he had unknowingly obtained a lot of things that would make the world go crazy. If outsiders knew about it, they would probably go crazy over it. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Looking at the attributes of the darkness altar, he couldn't help but become ruthless. How could he let go of such a good thing so easily? Scoop. He had to scoop it. Wasn't it just an altar? What kind of wool had he not scouted? He didn't believe that he couldn't scoop out the wool of this altar. Just do it. Boom, the sky shook. The soul-repressing bell and the darkness altar were still clashing. Neither could do anything to the other. As the two collided, the surrounding space was still collapsing. Spatial turbulence constantly appeared and shrouded the area. The darkness altar was still slowly being pushed out. The soul-repressing bell couldn't stop it. Damn. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly widened. What did he see? A lot of attribute bubbles, and they were space attributes. He was just about to pick up the attribute bubbles near the darkness altar when he saw so many space attributes. He couldn't take his eyes off it. Dazzling, JPG, there were too many attribute bubbles. As the space cracks appeared, the space kept collapsing. The attribute bubbles were all over the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters. Previously, Wang Ting didn't care about it. But now that he saw so many space attributes, he couldn't care less. If he didn't take it, he would be punished, he would be struck by lightning. He immediately swept out his spiritual power and frantically picked them up. At the same time, he separated a wisp of spiritual power and did the same thing. He carefully approached the darkness altar and picked up the attribute bubbles nearby. After all, he had the experience of the first time. The second time was much more familiar. Wang Ting quickly picked up the attribute bubbles beside the darkness altar and immediately absorbed them. Boom, the realization of the darkness altar appeared in his mind again. This time, the strange sound didn't appear at all. No, it appeared, but it didn't affect him at all. Firstly, Wang Ting had already obtained the inheritance of the darkness altar. Secondly, his darkness origin power was also in effect. Hence, he wouldn't be repelled and affected by the strange force. Perhaps the inheritance of the darkness altar had already recognized him as a white-skinned, black-hearted dark apparition. Wang Ting couldn't help but cry just thinking about it. He was an authentic human and definitely not a dark apparition. But now, he had no choice but to grovel in order to obtain the recognition of the darkness altar. He was really enduring humiliation. After a while, all the attribute bubbles near the darkness altar were picked up by Wang Ting. Not a single one was left out. During this period, his spiritual power was cut off 3 times. However, it didn't affect him much. The amount of spiritual power needed to pick up the attribute bubbles wasn't much. It didn't matter if it was wasted. Dark altar, fragmented, unknown 8500/50,000, basic. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. His face instantly turned black. He had only picked up 8,500 attribute points. What the F***ck? Did my Requiem bell smash for nothing? After all this time, I didn't even break through 10,000 attribute points. Oh sh**t. Wang Ting took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he looked at another attribute panel. Body of space, 365000/500000, level 5. Wang Ting was finally elated when he saw this attribute. A crazy smile appeared at the corner of his lips uncontrollably. The Tier 5 space body originally required 500,000 attribute points to level up, but in just a short while, it had increased to 200,000 attribute points. In addition to the previous 90,000 attribute points, it had reached 360,000 attribute points. It was very close to 400,000 attribute points. It was just a matter of a moment. This speed was still very fast. To be honest, even Wang Ting was shocked. He couldn't help but turn to look at the sky. The space attribute bubbles were still falling. Pick up crazily. Not long after, his space attribute would break through level 5 and reach level 6. Level 5 body of space could break through the space seal of a sector lord. The body of space that he had now was enough to break through the space seal of a sector lord level 6 or 7. If he reached level 6 body of space, it would be even more incredible. It would be a qualitative change and could break through the space seal of an immortal rank existence. Just thinking about it made him excited. Wang Ting quickly picked up the attribute bubbles falling from the space. This caused his body of space to quickly upgrade. He could already feel the dense space energy flowing in his body. This feeling was too good, it was like riding a train, quickly increasing. However, before Wang Ting could get a little excited, a change occurred. Hong, a terrifying roar suddenly resounded in the void. This sound covered all the other sounds, causing everyone to lose their hearing. Their ears buzzed, and they couldn't hear anything else. And this sound was too loud. They couldn't tell where it came from. In an instant, everyone was shocked. They subconsciously looked towards the collision between the soul-suppressing bell and the dark altar. However, the sound didn't come from there. The soul-suppressing bell and the dark altar were still colliding. If it came from there, it wouldn't be just one sound. Everyone felt dizzy after hearing the loud noise. They couldn't even tell which direction was which. Even the immortal rank existences were no exception. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. He was shocked and didn't know what had happened. However, he had the protection of the Great Five Elements Divine Sword formation. He was better off than the others. He looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Presumptuous. At this moment, a voice that was both shocked and furious sounded, causing everyone's hearts to quiver as they were shaken out of their dizzy state. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter echoed between heaven and earth. This voice. It's that demon god. Wang Ting's expression changed completely. What happened, Hong? Before he could think further, an even louder sound was heard. Hong long long, the space completely collapsed as darkness spread out. An extremely horrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters finally cracked open, a strange space appeared in front of everyone, and in that space was a bottomless abyss with no end in sight. Pitch black, deep, streaks of spatial turbulence raged inside. It was like a long river of time and space. No one knew where it flowed to. Above the abyss was an ancient pagoda that was being carried by a giant tortoise, ancient tower. Giant tortoise, when these two completely different things were placed together in front of everyone, it gave them a speechless feeling of shock. Everyone was silent. They fell into silence and stared blankly at this scene. The giant tortoise was like a giant city. It floated above the abyss as if it was suppressing the abyss. At the same time, around the ancient tower, there were thick black chains extending out. They seemed to connect to the abyss below. It was just that they didn't know what was locked on the other end. After all, there was nothing in the abyss. The chains seemed to have merged with it. This. The three elders were completely speechless. Their expressions became extremely ugly and even a little pale. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. Whoosh, there was an uproar. Everyone finally recovered from the shock. They all looked at the abyss that suddenly appeared, as well as the giant tortoise and ancient tower above it. In an instant, the entire world seemed to explode. No one could remain calm. Hiss. Wang Ting gasped. His face was full of disbelief. Then, it was as if thunder had exploded. In his mind, a pale light suddenly flashed. He understood everything. The demon god's goal wasn't them. It was the abyss and the ancient tower. The other party didn't die. Instead, it used some method to avoid everyone's gaze. It even summoned the dark altar to attract the soul-repressing bell. Finally, it attacked the ancient tower. All of this was to pave the way for the abyss below the ancient tower. What is that abyss? I feel very strange. Space and time seem to be in disorder. Wang Ting felt uneasy. Looking at the abyss, he could faintly feel the power emanating from it. Wang Ting, let's hurry up and run. I feel that something is wrong, Yuan Gungun shouted in his mind. Shut up. Wang Ting shouted. When it's time to run, I will naturally run. Yuan Gungun was like a cat that had its throat stuck. His voice came to an abrupt stop. However, he was still unwilling. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his voice and quickly said, I feel that the abyss is very terrifying. It seems that the experts of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters are suppressing it. I'm afraid that they can't suppress it anymore. The abyss is about to appear. It's not impossible. The experts of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters haven't made a move yet. Moreover, the giant tortoise and the ancient tower are still there. Wang Ting frowned and said, help me check and see if you can find any relevant information. I feel that the giant tortoise and the ancient tower are very extraordinary. Nonsense. If it can suppress that terrifying abyss, of course it's extraordinary. Yuan Gungun curled his lips. In the end, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He only muttered in his mind. Then, he obediently went to search for information. What is that? Many people were like Wang Ting. They didn't know what was going on. They looked at the abyss in shock. It was as if a storm was raging in their hearts. An abyss. A giant tortoise. An ancient tower. That giant tortoise is carrying the ancient tower. It seems to be suppressing the abyss? There's actually such a place under the space of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. What is going on? Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of him. They were all guessing. I seem to have heard of a similar rumor from a true god. However, it was very vague and he didn't want to mention it, an immortal rank existence said with a serious expression. Perhaps the three founding elders know something. Some people looked at founding elder Red Dust and the others. The dark apparition's target seems to be that abyss. I wonder what happened just now, someone said in a low voice. Look, there seem to be a few broken chains over there. An exclamation suddenly sounded in the crowd. Everyone's heart tightened. They quickly looked at the chains that extended from the ancient tower. Wang Ting's eyes also focused. He quickly looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a few broken chains. As expected, they were broken. In an instant, Wang Ting's heart sank. He hadn't realized that 3 of the chains were broken just now. Because that place happened to be in his blind spot, he had only used Eye of Truth, after being reminded. He then saw the source of the broken chains. At the same time, there were a few attribute bubbles floating around the chains. Wang Ting was shocked. It was just a few chains. It was strange that they would drop attribute bubbles. There was something strange about these chains. Pick them up, Wang Ting's mind moved. He immediately swept out his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Sky Imprisoning Lock * 2000, Sky Imprisoning Lock * 1300, Sky Imprisoning Lock * 1500, Sky Imprisoning Lock. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly burst into a ball of light. Then, a realization appeared in his mind and turned into a pitch-black chain. This pitch-black chain was exactly the same as the chain that extended from the ancient tower. In the next moment, the chain turned into light and dispersed. It turned back into various materials. As if time had flowed backward, the chain was broken down. Then, a forging hammer appeared. Amidst the raging flames, it hammered down on the materials. This was a forging. What shocked Wang Ting was that he felt the aura of the heavenly flame in the monstrous flames. Scorching. Mysterious. Mysterious. It was some kind of heavenly flame. Boom. 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 In Wang Ting's mind, there was a constant roar. It was as if someone was forging a weapon in his mind. Day after day, year after year, those materials were reforged and nurtured in the flames. In the end, they turned into a pitch-black chain. It was exactly the same as before. It was a brand new Sky Imprisoning Lock. On the Sky Imprisoning Lock, strange runes appeared. They seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. A series of forging processes were imprinted in Wang Ting's mind. In a short moment, he completely digested and absorbed it. This is actually a chain weapons forging attribute bubble. Wang Ting was very surprised. He could not help but look at the attribute panel. Sky imprisoning lock, unknown 9200/50,000, basic, another unknown. Wang Ting was shocked. The darkness altar he had just obtained was already unknown, and now he had obtained an unknown, sky imprisoning lock. Moreover, the basic attribute value of the sky imprisoning lock was the same as the darkness altar. It was 50,000 points. This was a bit awesome. At this moment, a trace of understanding appeared in his mind. It was related to the sky imprisoning lock. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He opened his mouth slightly and his face was full of shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. It seemed that he had obtained something incredible again. According to the description of the understanding, the sky imprisoning lock was also an ancient item. It was not an item of this era. Its age could not be verified. However, this was only secondary. What was really shocking was that the sky imprisoning lock could actually seal space and time. Unbelievable, it was really unbelievable, a chain that could seal space and time. Wasn't this a weapon that contained the power of space and time at the same time? It was simply ridiculous. It was already amazing that it contained the power of space. It actually contained the power of time at the same time. As mentioned before, the forging of a space-type weapon required the assistance of a space-type warrior to succeed. It was the same for the forging of a time-type weapon. Without the assistance of a warrior with the talent of time, it was impossible to complete the forging of such a weapon. In addition, it also required various materials that contained the power of time. Such materials were rare in the world and could not be found. When time and space were added together, the conditions were simply harsh to the extreme. Then, who could collect all the materials? Who could forge such a weapon? It was too ridiculous. It was the first time that Wang Ting had seen such an outrageous weapon. If he had not obtained the relevant understanding, he would not have believed that these pitch-black chains in front of him, without the slightest peculiarity, were actually super-divine weapons that contained the power of time and space. In addition, unlike the darkness altar, the understanding of the sky imprisoning lock was actually complete. Complete understanding, its value increased countless times in an instant. With incomplete understanding, Wang Ting could not do anything, at least for the time being. However, if it was complete understanding, it would be different. It could be manipulated all of a sudden. It might be able to play an unexpected role. Being able to obtain the complete attribute might have something to do with the destruction of the chains, Wang Ting guessed as he looked at the broken chains. His eyes flickered. Then he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then he looked at the ancient tower again. Since the chains were so extraordinary, the ancient tower must be extraordinary as well. However, under his eye of truth, the ancient tower emitted an extremely dazzling light. It seemed particularly magical and could not be detected. Fortunately, although the light of the ancient tower was dazzling, it was quite gentle and did not hurt his eyes. The same was true for the giant turtle. There was an extremely majestic radiance of origin power within its body, but it was extremely restrained. On the outside of the radiance of origin power, there were divine runes that interweaved like chains of laws, making it impossible to see its cultivation and strength. Is this giant turtle a god-level existence? Wang Ting took a deep breath. He was shocked. Wang Ting, I found it, Yuan Gungun suddenly said in surprise. Speak. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. Without any nonsense, he spat out a word. Okay. Yuan Gungun was stunned by Wang Ting's straightforwardness. He immediately said. The giant turtle is called the spirit-swallowing turtle. It is an extremely terrifying ancient cosmic beast. Its bloodline is noble, and it is very talented. It has two attributes, earth and water, and its strength is extremely terrifying. It is said to be able to suppress everything. In terms of bloodline, it may not be as strong as the void-swallowing beast, but its adult strength is definitely not much weaker. Spirit-swallowing turtle. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little shocked. He did not expect it to be an ancient cosmic beast, and its strength was not much weaker than the void-swallowing beast. Anything else? Yes. That's all? Yuan Gungun said. So you found information about the spirit-swallowing turtle? Nothing else, Wang Ting said with a frown. There's really nothing else. That abyss and that ancient tower are probably the most secretive places in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. The outside world can't find anything about them, Yuan Gungun said helplessly. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He knew that this matter was a little difficult for Yuan Gungun. After all, even the immortals from various factions did not know about it. Yuan Gungun could not find anything. Boom, at this moment, a majestic figure appeared in the void. It was covered in black fog. A palm reached out from the fog and slapped toward the ancient tower and the giant turtle. A huge palm print appeared in the air. It was not smaller than the giant turtle at all. Rumble, the void shook. The chains on the ancient tower rattled as if they were undulating in the sea. It was as if they were about to break free from the abyss. Demon God. Everyone's eyes widened. They could not help but exclaim. He's not dead. Wang Ting looked at the majestic figure wrapped in black fog. He was a little depressed. When he found out that he had killed the demon god, he was actually a little proud. However, looking at the other party now, he knew, he had been fooled, the demon god did not take him seriously at all. F***ck, so what if you're a demon god, come fight me if you have the guts, Wang Ting cursed in his heart. In fact, he only dared to curse in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. He did not want to attract the demon god's attention. No matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Boom, the huge palm fell. There were many dark patterns on it that contained some kind of God's law. It was very terrifying. Scram! An angry roar suddenly came from the ancient tower. Then, a peerless blade light burst out from the tower. It crossed the void and slashed toward the huge palm. Rumble, the saber light and the huge palm collided with each other with a loud bang, erupting with a violent roar. The sky and earth shook. Countless cracks appeared in the space. Countless blade intents filled the void. It was really a peerless blade. Only a true god could do something so terrifying. Wang Ting was shocked. There was a true god from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters in the ancient tower. No wonder they did not come out. They were suppressing the abyss below the ancient tower. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Everyone looked at this scene nervously and in shock. Seeing a true god from the Subprofession Alliance attack, they did not relax at all. Instead, they felt a sense of seriousness in their hearts. No one knew what was going to happen next. What was at the bottom of the abyss, the dark apparition's goal seemed to be there. It seemed to have an inseparable relationship with the chains. The demon god was trying to break the chains. All of this made him uneasy, and his mood was tense to the extreme. Boom, suddenly, a loud rumble resounded. Under everyone's gaze, the saber light and the huge palm of black fog were annihilated at the same time. Above the abyss, the true god of the human race and the demon god of the dark apparition briefly exchanged blows. It was just one blow, however, a terrifying power erupted, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Numerous spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. It was terrifying. Everyone was aghast and felt a chill down their spines. Too powerful, a battle between true gods was like an avalanche. Lord Demon God. The remaining dark apparitions appeared in the dark fog and shouted. Their eyes were burning with madness and reverence. 2. Dark apparitions, the strong were respected. The demon god was their religion. A true god of the human race. The demon god was shrouded in black fog. A pair of strange eyes stared at the ancient pagoda. If you can't get out of the ancient pagoda, you can't stop me. You can try. A cold snort came from the ancient pagoda. The voice was majestic and mighty as if it came from the heavens. Kill. The demon god's eyes shone brightly. He was extremely cold. Without any nonsense, a black halberd appeared in his hand, and he swung it downward. Boom, the heavens and earth shook, and the void exploded. An extremely dazzling black light appeared. It was entwined with a large number of divine runes that intertwined like a chain and slashed toward the sky imprisoning lock below. That's a divine weapon. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out. It was one of the three elders, Elder Tambeli. As a god-tier blacksmith, he immediately recognized the grade of the black halberd, even though it was a dark weapon. Divine weapon. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the weapon in the demon god's hand in shock. Divine weapons were extremely rare and precious. Even a god-tier sub-professional would find it difficult to forge more than a few divine weapons in their lifetime. Take Elder Tamburi for example. In his entire life, he had only forged 3 divine weapons. One of them was forged when he advanced to the god tier. The other 2 items were forged for 2 true god-level existences. Those 2 true god-level existences had already prepared incomparably precious materials. Moreover, they were extremely abundant. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to complete them. It's indeed a divine weapon. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Although he was shocked, he was not too surprised. When he saw the heaven-imprisoning lock break, he guessed that the devil god must have a divine artifact in his possession because only a weapon of that level could break the heaven-imprisoning lock. However, this divine artifact is a dark weapon. It's not an ordinary divine artifact. Wang Ting opened his eyes of truth and glanced at the black halberd. Although there were still various divine runes intertwined on the surface, which prevented him from seeing them clearly, he could more or less see the enormous power of darkness contained within. He could even faintly see the artifact soul within. A divine artifact must have given birth to an artifact soul. There was no doubt about it. Judging from its appearance, this black halberd was also extremely extraordinary. Its shape was very strange. Its long handle was covered with black scales that seemed to be wriggling as if it was alive. The body of the halberd was covered with sharp protrusions. If one were to be hit by it, one's body would most likely be riddled with wounds. Other than that, there were also blood grooves on the body of the halberd. They were stained with mottled bloodstains and emitted a bloody stench. It was unknown how many living beings had been stained with the blood of. Even the long handle was covered with bloodstains. As the black scales wriggled, it seemed as if blood was seeping out. It was extremely terrifying. Wisps of power of darkness emanated from the black halberd, turning into a black fog that wrapped around the halberd. Boom! The black halberd slashed out with an extremely sharp blade that carried the terrifying power of darkness. It was about to cut open the sky-imprisoning lock. "If you don't leave the tower, I'll still kill you." A soft shout was heard. Another blade of light slashed out from the ancient tower. The sharp power of metal gathered and turned into golden divine runes that wrapped around the blade of light, causing it to erupt with terrifying divine power. The true god-level existence of the subclass Alliance must also have a divine artifact on him. Someone guessed as if to encourage himself. However, this was the truth. How could the headquarters of the subclass Alliance not have a divine artifact? Many people even guessed that the headquarters of the subclass Alliance must have a lot of divine artifacts. Boom! In the next moment, the blade of light collided with the black blade of light. It was as if 2 divine artifacts were clashing in the void. Endless aftershocks of force swept out in all directions. Extremely sharp fragments of blade light and black blade of light were mixed in. These were the aftershocks of the collision of the 2 attacks. However, just this aftershock alone was enough to kill a sector lord. Enter the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. Elder Red Dust and the others' expressions changed slightly as they suddenly shouted. Seeing such a terrifying battle, the human martial artists didn't dare to hesitate. They all retreated into the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword Array. Wang Ting operated the array to resist the invading spatial power from all directions as well as the aftershocks of the battle between the true god-level existence and the demon god. PFFF, however, the saint-level subclasses controlling the array stars couldn't hold on any longer. Some of them turned pale and couldn't help but spit out blood. Elder Bias' expression changed as he shouted, "Not good. Saint-level runemaster, replace them immediately." Many Saint-level runmasters stood out and flew to the array stars to replace the Saint-level runmasters who couldn't hold on any longer. "Wang Ting, you." Elder Bias looked at Wang Ting in the center of the array. Seeing his expression, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I can still hold on," Wang Ting said. The Saint-level runmasters who had just come down from the array stars were all silent. Their faces were pale, but they didn't lose their awkwardness. Elder Bias nodded silently. He wanted to complain in his heart, but the situation in front of him didn't give him the mood to do so. Lu Yen, Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, and the others had already entered the array. Seeing this scene, their expressions couldn't help but be a little strange. Those veteran saint-level runmasters couldn't hold on, but Wang Ting could still hold on. This guy was indeed a freak. Boom, there was a loud boom, and the two attacks shattered again. They eroded each other, and neither could do anything to the other. The true god-level existence in the ancient pagoda didn't appear, but it was on par with the demon god. This gave the human warriors a glimmer of hope. Humph! The demon god's eyes were cold as he looked around. After a cold snort, he waved the black halberd in his hand again, and a bright light burst out. It swept across heaven and earth with a fierce killing intent, heading toward the ancient pagoda. Kill! A loud roar came from the ancient pagoda. Countless golden blade lights poured out, illuminating the void, and collided with the black light. Kill! That wasn't all. Another angry roar came from the ancient pagoda. The second true god-level existence had made his move. Sword light streaked across the sky, like a galaxy hanging upside down. It appeared in the void and turned into a waterfall. Countless tiny sword lights floated in the galaxy and shot toward the demon god. Boom, in just an instant, the galaxy of sword lights had drowned the demon god. Another true god-level existence has made his move. The human warriors were exhilarated. Looking at this scene, they couldn't help but feel excited. Kill the demon god! Angry shouts rang out from the crowd's mouths. Lord Demon God! Bloodslaughter Demon Supremacy and the other dark apparitions were shocked and couldn't help but shout. Amidst the galaxy of sword lights, a black light pillar shot up to the sky. With a bang, the entire galaxy seemed to have been blasted open, and countless sword lights shot out from it. You haven't even walked out of the ancient pagoda, and you want to kill me? What a joke! With a cold roar, the figure of the demon god appeared again. He stood in the black light pillar with a black halberd in his hand. Black fog rolled around him, and his body was majestic. However, no one could see him clearly. He's actually completely fine. The human race cultivators were aghast, shocked by the demon god's peerless ferocity. Suddenly, the demonic god threw the black halberd in his hand. It turned into a black stream of light and shot towards the ancient pagoda. The power of divine inscriptions and the power of rules emerged and surrounded the black light, exuding a terrifying power. The void was directly torn apart, and a terrifying crack appeared in front of everyone. It was extremely frightening and sent chills down their spines. If such an attack landed on an immortal rank existence, it would be enough to shatter them. How dare you act so fierce with a weapon of darkness? A loud roar came from the ancient pagoda. It seemed as though it wasn't afraid of the black halberd. Immediately after, the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed reverberated between heaven and earth. Before anyone could react, a resplendent sword light had already shot out from the ancient pagoda. It was a sword, an ice-blue ancient sword with divine inscriptions entwined around it. Yunshuang sword. Senior Tambeli's eyes lit up. Divine weapon. Wang Ting's eyes also lit up. His heart trembled, but he didn't close his eye of truth. It was still emitting a golden light as he looked at the ancient sword. In an instant, a sword light filled with chilling intent rushed into Wang Ting's eyes. He felt as though his eyes were about to be frozen. Hiss! Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly closed his eyes. These divine weapons were too terrifying. He couldn't see through them at all. Fortunately, he had experience. He only gave them a cursory glance before closing his eyes. Then, he circulated his mind power and eliminated the pain. This is a divine weapon from the subclass Alliance headquarters. It's an ice-type sword. It seems very ancient, Yuan Gungun said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He was a little envious. An ice-type divine weapon, that was incredible. He only had the shadow sword, which had barely reached the demigod rank. There was still a big gap between it and a true divine weapon. Moreover, the shadow sword had been ignoring him recently. Last time, when he used the power of time to activate it, it suffered a lot. He had to coax it for a long time before it was no longer so angry. But now, it wouldn't be so easy for Wang Ting to use it again. The shadow sword spirit had probably left a psychological trauma. A divine tier battle sword. The others were shocked when they saw the ancient sword appear, their hearts trembling. In just an instant, the ice-blue ancient sword collided with the black halberd, and the sound of metal clashing rang out in the void. Sparks bloomed in the void like beautiful fireworks. Even the powerful waves emitted by the two divine weapons couldn't drown them out. The sword aura was everywhere, and the power of ice swept through the world. The black light was extremely bright, and the rich power of darkness spread out. The two collided in the void. The sharp light of the origin power destroyed everything. There were stars floating in the distance, but they exploded under the bombardment of the two sharp lights. Wang Ting was controlling the Great Five Elements divine sword formation. His expression was very serious. If the formation hadn't been activated, the formation stars might not have been able to withstand the terrifying bombardment. So scary. Many people couldn't help but gasp and swallow their saliva. They looked at the two lights that kept colliding with each other, and a chill emerged in their hearts. With such terrifying weapons rampaging in the void, they couldn't help but worry that they would be killed if the two divine weapons accidentally came to this place. Fortunately, under the guidance of the ice-blue ancient sword, the battle area didn't spread to the vicinity of the Great Five Elements divine sword formation. Instead, it moved to the void where there was no one. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two divine weapons seemed to have turned into two huge balls of light. They kept colliding in the void, and the roar came from afar. It was shocking. The demon god looked up at the dark altar. He suddenly stretched out two hands from the black fog and grabbed at the void. His indifferent eyes burst out with bright black light. Rumble, suddenly, the void trembled. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, and the black fog rolled violently. Endless dark matter and power gushed out and filled the entire area. The incomparably huge dark altar seemed to have crashed into the void, and it once again extended more than half of its range. If it was only a small corner before, then it had now reached 1/10 of its size. Is the dark altar going to completely descend? Many people's faces turned pale, and they were extremely shocked. Only a corner of the dark altar was revealed, and it already made people feel a terrifying pressure and an incomparably evil aura. If it completely descended, how bad would it be? The three founding elders also noticed the situation. Their faces were extremely ugly, but they were powerless to resist. The soul-repressing bell emitted a deafening bell sound. Countless rays of light fell and pressed down on the dark altar, trying to stop it from descending. A terrifying sound erupted from the dark altar. Although it was hit by the soul-repressing bell, it didn't move at all. Instead, it was the soul-repressing bell that was sent flying. The void cracked under the impact of the soul-suppressing bell, and horrifying spatial cracks appeared one after another. It's not working? Even the soul-repressing bell can't suppress it. Everyone was in despair. They felt that something terrifying was about to happen. The dark altar was too terrifying. Only 1/10 of its size was revealed, and it was already so powerful. Even the soul-repressing bell couldn't do anything to it. Look, what is that demon god doing? An exclamation sounded in the crowd. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look in the direction of the demon god. Wang Ting also looked over, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The demon god stretched out a hand and clawed at its own chest. Poochie, the sharp claws instantly pierced through the flesh, and dark purple blood spurted out. However, the blood didn't scatter. Instead, it condensed into a ball and floated in front of the demon god. What is it doing? Self-mutilation? Wang Ting suddenly had an ominous premonition, and his face was bewildered. No. He suddenly thought of something, and his face turned pale. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop it!" Many people were still in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. Only the three founding elders, Heavenly Flame Venerable, and the others reacted in time. Their faces changed drastically. However, before they could do anything, a saber light slashed at the demon god from the ancient tower. At the same time, Wang Ting didn't stay idle. He immediately operated the Great Five Elements magical sword formation and mobilized the power of the formation to condense sword lights. The formation erupted, and the five-colored sword lights instantly slashed out, trying to stop the demon god. The demon god glanced at Wang Ting coldly, but it ignored him. With my blood, I sacrifice to the darkness. In the next moment, an ice-cold shout came out of his mouth. The dark purple blood in front of the demon god instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the dark altar at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ting's attack and the sword light from the ancient tower were a step too late. They couldn't stop the dark purple blood from flying toward the dark altar. When it was about to touch the dark altar, the dark purple blood instantly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, floating toward the dark altar. It's too late. Wang Ting's eyes flickered rapidly. His face was a little ugly, and his heart was uneasy. He had already guessed what the demon god was going to do. It was a sacrifice, dark sacrifice. Wang Ting really didn't expect that the demon god would use its own blood to sacrifice to the dark altar. One had to know that this sacrifice wasn't something that could be done casually. Even if it was a demon god, it had to use its origin blood to qualify for the sacrifice. In other words, the blood just now had consumed a large amount of the demon god's life origin and soul origin. Using the origin blood of a demon god as a sacrifice, the darkness altar was bound to undergo some sort of extremely terrifying change. Boom! Boom! Although the attack of the Great Five Elements magical sword formation and the saber light from the ancient tower were a step late, they still drowned the demon god in the end. The aftermath of the force kept rolling in all directions. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to see the situation inside. Ha ha ha, a loud laugh came from the light. The demon god was sent flying and coughed up blood, but it was still laughing. Everyone couldn't help but frown, and the ominous feeling in their hearts grew stronger. Rumble, at this moment, a shocking change happened on the dark altar. The dark purple blood mist didn't dissipate, and it filled the air above the altar. The mottled bloodstains on the altar seemed to have come alive, and it was actually emitting blood mist. There were also strands of dark matter and dark power that spread out and finally merged. The mist couldn't be seen, but a monster-like roar came from it. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and they felt their scalps tingle. A chill ran down their spines, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. What's that? An immortal existence asked in a low voice anxiously. The demon god is sacrificing. Sacrificing. It sacrificed its origin blood. What will happen? Something seems to be brewing in the blood mist and dark matter. Is it going to summon some kind of dark creature? Some immortals secretly guessed, and they became more and more frightened and uneasy. Everyone was extremely nervous, and the ominous feeling in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. This was too strange. Not only could the dark altar emit terrifying pressure, but it could also be used for sacrifices. No, it should be said that sacrifices were the most essential function of the dark altar. It was just that at the beginning, everyone was shocked by the terrifying pressure of the dark altar, and no one thought about it. The expressions of the bloodthirsty demon Venerable and the other dark apparitions changed slightly, as if they had thought of something extremely terrifying. They stared at the blood mist that was constantly wriggling above the dark altar. Wang Ting's expression was solemn, but his eyes flickered. He saw another attribute bubble drop from the dark altar. Pick it up. Without any hesitation, he immediately swept out his spiritual force again while no one was paying attention. He quietly approached the dark altar. This wasn't the first or second time. Wang Ting was already familiar with this, and he became bolder. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. This was because he sensed that the dark power around the dark altar was too dense. His little dark power couldn't be detected by others. Not long later, Wang Ting finally came into contact with the first attribute bubble and picked it up. Dark sacrifice 1,000 inches an instant, a piece of realization appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This realization was also filled with a strange evil intent. Just this realization alone was enough to corrupt his spiritual body and make him sink into depravity. Wang Ting snorted softly, and the power of the origin of darkness faintly appeared in his body. It was obvious that he had been prepared for this. The strange evil power clearly stagnated for a moment, as if it was confused by the sudden appearance of the origin of darkness in Wang Ting's body. It was clearly filled with the aura of light just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly turn into the aura of darkness? This wasn't right. Wang Ting was inexplicably nervous. The strange evil power seemed different this time. Why did he feel that it was more lively than the previous one when he obtained the realization of the dark altar? This realization was poisonous. That strange evil power didn't dissipate immediately. It was still there, like a devil's whisper, reverberating in Wang Ting's ears. However, the effect was much smaller than before. Wang Ting's heart sank. He immediately activated the 9 Treasures Pagoda to suppress it. It seemed that the power of the origin of darkness wasn't omnipotent. It would still be affected when it encountered an even stronger strange evil power. Perhaps even the dark apparitions would be affected because the quality of this power of darkness was higher than the dark apparitions. Fortunately, Wang Ting's darkness talent had reached the sacred level. Among the dark apparitions, it was considered a rather high-quality existence. He could barely resist it. In addition, with his spiritual attainments, he wouldn't really be affected. This realization was gradually digested and absorbed by Wang Ting, merging into his memory. Dark sacrifice. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. There seemed to be an extremely dense black light flashing in his eyes. Outsiders couldn't detect it. At that moment, he had a slight understanding in his heart. It could be said that the dark sacrifice and the dark altar were used together. Without the dark altar, the dark sacrifice couldn't be used at all. Of course, the dark altar was actually just a medium. It had many uses. Previously, Wang Ting had already understood the various uses of the dark altar when he obtained the enlightenment. However, understanding was one thing. It was useless. One had to know the true method of the dark sacrifice to activate the dark sacrifice. Now, Wang Ting had even obtained the method of the dark sacrifice. Dark Sacrifice, Unknown 1000/50,000, Entry. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. Like the Dark Altar and the Sky Imprisoning Lock, the Dark Sacrifice also required 50,000 attribute points to enter the entry level. It was a little scary just thinking about it. However, there was one thing that was very strange. The strange evil power produced by the Dark Sacrifice was obviously much stronger than the Dark Altar. Why were the two of them the same attribute points? Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing the mystery now. He could only put it aside for now. There was another point. The level of the Dark Sacrifice was also unknown. This made Wang Ting feel very helpless. This feeling of knowing that it was very powerful but not knowing exactly how powerful it was really depressing. Fortunately, the enlightenment of the Dark Sacrifice was complete and could be used directly. It was just a little blood-consuming. It required the use of origin blood. Wang Ting felt that if he could not use it, it was better not to use it. It was too much of a scam. He wondered what it would summon. He looked at the blood mist above the dark altar and listened to the continuous roars coming from it. His brows gradually furrowed. Even if he obtained the enlightenment of the Dark Sacrifice, he did not know what it would summon. This was because the Dark Sacrifice had a certain degree of randomness. It was related to the individual's origin blood and the soul body during the sacrifice. Without a doubt, the dark sacrifice used by the demonic god had not only sacrificed its own origin blood, but it had also sacrificed the souls of the demon emperors and demon lords. When they died, their soul origins were absorbed by the dark altar. Everything was within the demonic god's calculations. Wang Ting's expression was very solemn. He felt that the thing summoned by the dark sacrifice this time would definitely be very terrifying. Could it be that the true god-level existence in the ancient pagoda really could not come out, or was the abyss really so terrifying that once the true god-level existence in the ancient pagoda appeared, it would not be able to suppress the abyss? As he pondered, his mental power picked up another attribute bubble, and the enlightenment appeared. Dark Sacrifice 1 200 Dark Sacrifice 1 300 Wang Ting's mastery of the Dark Sacrifice increased rapidly. After a while, he felt that he could use the Dark Sacrifice with some difficulty. A casual sacrifice would probably be able to summon a weak dark creature, right? It would definitely not be comparable to the demonic god's sacrifice. However, it seemed to be quite fun. Should he give it a try? Forget it. Forget it. He did not dare to use the dark sacrifice here. He did not want to be killed by the true god-level existence in the ancient pagoda. This dark sacrificial offering was obviously extremely evil. As a martial arts genius of the Light faction, a genius in his secondary occupation, he was worshipped by millions of geniuses. How could he do such an evil thing? It was simply impossible. Suppress. At this moment, a loud roar came out from the ancient pagoda. Wang! Wang! Wung, the soul-suppressing bell vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling light. It seemed to be even more powerful as divine runes appeared on the surface of the soul-suppressing bell. At the same time, an angry roar suddenly sounded, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked, and they could not help but widen their eyes. The phantom of a giant beast appeared on the surface of the soul-suppressing bell, and it quickly solidified. It was like a real star beast, incomparably majestic. Its body was comparable to a huge star, and it moved freely in the void, emitting a dazzling light. It was very spectacular. However, the giant beast's appearance was very hazy, and no one could see what it was. It made people very curious. As soon as the giant beast appeared, it looked up to the sky and roared. Its voice seemed to be mixed with the sound of a bell, which was very strange. Then, the giant beast carried the soul-suppressing bell and fiercely slammed toward the dark altar. The soul-suppressing bell's artifact soul? Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and his heart trembled slightly. He did not expect that even the soul-suppressing bell's artifact soul would be activated. It was clear that the dark altar was really troublesome for the true god-level experts of the Secondary Occupation Alliance. Boom, the giant beast's speed was very fast, as if it was shuttling through space. In the blink of an eye, it was about to crash into the squirming blood fog. Its target was the blood fog, not the dark altar. The dark altar was indestructible, and it was obviously impossible to break through. It could only try to find a breakthrough through the blood fog. Humph! The demon god's eyes flickered slightly under the black fog. He snorted coldly and reached out to grab the soul-suppressing bell. A huge black fog palm condensed, trying to stop the soul-suppressing bell. The soul-suppressing bell vibrated, and a bell sound burst out. The sound waves formed ripples that spread out, and the black fog palm shattered directly. The demon god's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the soul-suppressing bell to be so powerful after activating its artifact soul. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop it. He could only watch as the giant beast crashed into the blood fog above the dark altar. Boom, the void shook, and everyone's eyes gathered. Their faces were solemn, and they could not help but clench their fists. Could the soul-suppressing bell stop the dark sacrifice? Eyes were fixed on the soul-suppressing bell, and they could not help but pray in their hearts. Suppress the blood fog. Someone could not help but shout. What dark sacrifice? Suppress it all. The so-called dark sacrifice was too stressful, and they needed to vent. Something's not right. Wang Ting's eyes were also fixed on the blood fog above the dark altar, hoping that the so-called dark sacrifice would be broken. However, his expression changed instantly, and his eyes shrank rapidly. On the dark altar, the blood fog squirmed and quickly gathered, turning into a strange claw that covered the sky. It was even bigger than the giant beast condensed on the surface of the soul-suppressing bell. It was too terrifying. The blood fog condensed into an incomparably huge and ferocious claw. It was shocking. At the same time, it made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. In an instant, the sharp claw had already grabbed the giant beast condensed on the surface of the soul-suppressing bell. With a fierce tug, the giant beast let out a miserable cry, and then it exploded. The soul-suppressing bell let out a loud bell sound, and the sound waves rolled. It broke free from the giant claw and rushed out of the gap. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect this result at all. You can actually interrupt the dark sacrifice. The demon god sneered, as if he was not worried that the dark sacrifice would fail. At this moment, a strange howl suddenly came from the blood fog, as if it was responding to the demon god's words. The blood fog squirmed faster and faster, and it quickly condensed along the giant claw. Arms, shoulders, head. One by one, the body parts appeared in front of everyone, and it turned into a ferocious giant. This giant was condensed from dark purple blood fog, and its body was covered with black and blood-red patterns. It looked extremely strange. Its head did not have a specific shape, and it looked like a ball of flesh squirming. A scarlet eyeball that occupied the entire head turned, and it was covered with blood vessels. A terrifying aura spread out. It was strange, chaotic, and evil. Heaven and earth fell into complete silence. A terrifying dark purple giant appeared on the dark altar. It slowly got up as if it had crawled out of the darkness and came to this universe. Its body was too huge. It slowly stood upright in the void, and the surrounding stars were like dust in front of it. Boundless pressure spread out. Stars collapsed, falling down, bobbing up and down in the void. Everyone felt the immense pressure. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but spit out blood. There was also a huge roar that reverberated in everyone's ears. It shook their minds, and their souls felt like they were going to split apart. There was also a huge red eyeball that occupied the giant's entire face. It was even bigger than a superstar. Endless red light shrouded everyone, making it impossible to avoid. Some of the weaker ones immediately screamed and went completely crazy. Strange, chaotic, evil, disorderly, this gaze, it wasn't something normal people could bear. Even some immortal-level existences didn't dare to look at it directly. What is this? Everyone felt a chill. A bone-piercing chill rose from their tailbones and spread all the way to the top of their heads. It almost made their scalps explode. Terrifying, horrifying, no one had expected that the dark creature summoned by the demon god through the dark sacrifice would be such a terrifying existence. The huge red eyeball looked down at everyone like a god in the darkness. It was abnormally terrifying. Wang Ting looked up and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He felt that his knowledge had been broadened. This dark giant was even more terrifying than the dark apparition's devil change. None of the dark apparition's devil change that he had seen before could reach such a level. Just the invisible aura that it emitted was enough to make people feel terrified and suffocated. It was unimaginable how terrifying it would be if it attacked. No, it had already attacked just now. Just one palm was enough to crush the soul-suppressing bell's projection. What kind of power was that? Wang Ting didn't dare to think about it anymore. He felt that he should run away as soon as possible. Even the bloodthirsty demon Venerable and the other dark apparitions were dumbfounded. They knelt down one after another, and their bodies were trembling. Yes, they were trembling. The group of upper-level demon Venerable dark apparitions couldn't help but tremble after seeing the dark giant. Was it fear? Or was he excited, or both? Rumble, the great five elements divine sword array shook violently, and the array stars around it trembled uneasily. Cracks appeared on the sturdy stars, as if they were about to completely shatter. Such a situation was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Because the formation star was specially refined, it was unknown how many extremely rare and precious materials were condensed in it. It was unknown how many times stronger than ordinary formation stars. But now, under the pressure of the dark giant, cracks had appeared. It was simply unbelievable. Wang Ting was astounded in his heart, and his expression was solemn to the extreme. He was speechless to the extreme in his heart as well. He was just about to flee when such a situation occurred. How could he flee now? He didn't have time to think. His mental strength swept out madly, controlling the array to resist the terrifying pressure. However, his face quickly turned pale. His spiritual power was being consumed too quickly. In just an instant, more than half of his spiritual power was absorbed. F*CK, I'm going to be squeezed dry. Wang Ting wanted to curse. He was being squeezed dry again and again. In just a short day, how many times had he been squeezed dry? Not only him, but the saint-level runmasters who took over the formation star were also in trouble. Faced with such a terrifying pressure, their spiritual power was also being consumed madly, and it wasn't much better than Wang Ting's. Hold on. Many people in the array were pale and extremely nervous. They all looked at Wang Ting and the saint-level runmasters. Without the support of this god-level array, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was also at this moment that a large number of attribute bubbles suddenly fell from the sky, and it was from the terrifying giant. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he immediately picked them up. Domain Lord level mental strength 600, Domain Lord level mental strength 800, Domain Lord level mental strength 500, Darkness Origin 1200, Darkness Origin 800 inch. Wang Ting couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the attributes to be mental strength and darkness origin. It came at just the right time. In an instant, Wang Ting's spiritual power skyrocketed again, replenishing his spiritual power. The law of darkness origin that he mastered was also rapidly increasing. Unfortunately, before Wang Ting could rejoice, rumble, suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the void. It was the void mustard seed formation shaking. The terrifying pressure of the giant also affected the void mustard seed array, causing it to tremble and burst out bursts of light. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were truly horrified to the extreme, changing again and again. Even the void mustard seed array couldn't hold on anymore. The situation had already reached such a critical point. Premier Red Dust and the other two looked extremely solemn, as did Heavenly Flame Knight and the others. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything at this time. Rover looked at Wang Ting, his eyes flashing. He originally wanted to take Wang Ting away, but the current situation was completely out of his control. He was only an immortal level knight. Before a real god level existence, he definitely couldn't be compared. Plus, the terrifying giant in darkness was probably scarier than a real god level existence. If there's no other way, I can only use the trick that real god Ziyan left behind. No matter what, I have to send Wang Ting away, Rover thought to himself. In such a situation, he didn't think Wang Ting could be of any use. The fact that Wang Ting was able to do this was already beyond his imagination. That was enough. Wang Ting had done enough. Then, he had to send the supreme talent away. No matter what, Wang Ting couldn't die. Wang Ting was the most outstanding supreme talent that he had ever seen. His future was limitless, and there was a high chance that he would become the pillar of the human race. Plus, even real god Ziyan thought highly of Wang Ting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind a trick. Of course, he would leave too. As an immortal level knight, Rover was very close to the real god level. If he were to enter the real god level, he would be an expert that could suppress an area of the galaxy. Wang Ting was important, but so was he. Many thoughts flashed past Rover's mind. He gradually came up with a plan. Now, it was up to the experts of the Secondary Profession Alliance to deal with it. Rover looked at the ancient tower, and his eyes flashed. Hong! 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 Just then, the ancient tower suddenly let out a dazzling light. There were 3 flowing lights that shot out from it and slashed at the giant in darkness. Everyone was shocked. They immediately opened their eyes wide and looked at the 3 flowing lights. Everyone was in an uproar. 3 weapons, there were actually 3 weapons, a battle sword, a battle spear, a battle axe. The 3 different weapons gave out different lights, but they were equally fierce and terrifying. They were filled with murderous aura, and they charged at the giant in darkness. Divine weapons. There was an exclamation from the crowd, and everyone was shocked. Those are divine weapons. All 3 of them are divine weapons. Everyone immediately recognized the extraordinariness of the 3 weapons. Their hearts trembled. Only divine weapons could give off such terrifying aura. The Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters actually sent out 3 divine weapons at once. It was really unbelievable. Wang Ting also opened his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. 3 divine weapons, including the ice blue ancient sword from before. There were 4. No, there was also the soul-suppressing bell. There were 5 divine weapons in total. The Secondary Profession Alliance was really rich. Not just any faction could take out 5 divine weapons at once. The 3 divine weapons slashed at the dark giant at the same time, intending to kill it there and then. The soul-suppressing bell exploded again. There was an angry roar, and the phantom of the giant beast that was crushed earlier appeared again and charged at the giant. 4 divine weapons exploded at the same time. The demon god narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, but he didn't make a move. The giant suddenly roared. It didn't have a mouth, and the sound seemed to come from its chest. It was earth-shattering. Many warriors couldn't help but cover their ears. They couldn't bear this terrifying roar. It was too terrifying. It was just a roar, but it almost shattered the stars, causing countless spatial cracks to appear in the void. Then, the giant slapped out a palm. It was as if it covered the sky and the sun. It slapped toward the 4 divine weapons. The 4 divine weapons dodged and turned into streaks of light. They attacked the giant from 4 different directions. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 4 divine weapons all smashed into the giant. There was a dazzling explosion. We hit it. Kill that dark giant. Everyone was overjoyed. they roared. However, the unexpected happened. The 4 divine weapons landed on the giant, but they didn't really hurt it. The light dissipated, and the giant's body was revealed. Apart from the rolling blood mist, there were no visible injuries. Then, its 2 hands suddenly moved and grabbed at the 4 divine weapons. Boom, it was too fast. There was an explosion in the void. The 2 hands instantly appeared in front of the 4 divine weapons. Its palms were too big. 1 hand was enough to grab 2 divine weapons. The 4 divine weapons were naturally unwilling to be captured. They exploded with a dazzling brilliance. Divine patterns appeared on their surfaces. Their divine power was unparalleled. They were filled with the power of laws and immortal energy. They fiercely collided with the 2 hands. Rumble, the 2 sides collided. After all, those were 4 divine artifacts. Under the explosion of their power, the 2 palms of the dark giant were forced back. The soul-suppressing bell made a turn in the void and suddenly appeared behind the giant. The giant beast shadow on its surface roared toward the sky and slammed into the giant's head. A bell chime reverberated. Sound waves rolled out. The bell was also wrapped by the giant beast shadow and slammed into the giant's head. A hole was opened in the giant's head. A dark purple blood mist exploded and filled the void. Good. Kill it. Some immortal rank existences couldn't help but shout when they saw the scene. Their eyes shone brightly. Elder Red Dust and the others were pleasantly surprised. With the 4 divine weapons suppressing the giant, it wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The dark giant let out an angry roar. The dark purple blood mist that had exploded actually quickly gathered back together and reformed, causing its head to be restored to its original state, as if it had never been injured at all. The giant seemed to be completely enraged. Its eyes flashed with a scarlet light. It stomped down with a rumbling sound. The dark altar beneath his feet suddenly erupted with a dazzling black light. The strange patterns on it were like poisonous snakes crawling on the surface. Then, they appeared in the void and intertwined together, transforming into divine pattern chains. The entire darkness altar, along with the surrounding black mist, was pressed downwards. The giant wanted to use this to suppress the ancient pagoda above the abyss. How dare you! A furious roar came from the ancient pagoda. The 4 divine weapons turned into streams of light and charged at the giant again. They exploded with terrifying power to stop its movements. The giant roared and slammed its palms repeatedly, colliding with the 4 divine weapons. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded out as the 4 divine artifacts could not do anything to the darkness giant. They could not kill it at all and could only harass it. At the same time, the dark altar was still descending toward the abyss, the giant tortoise, and the ancient pagoda to suppress it. Stop it! Elder Red Dust and the others had ugly expressions as they shouted. Great 5 Elements Divine Sword. Wang Ting's eyes emitted a dazzling 5-colored light. His spiritual force surged and operated the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword array to the extreme. The Saint-grade Runemaster cooperated fully. Even though they were exhausted, they didn't hold back. They all took out recovery pills and swallowed them. Clang! 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 Countless sword lights condensed in the array and gathered at the center of the array. Condense! Wang Ting shouted. He condensed the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword again and slashed at the dark altar. Boom! The incomparably powerful 5-colored sword light was thousands of feet long. It was incomparably powerful as it slashed towards the dark altar. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The demon god looked down with indifferent and mocking eyes. Rumble! The next moment, the Great 5 Elements Divine Sword slammed into the dark altar and exploded with a violent boom. The dark altar was stopped for a moment, but only for a moment. Under the terrifying pressure, the Great 5 Elements Sacred Sword was finally unable to withstand it. It exploded and turned into sword light that shot out in all directions. The dark altar pressed toward the ancient pagoda again. Scram! Thunderous roars of anger rang out from within the ancient pagoda. The entire pagoda emitted a dazzling light as countless divine inscriptions appeared, coiling around the pagoda, transforming into divine inscriptions that were even thicker and more dazzling than the divine inscriptions on divine weapons. At the same time, the giant tortoise below the ancient pagoda moved. This was the first time, since it appeared, the giant tortoise was like a stone statue. It carried the ancient pagoda on its back and didn't move at all, as if it had no life. If it weren't for the terrifying energy in its body, no one would treat it as a living thing. But now, the giant tortoise raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, as if it had woken up from a deep sleep. As it moved, huge rocks rolled down from its head. Its skin cracked like the ground, and there were layers of soil and stones on top. This was a true deep sleep. It turned out that it had been sleeping all this time. Dust would gather in the void and adhere to the surface of its body. Over time, it formed a thick layer of stone skin. It was hard to imagine how long the giant tortoise had been sleeping for the stone skin on its surface to be so thick. The giant tortoise has woken up. Some people were shocked as they looked at the terrifying giant tortoise. It was as if a storm was raging in their hearts. They had long sensed the giant tortoise's power, but they didn't expect it to be in a deep sleep. Which son of AB***** is disturbing Lord Tortoise's sleep? Suddenly, a strange voice resounded through the sky and reverberated in the void. It was domineering and unreasonable, as if it was the overlord of the universe. No one would have thought that it was a tortoise. Son of AB****? The demon god's face darkened. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the black fog and could not be seen. It looked down with an extremely cold gaze. This damn tortoise dared to scold it. How dare it? My tortoise. A son of AB**** at the level of a demon god. The giant tortoise raised its head and saw the demon god. The demon god. Everyone stared at the giant tortoise in a daze. They wanted to laugh but couldn't. This was probably the second person to scold the demon god. Previously, it was Xianxia. Now, it was a tortoise. That demon god was also quite pitiful. However, under such circumstances, they really couldn't laugh. The muscles on their faces twitched violently and their faces became distorted. This giant tortoise is even more mischievous than me. It scolds everyone it sees? Xianxia looked at the tortoise below and was speechless. Does it think everyone is its grandson? Yuan Gungun said with a strange expression. Son of AB****. Son of AB****. Of course, it's its grandson, Xianxia said. The dark altar was getting lower and lower. The pressure was terrifying and boundless as it pressed down on the void. This was another space. However, under the pressure of the dark altar, the entire space was shaking and shaking, as if it was about to collapse. Turtle 9. An angry roar came from the ancient pagoda. I told you not to call my name. It's only been tens of thousands of years and you've already forgotten it, the giant tortoise shouted impatiently. Everyone could feel that the existence in the ancient pagoda had fallen silent. It was probably angered, however, many people were secretly shocked. Tens of thousands of years, this giant tortoise was really arrogant. Had it slept for tens of thousands of years, although tens of thousands of years were nothing to an immortal rank existence, it was still shocking to sleep for tens of thousands of years. What did it mean to sleep for tens of thousands of years? It was purely a waste of time. Even an immortal rank existence wouldn't dare to waste time like that. Xianxia was also a little speechless. However, he thought about how long tortoises had lifespans. This giant tortoise was even a god-rank existence. Its lifespan should be ridiculously long. Tens of thousands of years was probably nothing. My turtle. What the hell is this? The giant tortoise seemed to have finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Looking at the dark altar pressing down, it couldn't help but cry out, my turtle grandson, this is the dark altar. It has even summoned a dark creature. Turtle, you're tricking me. It had been summoning for a long time, and this giant tortoise only discovered it now. Wasn't its reaction a little slow? Xianxia was speechless. Moreover, this giant tortoise's every word sounded like it was scolding someone. It was simply amazing. Did it grow into this state by itself, or who raised it? It was too strange. Rumble, on the dark altar, the terrifying dark giant stepped on the altar and stomped down again. Rumbling sounds echoed as the speed of the altar descending became even faster. The giant tortoise didn't care about its skin anymore. It roared angrily, and a dazzling light suddenly lit up on its back. It transformed into a giant tortoise shell in the void. The tortoise shell was extremely mystical. It was covered with strange patterns, as if the patterns of the Great Tao were intertwined. There were also some complicated and profound words. It couldn't be seen clearly, it seemed to be extremely ancient and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. As soon as it appeared, the entire void seemed to tremble. All kinds of strange patterns of heaven and earth appeared, resonating with the runes on the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was so huge that it almost covered the entire void. Even the stars seemed small in front of it. This was the terror of a god-level existence. Even if it was just a few tricks, it was enough to cover a large area of the starry sky. It was simply the power to destroy the heavens and earth. When the giant tortoise shell appeared, all the pressure poured down on the tortoise shell, and a rumble erupted. Everyone clearly felt the pressure loosen, as if a mountain had been moved away from their heads. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, many people looked at the giant tortoise in amazement. This giant tortoise seems to be a little powerful. Lu Yan and the others muttered in surprise. It's more than powerful. It can actually block the dark altar. The tortoise shell is so hard, Xianxia said. As expected of a tortoise shell. Lu Yan nodded. It's normal for a tortoise to have a hard shell. It would be abnormal if it wasn't hard, Wang Ting couldn't help but say. In fact, he was also very shocked. The strength of this giant tortoise was a little beyond his imagination. It could actually block the pressure of the dark altar. The terror of the dark altar was already displayed to the extreme. Not to mention, there was a dark giant on top of it. Even the 4 divine artifacts couldn't do anything to it. How could ordinary methods resist it? Hey! A loud shout suddenly sounded, "You little brats over there, what are you whispering about Lord Tortoise behind my back?" Wang Ting, this tortoise's ears were really sharp. Lu Yan, Xianxia, and the others shut up embarrassedly and looked at the giant tortoise a little guiltily. They didn't expect that the tortoise would be able to hear their conversation while facing a powerful enemy. But then again, they didn't say anything bad. A tortoise with a hard shell. Wasn't that a compliment? Lord Tortoise, we are complimenting you. Your tortoise shell is so hard. You must have cultivated before, right? Wang Ting directly shouted at the giant tortoise. Little brat, why do I feel like you are talking about your Lord Tortoise? The giant tortoise shouted. You must have misunderstood, Wang Ting said in a serious voice, we are on the same side. Why would I talk about you? Who is on the same side as you? You don't look like a decent person, the giant tortoise curled its lips and said. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter echoed in Wang Ting's mind. Yuan Gungun couldn't hold it in anymore. Wang Ting's face was full of black lines. He felt offended. Even a tortoise looked down on him. What was wrong with this world? Where was the trust between people? No, where was the trust between a man and a tortoise? Everyone looked at the man and tortoise talking in the air and couldn't help but fall speechless. Especially when they saw Wang Ting being looked down on, they couldn't help but laugh. This prodigy was actually being looked down on by a tortoise. However, thinking that the giant tortoise might be a divine-level existence, they didn't dare to be careless. Not everyone could talk about a divine-level star beast. Even some immortal-level existences weren't as daring as Wang Ting. The dark giant seemed to have sensed that the dark altar was being obstructed, and it suddenly let out an angry roar. Light erupted from its body, and black and blood-red lines began to appear on its body. They seemed to contain a strange and powerful force, causing the pressure on the dark altar to instantly increase. Rumble, the giant tortoise shell started to tremble. The complex patterns on it flashed crazily, causing everyone's heart to tighten. My tortoise, this tortoise is so strong. The giant tortoise screeched again and again. Some kind of power swept out from its body, causing the giant tortoise shell to emit an even more dazzling light. The patterns and characters on it were glowing, looking incomparably magical. Suppress. You are still too inexperienced to compete with me in terms of toughness. The giant tortoise roared angrily and echoed in the void, causing everyone's expression to turn strange. And you say you aren't tough, Wang Ting muttered. Rumble, the dark altar and the giant tortoise shell collided in the void, constantly emitting rumbling sounds. The entire space seemed to be wrapped in a terrifying aura that could collapse at any moment. Under the black fog, the demon god's expression couldn't help but change slightly. His cold eyes stared at the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's strength was beyond his expectations. It could actually resist the pressure of the dark altar. "Halberd, come." He suddenly stretched out his hand from the fog and shouted loudly. The black halberd that was fighting with the Yunchuang sword in the distance transformed into a stream of light and flew into his hand. The demon god tossed the black halberd into the air, and the black halberd transformed into a streak of black light that shot towards the tortoise shell below. On the halberd's incomparably sharp blade, a black light quickly condensed, transforming into a giant black halberd blade. It was covered with divine patterns and emitted a terrifying killing aura. Yunchuang. The existence inside the ancient pagoda wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With a command, the Yunchuang sword cut through space and instantly arrived, chasing after the black halberd. Rumble, the two collided in the air, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The majestic power of ice and darkness swept through heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, but neither could do anything to the other. "You scared Lord Tortoise to death," the giant tortoise shouted. "Humph." The demon god's expression was ice cold. He coldly snorted and transformed into a streak of black light that shot towards the giant tortoise below. "Don't come over." Seeing this scene, the giant tortoise shrunk its neck and actually hid in its shell. It constantly shouted, looking extremely terrified. It made people speechless. Scram! The sword and saber in the ancient pagoda slashed out at the demon god at the same time. However, the demon god seemed to have expected this. He didn't take the two attacks head-on. Instead, he turned his body in the air and attacked the giant tortoise from another direction. He slapped down with his palm, which transformed into a giant palm that could hold up the sky. He wanted to suppress the giant tortoise's shell. "You dare!" An angry roar came from inside the ancient pagoda. Origin power swept out, and a jade-like palm stretched out, transforming into a giant blue palm print that slapped towards the demon god. Rumble, a loud boom reverberated. The demon god was too close and couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the giant palm print and was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. He coughed out blood. He was injured. Previously, he had sacrificed his origin blood essence for the darkness sacrifice. He was no longer at his peak. Now that he was in a hurry to break the giant tortoise's shell, he was struck by the existence inside the ancient pagoda. He was finally injured. However, the demon god's black palm print also landed on the tortoise shell, causing a loud boom. "Will it be all right?" Everyone looked at the giant tortoise shell worriedly. Although the giant tortoise's mouth was slightly damaged, it was still supported by its shell. No one wanted anything to happen to it. Rumble, terrifying origin power swept across the tortoise shell. The power of darkness was constantly eroding the shell. Disperse. At this moment, the giant tortoise suddenly stretched out its neck and blew at the tortoise shell. It actually blew away the power of darkness on the shell. The giant tortoise shell appeared in front of everyone again. It was completely undamaged and was still emitting a brilliant light. How is this possible? The blood slaughter demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions were in disbelief. Lord Demon God had attacked personally, but he still couldn't break the defense of the tortoise shell. What the hell? Hee, you son of a b******. You want to use the power of darkness to erode my tortoise shell? I've encountered such a method hundreds of thousands of years ago. The giant tortoise turned its comical head and looked at the demon god with a smug smile. The blood slaughter demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions' facial muscles twitched violently. No matter how they looked at it, this giant tortoise looked like it deserved a beating. You're just a tortoise. How dare you spout nonsense here? The demon god's eyes flickered with cold radiance. You son of a b******. How dare you look down on tortoises? I've probably killed more demon gods than you've seen. The giant tortoise didn't mind. He looked at the demon god from the corner of his eyes and sneered. Many people were shocked. What did this giant tortoise say? The number of demon gods it had killed was more than the number of demon gods it had seen. Wasn't this a little too boastful? Was this for real? Not to mention the blood slaughter demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions. Even the human ancient martial art practitioners felt that it was boasting. They found it hard to believe. Where did this old tortoise come from? What a boastful claim. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He felt that he had learned something new. A tortoise actually claimed that it had killed many demon gods. It was ridiculous just thinking about it. Damn tortoise, you're too arrogant. The demon god was infuriated. You'll know if I'm arrogant or not after you try. The giant tortoise laughed. The demon god didn't know if it was speaking the truth. His eyes flickered, but he didn't speak again. He extended his sharp claws and tapped his chest again. A stream of origin blood essence flew out and entered the body of the dark giant. There was no chance for anyone to react. The dark giant roared furiously. Blood light burst out from his body. His body expanded again, causing the pressure of the darkness altar to become even more terrifying. Rumble, the tortoise shell finally couldn't hold on any longer. It fell straight down and was about to crash into the ancient pagoda. Ayaya, my shell. A strange cry came from the giant tortoise's mouth and entered everyone's ears. It felt a boundless pressure coming from the dark altar. Even its incomparably tough turtle shell seemed to be on the verge of cracking. That giant tortoise can't hold on any longer. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the giant tortoise's shell could stop the dark altar. Who would have thought that the demon god would not hesitate to use the second drop of his origin blood to suppress it? One could see how determined he was. Rumble, the dark giant unleashed a terrifying power and pressed down on the dark altar. It wanted to crush the giant tortoise's shell. Boom. Boom. Boom, streams of light came from all directions. They were the 4 divine artifacts, including the soul-repressing bell. All of them were aimed at the dark giant. The dark giant roared and slapped out with its palm that contained the terrifying power of darkness. This time, the 4 divine artifacts were sent flying. They trembled and emitted a metallic sound. People were worried that they would not be able to withstand the dark giant's attack and collapse. The dark giant has become even stronger after fusing with the second drop of the demon god's blood. Heavenly Flame Venerable looked at the battle in the distance and said solemnly. Indeed. Even the 4 divine artifacts can't do anything to it. What is it? It's too terrifying. I have never seen such a technique. Venerable Greenwood frowned. The dark apparition's technique is getting more and more unpredictable. I have never seen such a terrifying dark giant in the extraterritorial battlefield, Venerable Xianxia said. While they were talking, the 4 divine artifacts erupted and condensed their artifact soul phantoms. The divine artifact battle saber crossed the void and suddenly turned into a huge golden divine eagle. It let out a cry and broke through the sky. The divine artifact battle spear was as fast as lightning and condensed into a giant purple beast. It caused thunder to appear in the void. It moved along with the purple thunder beast phantoms and charged at the dark giant. The divine-grade battle axe spun in the air, condensing into a huge spiritual bull. Its entire body was yellow, and it emitted a furious roar. Its horns contained powerful energy, and divine runes appeared as it ruthlessly smashed into the darkness giant. The soul-subduing bell once again condensed the vague shadow of the giant beast. The bell rang, reverberating through the void. The sound waves rolled like ripples, spreading towards the dark giant. A great battle erupted. The 4 divine artifacts activated their artifact souls at the same time, and their might was terrifying to the point of shattering space. It caused this area to become a place of slaughter, and it was extraordinarily terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Normally, it was hard to see even one divine artifact. Now, 4 or 5 had appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, they all erupted with such powerful might and directly participated in the battle. That scene was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Wang Ting was also shocked. He stared at the divine artifacts and the dark giant without blinking, observing the battle. This would be of great help to him because he already had a half-god artifact, so it was worth studying. To be honest, Wang Ting wasn't very familiar with the Shadow Sword's combat style even after having it for so long. Now that he had seen the battle between these divine artifacts, Wang Ting gradually came to a realization. There are attribute bubbles? At this moment, Wang Ting was suddenly stunned. He saw that there were attribute bubbles dropping from the divine artifacts during the battle. He didn't think too much about it. He immediately controlled his spiritual force and quietly approached the area. However, in just an instant, a few sharp auras swept over, and Wang Ting's spiritual force was instantly cut off. Hiss! Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air. He was simply frightened. It was too terrifying. The area where the 4 divine artifacts and the dark giant were fighting was filled with terrifying auras. All kinds of killing auras formed a solid attack net with extremely powerful lethality. Judging from the attack power just now, if a Sector Lord expert were to enter it, it would probably be difficult for him. Not to mention Wang Ting's spiritual force. Looks like I can only wait and see. Wang Ting's thoughts turned. He was more or less anxious. He wanted to know what the attribute bubbles would be. From the recent attribute bubbles that he had picked up, the harder it was to pick up, the more precious it was. For example, the Dark Sacrifice, Dark Altar, and other attribute bubbles that he had picked up previously. Suddenly, Wang Ting's gaze swept over and saw that the giant turtle shell below had also dropped an attribute bubble. This can be picked up at least, right? Wang Ting muttered in his heart. Once again, he swept out his spiritual force and approached the giant turtle shell. A huge pressure instantly spread along with the spiritual force. Although it was only a trace of spiritual force, in fact, it was an extension of Wang Ting's perception. Any feeling would be fed back without reservation. Wang Ting only felt a huge shock in his head. His ears were buzzing, and it was as if his mind was hit by a huge mountain. Huge pain, he now knew how much pressure the giant tortoise was under. This was practically crushing him to death, even with his physique. If he were to stand on the giant turtle's shell now, he would probably be crushed into a meat patty in minutes. Fortunately, he cut off that trace of spiritual force in time. Otherwise, the impact would be even greater. Perhaps even his spiritual body would be injured. In an instant, Wang Ting felt waves of powerlessness. It was really the first time he had encountered an attribute bubble that he could not even pick up. Little brat, how dare you probe Master Tortoise? I almost killed you. A despicable voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He immediately knew where the voice came from. Other than that despicable giant turtle, who else could it be? However, he did not expect that such a small trace of spiritual force would be discovered by the giant turtle. This made Wang Ting's heart tremble a little. These god-level existences were too powerful. They could not be speculated with common sense. He thought that he was hidden, but perhaps it was really easy to be discovered. Fortunately, when he used the power of darkness previously, he was careful enough and was not discovered. This time it was mainly because he did not hide anything. After all, he was only picking up ordinary attribute bubbles. There was no need to be secretive at all. The giant turtle did not expect that he was picking up attribute bubbles. It thought that he was probing it. Take it easy in the future. It's just that you met me, Master Tortoise, who is easier to talk to. Otherwise, if it were other powerful existences, they would probably give you a little punishment. The voice continued to nag in Wang Ting's ear. Wang Ting was a little speechless. This giant turtle seemed to be a little weird. It was obviously a super powerful existence, but it did not put on any airs. It gave him the feeling that it was an old friend with a weird personality. Did you hear that? Master Tortoise is teaching you how to behave. Only you, little brat, seem to have good talent. You can control a god-level array at the universe level. Impressive. If it were other people, Master Tortoise would not even give him a damn. Seeing that Wang Ting did not respond, the giant turtle's voice sounded again. It seemed to be a little excited. Can you still block that darkness altar? Wang Ting was even more speechless. What kind of situation was this? How could it still have the time to pay attention to a universe-level warrior like him? He could not help but remind it. My turtle. The giant turtle seemed to have finally reacted and immediately cried out. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. This bastard is too shameless. He actually used 2 drops of origin blood. Wang Ting was simply speechless. He did not understand at all whether this giant turtle's reaction was slow or if it was just pretending. Rumble, the darkness altar was still sinking. Although the 4 godly weapons kept attacking the darkness giant, they were unable to really kill it. Humph. Master Tortoise is not angry. Do you think I'm a sick turtle? Hold it up. A roar burst out from the giant turtle's mouth. Its 4 limbs suddenly stretched out from the turtle shell like 4 pillars supporting the sky. With a rumbling sound, it stood in the void. Then, its incomparably huge body moved and fiercely pushed upwards. A loud sound was heard. The entire void seemed to be shaking, and the stars in the distance shook. The giant turtle stood up, and the sky and earth shook. The giant turtle shell shadow floating above everyone's head was also shaking. It actually pushed upwards and slowly rose. This damn turtle. The demon lord's expression was ugly, and his gaze became even colder. Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy, Blood Knight Demon Supremacy, and the remaining dark apparitions were even more shocked. They did not expect this giant tortoise to be so powerful that it could even push back the darkness altar. Great! On the side of the human clan martial artists, a series of loud shouts rang out, appearing extremely excited. They did not care whether this giant turtle was a weirdo or not. At this moment, they only wanted to support it and cheer it on. The darkness giant roared angrily. Its 2 huge palms slapped the 4 godly weapons and sent them flying. Then, it quickly squatted down and actually reached out its hands to hammer the giant turtle shell shadow. Its hands suddenly stretched out and enlarged. In just an instant, they had already reached an unimaginable level, covering the void in an instant. What? The human warriors were shocked. They looked at this scene in horror, but they were powerless to stop it. My turtle, it's going to hammer the turtle to death. The giant turtle shouted. Its neck could not help but shrink back into the turtle shell. This turtle was simply too much. It was clearly powerful, but it was always so cowardly. When faced with a situation, the first thing it thought of was to hide in its turtle shell. Oh no! Founding Elder Red Dust and the others were shocked. They looked at this scene in horror and could not help but scream. Boom! Boom! Within the ancient pagoda, several attacks shot out at the same time. Saber light, sword light, axe light, and so on crossed the void and attacked the darkness giant's hands. Boom! One of the darkness giant's hands suddenly stopped. Its speed suddenly increased, and it actually went up to meet the attacks. Moreover, it was still enlarging as if it was going to smash through the void. However, for some unknown reason, although the void kept shaking and many cracks appeared, it did not completely collapse. It was still holding on. In the next moment, the huge palm fiercely collided with the attacks, causing a violent explosion in the air. Those attacks exploded, forming fierce shockwaves that swept out in all directions and destroyed everything. Many stars finally could not withstand the terrifying origin power impact and exploded, turning into void dust that drifted to an unknown place. The giant palm was also collapsing. Its fingers broke off one after another, and it was the first to collapse. Next was the palm, which also cracked and turned into a dark purple bloody mist. But what made people despair was that the bloody mist did not dissipate. It was still condensing, trying to reform the darkness giant's hand. It was as if it could not be destroyed at all. Even a true god's attack had failed. It was too terrifying. Rumble! At the same time, the darkness giant's other hand suddenly erupted, passing through the layers of origin power shockwaves and rushing toward the giant turtle shell below. Die! Furious roars came from the ancient pagoda, but it was too late to stop it. It's over! The giant turtle screamed loudly. In the next moment, the gigantic fist had already bombarded the tortoiseshell shadow, erupting with a terrifying rumble, causing everyone's ears to go deaf and unable to hear anything. The sound was very loud. It drowned out all the other noises in the void. Even the rumbling of the divine weapons was drowned out. Everyone looked at the darkness giant's fist in horror. Gotcha! All of a sudden, a crisp cracking sound rang out, pulling everyone back from the deafness they felt earlier. Everyone looked at the giant turtle shell shadow in a daze, looking at the clear crack that appeared on it, and they all fell into shock and daze. But this was only the beginning. Gotcha! 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 Soon, with the dark giant's terrifying fist as the center, cracks appeared on the tortoiseshell phantom, spreading out like a spider web. It's over! It's going to break! It's going to break! A strange cry came from under the giant turtle shell. Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were horrified, and their faces became extremely pale. "It's actually broken." Wang Ting was a little absent-minded, muttering to himself in his heart. His pupils contracted violently. In just an instant, the giant turtle shell shadow seemed to be unable to bear it any longer, and it exploded with a bang, turning into light spots that scattered all over the sky and dissipating. Rumble, the darkness giant's fist did not slow down, and it directly smashed down on the ancient pagoda below, as if it wanted to smash it into pieces. But the ancient pagoda was glowing, blocking the darkness giant's fist from falling, and it slowed down a lot. But the fist would fall sooner or later, because there was nothing that could stop it. "It's over." Many people could not help but close their eyes, and their hearts were filled with despair. This. Wang Ting was also a little speechless, and his expression was shocked. He could not imagine that such a terrifying change would occur. The giant turtle shell was extremely hard and contained some kind of power of heaven and earth, but it was still unable to stop the darkness giant's fist. What else could stop the darkness giant now? Wang Ting felt that the future was bleak, and he could not see any hope. "Ha ha ha." The demonic god laughed loudly, and his eyes shone brightly, filled with ferocity. He had planned for so long, all for this moment. Now that he was about to succeed, no one could stop him. The bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions were overjoyed, and they clenched their fists tightly. Once the human race was destroyed, they could slaughter and hunt to their heart's content. This part of the universe would eventually be destroyed, and this was just the beginning. Swoosh, at this moment, the sound of chains rattling was suddenly heard. It seemed to come from the horizon, but it was rapidly approaching. What's that sound? At first, everyone was confused, and they did not react. Because the sound did not seem to be coming from nearby, but from a place extremely far away. It was not close at all. "It sounds like chains?" Some people frowned, and they still noticed something. After all, the sound was very unique, and it was not difficult to guess. "Look, the chains on the ancient pagoda are moving." Finally, someone subconsciously looked at the chains on the ancient pagoda, and indeed, they saw that the chains were rattling violently. And the sound was coming from the abyss. The chains extended into the abyss, and no one knew how far they went. That was why the sound seemed to be coming from afar. This was very strange. The chains were right in front of them, but the sound seemed to be coming from afar. It was very unbelievable. Sky imprisoning lock. Wang Ting frowned, and he was a little suspicious. Could it be that the sky imprisoning lock was coming out from the abyss? But that was not right. Wasn't the sky imprisoning lock locked onto something? How could it be moved so easily? Before Wang Ting could think further, an explosion came from the abyss, as though something had penetrated the void. Then, light appeared like starlight in the pitch-black abyss. Swoosh, the rattling of the chains kept ringing, and everyone finally saw thick chains rushing out from the abyss, sweeping towards the dark giant's hand. The dark giant seemed to have noticed the chains as well. It roared, and its other hand quickly condensed into a palm, grabbing at the chains. However, the chains came from all directions. A part of them rushed towards the palm, while the other part rushed towards the fist. Swoosh, the dark giant's hands were bound by the chains, and it struggled wildly. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. The chains were abnormally strong and could not be broken by ordinary means. Especially when they were activated, there were divine runes wrapped around them, and they had an unpredictable power that could not be broken. The demon god from before had probably snuck into the ancient tower without being discovered. That was how he had managed to cut off the 3 chains by surprise. Wang Ting was secretly shocked. He subconsciously looked at the 3 broken chains, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At some point in time, the 3 chains had been restored. At a glance, there were no cracks at all. It was as if they had never been broken. Wang Ting's eyesight was so amazing that it was impossible for him to be mistaken. It had really been restored. The sky imprisoning lock that had been broken had been restored. How is this possible? The demon god seemed to have also noticed this, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. The 3 chains had clearly been broken by his divine weapon, but they could still be restored. No wonder someone had warned him to hurry up when he descended. Was this what they were referring to? the chains would automatically restore themselves after a certain period of time. Swoosh. For a moment, the sound of the chains vibrating filled the entire void, reverberating endlessly. They were like thick black pythons, crawling toward the dark giant and binding it tightly. The dark giant roared and struggled wildly. Its huge body twisted and turned on the dark altar, trying to break free from the shackles of the chains. However, its hands were bound by the chains, and it could not break free at all. The demon god's expression was ugly, and his eyes were extremely cold. He reached out and the black halberd fell into his hand. Then, he turned into a black stream of light and rushed toward the chains below, trying to break them again. Boom! 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 Several divine weapons of the Subprofession Alliance turned into streams of light and rushed toward the demon god, stopping him in midair and unable to get close to the dark giant. The demon god roared, and his expression was extremely cold. The black halberd in his hand turned into an afterimage and collided with the divine weapons. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered. In addition, he had used 2 drops of origin blood, which consumed a lot of his energy. He was instantly at a disadvantage. A few divine-grade weapons landed on its body, sending it flying and causing it to cough up blood. Lord Demon God. The bloodthirsty demon's supremacy and the other dark apparitions were shocked. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The Lord Demon God was severely injured and was coughing up blood. How was this possible? However, the truth was right in front of them. The demon god that they revered so much was now being chased around by a few divine weapons. Boom! 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 The divine weapons rushed toward the demon god, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. Swoosh! On the other side, the sky imprisoning lock had trapped the dark giant, making it unable to move. That scared the hell out of me. The giant tortoise's head popped out from the tortoise shell. When it saw the dark giant, it heaved a sigh of relief. However, the dark giant roared, scaring it into retracting its neck. Everyone stared at the dark giant and watched it struggle. They were extremely nervous, afraid that it would break free. Roar! Roar! Furious roars could be heard continuously. The dark giant seemed to know that it couldn't break free and suddenly stopped. The next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, the dark giant exploded and turned into a ball of dark purple mist. It quickly drifted out from the chains. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the dark giant to be able to break free in such a way. It was unbelievable. That's cheating. Wang Ting's eyes widened. He was shocked by the dark giant's actions. That's possible, who would be able to restrain him? The dark purple blood mist condensed again and quickly turned into the dark giant's huge body. Then, it grabbed at the sky imprisoning lock. Humph! A cold snort could be heard from the ancient pagoda. The sky imprisoning lock rattled and shuttled through the void like a spiritual snake. It avoided the dark giant's huge hand and tried to bind it again. However, something unexpected happened. Bam! Bam! The dark giant's hands exploded and turned into tentacles, entangling the sky imprisoning lock. On the tentacles, dark purple blood light shone and formed some kind of corrosive force. Chi! Green smoke suddenly rose from the sky imprisoning lock and it shook violently. How could this be? When the human race warriors saw this scene, they were all shocked and their faces turned ugly. Boom! The tentacles of the dark giant's hands began to pull and burst out with a terrifying force. It seemed like it was going to break the sky imprisoning lock. Clatter! The sky imprisoning lock rattled, but it was abnormally strong and difficult to break. The two were in a stalemate. At this moment, an extremely strange sound came from the abyss below, causing the entire void to fall silent. The slow and rhythmic sound echoed continuously, like the beating of a heart. The dark giant stopped moving, the sky imprisoning lock also stopped, the divine weapon froze in midair, the demon god stopped, the void mustard seed array and the great 5 elements divine sword array stopped rotating. Everything seemed to be frozen in place by an invisible and terrifying force, unable to move at all. Everyone looked down at the abyss and their expressions gradually stiffened. Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. He looked down at the abyss and seemed to feel that something extremely terrifying was about to awaken. What was at the bottom of the abyss? Oh no! A loud shout came from the ancient tower. It's about to awaken. Quick, don't let it come out. Suppress it with all your might. There was a rare hint of panic in the voice from the ancient tower. It seemed that even they did not dare to be careless in the face of the existence at the bottom of the abyss. My tortoise, the old fellow below is about to awaken. The giant tortoise's head peeked out of its shell and its huge eyes kept moving. It looked down at the abyss with deep fear in its eyes. At this moment, a soft sound came, as if someone had woken up from a deep sleep and let out a lazy murmur. Suppress it quickly. An anxious roar came from the ancient tower. The existence inside was completely flustered. Boom, the ancient tower shook violently and rays of light burst out, lighting up each floor. This ancient pagoda also had 9 floors. As each floor lit up, it immediately formed a ring of light that circled around the outside of each floor. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, there was a series of buzzing sounds. First floor, second floor, third floor, sixth floor, seventh floor, eighth floor. When it reached the 8th floor, the light stopped and formed 8 halos that floated outside the ancient tower, causing it to shine brightly. An ancient and powerful aura spread out from the ancient tower. Boom, the abyss below suddenly shook violently as if there was an invisible and powerful force that was suppressing it. Only 8 floors? A low voice came from the abyss. Then, it turned into laughter. It seems like someone no longer exists. This voice was not loud, and it was even like a whisper. However, it clearly entered everyone's ears, causing their complexions to greatly change and become incomparably pale. Especially the meaning in the voice's words, it was even more shocking. 8 floors, seeing that only 8 of the 9 floors of the pagoda had lit up, everyone suddenly had an ominous premonition. How many eras has it been? The low voice came again, as if it was asking itself. How many eras have I been suppressed by you? Do you still want to suppress me? It's a pity that you don't have that ability anymore. I can feel it. I can feel it. That weak power. It's so weak. The voices came one after another, causing everyone's heart to sink bit by bit. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In the next moment, a violent roar came from the abyss. Everyone saw that the abyss was collapsing. The abyss was collapsing, terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Heaven and earth were falling apart, countless rays of light flowed backward in the abyss. All kinds of strange divine runes appeared, intertwining with each other and appearing in the cracks like chains. Those divine rune chains seemed to be the foundation that connected the entire heaven and earth. Once they collapsed, the entire heaven and earth would collapse. Everyone was shocked. What kind of existence was this? It actually caused the abyss to collapse and caused terrifying cracks to appear in the heaven and earth. In the depths of the void, terrifying divine rune chains appeared. Chains of order? Some people exclaimed in a low voice as if they had seen something unbelievable. Their eyes widened to the extreme. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth was enveloped by a terrifying aura. Everyone's body seemed to have frozen. They could still make a sound, but the aura was so terrifying that they couldn't move. Chains of order actually appeared. This. How is this possible? Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they stared at the divine rune chains that hung down from the sky. Their hearts were trembling. The 3 founding elders, Heavenly Flame Venerable, and the others were all shocked. They found it unbelievable. Chains of order. Luo Ford's face was solemn as he looked down at the abyss. Is the existence down there really as terrifying as the rumors say? Just by waking up, it has already triggered the chains of order. Chains of order? Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared at the strange divine rune chains. Divine rune chains had also appeared on the divine weapons before. They were very strange and contained incomparable power. However, compared to the divine rune chains in front of him, there was still a huge gap. Just the aura emanating from it was completely different from before. Wang Ting could feel the terrifying power of the chains from afar. It was as if his body would involuntarily collapse if he touched it. It was very terrifying. It was as if he had come into contact with the core of the universe. It was terrifying. So, what exactly was this thing? From the name, he could guess a little, but he didn't fully understand it. At this moment, Yuan Gunggun's voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. It was filled with disbelief. It's actually a chain of order. You know? Wang Ting asked solemnly. Of course I know. The chains of order, also known as the chains of law, are a kind of power that represents the order and laws of the world. They are existences that control everything. Yuan Gunggun's voice instantly rose as he quickly explained. Isn't that the power of source laws? Wang Ting said suspiciously, but that's not right. I feel that these chains of order are much stronger than the power of origin laws. How should I put it? There are similarities and differences between the two. Yuan Gunggun said hesitantly, as everyone knows, Sector Lord level fighters are able to control the power of origin laws and construct their own Sector Lord small worlds. Actually, this Sector Lord small world is a different kind of small universe. It's just that it's not perfect and not strong enough. The universe we live in is the origin, the core of the universe. It has been perfected a long time ago. The laws and order within it are indestructible and powerful. It represents the entire universe. How can ordinary origin laws compare to it? It's also because of this that our universe can constantly produce immortal level and even true God level existences. And in the kingdom of immortal level and true God level existences, they are the highest gods. They control everything and represent everything. They are the only true God. But in our universe, these immortal level and true God level existences are not the only ones. They are not even the strongest. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now that you mention it, I kind of understand. Wang Ting touched his chin and nodded. In fact, they are essentially the same. It's just that the degree of perfection is different, so there are strong and weak. Roughly speaking, that's it, Yuan Gunggun said. If the power of origin laws continues to evolve imperfect, it will become the power of order. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and looked at the chains of order emerging from the abyss. Unfortunately, there were no attribute bubbles. Rumble, at that moment, a big hand finally reached out from the abyss, shocking everyone. Whose hand is that? Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They felt their mouths go dry and were extremely shocked. A hand actually reached out from the abyss, and that hand didn't have the slightest sense of malevolence. It was completely different from the demon god's hand. Instead, it was as smooth and delicate as jade and could be called perfect. Everyone looked at that hand and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the Creator. It was difficult to associate such a hand with a dark apparition powerhouse. Rumble, under everyone's shocked gaze, that hand quickly reached out and kept enlarging without stopping. In an instant, it had covered the void and almost covered the entire abyss. The surrounding void vibrated incessantly, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. And the speed of the abyss collapse was also increasing. Countless divine lights appeared. Those were the chains of order glowing and resisting this terrifying power. Everyone's eyes widened and their hearts trembled. This big hand was much more terrifying than the dark giant or the demon god's hand. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence was suppressed under the abyss. Now, was this terrifying existence going to revive? Suppress. A majestic shout came from the ancient pagoda. Suppress. 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 This voice seemed to reverberate in the void. At first, it sounded like only one voice, but in reality, it kept reverberating and reverberating for a total of 8 times. Everyone came back to their senses when this voice reverberated. They even regained some control of their bodies. In an instant, the ancient pagoda emitted a dazzling light. 8 layers of 8 halos released infinite brilliance. Like the halos of heaven and earth, they spread out in all directions and covered the entire void, suppressing the existence under the abyss. Clatter, the chains around the ancient pagoda began to vibrate. Then, countless chains suddenly shot out from the void around the abyss, wrapping around the jade-like hand and binding it tightly. The big hand suddenly froze and was trapped in place, unable to reach out of the abyss. Rumble, the void mustard seed array and the great 5 elements divine sword array rotated again to maintain this space. Although Wang Ting was shocked by the scene before him, he immediately seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the existence under the abyss was suppressed and when all the powerhouses stopped fighting, his eyes flashed. He immediately swept out with his mind power to pick up the attribute bubbles that he could not pick up earlier. Picking up attribute bubbles had almost become his instinct. Even in the most dangerous times, he would not forget to pick up attribute bubbles. Moreover, those god-level weapons and the attribute bubbles dropped by god-level existences were too tempting. It would be a pity if he wasted them. Yunchuang Sword *1, Artifact Soul *2, Golden Eagle Divine Saber *1, Artifact Soul *1, Artifact Soul *1, Thunder Sky Divine Spear *1, Artifact Soul *3, Ox King Divine Axe *1, Artifact Soul *1, Artifact Soul *2, Requiem Bell *1, Artifact Soul *1, Artifact Soul *1, Demonic Kirin Divine Halberd *1, Artifact Soul *1, Artifact Soul *1, Mystic Tortoise Armor *3000, Mystic Tortoise Armor *2500, Mystic Tortoise Armor *2800, Heart of Darkness *3000, Heart of Darkness *3600, F*CK. Wang Ting could not help but curse. He was a little stunned. Although he had already guessed that these attribute bubbles were not ordinary, he did not expect them to be so awesome. Yes, awesome. In Wang Ting's opinion, these attribute bubbles were simply awesome. He took a deep breath and digested them one by one. Pieces of enlightenment instantly appeared in his mind. They were about the forging methods of several god-level weapons. Yunchuang Sword, Golden Eagle Divine Saber, Thunder Sky Divine Spear, Ox King Divine Axe, Requiem Bell, Demonic Kirin Divine Halberd. There were a total of 6 god-level weapons, including the demon gods. Black Halberd. In an instant, countless precious materials appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He then reforged them. Countless clanking sounds echoed in his mind. In the end, they turned into ancient swords, golden battle sabers, and thunder battle spears. The entire process was undoubtedly similar to the forging process of several god-level weapons. It was extremely complicated and filled with all kinds of mysteries. It was not at all comparable to the master-level or even saint-level weapons that Wang Ting had obtained previously. Divine-grade weapons had their own marvelous features. Wang Ting was shocked. He did not expect to obtain the forging methods of 6 god-level weapons at once. Among them, there was a god-level dark weapon and a spiritual-type god-level weapon. This was a huge gain. God-level weapons. Any god-level weapon was enough to shock the world. Many powerful martial artists would fight for it until they bled. However, Wang Ting had obtained the forging methods so easily. He would have the opportunity to forge them in the future. Creation. This was a great creation. The only thing that Wang Ting wanted to complain about was that among these god-level weapons, other than the Yunchuang Sword and the Requiem Bell, the names of the other weapons were really unflattering. What Golden Eagle Divine Saber, Ox King Divine Axe, was this really a divine tier weapon, and not some ordinary knockoff? He did not know who came up with these names. They were simply too tacky. Wang Ting shook his head. He quickly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. No matter what, god-level weapons were still god-level weapons. Even if their names were tacky, they were still god-level weapons. If worst came to worst, he would secretly give them a more domineering name in the future, such as Dragonhawk Golden Divine Blade, Ox Demon King Axe, and so on. He would just add a few words and change the order, and the feeling would immediately change. They would instantly become grand and lofty. Tisk, I'm really a genius. Wang Ting silently praised himself. Unfortunately, he was still too far away from forging god-level weapons. Although he had obtained the forging comprehension of these god-level weapons, in reality, he lacked various precious materials. Every god-level weapon's forging materials were extremely rare and precious. Some god-level existences might not be able to gather all of them even after searching for countless years. That was why god-level weapons were so rare. With Wang Ting's current strength and wealth, it was impossible for him to gather enough materials to forge god-level weapons. Of course, the most important point was that his strength did not allow him to do so. Wang Ting was currently only at the saint level. Being able to forge a saint-level weapon was already very good. After absorbing the attribute bubbles of these god-level weapons, Wang Ting immediately turned his attention to the other attribute bubbles. Divine Weapon Soul. in an instant, strands of strange energy suddenly poured into his body and gathered towards the small universe in his body. This strange energy was somewhat like soul strength, but there were some essential differences. This was the divine weapon soul. As the name suggested, it was the soul strength of the divine weapon soul that was born in the weapon. Immortal level weapons, also known as holy weapons, had already given birth to divine weapon souls. They had a certain level of intelligence and were known as immortal souls. As for the divine weapon soul, it was based on the immortal soul. After a series of transformations, the divine weapon soul truly possessed complete intelligence and was known as the divine weapon soul. Now, the divine weapon soul that Wang Ting had obtained was the soul strength that overflowed from these god-level weapons during battle. The energy obtained through the attribute bubbles was all the purest. The divine weapon soul was no exception, therefore, Wang Ting had obtained many extremely pure divine weapon souls without any impurities. At that moment, these divine weapon souls gathered in a small universe and finally condensed into a small golden ball that floated quietly. What's the use of this divine weapon soul? I don't seem to be able to absorb it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he was puzzled. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a small universe, two streams of light suddenly rushed over from afar, one in front and one behind. One stream of light was dark and looked extremely inconspicuous in the void of Wang Ting's small universe. With a thought, Wang Ting knew that it was the shadow sword. This semi-divine weapon actually moved by itself at that moment. Wasn't it still angry? No, it was like a puppy that had seen a meat bone, rushing straight over. The other stream of light was purple with a tinge of red. It was the 9 Dragons Thunder Furnace that Wang Ting had just forged. This was interesting. Did it sense the divine weapon soul? Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he thought of something. The shadow sword was a semi-divine weapon and had an extremely strange shadow power. It was very fast in the shadows and had the same effect as the darkness power. Therefore, it was the first to arrive. A small shadow snake condensed on the surface of the dark shadow sword. The snake's tongue flicked wildly as it hissed incessantly. Its scarlet eyes stared unblinkingly at the soul of the divine artifact in front of it. For a moment, Wang Ting felt that it wasn't like a snake. Instead, it was like a dog. At that moment, the 9 Dragons Thunder Furnace also came close. The 9 dragons on it were also ready to move. Hiss! The shadow snake immediately looked at the 9 Dragons Thunder Furnace and an invisible aura was emitted from its body. Roar! The dragons on the 9 Dragons Thunder Furnace let out a deep roar, but they had to be obedient in front of the shadow snake. One was the divine weapon soul of a semi-divine weapon, and the other was only the first tribulation of the divine weapon soul. There was no doubt that there was a difference in level between the two. Enough! With a thought, Wang Ting suppressed it with a flip of his hand. In his small universe, everyone had to listen to him. Although the shadow sword was a semi-divine weapon, it wasn't an exception. Moreover, if it wanted to devour the divine weapon soul, it would have to depend on whether Wang Ting was willing to do so. The shadow snake obviously knew this and immediately became obedient. It looked at the divine weapon soul in front of it and transmitted a thought. I want to eat it. If you want to eat it, be obedient. There will be benefits for you later. Wang Ting also transmitted a thought and then ignored them. Although the two weapons were ready to move, there was nothing they could do. They could only wait beside the divine weapon soul and were unwilling to leave for a moment. Wang Ting smiled at this. Then, he looked at the other attribute bubble. Boom, a realization appeared in his mind. It was very mysterious. Countless light spots condensed and then turned into a huge turtle shell. It was the same turtle shell that the giant turtle had used previously. On the turtle shell, there were mysterious patterns and unknown ancient words. At that moment, all of them appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He quickly grasped the method of condensing this huge turtle shell. Mystic Turtle Armor, Divine Level 8300/10,000, Entry, a Divine Level Combat Skill. Wang Ting's eyes lit up and he was very happy. This was a defensive divine tier battle skill. To Wang Ting, this was the best news in the world. He didn't have many defensive combat skills, let alone a divine level one. With this god tier battle skill, his little life would have another layer of protection. Thinking about how strong the huge turtle shell that the giant turtle had condensed was, he knew how powerful this combat skill was. Although it was broken in the end, the dark giant seemed to have used all its strength. It even had the suppression of the dark altar. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to break it. Therefore, there was no doubt about the power of the mystic turtle armor. It's only at the entry level. It's only 1,700 points away. What a pity. Wang Ting suddenly shook his head and felt sorry. If he added 1,700 attribute points, his mastery of the mystic turtle armor would go up a level, and he would be able to use it more easily in the future. Now, he didn't know when the giant turtle would use this divine level combat skill again. It wouldn't be easy to take advantage of it again. Wang Ting didn't think too much about it. At most, he would just add blank attribute points. However, what made Wang Ting extremely puzzled was that he had clearly grasped the method of condensing the mystic turtle armor, but he still didn't know what the mysterious patterns and mysterious ancient words on its back meant. He knew the method, but he didn't know the reason. This was Wang Ting's understanding of the divine level combat skill, the mystic turtle armor. He knew clearly how to use it, but he didn't know why. Perhaps only the creator of this battle skill would know about it. He didn't know if the giant turtle had created it. Wang Ting didn't think too much about it. When it was time for him to know, he would know. Otherwise, there was no point in dwelling on it. After absorbing and digesting the attribute bubble of the mystic turtle armor, another attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's body, causing him to tremble and his expression to change greatly. Boom! Wang Ting's body trembled violently, and a terrifying dark force suddenly erupted. He didn't even think about it. He immediately mobilized all the energy in his body to cover up the dark force that suddenly erupted. 5 elements force, lightning force, ice force, poison force, wind force, even light force, several types of forces erupted at the same time, trying to cover up the dark force that suddenly appeared in his body. Especially the light force, which directly penetrated his body and bathed his entire body in the aura of light. Then, Wang Ting used all kinds of concealment techniques, dark shadow skill, spiritual force, shadow force, space force, they all erupted and covered up the dark aura on his body. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to his situation at the moment. Their attention was attracted by the jade-like hand below. In addition, he was already operating the formation with all his might. Even if he used a large amount of force, no one would notice anything. Moreover, he only released the light force. The other forces were still circulating in his body to cover up the dark force. Everything happened in an instant. The eruption of the dark force only lasted for an instant. Very quickly, it was suppressed by Wang Ting. Gradually, it calmed down. In the end, it lay dormant in his body, causing some strange changes to his body. That was close. Wang Ting instantly let out a long breath. He only felt that his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. This kind of situation rarely happened. However, the few dark attribute bubbles that he had recently obtained were too abnormal. Even he couldn't control them and could easily erupt. If it was a normal time in a place where no one was around, it would be fine. However, this time in front of so many powerhouses, it really made him nervous. He was afraid that he would be discovered if he wasn't careful. Heart of Darkness. As his heart gradually calmed down, Wang Ting looked around with lingering fear. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the attribute bubble that he had just obtained. An attribute bubble for a dark physique talent, this attribute was a little impressive. At that moment, Wang Ting had a slight understanding of what the Heart of Darkness was. However, it was because of this that he was so shocked. Heart of Darkness, as the name implied, it was a special talent that was extremely close to darkness. It was very rare even among dark apparitions. It could be said that with this kind of physique talent, one would be a genius among geniuses among dark apparitions. Even the demon god might not have this kind of physique talent. This was because only the purest dark apparitions could have this kind of physique talent. Even those pure-blooded dark apparitions couldn't have such pure bloodline power. This was a little impressive. Wang Ting's expression gradually became strange. He was a peerless genius who had become a dark apparition. He felt that something wasn't right. This time, he was able to obtain this attribute bubble because of that dark giant, that's right. This attribute bubble wasn't obtained from the demon god but from the dark giant that the demon god had summoned. That was why he knew that even the demon god might not have this Heart of Darkness talent. However, the dark giant was different. It was the purest dark creature that was born in the darkness. It was very strange. In fact, even if Wang Ting had obtained the understanding of the dark altar and the dark sacrifice, he still wouldn't know what kind of existence the dark giant was. Heart of Darkness, 6600/100000, Stage 1, Wang Ting took one last look at the attribute panel and realized that the Heart of Darkness talent was only at Stage 1. There was still room for improvement. However, when he saw the 100,000 attribute points, Wang Ting felt a little hopeless. Wasn't it a little too difficult to increase his attributes? Just Stage 1 required 100,000 attribute points. It was almost the same as Space Body. Could it be that the Heart of Darkness talent was comparable to Space Body? Wang Ting now knew the nature of the system. Anyway, he didn't need to look at other things. He just needed to look at the attributes. If the attributes were similar, the basic level would also be similar. It seems that I still underestimated this Heart of Darkness talent. Wang Ting took a deep breath and was a little speechless. To be comparable to the Space Body talent, this was really not something that ordinary talents could compare to. It was simply unbelievable. So far, among the talents that Wang Ting had obtained, only the 5 Elements Treasure and the Time talent could be compared to the Space Body talent. Of course, the Time talent, to a certain extent, was higher. Phew. Wang Ting slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stopped thinking about it. However, his gaze couldn't help but fall on the dark giant. He hoped that it would drop more of the Heart of Darkness talent attributes. There were still a lot of attribute bubbles left. They were all immortal substances or origin attributes. They were also very precious. After all, they were dropped by experts. However, Wang Ting didn't have the time to inventory them. He could only store them temporarily and slowly absorb them in the future. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. Probably no one would have thought that Wang Ting would be so bold. He actually took advantage of the moment when the giant hand was suppressed to secretly pick up the attribute bubbles. Sky Imprisoning Lock. A soft sigh came from the abyss as if it was lamenting. It's this sky imprisoning lock that has trapped me for so many years. It's a pity that the person controlling you now can't do it anymore. Boom, as his voice fell, a resplendent black light suddenly erupted from the large hand. Then, with a sudden clench, it actually fiercely pulled the chain that was wrapped around the hand and dragged it upwards. Clang, the sound of the chain vibrating constantly reverberated in the void. The collapse of the abyss was even faster, and cracks were spreading in all directions. Everyone was shocked and looked at the terrifying giant hand with fear in their hearts. It can't be suppressed anymore. Wang Ting's face changed slightly. My turtle, can you do it? If you can't, I'm going to run away. The giant turtle looked at the terrifying scene below and couldn't help but yell. Shut up. An angry roar came from the ancient tower. Boom, in the next moment, an even brighter light erupted from the ancient tower and extended along the sky imprisoning lock, activating the strange runes on it. It's useless. A low voice came from the abyss. The giant hand was still reaching upwards. Creak, a teeth-numbing sound reverberated in the surroundings. Everyone's face changed as if they had a premonition. They looked at the chains. Boom, suddenly, an extremely clear cracking sound rang out, reverberating through the world. Oh no, the sky imprisoning lock is broken. Wang Ting's eyes widened and his pupils contracted. Boom boom boom, just as this thought popped up in his mind, a series of snapping sounds rang out. The chains below all broke and fell off from the giant hand. Those chains broke? Everyone looked at the scene below and fell into a state of despair. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the chains were used to restrain the terrifying existence below the abyss. Now that even the chains couldn't restrain it, the consequences were obvious. Break! At this moment, a light shout came from the abyss. Chains broke one after another, collapsing in the void and falling down. It was truly shocking, this scene was too terrifying and horrifying. With the chains broken, the existence below the abyss was bound to come out. Wang Ting's heart trembled. His heart was cold. It was just a hand, but it was so terrifying. The owner of this hand must be abnormally terrifying. The existence of the subprofession union headquarters probably couldn't stop it. Wang Ting. Suddenly, a soft roar sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Luo Ford. Wang Ting's heart jumped. He paused and looked at Luo Ford in the distance. Go, you have to leave here. The subprofession union headquarters. Probably can't stop it. Luo Ford's serious voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. Go? How? Wang Ting's face was full of suspicion. At this point, he naturally wouldn't stupidly say that he had to stay. He had done what he had to do. He was only a universe-level fighter. Facing such a terrifying existence, he was powerless. Staying would just be suicide. He wasn't that pedantic. I have a way to send you away. Don't resist later, Luo Ford said. Okay. Wang Ting immediately nodded without any hesitation. The next moment, Luo Ford's figure flashed and appeared beside Wang Ting. Then, some kind of power exploded in his body and swept around him. It was the power of space. A majestic power of space permeated the surroundings, causing the chaotic space around to fluctuate slightly. One had to know that space was chaotic now, and they were in another space. It was undoubtedly difficult to use the power of space. However, there was an extremely powerful power of space spreading out from Luo Ford's body. It was hard to believe. Wang Ting felt that it was unbelievable. Wang Ting, this Luo Ford is quite extraordinary. Normally, only immortal-level fighters who specialize in the path of space can activate such powerful power of space, right? Yuan Gungun said in surprise. Wang Ting nodded silently, his eyes filled with surprise. Just as Roundy Pipsqueak had said, immortal venerables could already touch the Tao of space and affect space. However, only those who specialized in the Tao of space could unleash the power of space to such an extent, comparable to those with the talent of space. This type of expert was usually called a spatial exalt. Those who could be called space knights were the strongest of the immortal-level fighters. They were extremely powerful. Could it be that Luo Ford was a space knight? Wang Ting couldn't help but guess. He thought of Luo Ford's ranking on the immortal-level fighters list. Perhaps Luo Ford really was a space knight. Otherwise, how could he have such a high ranking? Rumble, the space in front of him began to shake violently. Luo Ford's forehead suddenly emitted a bright light, and an extremely strange mark appeared on it. Space mark. Wang Ting was stunned. Digression, thank you very much for your understanding and comfort. I'm really happy to have so many readers supporting me. When I woke up this morning, I found out that one of my readers had given the Alliance leader a pirated copy. Now, not only did he fully subscribe, he even gave it to the Alliance leader. I'm extremely grateful. The author bows and thanks. Moi also, this plot should end tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. 7017K Space Imprint. As someone with the talent of space, no one was more familiar with this than Wang Ting. Seeing the space imprint appear on Rover's forehead, Wang Ting's previous guess was instantly shattered. Rover wasn't a space venerable, someone had left a space imprint in his body, which could be used at any time. Boom, the space imprint appeared, and an extremely powerful space power swept out. The light on Rover's forehead became brighter and brighter. Such a commotion had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Everyone cast their gazes over, and then their expressions changed. Like a fuse, it completely ignited the despair and uneasiness in everyone's hearts. Was there no chance? Even Venerable Qi Yao was prepared to give up and leave with Wang Ting. This meant that the situation had indeed reached the worst point. There was no hope at all. The three founding members' expressions changed a few times, and they sighed deeply in their hearts, feeling extremely powerless. At this point, they also knew that people from various factions couldn't be destroyed with the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters. As for a peerless genius like Wang Ting, it was impossible for him to stay here. Venerable Qi Yao was obviously Wang Ting's guardian. At this moment, he wanted to leave with Wang Ting, and they had no reason to stop him. At this moment, a voice appeared in the minds of the three founding members, causing their expressions to change drastically. and they fell into a momentary daze. The content of those words caused the three elders to sink into deep despair. They looked around, but they could no longer see the grand scene of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. There was only devastation and ruins as far as their eyes could see, as well as the ice-cold void and the terrifying spatial cracks. A strong sense of loneliness, a sense of sadness instantly struck their hearts. Every member of the vice profession looked at this scene. They all felt extremely sad in their hearts. Once upon a time, the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters was the most powerful in this universe. It was also one of the most prosperous factions. But now, it had fallen to such a state. Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Miao Ritian, Feng Lu, Yan Tu, Doris, Miao Tua, Lan Yu, Ma Yan, and the rest of the geniuses from the various side occupations were all silent at this moment. There was even a trace of sorrow on their faces. Among these geniuses, most of them came from core families. The Subprofession Alliance's headquarters meant a lot to them. Now that it was going to be destroyed, it was as if they could see the end of the Subclass Alliance headquarters. Their hearts were naturally filled with sorrow and pain, unable to accept this fact for a long time. The expressions of the experts from the various forces changed slightly. They understood everything when they saw Luo Ford's actions. It was time to escape. Some people had backup plans. All of them began to prepare to escape. However, most people had no way of dealing with such a situation. The surrounding space was already chaotic to the extreme. Furthermore, this space was much more stable than the outside world. Even an immortal rank existence would have a hard time breaking through it. This was not a contradiction, but a real situation. To the entire space, it was indeed many times more stable than the outside world. However, under the terrifying power of the dark apparition, this space fell into chaos and became an extremely dangerous place. More importantly, a powerful force interfered and locked down the outermost space. Instantly, many people fell into panic. They realized they could not escape at all. Rumble, that large hand was still extending. Under the suppression of the ancient tower and sky imprisoning lock, although the speed was slow, it was still unstoppable. The space cracked and the abyss collapsed. Cracks in space continued to spread out. The being in the abyss did not seem to be in a hurry. It was like a tiger that had just woken up. It was not in a hurry to eat. It only paced around slowly, wanting to play with its prey. This was a type of confidence, an extremely strong confidence that did not put any of this in its eyes. Even the powerful being in the ancient tower could not stop it from reappearing in the world. Now, what could stop it? Everyone fell into despair and became even more panicked. Looking at the large hand that kept extending, an extremely strong sense of fear spread in their hearts. An invisible pressure fell on everyone's hearts, causing them to sink continuously. It had been a long time since the human race experts had experienced such a feeling of helplessness. Many of them were sector lords or even immortals. When had they ever experienced such helplessness? They did not expect that even with so many experts together, they would still be unable to change anything. They still had to face the terror of death. Everyone. At this moment, Elder Red Dust spoke. His solemn voice entered everyone's minds. Everyone was slightly stunned and could not help but look in the direction of the three elders. Soon, the experts of the Subprofession Alliance will do their best to open a space tunnel for everyone. Everyone, find a chance to leave. Elder Red Dust's sorrowful voice entered everyone's minds again. Inform the outside world of what happened here. The dark apparition started a war and will definitely change some situations. Everyone, please be prepared. When everyone heard this, they did not know whether to be happy or sad. Looking at the solemn expressions of the three elders, everyone's heart was extremely heavy, and they could not speak. Is the Subprofession Alliance headquarters really going to be destroyed? Wang Ting muttered to himself. He felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Ever since he had faced the dark apparitions on Earth, this was the first time he had experienced such helplessness. When he was on Earth, he could still quickly grow and destroy those dark apparitions, restoring Earth to its former glory. Back then, he was only at a lower martial arts level. Relatively speaking, it was not too difficult to improve. However, facing such a powerful dark apparition now, the gap was too big. They were not on the same level at all. Even Wang Ting could not catch up so quickly. He was indeed not strong enough. At this moment, Elder Red Dust and the other two elders suddenly cupped their fists and said, "Everyone, thank you for this battle." They were thanking them, they were thanking everyone who had helped in this battle. No matter what the reason was, all the martial artists had helped when facing the dark apparitions. This was worthy of their gratitude. Elder Red Dust and the others represented the entire Subprofession Alliance headquarters. The others could not step forward. Now, they could only express their gratitude. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Elder Red Dust and the others would still express their gratitude under such circumstances. How magnanimous was this? Everyone was silent for a moment. Then, they cupped their fists silently toward Elder Red Dust and the others. The same action, the same expression. At this moment, it was a silent and tragic scene. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable, Blood Knight Demon Venerable, and the other dark apparitions also noticed the situation. They looked over and sneered. People who are about to die. They did not care about the reactions of the humans. From their point of view, now that the Lord in the Abyss had revived, the humans could no longer do anything. Everything would be silent, there would be no exceptions or special circumstances. Moreover, there was still Lord Demon Venerable and the Dark Giant. Who could escape? The Demon Venerable also glanced over. Its gaze landed on Wang Ting and Rover. It had a deep impression of Wang Ting. He was just a universe-level martial artist, but he had obstructed it many times and almost prevented it from descending successfully. It had to admit that this human prodigy was indeed extraordinary. If there was a chance, it would definitely kill such a genius immediately. Trying to escape? It felt the space ripple coming from Rover. Its eyes flashed, and it reached out and clenched its fist. Rumble, a loud explosion sounded in his ears. Wang Ting could clearly feel that the space around him had become more stagnant. It was as though an invisible hand had formed a seal and was about to seal the area completely. His expression changed instantly, and he wanted to curse in his heart. That Demon Venerable actually attacked him personally. Wasn't it thinking too highly of him? He was just a universe-level martial artist. Couldn't it give him the treatment that universe-level martial artists should have? Demon Venerable or whatever, get out of my way. Wang Ting cursed in his heart. He immediately looked at Rover, wondering if he could withstand it. However, Rover frowned slightly. Then, the space mark between his eyebrows shone even brighter. It was as though something was brewing within. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat when he saw that. His mind spun rapidly. Unfortunately, his space attribute was still not strong enough. He could not do anything against the space seal of a Demon Venerable. However, he quickly thought of something and immediately activated the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array under his feet. F*CK, isn't it just a Demon Venerable? It's not like I haven't attacked it before. At most, I'll just attack it again. Clang! 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 Rays of five-colored sword light appeared and floated above everyone's head. They were then aimed at the Demon Venerable. Everyone was stunned and stared at Wang Ting. They did not expect Wang Ting to be so courageous at such a time. He actually dared to fight the Demon Venerable head-on. Did he want to die? To be honest, many immortal-level existences were impressed by Wang Ting. This guy was so courageous that he did not seem like a universe-level martial artist. The Demon Venerable sneered coldly. It seemed to think that Wang Ting was overestimating himself. He knew that the array could not do anything to him, but he still wanted to attack. He was like an ant struggling on its deathbed. Wang Ting's gaze was firm. He stared at the Demon Venerable and focused all the sword light in one direction. Rumble, 1,000-foot-long sword light condensed in the void. It was abnormally terrifying and exuded a terrifying aura. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable, Blood Knight Demon Venerable, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed drastically. They could not help but retreat in disbelief. How could this guy still execute such a terrifying attack, even if it was the power of the array? If the person controlling the array did not have strong spiritual power and force, they would not be able to support it. Wang Ting had already executed this move many times. Even they felt that the terrifying energy consumption was a little weak. However, Why was Wang Ting still able to execute it as if nothing had happened? Was this universe-level martial artist fake? A series of questions appeared in their minds. These upper demon venerable dark apparitions felt their scalps go numb. What kind of monster was this guy? Even founding Elder Red Dust and the others were stunned. They did not expect Wang Ting to continue activating the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array. They looked at the Saint Runemaster around them. They were dying. Founding Elder Red Dust and the others could not help but worry that they would not be able to hold on. Wang Ting seemed to have realized this as well. He suddenly felt a little apologetic. He waved his hand, and streams of light flew out from his hand. Those were pills. It was a recovery-type pill. Wang Ting had stored a lot of pills for himself. They were sufficient for him. However, after dividing them among so many Saint Runemasters, he did not have much left. That was why he did not take them out earlier. Moreover, he was not doing this for personal reasons. Of course, he would let those Saint Runemasters pay for themselves. He was not running a charity. In terms of wealth, he was a newcomer who had just advanced to the Saint Realm. How could he compare to those Runemasters who had advanced to the Saint Realm many years ago? However, this attack was different. He was trying to escape, so he felt a little apologetic. That was why he gritted his teeth and took out the pills to share with those Saint Runemasters. The power of space fluctuated, and the pills instantly appeared in front of the Saint Runemasters on the formation star. They were slightly stunned. They immediately looked in Wang Ting's direction. There was a hint of surprise on their faces. These are the pills I refined. Saints, please lend me a hand. Wang Ting's voice rang out in their minds. Those Saint Runemasters were still a little resentful at first. Now that they heard this, they nodded slightly, took the pills, and swallowed them. In an instant, astonishment appeared in their eyes. These pills, as soon as they swallowed the pills, they felt their origin power and spiritual power being replenished. The speed was very fast, and the effects were surprisingly good. The Saint Runemasters looked at each other in dismay. They were extremely shocked. The pills refined by Saint Wang Ting definitely contained medicinal power many times greater than ordinary pills. At the very least, the pills they bought from Saint Alchemists did not have such an effect. However, this was not the time to think about this. They immediately closed their eyes and absorbed the medicinal power of the pills. Then, they cooperated with Wang Ting to operate the formation. Boom, the sword light that reached 10,000 feet became brighter and brighter. It swept through the void and emitted a terrifying aura. The demon god's expression changed slightly. He stared coldly at Wang Ting, and the black halberd in his hand emitted a strong fluctuation. Slash! In an instant, Wang Ting had finished condensing the sword light. His gaze was equally cold as he pointed at the demon god. Isn't it just a demon god? Who's afraid of you? At most, I'll just lose my life. I'll just do it. Boom, as Wang Ting's roar filled with killing intent reverberated through the void, the five-colored sword light that was 10,000 feet long slashed out, aiming directly at the demon god. The bloodthirsty demon venerable and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed. They retreated into the distance again, afraid of being implicated. The demon god was not afraid of the sword light, but they could not block it. Humph. The demon god snorted coldly. The black light in his eyes intensified. With a wave of his hand, the black halberd in his hand instantly emitted a dazzling black light. Boom, a ray of halberd light quickly condensed and charged toward the five-colored sword light that was 10,000 feet long. In the next moment, the two collided in the void, and a terrifying roar erupted. Rumble, boom. Boom. Boundless force ripples spread in all directions, attacking everything in the surroundings. The already chaotic void became even more chaotic. The expressions of many martial artists changed slightly as they waved their hands to block the terrifying shockwave of origin power. Boom, in the end, the two attacks exploded in the void. Regardless of whether it was the black halberd light or the five-colored sword light that Wang Ting had unleashed by activating the formation, they both collapsed and annihilated each other. However, one side gained the upper hand and charged toward the other side. Boom, the demon god's expression turned ugly. In a flash, he dashed backward to avoid the shattered sword light that was sweeping toward him. What? The bloodthirsty demon master and the other dark apparitions widened their eyes in disbelief. Lord Demon God was at a disadvantage. Lord Demon God was at a disadvantage when facing an attack from a universe-level warrior. It was unbelievable. When Wang Ting and the demon god first clashed, the demon god had used Wang Ting's attack to hide himself because he had other plans. Hence, he was not really at a disadvantage. Gulp, however, it was completely different this time. He was truly at a disadvantage. The two of them clashed head-on without holding back at all. Even under such circumstances, the Lord Demon God was still at a disadvantage. It was truly unbelievable. As the demon god retreated, the space energy that restrained Wang Ting instantly collapsed. Boom! Without the restraining force, the space energy in Rover's body immediately tore a hole in the void in front of him and slowly expanded it. No one can leave. The demon god's cold voice could be heard. He charged over from afar again. The black halberd in his hand emitted streaks of black halberd light that slashed toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He was about to control the formation to block the attack. However, boom, before he could do anything, a stream of light rushed over from afar and blocked the demon god's attack. Soul suppression bell. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He instantly saw the true appearance of the ray of light. It was the soul suppression bell. He did not expect the soul suppressing bell to help him block the attack. He subconsciously looked toward the ancient tower. Someone from the subclass alliance headquarters must have made a move. Clang, after the soul-suppressing bell shattered the demon god's halberd light, it turned into a stream of light and charged toward the demon god like a meteor dragging a long trail of force light. The demon god's expression turned ugly. He had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with the soul-suppressing bell. It had already been severely damaged. Even if it was only a god-level weapon, it was enough to make him suffer. Boom, the halberd stabbed out. The terrifying dark star force exploded and collided with the soul-suppressing bell. Roar, on the other side, the dark giant moved again. It swung its fists and smashed toward the great five elements divine sword formation that Wang Ting was in. F***ck your mother. Wang Ting's pupils shrank as he cursed. Boom. 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 Fortunately, the other god-level weapons arrived and collided with the dark giant's fists. They did not let it hit the formation. A great battle was about to break out. Just now, due to the appearance of the jade-like hand, the battle had stopped. However, Wang Ting's current situation had ignited the battle once again. Booms echoed in the void. The aftermath of force constantly spread out. It was very terrifying. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were these god-level weapons blocking. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether it was the demon god or the dark giant, they were not so easy to stop. A top genius of the human race? I haven't seen such an outstanding genius in a long time. Did the human race develop very quickly during the years I was asleep? Interesting. However, at this moment, the low voice that sent chills down one's spine came from the abyss again. Wang Ting's heart sank. He felt his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. He instinctively looked down into the abyss. Although he could not see anything, but for some reason, he felt that there was a pair of extremely terrifying eyes that seemed to be watching him, casting a gaze of interest at him. It was like a terrifying beast staring at its prey. The existence in the abyss was interested in him? Damn it. Wang Ting's face darkened. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his back. It was completely out of his control. This was too terrifying. A dark existence of unknown level was staring at him just like that. F***ck, was it his fault that he was too outstanding? This world was too dangerous. Even being outstanding was not allowed. How was he supposed to live? Rover's expression also changed. He had a bad feeling. Only now did he realize how much of a scam it was to be Wang Ting's guardian. This was completely beyond the scope of his abilities. Who would have thought that Wang Ting, a mere universe-level martial warrior, would be able to attract the attention of such a terrifying existence? No one else could. Open. He did not have time to think. He suddenly extended his right hand. His index finger and middle finger pressed against his forehead. He suddenly shouted. Rumble, the space imprint between his eyebrows instantly burst out with a bright light, and a silver-white streamer burst out like a sword light. The space crack in front of them seemed to have been slashed by a sword. It was instantly torn apart and expanded to the size of an adult. "Let's go." Rover's expression was anxious. He immediately grabbed Wang Ting and rushed towards the space crack. "Oh?" A space technique left behind by a human true god. A surprised voice came from the abyss. It seemed to find the scene interesting. Its voice was still calm, as if it was not worried that Wang Ting and Rover would escape. Wang Ting and Luo Ford's hearts skipped a beat when they heard these calm words. They had an ominous feeling. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Rumble, a formless energy swept over and instantly enveloped the two of them. Their bodies froze in midair. The exit to escape was right in front of them, but they could not move an inch. This feeling was undoubtedly maddening and, hopeless, Rover's expression changed. The space energy in his body surged out crazily. He wanted to break free from the other party's imprisonment. Rumble. 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 The rumbling continued, but the space in front of them did not ripple at all. It was as stable as a solid wall. "It's useless," the being in the abyss said softly with a hint of a smile. "How could you possibly escape from my grasp?" Wang Ting and Luo Ford's expressions turned ugly when they heard his mocking words. How could this be? Is the terrifying being in the abyss about to come out? Seeing this, everyone's faces paled. They all fell into despair. Even Venerable Qi Yao was imprisoned and could not take Wang Ting away. It was clear that the other party's power was enough to interfere with the outside world. Could they still leave? Many people did not dare to think further. If the being in the abyss completely came out, they would not be able to leave even if the experts of the Subprofession Alliance opened up a space crack. Wang Ting and Luo Ford were examples of their mistakes. Suppress. The being in the ancient pagoda did not want to wait for death. It roared again. Dazzling light erupted from the halos, trying to stop the terrifying being in the abyss. Walala, the sky imprisoning lock was recovering. Runes on the chains wriggled and shone brightly, increasing the recovery speed. Countless divine lights erupted, releasing terrifying divine power. The being in the abyss was slightly surprised. However, the jade-like palm instantly exploded. Many complicated dark purple runes began to spread, covering the entire palm in an instant. It gave the jade-like palm a demonic feeling. Boom, then, the palm instantly increased in size and reached into the void at a crazy speed. I'm not going to play with you anymore. It's time to end this. Boom, in an instant, the jade-like palm seemed to cover the sky as it reached out of the abyss. Finally, there were no more obstructions. It broke free from the sky imprisoning lock's chains. At this moment, the palm broke free from the cage. Boom, heaven and earth trembled. The abyss completely collapsed. Countless turbulent flows surged, and this space was on the verge of collapse. Ka-ka-ka, bursts of unbearable sounds reverberated in the surroundings, causing everyone to be shocked. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the next instant, the Great Five Elements Divine Sword Array was the first to crack. The array stars directly exploded, turning into countless specks of dust that drifted into the distance. Pooh. 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 The saint-level runmasters on the array stars all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies shot out, but they were still seriously injured by the aftermath of the explosion of the stars. The only thing to be thankful for was that they all had their own life-saving methods. At least they managed to save their own lives. Boom, then, the entire array exploded, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in the void. This scene came too suddenly, there was no chance for anyone to react. In the blink of an eye, the god-level array completely exploded and turned into nothingness. Many people looked at this scene in shock, and they had yet to recover from their shock. Spectacular, terrifying, that was a god-tier array. Yet, in the face of that gigantic palm, it had exploded just like that. It was completely unable to withstand that gigantic palm. Crushing, this was crushing, even a divine-level array could only be crushed in front of that giant hand. How strong was that existence? It was completely unimaginable, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Wang Ting stared at this scene with his mouth agape. He couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't help but ask, Luo Ford, are we unable to leave? Lawford's expression was extremely solemn. He was in no mood to answer Wang Ting's question. His eyes were fixed on the spatial crack in front of him, as if he was waiting for a miracle to happen. Boom! At this moment, another explosion sounded. The void mustard array shook violently, and cracks appeared on the array. It's over. Everyone raised their heads in shock, and their faces were already extremely pale. Even the void mustard array couldn't hold on. Founding Elder Red Dust and the others closed their eyes in pain. The void mustard array was the last barrier of the subclass alliance headquarters. If even it couldn't hold on, the subclass alliance headquarters would probably become a thing of the past. Everything would be annihilated in history. This was very sad, however, it really appeared in front of them. No one could accept this, but they had to accept it. Crack, crack, crack spread on the void mustard array, covering the entire array in an instant. Countless specks of light drifted away. This array that had protected the subclass alliance headquarters for countless years was finally going to meet its end. Everyone stared blankly at the array disappearing, their hearts filled with sorrow. This kind of sadness came very inexplicably, appearing very suddenly in their hearts and filling their minds in an instant. For the people from the various factions, this shouldn't be the case. This was because they didn't have any feelings for the subclass alliance headquarters. However, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel sorrow. It was as if they saw an old man who protected this sacred ground suddenly walk toward death. Black sky. Angry roars erupted from the ancient pagoda, filled with endless anger and sorrow. Black sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. When they heard this name, their minds received a terrifying impact. It was as if they were about to collapse. Many people were bleeding from their orifices. They felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand still. They were about to fall from the void. It was too terrifying. It was just a name, but it had already caused such serious consequences. This name, Avacania, it couldn't be heard, it seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. Even just hearing about it would cause those who heard it to fall into a terrifying state. This was a taboo, Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy, Blood Knight Demon Supremacy, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed drastically. They all looked down at the abyss with fear in their eyes. Even the demon god's eyes flickered rapidly. He couldn't calm down. These humans were crazy, they actually shouted out that existence's name. Did they not want to live anymore? This? Wang Ting's face was pale. He felt waves of dizziness in his head. He frantically activated the power of the 9 Treasures Pagoda to resist this terrifying feeling. When that name was shouted out, he felt as if a thought had descended on his head, causing his mind to receive a strong impact. Horrifying, abnormally horrifying, just someone shouting out this name caused such terrifying consequences. It was simply unimaginable. Hee hee. A chuckle came from the abyss. A faint voice said, "You guys are bold. You actually dare to call out my name. Do you want me to come out earlier? Then I'll grant you your wish." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the jade-like hand covered in dark purple patterns instantly blasted toward the void mustard seed formation above as if it was trying to push it open. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The hand violently hit the void mustard seed formation. That hand completely covered the formation. The light was completely blocked, causing the light in the void to dim. Boom, in the next moment, a loud explosion was heard. The void mustard seed formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. It turned into a rain of light that filled the sky and sprinkled down. 7017K. The void mustard seed formation finally collapsed, under the jade-like hand that was covered in dark purple lines. It collapsed inch by inch and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone opened their mouths slightly, looking at the disappearing formation, as if witnessing the end of the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters. Their emotions were complicated, falling into silence. Sigh. A sigh sounded in Wang Ting's heart. The Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters, when he first heard of the existence of such a power, his heart was filled with hope and longing. As a subclass holder, there was no one who didn't treat it as a holy land. Wang Ting even thought that as long as he rose up in the Sub-Profession Alliance's gathering, he would be able to become a core member of the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters, receiving protection. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? The Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters was actually going to be destroyed today. The world was really messing with people. As the void mustard seed formation was destroyed, this space finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing, revealing the void outside. That was the universe void. 3 space turbulence belts intersected, falling down. No one knew where they were going. At the intersection of the 3 space turbulence belts, there should have been an island floating there like a huge continent. But now, this island was destroyed, leaving behind only broken rocks and ruins. In the middle of the ruins, an ancient tower was carried by a giant tortoise, suppressing it above a terrifying abyss. But that abyss was also collapsing. Under the abyss, a huge hand reached out, covering the entire space. All of this was a disaster. The space has shattered, we should be able to escape, right? A sector lord's voice was trembling. He couldn't help but ask softly. He didn't dare to move. In front of such a terrifying being, the slightest movement could mean death. Leave? An undying's face was gloomy. He opened his mouth. The space here is all sealed. If we don't break this seal, no one will be able to leave. Didn't you see that Qiao Knight didn't move at all? Even he couldn't take Wang Ting away, let alone us. Another immortal rank existence also spoke, his expression extremely solemn. Is there really no way to escape? Many people's faces were filled with despair. Under that huge hand, they couldn't see any hope. It's not completely hopeless. Heavenly Flame Venerable's voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. His gaze was fixed on the ancient pagoda below. Everyone was stunned. They followed his gaze and looked at the ancient pagoda. Their hearts trembled as they recalled the words of founding elder Red Dust. Wang Ting's gaze was incomparably solemn. His mind was spinning madly as he searched for a way to break out of this situation. He wondered if he would be able to open a hole if he used it together with his current space and time force. In an instant, just an instant should be enough. However, this required Rover's cooperation, and he probably couldn't do it alone. Lawford. Wang Ting opened his mouth and was about to tell Lawford his plan. Wait. Lawford interrupted Wang Ting's words. His voice traveled into Wang Ting's ears. Wait for an opportunity to appear. What timing? Wang Ting was stunned and asked in surprise. Rover didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the spatial crack in front of him. It was the spatial crack created by the space mark between his eyebrows. However, it was sealed by the existence below the abyss, so they couldn't pass through. Boom! At this moment, an ancient aura suddenly erupted from the ancient pagoda below and filled the entire void. The entire ancient pagoda shook and emitted light. A powerful aura swept out. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all looked over. The 8 halos around the ancient pagoda were rapidly shrinking and gathering towards the ancient pagoda. This is... Many people were confused. Look, the top of the ancient pagoda is glowing. Someone suddenly exclaimed. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. After the 8 halos gathered and returned to the ancient pagoda, they emitted a dazzling light at the top of the ancient pagoda. It was like a pearl that had been covered in dust for countless years. Now that the dust had been wiped away, it was lit up and stimulated to release its most brilliant brilliance. Buzz, heaven and earth shook, and the void trembled. This momentum was not inferior to the giant hand reaching out from the abyss. Oh? A surprised whisper was heard. To be able to use this pagoda to such an extent, you guys aren't considered useless. Humph. A cold snort came from the ancient pagoda. Then, it turned into a loud roar that reverberated in the void. Abyss Suppression Pagoda, suppress. This voice was extremely loud and spread throughout the void, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Boom! An extremely powerful aura spread out from the ancient pagoda. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy, Blood Knight Demon Supremacy, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed drastically. It was as if they felt a powerful suppression falling on their heads, causing them to spit out blood. Their bodies froze on the spot, and they couldn't move at all. The demon god's expression was solemn. His body was sluggish as if he was being suppressed. Boom! The soul-repressing bell struck and sent the demon god flying. He kept coughing out blood. On the other side, the dark giant stood on the dark altar. With the protection of the dark altar, he felt the least pressure. However, he was slightly affected, and his huge body became much slower. Boom! 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 One by one, the divine weapons bombarded him, causing blood to spurt out from his body. One of his arms and one of his legs were broken. He couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Under such powerful pressure, the speed at which the dark purple blood mist condensed became extremely slow. It couldn't recover immediately. A few divine weapons continued their pursuit. The divine runes on the surface flashed and emitted divine power. They completely smashed the dark giant and wiped out the blood mist. Roar! A furious roar came from the dark purple blood mist and reverberated in the void. This was the first time everyone heard the dark giant roar so angrily and helplessly. They felt a sense of satisfaction. Whoosh, whoosh, the sky imprisoning lock vibrated and radiated with endless light. Runes wriggled, causing the broken chains to recover rapidly. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Boom! The ancient pagoda soared into the sky and kept enlarging in the void. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the jade-like hand that was covered with dark purple runes. Boundless pressure came crashing down. All the dark apparitions were suppressed and couldn't move at all. The chains that were connected to the ancient pagoda extended in the void and danced crazily. Clanking sounds kept coming out. My tortoise, we've forced those old guys into a corner. The giant tortoise looked up at the enlarged ancient pagoda in the void and couldn't help but be speechless. Its despicable eyes were wide open. Abyss Suppression Pagoda. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. So this ancient pagoda is called the Abyss Suppression Pagoda. Is it specially used to suppress that abyss? Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the abyss. It seemed to have sensed the terrifying suppressive force from the ancient pagoda. There was a rare trace of seriousness in the voice. Boom! The jade-like hand that was covered with dark purple runes suddenly lifted up and pressed against the bottom of the ancient pagoda. Boom! The ancient pagoda shook and was actually held up in mid-air. It couldn't descend anymore. Suppress! A loud roar came from the ancient pagoda again. One after another, it formed an echo that reverberated in the void. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, the ancient pagoda glowed and the suppressive force erupted. The sky-imprisoning chains rattled and bound the giant hand. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. A low voice came and a towering force came from the palm. It was as though it could hold up the entire void and block the ancient pagoda. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Abyss Suppression Pagoda. Break the boundary. A loud roar sounded. At the top of the ancient pagoda, the extremely bright light suddenly burst out and shot toward the void. Boom! The void was broken and a crack appeared. The light that burst out from the top of the ancient pagoda formed a bright path that extended into the void. There was no end to it. Go! Go quickly! Everyone enter the passageway and leave this place. A loud roar came from Founding Elder Red Dust and entered everyone's ears. It made them tremble. The space passageway has appeared. We can leave now. Go quickly. Everyone was overjoyed and reacted instantly. One by one, they rushed out and rushed toward the light path that extended into the void. So that's your goal. The voice coming from the abyss became extremely cold. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Boom! As the voice fell, a terrifying rumble came from the abyss below. The abyss, which had already collapsed, fell into chaos. Endless turbulence surged as though time and space were in chaos. Then, another giant hand stretched out from below. It was also incomparably large and blotted out the sky. Just two giant hands were enough to make the abyss collapse. All kinds of energy appeared, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The terrifying scene was shocking. An extremely powerful suppressive force appeared again and froze the void, making it impossible for the humans to enter the light path. Everyone's expression was unsightly. They frantically circulated the origin power in their bodies, wanting to break through this suppressive force. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too great. They couldn't break through at all. Boom! At this moment, a rumble suddenly rang out from the crack in space created by the spatial imprint on Rover's forehead. Rover's expression changed, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. The next moment, a ball of purple-red flame swept out and filled the entire void, turning the place into a sea of fire. Boom, the scorching heat swept out in all directions, as though it was going to burn everything into ashes. Another power entered the battlefield. Flames? Whose power is this? Everyone was stunned by the sudden scene. They were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Lord Ziyan. Rover's eyes shone and his solemn face finally revealed a surprised expression. Real God Ziyan? Wang Ting was shocked. Could this be the opportunity that Rover was waiting for? He knew that real God Ziyan would take action, but how was that possible? Real God Ziyan should be extremely far away from here. Even a real god might not be able to intervene. Moreover, even if he intervened, he would have to pay a huge price. Such treatment wasn't something that an ordinary person could have. This is the power of a real god. Heavenly Fire Knight and the others' eyes twinkled and they immediately noticed something. Real god. Could it be that the humans' reinforcements have arrived? Everyone was surprised. No, there's only the aura of a real god. Greenwood Knight shook his head and sighed, and it's not his real body. Many people were disappointed and they sighed in their hearts. It seemed that a real god couldn't change anything. Moreover, even if it was a real god, if it wasn't his real body, in such a situation, his effect would be minimal and he wouldn't be able to change the situation. A real god from the human race. The voice in the abyss grew colder and colder, as though it was provoked. It extended its other hand and pressed against the purplish-red flames that filled the void. Bam! As the big hand pressed down, there was an explosion in the void and there were cracks appearing continuously. The purplish-red sea of fire also started to churn vigorously. Hong! The purplish-red flames rolled back madly and condensed into a huge fist print. There was a billowing flame and it hit the big hand. There was a loud bang. Break! A cold bellow could be heard from the abyss. The big hand didn't dodge but treated the flames as nothing. It went into the flames and grabbed the flaming fist print that was giving out a terrifying temperature. When it fell, the big hand was magnified and its size exceeded the flaming fist print. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble, the two collided and the big hand pinched the flaming fist print in its palm. There was a terrifying power that exploded. Bam! In an instant, the fist print exploded and turned into flames that spread all over the place. How is this possible? Luo Ford opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He finally couldn't maintain his tense expression. It was obvious that he didn't expect real God Ziyan to be unable to block the big hand even when he took action. They only needed an instant. However, they couldn't even fight for an instant. It was too hopeless. Wang Ting's face grew grave. He didn't expect such an outcome. Even real God Ziyan couldn't block the other party. The plan that he had planned to use earlier obviously wouldn't work. Such a difference couldn't be made up with some special skills. A real god from the human race, even if he were to descend personally, he would be defeated by my palm. Moreover, his real body couldn't even descend here. All your struggles are futile. The existence in the abyss let out a calm voice and it reverberated in the void. Rumble, that huge hand covered the void, completely locking down this area. No one could escape. Ah, some human warriors roared in anger. The passageway was right in front of them but they couldn't leave. They felt aggrieved and helpless. They were too hopeless. A real god had taken action but he couldn't block the existence in the abyss. There was no hope at all. Rumble, the big hand slapped the void and extinguished all the flames. *T. Luo Ford's face grew grave and he quickly retreated with Wang Ting. Hong, the next moment, there was a strong power above the big hand. The crack that had been created by the space mark in between Luo Ford's eyebrows suddenly became distorted. After that, it slowly disappeared before Wang Ting and Luo Ford's eyes. Puff! Luo Ford spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had brought Wang Ting to avoid the strong pressure in time, he was still affected by the aftermath. Even if it was only a slight aftermath, it had caused him to be seriously injured. Luo Ford, are you okay? Wang Ting's face grew grave and he couldn't help but ask worriedly. I'm fine. Luo Ford waved his hand and coughed up blood. He clutched his chest and said bitterly, I just didn't think that even my last resort would be useless. It seems like we really don't have any chance. Wang Ting's heart sank. He felt very helpless. No matter how strong his talent was, he couldn't change this because talent wasn't strength. At this moment, the existence in the abyss had only stretched out two hands and completely controlled the situation. It had lifted up the abyss suppression tower with one hand. It had suppressed the entire space with one hand. It was extremely terrifying. Even those true god existences in the Subprofession Alliance were helpless. It's time to end this. A low voice filled with indifference and coldness came out from the abyss. The giant hand that covered the sky covered everyone and then pressed down. It wanted to suppress and obliterate everyone. Rumble, above their heads, a huge shadow fell. It was as if it had fallen on everyone's hearts, making them feel despair. Ah! Some people roared in anger. Their eyes were red and filled with unwillingness. Their auras erupted and shot into the clouds as if they wanted to break through this hopeless fate. I'm actually going to die here today. I can't accept this. Where are the true gods of the human race? Why are they letting the dark apparitions be so arrogant? Our ambitions have yet to be realized. Our martial arts have yet to reach the peak. How can we die like this? Even if we die, we'll drag a few dark apparitions down with us. Come. Come. Today, our blood will be spilled in the starry sky. In the future, there will be strong human cultivators who will take revenge for us and wipe out the dark apparitions. Kill. 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 The human martial artists were completely crazy. They were unwilling to accept this. They roared in anger, and their killing intent soared. They wanted to perish together with the dark apparitions. Humph. A cold snort sounded. A terrifying aura erupted and filled the sky. All. The human martial artists spat out blood, and their auras instantly weakened. It was just an aura, but all the human martial artists couldn't resist it. How terrifying was that? Wang Ting's face was pale, and he was also coughing out blood. He had suffered serious injuries. That aura was too terrifying. Even if he unleashed the unyielding thunder battle intent, he still couldn't resist it. Beside him, Rover wasn't any better. He was already heavily injured, and now, he was suppressed by the aura. His aura became weaker and weaker. Sigh. Rover sighed and said, "If I knew this would happen, I would have disregarded everything and brought you away earlier. Unfortunately, the situation was beyond my expectations. Now that things have developed to this point, there's nothing I can do." Wang Ting was silent. In the end, he said, "Don't blame yourself. Who would have thought that such a terrifying existence was sealed under the abyss? And it's already showing signs of awakening. Even the true gods of the Subprofession Alliance didn't sense it, let alone us." Rover shook his head and looked at the youth beside him. This was undoubtedly a peerless genius. He should have been able to shine brightly and be on par with the true gods in the future, becoming the pillar of the human race. Was he going to die here today? He was responsible. It was a huge responsibility. At this moment, Rover felt that he had failed. He didn't fulfill his duty as a guardian. Wang Ting didn't pay attention to Rover anymore. He crazily picked up the attribute bubbles between heaven and earth while thinking of a solution. Even now, he still hadn't given up. However, the hope was too slim. Rumble, the giant palm slowly pressed down. It didn't seem to be in a hurry. An eye even appeared on the palm of the hand. It was enjoying the despair of its prey before it died. "You're going too far." Everyone saw that eye. They were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. They clenched their fists so hard that their nails dug into their palms. The power in their bodies boiled, but it was suppressed, causing them to spit out blood. Darkness is your final destination. Why struggle? Come, open your arms. Darkness is eternal. A low voice sounded. It was like a devil tempting everyone, trying to pull them into the darkness. Under this voice, many warriors fell into it. Their eyes gradually lost focus. They couldn't help but reveal pious expressions. Wang Ting felt his scalp go numb. A chill rose from his spine. 9 Treasures Pagoda, an angry roar sounded from the bottom of his heart. The 9 Treasures Pagoda emitted a dazzling light to resist this mental erosion. "Wake up. A loud roar came from the ancient pagoda. A human true god spoke. His mind rippled. He didn't want to see the human warriors fall into depravity. Everyone was shocked. They immediately regained their senses. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. Stubborn resistance. The eye in the palm revealed a mocking expression. It became cold and indifferent again. It looked at the human warriors below as if it was looking at a pile of corpses. Rumble, it didn't hesitate anymore. The giant palm pressed down completely, wanting to end everything. A series of painful roars came from the mouths of the crowd. Many of the weaker martial artists' bodies exploded, directly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Many of them were geniuses with secondary professions. They were once the cream of the crop in the exchange. They should have had a bright future. However, they died in such a pitiful manner. There were also some geniuses who had life-saving methods. However, they could only hold on bitterly and watch death descend upon them. I can't accept this. Some people were crying blood and roaring. They hated the heavens for being unfair. Why did they have to die so early? They still had a bright future. Wang Ting stood in the crowd. The power of time and space in his body were frantically circulating. Perhaps he still had a chance of survival. However, he still had to face the great horror of death. Whether he could survive or not would depend on luck. He was also unwilling. He was also angry. However, he was also powerless. At this moment, Wang Ting only hated that he was born too late. He couldn't rise earlier and suppress the powerhouses in the abyss. Rumble, the giant palm was already several hundred feet above everyone's heads. They could clearly see the black patterns on it. It wouldn't take long for it to completely fall and crush everyone present into a meat patty. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. His expression changed. He seemed to have felt something. Before he could react, a token suddenly rushed out from his spatial fragment. Wang Ting had stored many important things in his spatial fragment. At this moment, Wang Ting didn't have time to think. He immediately looked at it. His pupils constricted slightly, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. This token was extremely strange. It was completely purple and covered in strange patterns. Apart from that, there was nothing else. If it was placed elsewhere, it wouldn't be eye-catching. Those who didn't know it wouldn't be able to sense anything special about it. However, when Wang Ting saw this token, it was as if he had seen his savior. This is... Luo Ford noticed the abnormality too. He was flabbergasted when he saw a hint of joy on Wang Ting's face even under such circumstances. He couldn't help but ask. "Teacher?" Wang Ting muttered to himself. His eyes shone with joy. He was truly surprised and overjoyed. He had never wished so much for this cheap teacher of his to appear. Then he rushed forward with tears in his eyes, seeking the care of an elder. After all, to be able to make the dean of the 7th Cosmic Star Academy and the 2 true god-level existences in the academy pay so much attention to him, this cheap teacher of his must be extremely powerful. Now that the token left by his cheap teacher had automatically flown out, perhaps there was still hope to delay the existence in the abyss. Teacher? Luo Ford was stunned. How come he didn't know that Wang Ting had a teacher? Subconsciously, he couldn't help but look at the token. At this moment, the token suddenly emitted a dazzling light and turned into a humanoid figure. Boom! The next moment, the human figure waved one hand and the huge palm in the sky froze, unable to move an inch. All the pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if the human figure's hand had casually waved it away. Silence, heaven and earth instantly fell into silence. Everyone felt the sudden disappearance of the pressure on their bodies. They couldn't help but turn their heads and stare blankly at the human figure. They didn't seem to understand what had happened. This is... Elder Red Dust and the others were dumbfounded. They stared at the human figure, completely speechless. Oh my God! Heavenly Fire Knight and the others, as well as the immortal level existences from various factions, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. One hand, with just a single hand, the humanoid silhouette was able to cause the terrifying giant hand above its head to freeze in place. Such a method was simply inconceivable. What kind of existence could do this? This human figure's true body was probably even more powerful than a true god. Teacher. At this moment, a ghostly wail suddenly sounded. Teacher, I've been bullied so badly. You have to seek justice for me. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Wang Ting stupidly. Their minds were filled with question marks. Teacher, this human figure was Wang Ting's teacher. Suddenly, everyone felt that their minds weren't enough. Wang Ting? Teacher, they were names and terms that everyone was familiar with. However, at this moment, it was hard for them to connect the dots. Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Elder Red Dust and the other geniuses couldn't believe their eyes and ears. That human figure was Wang Ting's teacher? Is this real or fake? Luo Ford took a deep breath and his eyes flickered rapidly. This human figure was really Wang Ting's teacher. Moreover, with such terrifying power, he didn't dare to think further. Such an existence was even scarier than real God Ziyan. By a lot, all the immortal level experts were extremely shocked. Originally, when they saw the human figure take action, it was already shocking enough. In the end, they realized, this wasn't the most shocking thing. What was even more shocking was yet to come. The other party was Wang Ting's teacher. Suddenly, the immortal level existences felt that they had heard the most ridiculous thing. What exactly was Wang Ting's background? First, there was an expert who was ranked 19th on the immortal level honorable ranking list who was protecting him. Then, there was a real god who took action and almost took him away. Then, there was an existence above the real god level who appeared to protect Wang Ting. What kind of identity, what kind of background, how could there be so many experts protecting him? It was really unimaginable. It wasn't just them. Even the Dark Devil was shocked. He stared fixedly at Wang Ting and the human-shaped shadow. He couldn't accept this. How could this human genius have such a background? And the human figure, he could disperse the pressure from the Lord in the abyss with one hand. What kind of existence was he? At this moment, he even felt that everything had deviated from his expectations. Hiss. Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy, Blood Knight Demon Supremacy, and the other dark apparitions gasped and looked at each other. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy even felt his heart palpitate. Previously, he had taken action against Wang Ting many times. Now that he thought about it, he felt as though he had walked past the gates of hell several times. He was afraid that such an expert wouldn't even take him seriously. Otherwise, based on what he had done to Wang Ting previously, the other party would have crushed him to death. Thinking of this, Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Wang Ting with fear in his eyes. This human genius should be left to the Lord in the abyss to deal with personally. You brat, you have caused such a big trouble. At this moment, under everyone's gazes, the human figure turned to look at Wang Ting and shook his head helplessly. I'm innocent. Wang Ting immediately shouted. I didn't cause this trouble. It came to me on its own. I'm just a fish in the pond that got implicated. Luo Ford was a little speechless. However, he couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He looked at the light figure with burning eyes. With his strength, he should be able to deal with the being in the abyss, right? That's true. You're only at the universe level. You can't possibly provoke such an existence. The light figure stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the abyss below but didn't look at the giant palm above his head. Who are you? A surprised voice came from the abyss. You don't need to know who I am, the light figure said casually. Humph. The being in the abyss snorted. What arrogance. You're just an afterimage that was left in the token. I can easily suppress you if you manifest here. That human brat is interesting. He has so many trump cards that you humans left behind. It seems like you all value him highly. I can't let him live. You can give it a try. The light figure's eyes glowed. They were incomparably resplendent, even more resplendent than the brightest stars in the universe. They were like two beams of light that pierced through space and time. It was terrifying. Just an afterimage. I can suppress you as well. The being in the abyss said coldly. It was filled with indifference as it spread out. Rumble, the giant palm suddenly exerted strength. It was originally frozen in mid-air, but at this moment, it actually shattered the space around it. It caused the speed of its descent to explode. It crushed the space around it and pressed down on the light figure. Break! An extremely calm voice came from the light figure's mouth. He raised his hand and extended a finger, gently pointing at the giant palm. The giant palm froze in mid-air for a moment. It was almost like time had stopped, rumble, after which, a terrifying roar resounded and reverberated through the space. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the huge palm actually crumbled inch by inch, turning into countless black specks of light in the void and dissipating without a trace. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were both surprised and delighted. So powerful. Lu Yan and the other geniuses widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The palm that made everyone feel despair was destroyed by the other party with a single finger. No matter how they looked at it, it was unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The voice in the deep abyss finally revealed a trace of graveness. I said that you don't need to know my name. You don't have the right to know my name, the light figure said. Domineering. At this moment, everyone could feel a domineering and arrogant aura emanating from the humanoid silhouette's calm words. It was obviously just an afterimage, but it was so domineering. It was as if the being in the abyss was not worthy of knowing its name. This was the greatest insult to the strong, because at their level, if they didn't even deserve to know the other party's name, it meant that the other party's strength was far beyond their own. At their level, just chanting their names was enough to cause their power to shine through the void, causing their thoughts to descend. That was extremely terrifying. Ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the abyss as if it had heard something extremely funny. Good, you're crazy enough. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a long time. Today, let me see if you have the right to be arrogant. Rumble, as soon as the voice fell, an earth-shattering explosion came from the abyss below. It was as if something had exploded below, causing the entire void to tremble. The three void turbulences that converged here set off stormy waves. The turbulence rushed up, reaching tens of thousands of feet high and drowning everything. Everyone widened their eyes and retreated, afraid that they would be sucked into the void turbulence. However, what is that? In the next moment, they couldn't care less about it. As if they had seen something unbelievable, their mouths were wide open, as if a fist could be stuffed in. Heaven and earth were silent. At the bottom of the abyss, a chariot was slowly driving out. The chariot was pitch black and covered with all kinds of complicated and strange patterns, as if it was engraved with the most original dark patterns. It was extraordinary. In addition, there were all kinds of mottled marks, saber marks, sword marks, fist marks, palm marks. They were all stained with blood, as if narrating the ancient and glorious history of this chariot. Because it still existed, but the person who left marks on it might not still be alive. What was even more shocking was that this ancient mottled chariot was actually being pulled by three strange giant beasts. The three strange giant beasts were shaped like giant pythons. They had huge bodies, a single horn on their heads, and a pair of sharp claws under their abdomens. Flood dragons. Everyone's eyes fell on the three strange giant beasts, and they exclaimed. They were clearly flood dragons. Flood dragons. Wang Ting was shocked, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He was no stranger to these so-called flood dragons. When he was in the Starry Sky Academy, he had seen a divine-level flood dragon star beast, which was very powerful and terrifying. Now, these three strange giant beasts were indeed very similar to that flood dragon star beast, but they were pitch black and shriveled, faintly exuding a dark aura and a thick aura of death. They were not living creatures, they were dark creatures that had turned into dead creatures. Wang Ting's heart was set off monstrous waves. Three flood dragons pulling the chariot. How powerful was the existence in the chariot? Roar. 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 At this time, the three flood dragons roared toward the sky. Their eyes were pitch black and emitted a black light. They did not look like living creatures, but the roars they made were deafening. As the roars came out, wisps of dark aura spewed out from the three flood dragons' mouths and filled the void, which was very frightening. This. Everyone was shocked and stepped back, for fear of being contaminated by the dark aura filled with death aura. What a terrifying aura. Are those 3 flood dragons alive? I can't feel any life aura. Instead, I can only feel a thick aura of death. They should not be living creatures. They are not living creatures, but they can still move and emit such a powerful aura. Is this why dark creatures are so frightening? Judging from the aura of these 3 flood dragons, they are at least equivalent to an upper-level venerable. Everyone looked at the 3 flood dragons in bewilderment. They were extremely shocked and could not help guessing. As the chariot slowly moved out, a desolate and ancient aura gradually filled the heavens and earth. At this time, everyone realized that the giant hand holding the ancient pagoda had stretched out from the chariot. That giant hand seemed to be real, but it also seemed to be formed by various forces. It was not a real palm. Perhaps for such an expert, the palm was its physical body. It could be big or small and could transform into anything. Everyone was shocked. The existence in the abyss had finally appeared. It was riding the ancient chariot and being pulled by the 3 flood dragons. It slowly came out from the abyss, as if it was a dark demon that had awakened from ancient times and came to this world. Rumble, the chariot slowly moved out. The abyss behind it had completely collapsed and ceased to exist. Endless energy turned into a terrifying torrent. The power of time and space flowed in reverse. It was chaotic, as if it had formed a river of time and space. No one knew where it led to. It floated and flowed in the void. Runes of heaven and earth appeared like fish in the river. It was extremely magical. Everyone was shocked, speechless by the scene. Their eyes were wide open, and they felt as if their throats were being strangled. They could not breathe at all. Suffocation. This was an extremely terrifying feeling of suffocation. Such a terrifying and mysterious scene was something that even the immortal-level existences had never seen in their lives. Of course, even the god-level existences had never seen it before. At this moment, the dark demon and the human true gods in the ancient pagoda were all silent. This scene was simply too shocking. This is the river of time and space? After a while, someone came back to his senses. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked in a trembling voice. 7017K, the river of spacetime? These 4 simple words set off 1,000 waves in the crowd. In the collapsed abyss, a chaotic river appeared and merged with the void. No one knew where it led to. The power of time and space filled the long river. It was extremely terrifying. Heaven and earth runes appeared and fell down like a waterfall into the long river. Those were chains of order. The appearance of this long river caused the void to fluctuate. Space and time were no longer stable and fell into chaos. Rays of dazzling divine light appeared and illuminated the void. A terrifying aura filled the air. The existence under the abyss appeared. The war chariot was pulled by 3 flood dragon corpses, and the river of spacetime appeared behind it. Such a scene shocked everyone. The power of time and space is floating in it. I feel like as long as I get close, my life origin and soul origin will disappear. How terrifying. Some powerhouses with sharp senses instantly sensed the terrifying power emitted from the river of spacetime. Their expressions changed drastically as they fled further away, afraid that they would be contaminated. The river of spacetime? Wang Ting was shocked as his eyes flickered. Was this really the river of spacetime? Rumor had it that such a long river existed. It was hidden in time and space and had never appeared in the world. Very few people knew about it. Many immortal-level existences only knew its name and had never seen it before. If it was really the river of spacetime, it would be too terrifying. Once it appeared, the impact would be huge. At this moment, he suddenly saw attribute bubbles appear above the long river. They floated above the long river and disappeared as the long river surged. Wang Ting's eyes widened. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Those attribute bubbles definitely contained the power of time and space. The moment they appeared, they were drowned by the long river and disappeared without a trace. It was better not to appear. Fortunately, there were attribute bubbles floating in the long river, so he could pick them up at any time. The only thing that troubled him was that the river of spacetime was behind the terrifying war chariot, so he didn't dare to pick up the attribute bubbles. For such an existence, even if he only used the tiniest bit of psychic power, he would probably be detected. Therefore, he could only wait. How terrifying. It actually caused spacetime chaos. That really seems to be the river of spacetime, Luo Ford said in shock. The river of spacetime? What kind of power is this? I wonder if Wang Ting's teacher can withstand it. Elder Red Dust and the others were shocked as well. Their hearts pounded violently as they couldn't help but look at the humanoid figure. How terrifying. Just what level is the existence inside the war chariot? Reverend Heavenfire and the others simply could not imagine. They were undying knights, yet they couldn't even see through the other party's rank. It was unbelievable. Greetings, my king. Suddenly, loud shouts filled with fanaticism reverberated through the void, rousing everyone from their shock and causing them to look over. The dark apparitions actually knelt down in the void. It would have been fine if they were only demon supremacy level dark apparitions. However, even the demon god knelt down on one knee and worshipped the dragon war chariot. There was even that dark giant. It also knelt on one knee on the dark altar, facing the fled dragon chariot. Everyone fell into silence. In front of Wang Ting, a trace of surprise appeared in the eyes of the humanoid figure. You've actually caused spacetime turbulence. You've truly surprised me. Haha, an afterimage dares to boast so shamelessly. A chuckle came from the flood dragon war chariot. The voice suddenly sounded different, as if it was extremely young, without any hint of vicissitudes. It was as if the war chariot wasn't some old monster but a young man in his prime. Yes, a young man, not a middle-aged man, and definitely not an old man. It sounded like a young man who had just grown up, full of vitality and vigor. This voice was completely different from before. The existence inside the war chariot had yet to appear, and its voice was calm and indifferent, as if it was a king. At the same time, it was majestic and powerful. The contrast between before and after was huge. The surrounding people couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't help but wonder what the existence inside the war chariot was like. Soon, they found out. Boom, in the next moment, the war chariot burst out with endless black light like a black sun, extremely dazzling. Endless dark energy and dark matter filled the void. It was even more majestic and terrifying than the dark energy brought by the demon god or the dark giant. In an instant, the void was illuminated. All kinds of forces swept around the war chariot. Pitch-black runes appeared, forming chains that surrounded the war chariot. That existence is about to appear. The human clan warriors exclaimed and widened their eyes. However, they couldn't see anything clearly. The extremely dazzling black light made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and didn't dare to open the eyes of truth. This existence was even more terrifying than the demon god. If he used the eyes of truth to look at it, he would lose his eyes. Boom, the void trembled, and a human-shaped shadow-emitting black light walked out of the war chariot. It stepped out of the war chariot and stood on the head of the black flood dragon corpse in the middle, standing proudly in the void. The three terrifying flood dragon corpses slowly lowered their proud heads. The human-shaped shadow-emitting black light exuded a terrifying aura. It raised an ancient pagoda in one hand and held a dark purple ancient sword in the other. The sword was also very dazzling and evil. There were all kinds of dark patterns on it, as well as mottled bloodstains. It emitted a monstrous killing intent that shot straight into the sky. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were entwined on the ancient sword, making ghost-like screams. Many human clan warriors couldn't help but cast their eyes on the ancient sword. Then, they seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses. Their eyes were filled with scarlet. Some people with weaker willpower couldn't help but scream. Blood and tears flowed from their eyes, and their minds fell into chaos. Such a terrifying killing intent, such a terrifying resentment. How many experts had that dark ancient sword killed? How many peerless geniuses had it killed? The bloodstains on it seemed to be describing its ferocity. It was very terrifying. It was just a sword, but it was like a peerless demon that had awakened with the existence in the war chariot. Now, it was standing in the void, which was terrifying. Make your move. This shadow of mine is supposed to be used to protect my disciple. Since it has appeared today, it will be stained with blood. In front of Wang Ting, the humanoid silhouette spoke. His tone was extremely calm, but the words he spoke caused everyone to be shocked. He actually wanted to kill that terrifying existence in the darkness? How confident and domineering was that? No one knew what kind of expert the human-shaped shadow's true body was. Unfortunately, the human-shaped shadow was covered in light. Every strand of his hair was emitting light, so no one could see his appearance clearly. It was very mysterious. It was obviously a human, but no one could see his appearance clearly. Everything was covered by the light, and no features could be seen. It was as if he was a real god. I, Erebus, have slept for so long. Has the world forgotten my name? The black shadow on the head of the dragon said slowly. It was full of emotions and sighs, lamenting the changes in the world. Erebus? Heh. A chuckle suddenly came from the human-shaped shadow, as if he had heard something very funny. What are you laughing at? Is what I said very funny? The black shadow asked softly. There was no anger in his voice. It was as if nothing could stop him or make him afraid when he stepped out of the abyss. Even the human-shaped shadow in front of him was the same. This was a kind of unparalleled confidence. He didn't take the human-shaped shadow seriously. After all, it was just a shadow. The human-shaped shadow smiled faintly and said, "Time has passed. You are just a grain in the sea." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt a sense of horror. Even the god-level existences like Primogenitor Danchan, the true god-level existences in the ancient pagoda, and the demon god all looked at him in shock. Who was this humanoid silhouette? His words were too shocking. He was like a god who had lived for a long time and had witnessed the changes in the world. Time passed quickly in his eyes. Although he was expressing his disdain for the black figure, for someone who could say such words, how could he not be an existence that had existed since ancient times? Hiss. Wang Ting gasped. Although he knew that this cheap teacher of his might be very impressive, he didn't expect him to be so impressive. Time has passed. Time has passed. These words were like a very realistic picture flowing in front of him. It was as if he had seen the changes in the world. It was shocking. The black shadow fell silent. He didn't expect the human-shaped shadow in front of him to be so arrogant. It was even more arrogant than him. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if there was really such an existence among the human race. Hidden in the river of time, never appearing in the world, they had stepped into many universes. It wasn't that such people didn't exist, so it wasn't rare. However, they all fell in the darkness in the end. It was just that it was a little tricky to deal with. Huh. The black shadow suddenly laughed. He stared coldly at the human-shaped shadow and pointed the black ancient sword in his hand at him. If that's the case, then come and try. How dare a mere shadow be so presumptuous in front of me? I'll suppress you today. Boom, in the next moment, the black shadow made his move. His movements were very gentle. The black ancient sword in his hand slashed out gently, splitting the void and turning into an unparalleled black sword ray. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy and the other dark apparitions were shocked. When this lord appeared, he should be invincible and sweep away everything. However, he actually had to personally make a move and release a vast amount of power. They could feel the seriousness of this lord. Obviously, even though he sounded calm, he was still very serious when facing the human-shaped shadow. He didn't dare to be careless. The demonic god's eyes were burning. He was also shocked. Even it had only seen a few clashes between experts of this level. Perhaps it might be able to benefit greatly from it. Boom, the black sword ray swept across the sky, causing the void to tremble. An unparalleled pressure filled the air and completely enveloped the entire area. Many human ancient martial art practitioners went limp and fell to the ground. Their bodies were trembling in fear. It was just one sword, but they were all suppressed. Even the immortal existences were no exception. They couldn't move at all. Their immortal bodies were about to split apart. Such a terrifying impact was many times more terrifying than before. So powerful. Wang Ting was shocked. He tried his best to resist the pressure, but he still felt waves of pain coming from his body. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood splattered out. This was the result of Luo Ford helping to share part of the pressure. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the terrifying pressure alone. Now that there was no array to block it, he was only a universe-level ancient martial art practitioner. Even if he could fight against those of a higher level, he would only be equivalent to a low-level sector lord. In front of such power, how different was he from an ant? The other young geniuses were the same. Fortunately, they were all protected by strong cultivators. Otherwise, they would probably have died here today. Boom! At this moment, the human-shaped shadow also made his move. Without any nonsense, he struck out with one hand. Divine light condensed in his palm, and countless runes of heaven and earth appeared, illuminating the void. The power was terrifying, enough to shake the starry sky. Boom! The divine light palm print collided with the black sword ray. Runes of heaven and earth were split apart. Chains of order trembled and surged in all directions. What kind of power was this? Even the chains of order and the laws of heaven and earth had to avoid it. It was truly terrifying. The humans instantly felt the pressure on their heads lightening. The suppression disappeared into thin air. Wang Ting's master had helped them block the terrifying suppression. Everyone looked at the human-shaped shadow with gratitude. If it wasn't for this strong cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. They would have all died in the end. Boom! At the next moment, everyone was shocked. They saw that the black sword ray was actually crushed, and the divine light palm print slammed toward the black shadow. Roar! An explosive roar shook heaven and earth. That was the black shadow's aura erupting. Just the eruption of his aura caused a deafening roar. It was as if a giant space beast had awakened in his body. However, the black shadow's eyes were still calm. His expression didn't change. He wasn't shaken by the attack just now. He raised his head and looked at the majestic palm print. He raised the black ancient sword in his hand and stabbed upward. Boom! The black sword ray erupted again. A casual sword strike was tens of thousands of feet long. It wasn't any weaker than the sword ray condensed by Wang Ting's great five elements magical sword formation. It was even stronger. Clang! In an instant, the black sword ray pierced the divine light palm print. It didn't shatter or explode. Instead, endless sparks erupted. A majestic power erupted from the black ancient sword. The power of darkness surged like a black ocean. The strange black light drowned the void, causing everything to dim and fall into darkness. It was an extreme darkness. It was even colder and more terrifying than the darkness of the void. It was even eerie. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Their spirits and souls were trembling. They couldn't remain calm at all. Boom! The void trembled and a terrifying roar erupted. The divine light palm print was pierced and began to collapse. Our king is invincible. The bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions were overjoyed and cheered. You're just a light shadow. How dare you try to stop me? The black shadow suddenly spoke. He was cold and indifferent. Then, he roared. Kill! Boom! The black shadow leaped out from the head of the dragon corpse and charged toward the humanoid light shadow. The black ancient sword in his hand erupted with terrifying power of darkness. All of you, back off. The humanoid light shadow was very calm. He ordered everyone to leave the battlefield. It was just a probing exchange earlier. However, now that the dark apparition had charged out, it was clear that they were going to engage in an intense battle. The impact would be terrifying. This void would probably turn into a battlefield of slaughter. Everything would be crushed. Even the immortal rank would be no exception. Everyone's hearts tightened when they heard this. They immediately fled far away from the battlefield. The humanoid light shadow no longer hesitated. He reached out and grabbed. The light transformed into a divine light sword in his hand. There were mysterious patterns of heaven and earth entwined around it. It emitted a strange power. The black shadow was shocked. The divine light sword was very strange. It was clearly condensed from energy, but it wasn't any weaker than a divine weapon. Even he was shocked by such means. Boom! The humanoid light shadow also charged out and collided with the black shadow. It was a terrifying battle in the void. Aren't you arrogant? Why is this all you've got? The black shadow taunted. He slashed out with the black ancient sword in his hand. Streaks of terrifying black sword light crisscrossed in the void and sealed off the humanoid light shadow surroundings. He was going to kill him here. Dang. Dang. Dang, the humanoid light shadow didn't say anything. He charged forward with the divine light sword in his hand. He was very casual. He walked in the void and slashed out with his sword with every step. He destroyed the black sword light. Then, he approached the black shadow step by step. It was as if he had condensed an unparalleled pressure and pressed down on his opponent. The black shadow's eyes narrowed. He was very surprised. Kill. He charged forward again. He was filled with killing intent. He wasn't afraid at all. It was just an afterimage. How could he be his opponent? Boom, the humanoid light shadow suddenly attacked. He formed a fist with his other hand. Countless divine patterns entwined around it. It exploded with terrifying power and crashed into the black shadow's hand that was holding the ancient pagoda. You. The black shadow didn't expect this. Moreover, it was already difficult for him to deal with the humanoid light shadow with one hand. Before he could react, the ancient pagoda in his hand was knocked out. He couldn't hold it anymore. Boom, the ancient pagoda was suspended in the air. It broke free from the black shadow's restraint and rushed into the void. Thank you. Senior. A voice came from the ancient pagoda. They hesitated for a moment. They didn't know how to address him, but in the end they still called him Senior. This existence looked down on the ancient times and had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He seemed to be even older than the true gods. It was not an exaggeration to call him Senior. Continue to open the space tunnel and send them away, the humanoid light shadow said calmly. That's right. The existence in the ancient pagoda replied. Boom, the next moment, the ancient pagoda rushed into the void. It exploded with brilliant light. The light that had been suppressed at the top appeared again. It shot into the void in front of it and opened up a space tunnel. You want to leave? The black shadow's eyes burned even more fiercely. Black light burst out. He actually used his eyes to slash at the space tunnel in the void. At this moment, his eyes became extremely terrifying. They were like two black lightning bolts that pierced through the void and landed on the newly opened space tunnel. It caused the void to collapse and the space to sink. Boom, the space tunnel exploded. It couldn't block the black shadow's eyes at all. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Their hearts trembled. It was just a gaze, but it had such terrifying power. It was really unimaginable. Sigh. The humanoid light shadow sighed helplessly. It seems that I still have to deal with you first. Come on, let's fight with all our might. The black shadow stood in the void. His dark purple hair danced wildly. His eyes were like lightning, making people unable to look directly at him. Many people subconsciously looked at this existence. However, they immediately felt a piercing pain in their eyes. They bled and screamed. The other hand of the black shadow was no longer restrained by the ancient pagoda. It hung down naturally. Black light condensed on it. Black runes were faintly discernible. It seemed that he would attack at any time. I just woke up. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to use this shadow of yours as a blood sacrifice to celebrate my awakening. The black shadow said indifferently and coldly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. He turned into a black stream of light and charged directly at the humanoid light shadow. You want to use me as a blood sacrifice? How arrogant. The humanoid light shadow shook his head and laughed. He waved the divine light sword in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of sword rays burst out and surrounded him. A rain of light fell, and the sword rays crisscrossed. In an instant, his temperament became incomparably fierce. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god. His eyes were overflowing with divine light, as if they contained a terrifying understanding of swordsmanship. Wang Ting looked at his chief teacher and was speechless for a long time. He did not know how to describe his teacher. Strong, he was really. Too strong. There was actually such an existence in the universe, and he even acknowledged him as his teacher. What kind of luck was this? Wang Ting felt that he must have been blessed by the heavens to be able to gain the favor of such an existence. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. The others also fell into an incomparable shock. They could not help but swallow their saliva. They had never seen such an expert in their lives. Come on, let's see who will be killed today. The humanoid light shadow's voice was calm. He raised the divine light sword in his hand. All the sword rays surrounding him moved with it. Clang! 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 It was as if divine swords had been unsheathed and pointed at the black figure. Boom, the black figure was not to be outdone. He charged forward, and the black ancient sword in his hand also erupted with boundless sword light. He fought with the humanoid light shadow. Heaven and earth were overturned, and the void trembled. Countless light rain sprinkled down. There was divine light and black light. They were clearly defined in the void and cut open this space. It was extremely terrifying. The power of space and time were both activated, manifesting in this void and triggering the river of spacetime from before. Terrifying energy surged in the river of spacetime, setting off huge waves. It was the power of spacetime, and it was extremely terrifying. If one was tainted by it, they would probably be eroded by the power of time and space. If it was light, they would be severely injured. If it was serious, they would be directly pulled into the spacetime turbulence and be completely lost, no longer existing. Terrifying spatial cracks spread out in all directions, turning this area into a forbidden area. Boom, at this moment, fluctuations appeared behind the river of spacetime. Boundless light erupted, causing time and space to become blurry. An unfamiliar starry sky appeared in this void. What? What is that? Everyone was extremely shocked. They stared at the unfamiliar starry sky with their mouths agape and stuttered. An unfamiliar starry sky? Wang Ting also widened his eyes. Then, he blinked hard as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The battle between the two of them is too terrifying. It caused the river of spacetime to tremble. It seems to have affected time and space. Luo Ford swallowed his saliva and said solemnly. So that starry sky doesn't belong to this era? Wang Ting said bitterly. It might be from the past or the future, but it's more likely that it's from an unfamiliar star field in the same spacetime as us, Luo Ford said. He also didn't want to believe that it was a starry sky from the future or the past because it was too terrifying. Spacetime was the most mysterious and unfathomable power. Even immortals couldn't control it. They could only touch a trace of the power of space, but they couldn't touch the power of time at all. Therefore, if something that didn't belong to this spacetime appeared, the impact would be too great. It was impossible to imagine what would happen. Look, there seems to be someone in that starry sky? A cry of surprise sounded, waking everyone up. Everyone looked at the unfamiliar starry sky. Their eyes widened to the extreme, as if they wanted to see what was there. Wang Ting and Luo Ford also looked over. Wang Ting even used Eye of Truth, but he immediately reacted and retracted it. Unfortunately, he still saw a trace of it. Hiss. The next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He felt that some kind of power in his body was inexplicably drawn away. It was life origin and soul origin. Wang Ting quickly looked at the attribute panel, and his face instantly darkened. Life origin, 140000/150000 origin of soul, 25,000/300000. With just a glance, his life origin had actually consumed 10,000 attribute points, and his soul origin had also consumed 5,000 attribute points. It was simply unbelievable. Thinking back to that feeling just now, it was too terrifying. It was as if time was flowing on his body, causing his life origin and soul origin to quickly disappear. It was terrifying. He saw something he shouldn't have seen. Most importantly, he didn't see it clearly at all. He only saw that there seemed to be someone fighting in the starry sky, but he couldn't even see who was fighting clearly. Luo Ford seemed to have noticed Wang Ting's abnormality and turned to ask. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Wang Ting opened his mouth, but in the end, he just shook his head. It was useless to tell anyone about this. Moreover, it was related to his secret, so it wasn't suitable to tell others. Luo Ford didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the starry sky and shook his head. There's a strange power blocking it, making it impossible to see what's going on over there. Nonsense. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and thought to himself, that's spacetime power. It's separated by spacetime, so of course I can't see it. However, he quickly came to a realization. This undoubtedly meant that the unfamiliar starry sky in front of him was indeed from the past or the future. Wang Ting and Luo Ford looked at each other. They both knew what was going on, and huge waves of shock immediately surged in their hearts. Oh? The black figure fighting in the void and Wang Ting's teacher stopped fighting and looked at the unfamiliar starry sky in surprise. It caused a disturbance in the river of spacetime and revealed a corner of the past or the future in this world? A low voice came from the black figure's mouth. Looks like we have to end this quickly. Otherwise, it will cause a huge commotion, the humanoid figure muttered to himself. End this quickly? That's exactly what I want. The black figure snorted and charged over. Rumble, the two of them fought again, turning into streams of light that charged into the void. It was impossible to see their figures at all. Only the terrifying rumbles echoed continuously. The river of spacetime's turbulence became more and more intense. Terrifying energy turbulence constantly stirred up monstrous waves. Scenes appeared in the waves as if they had happened in a certain period of time. Unfortunately, no one could spy on them, not even a true god could. How terrifying. The battle between the two of them actually caused the river of spacetime to appear, causing the scenes of the past and the future to appear. An exclamation came from the ancient pagoda. The demon god was shocked. He glanced at the river of spacetime, then his gaze returned to the battle between the black figure and Wang Ting's teacher. He wanted to gain enlightenment from it. It was very difficult, however, if he really gained enlightenment, it would allow him to advance to the next level, and his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Boom, at that moment, a loud noise came. The void cracked, and a figure was blasted out of the void. He flew hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, looking a little pathetic. My king. When the dark apparitions saw this, they were all shocked and roared in disbelief. That lord was actually suppressed. How was this possible? Why? The black figure stopped. He took a step forward and returned to the battlefield. His voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. You're clearly just an afterimage. Why are you so strong? Who exactly are you? When the last word came out, it turned into a roar. Its dark purple hair fluttered wildly, and its aura erupted, filling the void. It was extremely terrifying. I don't believe that I can't kill you. You're just an afterimage. I can feel that your aura is weakening. Boom. The black figure held an ancient sword and charged back. His body suddenly became incomparably majestic, like a god or a demon. With a slash of his sword, the entire void collapsed. An afterimage is enough to kill you. A calm voice came from the humanoid light figure. He was still so confident and peerless. No one in the world could compare to him. All the warriors, including the true god and the demon god in the ancient pagoda, were shocked. They were in awe. Teacher is too strong. Wang Ting's eyes were shining brightly, full of hope. It would be great if he could be as strong as this one day. No, he definitely could, as long as he didn't die, he would be able to stand at the top of the universe. One day, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his teacher or even be stronger. He was extremely confident. Even after witnessing such a terrifying battle, his martial arts heart wasn't affected at all. Instead, it became even more resolute. I, Erebus, stand at the top of the dark world. I've long been invincible. Who can kill me? The black figure let out a long roar. The power of darkness surged out of its body and rushed into the void. Such a terrifying power, if a true god got close, they would probably be severely injured. However, the humanoid light figure was fearless. It charged directly, slashing out with its palm and sword at the same time, erupting with incomparably powerful power. Bang, the black figure was hit. A palm landed on its body, making an incomparably dull sound. It trembled all over and was sent flying. In the end, it crashed heavily into the long river of time and space, stirring up large waves. The power of time and space almost drowned it. It rushed out, looking a little disheveled. Its dark purple hair was messy, and a few strands even fell in front of its forehead. It was no longer as calm and composed as before. All the dark apparitions were shocked. How could this be? That lord was actually being suppressed. This wasn't in line with their expectations at all. Even the demon god's expression changed. Its eyes flickered rapidly. This scene had completely exceeded its understanding. That lord was actually being suppressed. This was unbelievable. Unfortunately, I wanted to use the power of time and space to destroy you. Even if I can't kill you, I can destroy most of your origin. It'll be enough for you to recuperate for a while, the humanoid light figure said indifferently, seeming a little regretful. Everyone opened their mouths, somewhat speechless. The long river of time and space that no one dared to approach was actually used as a means to destroy that dark race expert. This was really a method that no ordinary person could think of. As expected of my teacher, Wang Ting exclaimed in his heart. I just thought of this idea. Don't flatter yourself, Yuan Gungun couldn't help but ridicule. What do you know? I've been thinking of ways to help teacher, but unfortunately, teacher has already thought of it. As expected of my teacher, Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun, he had never seen such a shameless person. The black figure was originally extremely angry, but at that moment, he calmed down and said indifferently, you can't do it. You want to use the long river of time and space to destroy me. You can't pose a threat to me on your own. You can only rely on external forces. The humanoid light figure didn't speak. This afterimage had only left behind a trace of power. It originally thought that it was enough to deal with a true god. Who would have thought that his cheap disciple would be so good at causing trouble? He actually provoked an existence above the true god level. This afterimage's power was somewhat insufficient. Since you can't kill me, it's my turn to kill you. The black figure suddenly roared. The black ancient sword in his hand slashed at the humanoid light figure. He was determined to kill it there and then. He didn't show it on the surface, but in his heart, he was already angry at the humanoid light figure. He had just awakened, but he was being suppressed by someone. Furthermore, it was an afterimage. This was simply humiliating. Boom, the humanoid light figure blocked the black sword light and began fighting with the other party again. After I destroy this afterimage of yours, I will turn your disciple into a dark slave. He will sink completely and be enslaved forever, the black figure roared. Wang Ting's scalp went numb, and his face turned black. *CK, he couldn't beat his teacher, so he came looking for trouble with him. What kind of strong person was he? He was a universe-level warrior. Did he think it was easy? Many people looked at Wang Ting with strange expressions. They couldn't help but sympathize with him. Being targeted by such an existence, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Wang Ting, is it an honor to be mentioned in a battle of your teacher's level? Yuan Gungun laughed strangely. Get lost. Wang Ting angrily roared in his heart. Was this something a human would say? Are you trying to provoke me? The humanoid light figure was extremely indifferent. He said calmly, if you touch it, even if you hide in the dark nest, I will find you. By then, it won't be as simple as an afterimage. Domineering as ever, when everyone heard this, they all looked at Wang Ting. Many geniuses were envious. It was really worth it to have such a teacher. Wang Ting was also a little touched. This cheap teacher was really not bad. However, can we not talk about the future for now? What do you mean by death? He didn't want to die yet. Moreover, what did the Dark Elite say? He actually wanted to turn him into a dark slave and be enslaved forever. This was simply too cruel. He didn't want to be so miserable. He. The black figure chuckled. Although the other party's words were still calm, a trace of anger could be heard in his words. That was enough. Boom, the two of them fought crazily, appearing and disappearing in the void. Countless rays of light exploded, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone was shocked as they stared blankly at this scene. Their hearts were extremely tense. They had already sensed something. The humanoid light figure seemed to be unable to do anything to the Dark Elite. Yes, he was just an afterimage and not his real body. It was already not easy for him to fight the Dark Elite to such an extent. Sigh. A sigh came from the humanoid light figure. He sent the black figure flying with a sword and retreated. Teacher. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. He felt that his teacher's energy was fading and was not as strong as before. The black figure was sent flying. There was a sword mark on his body. The power of darkness surged and almost scattered, revealing his real body. You are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, you are not his real body and can't hurt me. The black figure looked at the humanoid light figure with a faint gaze. There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Everyone was in despair. Although the dark elite wasn't a match for him, Wang Ting's teacher was also at his limit and couldn't hold on any longer. Hope disappeared again. The humanoid light figure didn't answer the other party. Instead, he looked back at Wang Ting and said, I can only take you with me. Wang Ting opened his mouth. His mood was extremely complicated. He could only go alone, he should be happy and rejoicing, but for some reason, he couldn't feel happy at all. He looked around and swept his gaze across the familiar and unfamiliar faces. Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Shi Tianfeng, Niao Ritian, Doris, Gabriel, could it be that this was going to be an eternal farewell? They seemed to have understood something. Their faces were filled with despair, and their eyes dimmed. Some were unwilling, some were jealous, some wanted to say something but stopped, and some were calm. After seeing the humanoid light figure's strength, none of them dared to say anything. Let's go. The humanoid light figure instantly appeared in front of Wang Ting. He grabbed his shoulder and was about to take him away. The space in front of them fluctuated violently. Ripples spread out and pushed the surrounding space apart. The heaven and earth runes were also separated. There was a powerful force interfering with this space. Others couldn't leave, but for Wang Ting, this cheap teacher, it wasn't impossible. You want to leave? The black figure's voice was cold. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed over. The humanoid light figure waved his hand, and a passage appeared in the space in front of him. It could only allow one person to pass through. Go in. He glanced at Wang Ting and smiled slightly. His gentle voice entered Wang Ting's ears. Then, he turned to face the black figure and stood in front of Wang Ting. Teacher. Wang Ting couldn't help but call out. The humanoid light figure waved his hand and said calmly, Go. Remember this day. When you look back, kill this king of darkness. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. Finally, he turned around resolutely and was about to step into the spatial passage. However, at this moment, boom, an extremely loud boom came from the river of time and space. It covered all other sounds, and everyone couldn't help but look over. Even the black figure and Wang Ting's teacher couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, they looked behind the river of time and space. An unfamiliar starry sky appeared and gradually became clear. It was unknown whether it was the past or the future. Infinite light illuminated the river of time and space. At the end of the river of time and space, a door seemed to have opened. A door of time and space, boom, the void trembled, and the chains of order danced in a frenzy, making clanking sounds as they fell towards the door. At the same time, a strange power surged out from the void, rushing towards the door like a wave, as if trying to stop it from opening. Boom, however, it was all in vain. In the light, it was as if a door was slowly opening. It was unstoppable, a terrifying aura spread out and covered the void. Everyone was stunned. Their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Boom, within. Explosion, the river of time and space surged with waves. The power of time and space was turbulent. Then, something flew out from inside. A lotus. It was a lotus. A 12-petal lotus. A figure sat cross-legged on the lotus. His long hair was scattered, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was in a deep sleep. However, the aura emitted from his body was too terrifying. Even if he was just sitting there quietly, he was like a peerless god. As soon as he appeared, the void collapsed. Even the river of time and space was suppressed and fell into silence. The power of time and space calmed down and circled around him slowly, forming a yin-yang fish. Digression, I'm in Buddha. Today, I've updated another 10,000 words. 10,599 words. But why haven't I finished writing this plot? Why? This isn't right. 17K silence. The entire starry sky fell into an indescribable silence. All the sounds had disappeared. They had truly disappeared, not covered up. With the appearance of the 12-petal lotus, the starry sky seemed to be suppressed, and not a single sound could be heard. The river of time and space was silent. What kind of terrifying power was this? Just its appearance here caused the entire world to fall into silence. Moreover, the 12-petal lotus floated out from behind the river of time and space. Everyone was stunned. Something actually floated out from behind the river of time and space. What shocked them even more was that there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the 12-petal lotus. They couldn't see his face clearly, but that terrifying aura was definitely terrifying. The power of time and space wrapped around his body, forming a yin-yang fish. What kind of scene was this? What kind of existence was this? Everyone's minds were blank. They couldn't imagine it at all. This was too shocking. Did someone really cross the river of time and space to come to this world? Even the dark figure and Wanting's master were shaken by the revelation. A trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. This was the first time they had such an expression. Because what happened at this moment was completely out of their control. It had even exceeded their understanding. As powerful as they were, this was the first time they had encountered such a shocking thing. Someone had actually crossed the river of time and appeared in this starry sky. Wasn't the other party afraid of being eroded by the power of time and space? They could feel that the other party wasn't from this era. The power of time and space surrounding his body was very shocking. It was clearly the effect of crossing the river of time and space. This effect would be very terrifying. Even powerhouses of their level couldn't bear the consequences. But now, someone had really done it. No. The humanoid light figure's eyes flickered as he suddenly murmured, "Why does he have the power of time and space on him?" This power of time and space didn't come from the outside world, but from the figure on the lotus. His own power of time and space was resisting the power of time and space from the outside world. Therefore, he could cross time and space. It offset a portion of the effect. The consequences weren't that serious. Wanting's teacher was indeed very powerful. With just a glance, he could see some clues. Because of this, he was even more shocked. This was unbelievable. A person had the power of time and space at the same time. What kind of talent was this? Since ancient times, many people with innate talents of space and time found it difficult to grow, and eventually disappeared in the long river of history. Even if there were some peerless geniuses who eventually grew up, due to the special nature of time and space, it would be very difficult for them to break through to the true God level, let alone higher levels. But the figure on the lotus flower was clearly not as simple as a true God. The dark race expert seemed to have sensed something as well. His expression under the black light became extremely solemn. This was the first time it showed such an expression. Its face was no longer calm, and its heart was no longer at ease. For a powerhouse at its level, there were very few existences that could make it reveal such an expression. Now, one had appeared. Whoosh, everyone finally recovered from their shock. They looked at the lotus flower floating out of the river of spacetime and the figure on it. Immediately, there was an uproar. A lotus. There's actually a lotus flower floating behind the river of spacetime with a person sitting cross-legged on it? Who is this person? Did he really cross the river of spacetime to come here? Everyone was in a state of chaos. Even though they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they found it difficult to accept. They asked incoherently as if they wanted to get a definite answer. Wanting opened his mouth wide as he looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. He was inexplicably shocked. At this moment, he was already standing in front of the space passage. As long as he stepped into it, he would be able to leave. But at this moment, he did not know if he should leave or not. This. Yuan Gunggun's shocked voice echoed in Wanting's mind. It was full of disbelief. In the sky, all the dark apparitions were shocked and fell into a strange silence. A living being that crossed time and space to come here. The demon god took a deep breath, and an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. This battle had completely deviated from its original trajectory and could no longer return to the right track. Roar, the dark giant let out a low roar and fell into extreme uneasiness. Whoosh, at this moment, the figure on the lotus flower slowly opened his eyes. Infinite divine light erupted, making it impossible to look directly at him. Everyone was shocked. What kind of eyes were those? His eyes were as bright as the starry sky, but they were also incomparably deep. Countless divine runes flashed in them as if they contained the truth of heaven and earth. They slowly rotated like a vortex. If one looked into his eyes, one's gaze would be instantly sucked in, unable to break free. Boom, a powerful spiritual power swept through the void and merged into it, causing the starry sky to be completely covered by a will. The dark apparition's expression changed. He looked up at the void, and his eyes flashed. His expression was extremely cold. The figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower lowered his head slightly. The glaring light in his eyes gradually converged, but divine light still flowed. It looked extremely magical. He looked around as if he was confirming the situation in front of him. It's indeed this time and space. A low voice came from the figure's mouth. It seemed to be a little gratified and joyful. It's really not easy. After searching for so long, I finally found this time node in the vast river of time. The dark apparition's pupils contracted, and its expression became more solemn. This person actually crossed the river of time and space on his own initiative and did not come to this world by accident. Even it felt its scalp tingle with numbness. Is that so? Wang Ting's teacher's eyes flickered. He seemed to have guessed it long ago, and now it was confirmed. However, the more it was so, the more surprised he was. Who was so bold to do such a heaven-defying thing? He had never seen such a person before. What? When the others heard the figure's words, they were also stunned. The other party did not come here by accident, but had been looking for this time node and then descended? This, for a moment, everyone fell into deep shock. They could not believe what they had heard. However, I have to thank the two of you. It just so happened that you caused a great war and shook the river of time and space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cross time and space and return to this era, the figure spoke again. Return to this era? Many people were shocked. They accurately grasped the figure's last sentence. Did he come from the future? Otherwise, how could he return to this era? This was actually a person from the future. Why did he cross time and space and return? The dark apparition's expression was solemn. It was completely moved, and its heart could not calm down. It felt that things had completely gone out of its control. Everything was developing in an unpredictable direction. The humanoid figure raised his eyebrows. He was extremely surprised and seemed to be thinking about something. Perhaps he was thinking about which powerhouse was similar to the figure in front of him. After all, for someone like him who had lived for so long, there was almost no powerhouse in the universe that he did not know. However, no matter how he compared, he could not find a similar person. The 12-petaled lotus might be the other party's innate ability, or it might be the other party's powerful combat skill that carried this person to this world. However, among the people he had seen, no one had such a method. Also, the yin-yang fish that contained the power of time and space was definitely not something that ordinary people could control. Could it be that at some point in the future, a genius rose up, mastered the power of time and space, and stood at the peak of martial arts? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, his gaze fell on the figure on the lotus again. Wang Ting stood in front of the spatial passage and looked at the figure. His heart was also shocked. It was actually a person from the future who had returned to this era. It was too shocking. Who was this person? He was so awesome. Wang Ting, can we not leave? Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. He asked hesitantly. Probably. Wang Ting was also a little hesitant. The other party looked very awesome. It seemed that even the dark powerhouse was stunned. There was probably no need to run, right? If there was danger, he would definitely run at the first opportunity. However, there seemed to be a sliver of a chance now. He decided to wait and see. After all, if he was the only one who ran away and the others did not, it would be somewhat unkind. He might even be viewed as an enemy by those people. He did not have a choice before, but now, he could wait and see. The black figure floated in the void. He stared at the figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus and said in a deep voice, who are you? Who am I? The figure on the lotus whispered, as if he was asking himself. Then, he smiled and said, I have traveled many worlds, and my name is in all worlds. I have crossed the river of time, stepped into the past and the future, and left my mark in both worlds. Then, which one, are you asking? His tone was very calm, but his words were shocking. Moreover, one could vaguely hear a sense of vicissitudes in his words. It was as if he was an ancient god who had experienced many things, rose and fell in the passage of time, and became famous in all worlds. The black figure did not know how to respond and fell into silence. This person's tone was even more arrogant than the humanoid light figure from before, traveled many worlds, and his name is in all worlds, crossed the river of time, stepped into the past and the future? What did this mean? That person had traveled many worlds, and his name was in every world. He had also stepped into the past and the future, and left his mark in both worlds. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Even he had never seen such a person. If it were anyone else, he would probably laugh it off and not believe it at all. However, the person in front of him had crossed the river of time and space. He had no choice but to believe it. Tisk. Wanting's teacher was slightly speechless. Obviously, he was a little surprised when he heard the words of the figure on the lotus. This person was even more pretentious than him, traveled many worlds, crossed the river of time. He did not dare to say such things. However, this person might be telling the truth. Looking at the space-time power around him, it was really too shocking. It was not impossible for him to frequently cross the river of time. One look and one could tell that he was an old habitual offender. You talk big. Crossing the river of time, stepping into the past and the future, aren't you afraid of being contaminated by the space-time power? The black figure snorted. The space-time power is just a kind of power in my hands. How can it contaminate me? The figure on the lotus said. Everyone was shocked. He was not even afraid of the space-time power. Was this for real? This person was really terrifying. Shameless boasting, full of lies. The black figure frowned. He did not believe it at all. No one could resist the space-time power, and no one could not be affected by it. It was just that the degree of the effect was different. This person could cross the river of time. Perhaps he had the ability to resist the space-time power, but he definitely could not completely eliminate that kind of space-time power. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't affect me at all, the figure on the lotus casually said. Even if you crossed the river of time and came to this world, you can't change anything. Time cannot be reversed, the black figure coldly replied. Since I've returned to this point in time, I've naturally made ample preparations, the figure on the lotus chuckled. The black figure's heart skipped a beat. He coldly stared at the figure on the lotus and spoke. You want to stop me? Yes, and no, the figure on the lotus calmly replied. Then try and see if the space-time power can destroy you or not, the black figure frowned, not knowing what the other party meant. However, he quickly scoffed, not afraid of him at all. Perhaps I don't even need to do anything. The space-time power can easily destroy you and make you fall right here, ahaha. The figure on the lotus abruptly chuckled. You're afraid of me. You want to use words to stop me from attacking and make me retreat without a fight, afraid of you? The black figure coldly scoffed. What a joke. When have I, Hey Tian, ever been afraid of anyone? No matter who it is, they can't kill me. The past, the future, and the present. It's all the same, then give it a try. The figure on the lotus stopped talking nonsense. He slowly got up and stretched his body as though he had not moved for thousands of years. Even his bones were a little stiff and made cracking sounds. The remaining lotus automatically pressed towards the black figure. It enlarged in the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the lotus covered the entire sky. It was indescribably huge. Stars appeared above the lotus and revolved around it, emitting resplendent rays of light. The black figure did not move at all. Looking at the huge lotus in front of him, he was not afraid at all. At this moment, his expression was extremely calm. Boom, the lotus flower flew over and flew past the black figure, almost crashing into its body. My king! The bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions were shocked, afraid that an accident would happen. Even the demonic god's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was a little nervous. The existence on the lotus could travel through space-time and arrive here. He did not know how strong he was, and he was not confident at all. You don't even dare to attack me. You're just bluffing. The black figure did not move at all. The lotus passed by its side, shaking the void, but it did not land on its body. Only the terrifying fluctuation lifted his dark purple hair, which danced wildly in the sky. Ha ha ha, the figure on the lotus laughed loudly. That is, everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. The black figure raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed that something was wrong. The target of the lotus was not him but someone else. Wang Ting's teacher suddenly turned around and wanted to attack. However, for some reason, he stopped. In an instant, the lotus appeared below Wang Ting and lifted him up, standing face to face with the black figure. Wang Ting? What's going on? If you want to fight, just fight. Why did you drag me in? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Looking at the figure in front of him, he felt a chill down his spine. His scalp went numb, and a chill ran down his spine. The other party had traveled through time and space. Who knew who he was and what his purpose was? In the face of such a powerhouse, Wang Ting naturally hid as far away as possible. However, who would have thought that the other party would take the initiative to find him? He did not even have a chance to resist. Teacher, Wang Ting immediately looked at his cheap teacher with tears in his eyes. He wanted to ask for help. This person is too scary. Save me. Ah. Don't be afraid. I'm just borrowing your body, the figure on the lotus said. Borrowing my body? Wang Ting was stunned. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. However, before he could react, boom, the figure took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Wang Ting. You. Wang Ting's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the figure completely merged into his body. Boom, a powerful force exploded in Wang Ting's body. His body glowed and an extremely powerful aura swept out, filling the entire void. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at this scene in shock. That figure actually merged with Wang Ting? What was going on? Why did the other party want to borrow Wang Ting's body? Wang Ting's teacher, the human-shaped light figure, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. He kept thinking in his heart and was extremely surprised by the scene in front of him. The black figure's pupils constricted as he stared at Wang Ting. Feeling the aura emitted from him, the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Could this be the method that the other party was using? He could not casually attack after traveling through time and space. However, if he borrowed the hand of someone from this era, it would be a little different. However, the price he had to pay would be transferred or shared. In this way, the genius of the human race would die and be eroded by the power of time. Even existences at their level could not resist the erosion of the power of time. Could that kid resist it? It would probably not take long before he was completely wiped out by the power of time. Wang Ting, Lu Yan, Sang Yi, Yu Xianxia, Grandmaster Huayuan, and other people who were familiar with Wang Ting all looked at Wang Ting worriedly. No one expected such a situation to happen. The figure on the lotus had actually merged with Wang Ting. Why did he do that? Look, Wang Ting is changing. He doesn't seem to be Wang Ting anymore. Some people exclaimed and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. This sentence was very awkward, but it was the truth. Wang Ting did not look like Wang Ting anymore, it was as if he had completely changed into another person. At this moment, his state had become extremely special. His eyes were empty and he had fallen into a daze as if he had lost his soul. However, his eyes quickly became incomparably deep, and it was exactly the same as the figure on the lotus. It was as if it contained a starry sky and a vortex that could suck in people's souls. Is this a possession? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Wang Ting's body has been possessed. That's impossible. Someone doubted. Wang Ting's teacher is still here. How could he watch as Wang Ting's body is being possessed? And the other party is such a terrifying powerhouse. How could he possess a universe-level warrior? Maybe he's just borrowing Wang Ting's body and causing his soul to fall into a deep sleep. Some people guessed. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted from Wang Ting's body. His might was monstrous, and his long black hair danced wildly in the void. His eyes were deep, and divine light overflowed. It was as if he had transformed into a real god. In an instant, Wang Ting's body became incomparably tall and imposing. No one could look directly at him. This kind of transformation appeared on this universe-level warrior. It was truly shocking and unbelievable. Borrowing the body of a universe-level warrior, how much power can you unleash? How long can he last? Is this your so-called method? The black figure sneered. It's enough. Wang Ting opened his mouth. His voice was vast and majestic, and it carried an incomparable confidence. Boom! He took a step forward, and the lotus under his feet instantly flew forward. It carried him and slammed into the black figure. This time, it was a real collision. The black figure's pupils contracted. Although he appeared fearless, when he saw this attack, he was extremely cautious. He did not dare to be careless. Kill. He held the black ancient sword in his hand, but he did not dodge. He slashed out a terrifying black sword light that went straight for Wang Ting. Just as the sword was about to land on the lotus, suddenly, Wang Ting punched out. His hands formed a fist seal, and his fist was shining. It was incomparably bright, and it pressed down on the black sword light. Rumble! In an instant, fist seals appeared in the sky. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were of 5 different colors. 5 elements rotation, the fist seals covered the sky and the sun, unleashing a terrifying power. This was the 5 elements fist created by Wang Ting. However, at this moment, it appeared in such a way. It was extremely terrifying. The 5 elements rotation was endless, as if it could smash through time and space. Its power was unparalleled. What fist technique is this? The black figure was slightly shocked. He felt an extremely terrifying threat. Boom! The next moment, his black sword light was shattered. Then, the 5 elements fist seal did not lose its momentum and slammed down on him. Rumble! The void trembled, and countless space cracks spread out. The terrifying 5 elements force swept in all directions, causing the chains of order to tremble. Countless runes appeared and retreated in all directions. Forming a vacuum, boom, a loud rumble was heard as the black figure smashed into the void, shattering one star after another. It was suppressed. This fist technique is so powerful. All the immortals were shocked, and they could not help but gasp. It was just a punch, but it suppressed the dark figure. It was so powerful that it defied the natural order. It's at least a battle technique above the god level. 5 elements rotation. Is that great being a 5 elements warrior? Some people guessed. My tortoise, where did this freak come from? 5 elements rotation, it's just too terrifying. That giant tortoise was speechless. It was stupefied. Crimson Blood Demon Master and the other dark apparitions opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Their worldview was turned upside down. It was hard to imagine that it was that universe-level warrior from before. Could the other party's weak body really launch such a terrifying attack? The demon god's eyes trembled when he saw this scene. Why do I feel that this fist technique is somewhat familiar? Rover was shocked, but he could not help but mumble. It was too familiar. It seemed like Wang Ting had used it before. Could it be that after that great being merged with Wang Ting, he could use Wang Ting's battle technique? 7017K 5 elements rotation, the 5 elements fist swept across the sky. Everyone was shocked. Some people who were familiar with Wang Ting even recognized that this was Wang Ting's battle technique. They were even more shocked. That person who had traveled through time and space had used Wang Ting's battle technique, and it was even more powerful. What was going on? Wang Ting had used this battle technique in the Battle of Geniuses before. Many people recognized it. However, the fist technique at this moment was too shocking. It actually had the power of a god-tier battle technique. It was simply terrifying. No one dared to believe that this was the 5 elements battle technique that Wang Ting had used before. Even those who didn't know about it couldn't help but be moved when they thought of the 5 elements formation that Wang Ting had constructed previously. Could that person who traveled through time and space have some connection with Wang Ting? Wang Ting should have a 5 elements body. Could it be that his body is the same as his opponent's, so he borrowed Wang Ting's body? It's not impossible. Otherwise, why wouldn't he borrow the body of an undying existence? Wouldn't he be able to last longer? That makes sense. However, Wang Ting's body is only at the universe level. Who knows how long he can last? Everyone couldn't help but discuss in low voices. There were many guesses, but in the end, there was no conclusion. Wang Ting's teacher stared at Wang Ting in the distance. His eyes kept flashing, and his heart couldn't calm down. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. There were divine patterns rotating in his eyes as if he was speculating about something. Could it be, finally, a bewildered voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Only he could hear this voice. He didn't say it out loud. However, halfway through, he fell silent. Perhaps he really is the person I'm looking for. This was what he had said when he first met Wang Ting. Now, he repeated it again. In the distance, the stars collapsed, turning into countless meteorites that shot out in all directions. A black figure waved his hand, pushing away all the obstacles. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged back. Kill! A loud roar came from his mouth, with a hint of anger. In just one exchange, he was suppressed by the opponent's fist. Furthermore, he felt pain all over his body. Obviously, the attack just now had injured him quite badly. This was a great humiliation. Are you very angry? A calm voice came from Wang Ting. He was very calm. His words didn't contain any emotion. Just now, you were insufferably arrogant, crushing my human race. Now, I am using this universe-level body to suppress you. The dark powerhouse was enraged and roared, "Damn it. Let's see how long." As its voice fell, the battle sword in its hand had already slashed out. Rays of peerless black sword light crisscrossed the void, terrifying to the extreme. Like I said, it's enough to deal with you. Wang Ting's voice was calm. He wasn't moved at all. He said that his universe-level body was enough to suppress the Dark Warrior. A sword appeared in his hand. That was, the Shadow Sword, the Shadow Sword was like a cat that had been grabbed by the back of its neck. It didn't dare to resist at all and obediently followed his orders. In an instant, the Shadow Sword exploded with endless sword light. Then, lotuses bloomed in the void. Crimson red. Gold. Blue. Green. Yellow, green. Purple. Black, white, every lotus had a different color, but they all had 12 petals. They faintly emitted sharp sword intent, containing endless sword intent. This was a sword lotus, every lotus was a sword lotus. It contained a completely different sword intent. It was extremely terrifying. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air continuously echoed in the void. Everyone was extremely shocked. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a sword technique. They were shocked by how terrifying this sword technique was. They were even more shocked by how complete this sword technique was. Yes, it was complete, almost everyone could find their own sword intent. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, poison, thunder, ice, and even light. How terrifying was this level of attainment? It was simply heaven-defying for a person to have so many insights. You. The Dark Cultivator was horrified. Even he felt threatened by such a terrifying attack of swordsmanship. He had to be cautious when facing the sword technique attack released by the humanoid silhouette. However, facing this sword technique attack, he had the urge to escape. He didn't dare to take it head-on. Go. A soft shout came from Wang Ting. Boom. Boom. Boom, all of a sudden, the sword lotuses shot toward the Dark Expert. They were so fast that they had surrounded the Dark Expert in an instant. There was no way for him to escape. Boom, in the next moment, all the sword lotuses bloomed. Divine runes appeared and endless light shot into the sky, turning into sword light in the void. Terrifying, spectacular, it was even, gorgeous. In an instant, the entire void was illuminated by the colorful sword light. The cold and dark color was dispelled, leaving only extreme brilliance. Then, all the sword light collided with the black sword light. With a loud boom, the black sword light was instantly destroyed. It couldn't withstand a single blow. the dark expert was suppressed once again. Countless sword light drowned him. The black light on his body was dispersing. He couldn't block the sword light and was about to reveal his true body. Ah, the dark expert roared in anger. He felt extremely aggrieved. The dark energy in his body erupted wildly, trying to break through the sword light's encirclement. Unfortunately, the sword light seemed to be endless. After breaking through one layer, there was another layer. He couldn't hide. Rumble, in the end, blood appeared on the dark expert's body. He was injured. This made him even angrier. He wanted to kill his way out of the sword light and fight with Wang Ting. All the human warriors were shocked and overjoyed. It was too terrifying. That being who had fused with Wang Ting was able to unleash such a terrifying sword doctrine attack. It was unbelievable. Even the dark expert was suppressed. He couldn't resist at all. My king. The blood-slaughter demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions were shocked and furious. My king is injured. How could this be? They couldn't help but exclaim. They were filled with worry. Was that expert who had crossed time and space really so terrifying? Was he completely invincible? The demon god frowned. His eyes were trembling. The black fog on his body kept surging. He was extremely restless. He couldn't calm down. He had gone through so much trouble to release that lord. Now, he was going to be suppressed. Wouldn't that make him a huge joke? Back then, he had done everything he could to achieve this. He had withstood tremendous pressure from his race. Many higher-ups didn't think highly of him and didn't agree at all. In the end, he had stood his ground against everyone's objections. That was why today's events had happened. If that lord was suppressed again, he would also be suppressed by his race. It would be even more difficult for him to do things in the future. No, that was secondary. That expert who had crossed the river of time and space didn't even let that lord go. Would he let him go? At the thought of this, his heart turned heavy. He was also extremely worried. Rumble, the void trembled. Countless cracks appeared in that area, forming terrifying spatial turbulence. Endless black light erupted, and the terrifying dark energy swept out. The dark expert roared angrily. In the end, he broke free from the sword light's restraint and charged out. Impossible. His long dark purple hair danced wildly in the void. His voice was filled with disbelief as he shouted. You shouldn't be so strong. You crossed the river of time and space and borrowed the body of a universe-level warrior. You shouldn't be so strong. What did you do? He had to admit that this situation had completely exceeded his understanding. The other party was ridiculously strong. He couldn't even resist. He couldn't believe that such a situation would happen. Heh. A chuckle came from Wang Ting. He was chuckling. Are you afraid? I said that I'm enough to suppress you. Do you believe me now? I don't believe you. The dark expert stood in the void. The black light around his body almost turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Although he was suppressed, he still didn't waver. His voice was indifferent and cold. You can't kill me. No one has been able to kill me since ancient times. Moreover, time and space can't be reversed. How can someone from the future kill me now? You can't bear the price. Ah. Wang Ting let out a sigh. He nodded and admitted, You're right. I'm not here to kill you. Those who are going to die today will die. Those who don't deserve to die won't die. Do you think I'll change the past? No, I won't change anything. I understand time better than you think. His voice echoed in the void, shocking everyone. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Those who were going to die today would die. Those who didn't deserve to die wouldn't die. The existence that fused with Wang Ting said that he wouldn't change the past. Then who would die? Who could live on? Everyone's hearts were tense and filled with uneasiness. They were afraid that they would be among those who would die. It was terrifying to think about. The future was irreversible. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of this sentence before, but now they had a new experience. In the face of time, everyone felt deeply powerless. You. The dark expert's expression changed. He was moved again. The person in front of him was too calm and determined. If the other party insisted on changing something, he wouldn't be so worried. However, the other party was too rational. He said that he wouldn't change anything. This attitude of having wisdom and seeing through everything made him feel very uneasy. It was as if everything was under the other party's control. Even though the other party had the appearance of a universe warrior, he was a completely different person in his eyes. He was like a powerful life form that made one's heart tremble. How shocking. Wang Ting's chief teacher couldn't help but mutter to himself, seems like there's nothing to worry about at all. It's just that my chief disciple will probably suffer a little. What are you trying to do? The dark expert's eyes were cold. He couldn't help but ask. If he didn't change history or go against time, why would he risk crossing the river of time and space to return to this point in time? It was impossible for him to do nothing. To suppress you. Wang Ting. Dan smiled. The dark expert's eyes twitched. He was furious to the extreme. This person kept saying that he would suppress him. He was going too far. Take my last move. There's not much time left. Wang Ting. Dan opened his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force erupted from his body and swept through the void. The dark expert's heart couldn't help but tighten. Even though he was furious, he didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him. The previous two attacks had made him realize how powerful the other party was. Now that the other party said that he would use the last move, how powerful would he be? Humph. Even though he was afraid, he didn't show any signs of weakness. He said coldly, "You really don't have enough time. You want to suppress me with one move? You're dreaming." Wang Ting didn't waste any more words. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the dark expert. Rumble, the void vibrated and ripples spread out. A huge finger was formed. It seemed to penetrate space. In the blink of an eye, it appeared directly above the dark expert's head. It was like an indescribable mountain that pressed down. Sky-gauging finger. At this moment, a low voice came from Wang Ting, but no one could hear it. The asterisk starred. The dark expert seemed to have been insulted. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes as he shouted angrily. How dare you suppress me with one finger? He was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Wang Ting into pieces. One move, one finger, the other party was too arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. The so-called one move was to crush him with one finger. Humiliation, this was a blatant humiliation to it. The dark expert went crazy. His dark purple hair danced wildly as black light erupted from his body. Then, he launched a fierce counterattack. The black battle sword in his hand condensed a terrifying sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. It directly rushed into the void. This should be an extremely powerful dark combat skill. Judging from the aura, it was definitely above the divine level. It was very terrifying and contained divine power. Tens of thousands of sword lights appeared, causing the void to tremble. Countless holes were sliced open. Rumble, the incomparably huge finger pressed down slowly, creating boundless pressure that caused the void to collapse and the space to cave in. Even the humans who weren't on the battlefield could feel a powerful pressure sweeping over from afar. They almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. This was too terrifying, to think that a single finger could possess such a powerful force. Everyone looked up at the huge finger and could clearly see the mysterious divine runes on it. They were shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. The huge pressure fell on the dark expert, causing his expression to change. His wildly dancing dark purple hair froze and he couldn't move at all. Kill. The dark expert was furious and almost went crazy. He shouted and slashed the dark ancient sword in his hand at the huge finger above his head. Rumble, tens of thousands of feet of black sword light shot up and collided with the huge finger. The scene froze, everything seemed to have frozen for a moment. Even the countless dust particles were suspended in the void, motionless. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at this scene in horror. Crack, suddenly, a crisp shattering sound was heard, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. How could this be? The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy and the other dark apparitions widened their eyes and watched as cracks appeared on the black sword light and spread rapidly. Break! A soft shout came from Wang Ting. In the next moment, the black sword light exploded under everyone's incredulous gazes, turning into black specks of light that filled the sky and dissipated. Impossible. Blood flowed out of the dark expert's mouth. He was shocked and couldn't accept this fact. In front of this finger, its attack was actually crushed. Rumble, the huge finger didn't lose its momentum. It fell from above and pressed down on the dark expert. Scram. The dark expert widened his eyes and roared angrily. He suddenly formed a fist with his left hand and punched at the void. Terrifying power surged out and he was planning to block it with his body. A huge fist mark burst out, intending to stop the finger from falling. Unfortunately, it was useless. The black fist shattered and turned into black specks of light that filled the sky. Then, the huge finger was no longer obstructed. It destroyed everything and landed directly on the dark cultivator's body. Rumble, a terrifying explosion resounded through the entire void. It was earth-shattering and majestic energy waves swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, all the stars exploded and turned into dust. They disappeared completely in the void. A galaxy in the distance was torn apart and couldn't close up. It was as though the sky had cracked. It was terrifying. Just the aftermath of the attack was enough to shatter a star and cut off a galaxy. Moreover, it was still far away from the battlefield of the two Almighties. If they got close to the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. The spectators in the distance were also pushed back. Their faces were pale and they were shocked by the terrifying power. It could be said that it was divine power. Those two existences were rare in the entire universe. Now that they had crossed the river of time and space and encountered each other, there would definitely be a great battle. The Crimson Blood Demon's supremacy and the other dark apparitions were completely pale. Their lips were trembling and they couldn't speak. That finger was too terrifying. They couldn't imagine what would happen if they got close to that finger. With the size of their bodies, they would be crushed into pieces before they could even land on the ground. However, at that moment, a furious roar came from the battlefield. A black light flew out. It was the dark expert. It wasn't dead but was injured. The black light on its body flickered and revealed its true form. It was a young man with long dark purple hair. He was very young and was in his prime. Moreover, he looked no different from a human. There was no trace of the dark apparition's strange and evil appearance. However, his eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. There was a deep darkness in them that seemed to be able to devour one's soul. Similar to the human figure on the lotus, his eyes made it hard to look at him directly. At that moment, he was in a sorry state. His dark purple hair was messy and his clothes were torn. There were obvious wounds on some parts of his body. He had a unique temperament. Even though he was injured, he still exuded a noble and majestic aura. He was tall and sturdy like a powerful king of gods. This aura was much more terrifying than the demon god. My king. When the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable and the other dark apparitions saw his true form, they couldn't help but tremble. Their voices trembled slightly, and they didn't dare to look at him directly. Even the demon god couldn't help but lower his head. There was a look of horror in his eyes. That lord had revealed his true form. At your level, your physical body is indeed extremely strong. It's very difficult to kill you. Wang Ting said regretfully as he sized up the dark expert in front of him. Everyone was speechless when they heard that. He had already suppressed the dark expert and injured him. However, he seemed to be regretful that he didn't achieve the desired result. This dark expert was really arrogant. However, when they thought of this, everyone was shocked again. The person who merged with Wang Ting said that this was his final attack. Now that he didn't manage to injure the dark expert, things seemed to be a little troublesome. This is your final attack? The dark expert looked at Wang Ting with fear. His eyes were extremely cold, but he still looked very calm on the surface. He said indifferently, "It's a pity that you can't kill me. After you leave, I'll slaughter these human martial artists." Oh. Did I say it's my final attack? Wang Ting was a little surprised. He seemed to have forgotten what he said just now. He shook his head casually and said, "That might be a miscalculation. I still have one more attack." The dark expert? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? They were still very worried just now. They were afraid that the dark expert would leave and no one would be able to suppress him. They didn't expect such a turn of events. In the end, they were worried for nothing. They didn't know why, but they felt that this expert who traveled through time and space didn't seem very serious. My turtle, this expert is even more shameless than me. The giant turtle hid at the side and avoided the battle area. At this moment, it couldn't help but grumble. Just as it finished speaking, it suddenly felt a gaze on it. It immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and sighed. Forget it. Let's be more serious so that we don't waste time. The dark expert was shocked and angry. Be more serious? He hadn't been serious before. At this moment, it felt insulted again and was furious. Every word of this person seemed to be provoking the anger in its heart. It couldn't help but be angry and couldn't control itself at all. Wang Ting ignored it. His expression was very calm. He took a step forward and walked out of the lotus. A loud explosion reverberated in the void. That lotus suddenly trembled slightly and then split apart. Immediately, it turned into rays of light behind it. There were a total of 12 rays of light of different colors, and all of them merged into Wang Ting's body. A powerful and majestic force erupted and swept through the entire starry sky. Then, Wang Ting took a second step and appeared thousands of meters away from the dark expert almost instantly. But this wasn't enough to shock anyone. The most shocking thing was that when he took the second step, his figure actually split into 12 and instantly spread out to surround the dark race expert. Each figure exuded a powerful aura. It was as if they were the main body, and it was impossible to distinguish between them. What? The dark expert was shocked. It looked around and couldn't tell which one was the real one. Kill. 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 Roars came from the 12 Wang Ting. They took a third step at the same time and charged toward the dark expert. Boom, the void trembled as if it couldn't withstand the attacks of the 12 Wang Ting at the same time. The stars in the distance trembled and cracks appeared. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 12 Wang Ting attacked at the same time, each of them using different attacks. Some formed fist seals, some formed palm seals, some waved their hands, some slashed out countless saber rays, and some wielded battle swords, producing endless sword rays. In an instant, the entire void was enveloped by the complex attacks. Roar, the dark expert's heart trembled as it felt a strong threat. It couldn't help but roar, wanting to kill its way out of the 12 Wang Ting. Today, I'll destroy you. Wang Ting let out a loud shout. It was breathtaking. Everyone who was watching the battle felt their hearts skip a beat. Endless attacks engulfed the dark expert, obliterating its origin energy and causing it to suffer heavy injuries. No matter how strong its physical body was, it still had to bear the consequences. The dark expert was completely suppressed. It was furious that it suffered such a heavy injury as soon as it was born. It was really humiliating. All the dark apparitions were speechless as they looked at this scene in shock. They couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. What did they just see? Under the endless attacks, their lord was coughing up blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. This was too unbelievable. How powerful was that lord? Even when it was suppressed back then, it was because several powerful beings attacked at the same time and prepared many methods to deal with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have succeeded. But now, this powerful being who traveled across time and space actually suppressed that lord by himself, causing it to be severely injured and unable to fight back. What was even more terrifying was that the 12 clones seemed to have the same strength. It was as if 12 terrifying powerful beings were attacking together. How could they fight? This was simply cheating. The question was, how did he do it? He had never seen a doppelganger that could display such powerful strength. It was truly inconceivable. Would such a super powerful being be born in the future? Many dark apparitions felt their hearts trembling as if they had a premonition that an unexpected change would happen in the future. Some people thought of Wang Ting again. This was because he had used a similar clone technique in the Genius Tournament and the previous competition for the secondary professions. Moreover, the strength of each clone seemed to be on par with the original body. Of course, they definitely couldn't be compared to the power they were displaying now. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. But what if Wang Ting continued to grow? He might not reach such a level in the future. Thinking of this possibility, many people were shocked by themselves. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. Their eyes slowly widened as they looked at the figure fighting the dark expert. Their minds were shaken. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was bathed in divine light. He looked so majestic, he was really like a god descending to the world. His magnificence was unparalleled. Their minds gradually stopped working. It can't be? Elder Danshan and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their hearts were trembling. This guess was too shocking. Impossible, right? Many people could not believe this conjecture, and even they themselves could not help but doubt it. But soon, they looked at Wang Ting's teacher. He was the strongest person here, and he was also Wang Ting's teacher. He should have a good understanding of Wang Ting and might be able to see something. There is such a possibility, but the probability is very small. And there's no way to prove it. Wang Ting's teacher said slowly, shaking his head. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts were still shaken. The probability was small, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Moreover, the other party also knew about it. It was just that they couldn't verify it. Such words could not deny everything. Is it possible that the expert is using Wang Ting's combat skills? After all, at that level, any battle technique is just a matter of time. It can even be deduced to a higher level. Someone couldn't help but whisper. Or perhaps there are many similarities between Wang Ting and that expert, so he can borrow Wang Ting's body? With the strength of that person, I'm afraid he won't be able to grow to that level in a short period of time. Wang Ting is only at the pinnacle of the universe level. He's still too far from that level. Perhaps it's an expert that has existed for a long time. We just don't know. But who knows when that expert returned from? It might take a few million years or even 10 million years. At that time, who can guarantee that Wang Ting won't be able to grow? Forget it. Such an expert is not someone we can speculate about. For a time, everyone was in a mess. They were all guessing, but there was no conclusion at all. This speculation involved time and space, just as Wang Ting's teacher had said. There was no way to prove it. He could only guess. Wang Ting's teacher's eyes flashed as he watched the battle in the distance. From time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across his face. He had to admit that. A battle of this magnitude. Even he couldn't help but feel shocked. This was especially true for the expert who had merged with Wang Ting. Every technique he used was so powerful that it was suffocating. Regardless of whether it was the sword lotus from before, the finger-type combat skill, or the final 12 clones, they were all terrifying combat skills that ordinary people could not master. Even he had never seen it before. The sword lotus contained sword Dao concepts of various attributes, and it was impossible for a cultivator to use it unless they had a perfect grasp of the various attributes. The most important thing was, they had to have talent. Without talent, everything was just nonsense. If he couldn't even grasp the elemental origin power, how could he grasp the sword Dao of the corresponding attribute? So far, apart from Wang Ting, he had never seen anyone else with such a complete set of talents. And that finger-type combat skill, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. It seemed to be an extremely unique and powerful inheritance. Shaking his head, he looked at the 12 doppelgangers that Wang Ting was using and felt even more surprised. The strength of these 12 doppelgangers was almost on par with the main body. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake, or perhaps they were both real. This kind of clone technique was extremely rare. No. It shouldn't exist at all because he had never seen it before. Maybe he created it himself? A shocking thought suddenly appeared in the mind of Wang Ting's cheap teacher. In fact, he had lied just now. The probability was not small, but rather, it was quite high. This was because he knew that Wang Ting cultivated all the elemental origin powers and had created that shocking technique. He had discussed it with him before. Now that he thought about it, with that technique, this cheap disciple of his might really be able to walk on a path that no one had ever walked before. However, the other party's return from the unknown future had triggered the past, and it might change something. The dark apparition might not be able to detect anything now, but it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't in the future. By then, it would do everything it could to stop the dark apparition from growing. What a headache! The humanoid light figure suddenly rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed in his heart. However, he didn't believe that the other party in the future wouldn't have thought of this. Perhaps the other party had other plans? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head again, lamenting that the other party was too good at stirring up trouble. This time even he might not be able to settle it. Boom, the void trembled, and the dark apparition's body was constantly being hit. Fist marks, palm marks, sword rays, saber rays, axe rays, spear rays, and other attacks landed on its body one after another. Ah, the dark apparition roared, and the black battle sword in its hand slashed wildly, colliding with the attacks around it. Who can suppress me, Erebus? It was extremely furious, and the ancient battle sword in its hand wanted to repel the enemy, but it was useless. 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, not to mention that there were 12 of them at the same level. It couldn't handle them at all. The 12 Wangtang, some were barehanded, and some were holding different weapons, such as swords, sabers, spears, axes, spears, and so on. They were all proficient in all of them, and they erupted with terrifying combat power. Boom, the dark apparition was sent flying, and it coughed out blood. It was continuously injured, and the origin power in its body was destroyed. It was very tragic. I'll suppress you then. A soft shout came from Wangtang, and it reverberated in the void. It was full of unquestionable authority, as if a god had issued a decree that couldn't be disobeyed. Roar. The dark apparition was so aggrieved that it wanted to vomit blood. It roared crazily, and a terrifying divine kingdom suddenly spread out from its body, enveloping the entire void. The 12 doppelgangers stopped attacking at the same time, and they looked at the dark apparition from all directions, frowning slightly. Rumble, endless black fog rolled in from all directions, and the power of darkness and dark matter filled the void. The terrifying divine kingdom was also spreading, absorbing all the power of darkness and dark matter. Roar, on the dark altar, the dark giant suddenly roared, and then it collapsed, turning into a dark purple blood mist that was absorbed by the terrifying divine kingdom. All the human martial artists were shocked, and they didn't expect such a scene to happen. The terrifying dark giant that they couldn't do anything to was absorbed. What was that dark apparition trying to do? Everyone was horrified, and they had a premonition that something big was about to happen. The 12 doppelgangers of Wangting stood in the void, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they retreated, temporarily avoiding the range of the dark apparition. God of the underworld! At that moment, an angry roar came from the terrifying divine kingdom. The void trembled, and the divine kingdom emitted endless black light that burst out in all directions, turning into endless black light rain that swept across the void. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, a huge apparition slowly emerged. Countless dark runes appeared around the huge apparition, turning into dark runes that fell down. Chains of order appeared one after another, and countless divine runes covered them, forming a huge net that enveloped the huge apparition. They were trying to stop it from appearing. Everyone found it unbelievable that the chains of order were actually preventing the huge apparition from appearing. So far, such a situation had only happened when the river of time and space appeared. Now that the huge apparition had appeared, it actually attracted the rejection and restraint of the chains of order. It was really terrifying. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from the huge apparition, filling the entire void. The chains of order rattled, and they were repelled, unable to get close. Everyone's scalps went numb, and an irresistible chill emerged from their bodies. Their backs were instantly soaked. Underworld God? Everyone was shocked. Thinking of the Dark Elite's roar just now, they found it unbelievable. This Dark Elite is from the Underworld God tribe? That Dark Elite looked no different from an ordinary person, except for a head of dark purple hair. It was very different from Mingku from before. Therefore, no one had expected it to be a dark apparition from the Underworld God tribe. It actually forced Lord to use the Underworld God statue. The demon god's face was shocked as if he had seen something unbelievable. His heart was in turmoil. The bloodthirsty demon supremacy and the other dark apparitions were also extremely shocked. They looked at the huge apparition in the sky with awe and fanaticism on their faces. Even though they were not from the same tribe, they could not help but submit when they saw the terrifying apparition that represented the underworld god tribe. The human race cultivators were also in a state of shock. Everyone looked at the huge illusory figure that appeared in the void and felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Horrifying, terrifying, just looking at the huge apparition and not even being in the battle area, they could still feel the terrifying fluctuations. I seem to feel an extreme evil power from that huge apparition, someone said in a trembling voice. Underworld god statue? What is that? Heavenly Flame Supremacy and the others were a little pale and could not help but ask. Even they had never seen such a technique. It was really unbelievable. As an immortal knight, they had seen countless dark apparitions. However, things that they didn't know about kept popping up one after another. The underworld god statue. Wang Ting sighed softly. He didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this. Indeed, we still have to face this annoying thing. His voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in the dark apparition's ears, startling them. This human elite who crossed the river of time and space actually knew about the underworld god statue. Moreover, he did not seem to be afraid at all. He was still calm in the face of the underworld god statue. The demon god's expression was extremely solemn. He did not dare to look at Wang Ting directly. Even if he did, he only dared to glance at him from the corner of his eyes and quickly looked away, afraid that he would attract Wang Ting's attention. That's a demon god. Facing the current Wang Ting, he did not even dare to look at him directly. There was no doubt that the strength of this human elite had shocked him to the extreme. He could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. Rumble, a huge dark purple shadow slowly appeared in the god nation. It was very illusory, but one could see some extremely unique external features. It was extremely huge and sat cross-legged. It was sitting on a huge black altar that was somewhat similar to the dark altar. There were two sharp horns on its head like two ancient spears that were extremely sharp. On its body, there were 12 incomparably thick dark purple arms. Some hung by its side, some formed strange seals behind its back, and some rested on its knees, forming strange evil seals as well. Everyone could not help but be attracted by this strange and mysterious underworld god statue. Their eyes were filled with shock and amazement. They did not expect that the underworld god statue would look like this. It's too scary. Some people couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Rumble, at this moment, the illusory face of the underworld god statue suddenly started to wriggle. Close your eyes. A soft shout came from Wang Ting and echoed in everyone's ears. They could not help but close their eyes, unable to disobey. What's going on? Some people could not help but ask. Those are the eyes of the underworld god statue. The underworld god statue is about to open its eyes. Someone thought of something and immediately exclaimed. That was close. Everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the elite who had fused with Wang Ting made them close their eyes in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just thinking about how terrifying the underworld god statue was, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if it opened its eyes. Rumble, almost as soon as everyone closed their eyes, the underworld god statue finally opened its eyes slowly. That's right. It did not only have one pair of eyes, but a total of 12, and they were arranged on the enormous face. However, the eyes were not small. After they opened, they instantly occupied the entire face, leaving only a huge mouth under the rows of eyes. At first glance, it was actually filled with a horrifying feeling. God-grade existences like Grand Elder Danshan and the true God experts in the ancient pagoda did not close their eyes at this moment. When they saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. However, the more terrifying thing was yet to come. As the rows of huge eyes opened, a strange light burst out and swept in all directions. The light was actually dark purple, like stars. It emitted a strange and evil light in the void, causing one's heart to palpitate. At the same time, streams of spiritual waves filled with chaos, evilness, and disorder permeated the air, invading everyone's minds. Obviously, closing one's eyes was not enough to resist the terrifying light. Troublesome. A soft sigh came from Wang Ting again. Rumble, however, just as the sigh fell, a powerful mental fluctuation also swept out from Wang Ting's body, vast and mighty in the void. This mental energy was completely different from the dark purple mental fluctuation. It was filled with light, like a divine blessing, and it turned into a holy rain of light that sprinkled down. Neutral and peaceful, brilliant divine might, the powerful and majestic mental fluctuation spread out in all directions, completely blocking the dark purple chaotic mental energy. Roar! In the next moment, a loud roar of filial piety rang out. Rumble! The underworld god statue suddenly moved, standing up from the black altar. Then, the 12 large hands suddenly stretched out, infinitely expanding in the void, and grabbed at the 12 Wang Ting. Every hand seemed to contain a terrifying divine might. When it stretched out, the void trembled, and the chains of order could not help but move aside as if to make way. Rumble! The 12 Wang Ting attacked at the same time, once again displaying a terrifying combat strength to deal with the 12 large hands. A terrifying battle broke out in the void again, engulfing the entire space. The long river of time and space shook violently again, and waves of time and space surged out, causing a huge impact. Strange starry skies appeared in the waves of the long river of time and space, and each wave seemed to contain a scene of a certain time node. At this moment, the 12 Wang Ting figures suddenly froze for a moment. The glow on the surface of their bodies started to fluctuate violently. It was as though they were about to fall out of their powerful state. Ha! A loud laugh came from the underworld god statue. It was the dark expert. He could not help but laugh. Your time is up. Our battle has affected the long river of time and space again, so you can no longer stay in this space. You should leave, you can't suppress me. All the human warriors were shocked, and they opened their eyes one after another, looking at the terrifying battlefield, and their eyes fell on Wang Ting. His time is up. When Elder Danshan and the others saw Wang Ting's current state, their hearts tightened, and they were filled with worry. My time is indeed up. A sigh came from Wang Ting, and it seemed to be a little regretful. I wanted to torture you a little longer, but it seems like I can only wait for the next time. The dark expert? Within the underworld god statue, the dark expert's face could not help but twitch wildly, and his eyes were filled with anger. This is too much. This is too much. It's just an afterimage that crossed the long river of time and space, but it dares to boast so shamelessly. It's not enough to torture me for half a day, and it wants to torture me a little longer. Bah, Erebus, can't be tortured, it's just a temporary loss. It's impossible for the other party to suppress me, so what right does he have to torture me? The demon god's eyes also twitched, and he took a deep breath, deciding to bury this sentence deep in his heart and never mention it again. If others knew that the Lord had been pressed to the ground and tortured by someone, it would probably cause chaos, right? The faces of the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy and the other dark apparitions were completely numb. That human expert is so arrogant that he wants to torture that Lord for a little longer. They simply did not know how to describe their feelings. Everyone, all the humans were speechless. This expert's tone was a little too arrogant. Even now, he still didn't put the dark expert in his eyes. Wang Ting's teacher could not help but shake his head and laugh. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared, and he looked at the underworld god statue seriously. The strength of this underworld god statue surprised him. That existence that crossed time and space does not have much time left. Can it deal with this so-called underworld god statue? Arrogant. An angry roar came from the underworld god statue, and the entire statue moved horizontally in the void. Its speed did not slow down at all because of its huge body, and it was still extremely fast. Its 12 large hands slapped at the 12 Wang Ting. Rumble! The void trembled violently, and terrifying spatial turbulence appeared along with the 12 large hands. The turbulence wrapped around the large hands, making its attack even more terrifying. The 12 Wang Ting retreated at the same time. They were very fast, and only streams of light could be seen streaking across the starry sky, shuttling between the 12 large hands. Do you only know how to dodge? A loud roar came from the underworld god statue, and it rumbled and formed an echo in the void. It reverberated continuously, and it was full of mockery and contempt. Rumble! The 12 large hands covered the sky and chased after the 12 Wang Ting. Some of the hands even formed seals, and they turned into dark fist prints, smashing down on the void below. It was very terrifying. Die. A loud roar came, and the void trembled. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me with just a shell? A helpless voice came from the Wang Ting. In an instant, the 12 Wang Ting gathered in one place at the same time. Rumble, with a loud bang, the 12 Wang Ting merged into one again. They became one person. They merged? Many of the spectators were very surprised and were very surprised. In the face of the even more terrifying underworld god statue, why did that powerhouse choose to merge instead? However, before anyone had a chance to react, the merged Wang Ting suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted softly. I am chaos, chaos belongs to me. Transform into thousands of stars, the universe, and the ages, rumble. Before his voice had completely faded, the void trembled, and endless light bloomed from Wang Ting, turning into a huge divine kingdom. Endless chaotic chi evolved in the divine kingdom. Yin and Yang appeared, the 5 elements evolved, the stars in the sky appeared, the vast universe was born, the long river of time flowed, the years changed, and eternity passed. That scene was too shocking. In just an instant, it evolved into an unimaginable scene. It shook the universe, and countless chains of order fell, forming a dense net that shrouded the divine kingdom, not allowing it to appear. This scene was even more terrifying than when the underworld god statue had appeared just now. Whoosh, countless chains of order wrapped around it, causing the void to shake uncontrollably. Majestic space-time turbulence swept over, and the long river of time and space changed its course, flowing through this place to take Wang Ting away. Rumble, space-time waves surged into the sky, drowning the void. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and it was very terrifying. Sigh, I can't unleash much of my strength, not even 1%. This is all I can do. Wang Ting sighed softly. He sounded very regretful. The dark powerhouse was offended. The scene in front of it already made its heart heavy, but the other party didn't even use 1% of his strength. What a joke. The demon god's face stiffened as if he had heard something extremely absurd. His expression kept changing, but he couldn't help but feel a trace of worry. That human powerhouse can't be that strong, right? The bloodthirsty demon Venerable and the other dark apparitions were filled with disbelief. They felt their vision turning black, and they almost lost their balance. 1% of his strength, is this for real? We are weak. Don't lie to us. At this moment, these upper-level demon Venerable dark apparitions, who could be called powerhouses no matter where they were, actually felt that they were too weak. They couldn't keep up with the other party's thoughts at all. They were not on the same level at all. The human martial artists were also in disbelief. That terrifying divine power was not even 1% of the other party's strength. Was this existence trying to act cool? Even though he was a powerhouse on their side, some people still couldn't help but secretly criticize him in their hearts. They felt that this powerhouse's character might really be a little weird. Tisk. The human-shaped light figure couldn't help but click its tongue. Then, it touched its chin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Rumble, that god nation trembled, resisting the power of the chains of order and avoiding the waves of the long river of time and space. All of this happened in an instant. Even the long river of time and space didn't have time to wash over. However, at this moment, the attack of the god of the underworld statue was already in front of Wang Ting. However, the moment it touched the god nation, it instantly collapsed and dissipated. Too weak. Wang Ting, said Wang Ting. His expression was extremely calm, as if he was describing an extremely ordinary matter and not as if he was facing an extremely terrifying statue of the god of hell. Everyone was shocked. The dark apparitions were horrified, and their expressions were extremely horrified. God of the underworld seal. A loud roar suddenly came from the god of the underworld statue. The huge statue stopped in the void, and its 12 hands suddenly formed a strange seal. Boom, the void trembled, and space rippled. An extremely huge and strange black demonic seal slowly condensed in the void. Evil intent soared into the sky, and the extremely rich power of darkness entwined around it. It was exceptionally terrifying. After seeing the god nation that Wang Ting used, the dark powerhouse naturally didn't dare to be negligent. It finally unleashed the power of the god of the underworld statue to the extreme. Rumble, The terrifying demonic seal was slowly pushed out by the god of the underworld statue's 12 large hands. It suppressed the god nation of Wanting, and the surrounding space distorted and collapsed. What a terrifying demonic seal. What kind of technique is this? All the human warriors tensed up, and their expressions were extremely horrified. The humanoid light figure's expression was extremely solemn. Even he felt that it was difficult to face this demonic seal. If that creature hadn't crossed the long river of time and space to come here, he probably wouldn't have been able to change anything with just his afterimage. He might be able to make Wanting leave, but the others, right at this moment. It's time to end this. A low voice came from Wanting. His expression was still very calm. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, but his eyes were blazing to the extreme. Boom, the next moment, the god nation behind him suddenly shone brightly, as if a door to the god nation was slowly opening. Countless light rain fell, washing away the darkness, causing the void to be completely illuminated. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Their eyes were stinging, and they couldn't see anything at all. Even the true god-level existences, the demon god of darkness, and the humanoid light figure couldn't see what was inside the light. Rumble, a deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and it lasted for a very long time. No. Everyone couldn't see anything, but they heard waves of unwilling roars, like the roars of an injured beast. I can't accept this. How can I, Erebus, be suppressed? Why are you so strong? You're just an afterimage in the long river of time. There shouldn't be an existence like you in the human race. Heh, time is hard to predict. How do you know it's impossible? A carefree chuckle reverberated between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there's not enough time this time. I can only kill you next time. The next time we meet, it'll be the time of your death. I'll be invincible in the endless long river of time and space. I'll be stronger. 7017K. End of chapter 1711. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.